Welcome, dear friends, to our bedtime story sanctuary, where the gentle glow of a cozy fireplace sets the perfect backdrop for an evening of relaxation and wonder. As you snuggle into your favorite spot, let the soothing narration carry you away to magical and peaceful places, where dreams are woven and tales come to life. This is the perfect time of year to indulge in calming stories that warm the heart and ease the mind. May tonight's journey bring you restful dreams and a wonderful start to your upcoming day. Story 1. In the small village nestled in the heart of an ancient forest, where the mist clung to the trees like a silken shroud, there lived a young girl named Aria. The village was a tapestry of verdant greens and earthy browns, where cobblestone paths wound through quaint cottages with thatched roofs, their chimneys exhaling tendrils of smoke into the crisp morning air. The aroma of freshly baked bread and the earthy scent of rain-drenched soil mingled in the early breeze, creating a comforting symphony for the senses. From the moment she could toddle, Aria felt a profound connection to the whispering trees and the melodic babbling of the nearby stream that meandered through the woodland like a silver ribbon. Even as a child, she possessed an extraordinary gift, the ability to communicate with the plants and animals that called the woodland their home. Her days were spent wandering the forest paths, where sunlight filtered through the canopy in dappled patterns, casting playful shadows on the forest floor. Her bare feet brushed against soft moss and fallen leaves, and her fingers trailed through the cool waters of the stream, sending gentle ripples coursing through its surface. She listened to the stories told by the ancient oaks, their voices a deep, resonant murmur, and played with the woodland creatures, her laughter echoing like a sweet melody through the trees. Aria's mother often watched her daughter from the kitchen window, a smile playing on her lips as she kneaded dough for the day's bread. She recalled her own childhood, spent much the same way, and felt a pang of nostalgia tempered by pride. Aria was special, destined for something beyond the ordinary life of the village. Her mother often wondered if her daughter's gift was a blessing or a burden. It was a question she never voiced, letting the forest be the teacher Aria needed. On her 9th birthday, Aria's grandmother, a wise and revered woman in the village, presented her with a most unusual gift, a small, intricately carved wooden box. The box was a marvel of craftsmanship, its surface adorned with swirling patterns that seemed to dance in the flickering candlelight. "This is no ordinary box, my dear," her grandmother said, her eyes twinkling with mystery, the scent of lavender and sage surrounding her like a gentle aura. "It holds the key to a hidden world, a realm of wonder and magic that few have ever witnessed." Aria's eyes widened with curiosity as she gently traced the intricate patterns etched into the box's surface. The wood felt warm and alive beneath her fingertips, as if it harbored secrets of its own. "What kind of magic?" she asked, her voice hushed with reverence, her heart fluttering like a bird in flight. Her grandmother smiled knowingly, the lines on her face deepening with the wisdom of many years. "Open it, and you shall see." With trembling fingers, Aria lifted the lid, and a warm golden light spilled forth, enveloping her in its radiant glow. The light was like a gentle embrace, soothing and invigorating at once. Suddenly, the world around her shifted and blurred, and she found herself standing in a lush, enchanted meadow, unlike anything she had ever seen. Towering trees with silver bark and emerald leaves swayed gently in a fragrant breeze, their branches adorned with glittering crystals that caught the sunlight and cast prismatic rainbows across the ground like a myriad of tiny dancing specters. Vibrant wildflowers danced in the gentle zephyrs, their petals shimmering with iridescent hues, filling the air with a sweet, intoxicating fragrance. In the distance, a majestic waterfall cascaded into a crystal-clear pool, its waters shimmering like liquid diamonds, the sound a soothing symphony of nature's own making. Aria gasped in awe, her eyes drinking in the breathtaking beauty of this hidden realm. Her senses were alive with the vivid colors, the intoxicating scents, and the harmonious sounds that surrounded her. Suddenly, a melodious voice rang out, as clear as a bell chime, its tones resonating in her very soul. "Welcome, young one, to the realm of Silvara." She whirled around to find a slender, ethereal figure standing before her. The being's form shimmered and flickered like moonlight on rippling water, her features both alien and achingly beautiful, her eyes like twin stars in the twilight. "Who are you?" Aria whispered, her heart pounding with a mixture of wonder and trepidation. The being smiled warmly, her presence radiating a comforting aura. "I am Liora, the guardian of this realm. Your grandmother's gift has granted you access to our world, a place where the forces of nature and magic intertwine in perfect harmony." Aria's mind whirled with 1,000 questions, but before she could utter a word, Liora continued. "You have been chosen, Aria, for a great and wondrous quest. The balance of our realm has been disrupted, and only one with a pure heart and a deep connection to the natural world can restore it." Aria's eyes widened, her small frame trembling with the weight of this revelation. "Me? But I'm just a young girl. How can I possibly help?" Elara's smile never wavered, her gaze filled with an ancient wisdom. "You possess a rare and precious gift, Aria, the ability to communicate with all living things. This is the key to unlocking the secrets of Silvara and restoring the balance that has been lost." As Aria listened, her heart swelled with a sense of purpose and determination. She knew, deep within her soul, that she was meant for this quest, no matter how daunting it seemed. And so began Aria's extraordinary journey through the realm of Silvara. Guided by Liora and a host of enchanted creatures, she embarked on a series of challenges that tested her courage, her wit, and her connection to the natural world. In the heart of the Whispering Woods, she encountered a clan of wise and ancient trees, whose language only she could decipher. They spoke in rustling leaves and creaking branches, revealing to her the secret of the sacred wellspring, a mystical fountain whose waters had the power to heal and restore the land. Its location was hidden deep within the forest, protected by a labyrinth of thorny vines and illusions meant to deter those with ill intentions. As she ventured further into the depths of the forest, Aria came upon a clearing bathed in moonlight, where a circle of stones stood sentinel. There, she met the Moonlit dancers, ethereal beings who moved with a grace that defied the laws of nature. They taught her the ancient dance of the stars, a ritual that would unlock the wellspring's true power when performed under a full moon. Deep within the crystalline depths of the shimmering caverns, Aria befriended a colony of luminescent moths, whose flickering lights illuminated the path to a long-forgotten chamber. There, she uncovered an ancient tome filled with the arcane knowledge of the realm's founders, revealing the intricate balance that had been disrupted. The tome spoke of a prophecy, a foretelling of a young girl who would come to unite the realms and restore the harmony that had been lost. Throughout her quest, Aria forged unbreakable bonds of friendship with the extraordinary beings she encountered. A playful troupe of forest sprites became her constant companions, their infectious laughter and mischievous antics lifting her spirits even in the darkest of times. They taught her the language of laughter, a magic that could dispel the heaviest of clouds and bring light to the darkest of days. A regal unicorn named Celestia became her steadfast protector, her silver horn glowing with magic that could part the thickest of fogs and reveal the truth hidden within illusions. Celestia shared with Aria the lore of the unicorns, tales of ancient battles fought for the preservation of balance and harmony. And Zephyr, a wise and ancient dragon whose scales shimmered like opals, became her mentor and guide, imparting invaluable lessons about the delicate equilibrium that sustained the realm. His deep, rumbling voice was a balm to her soul, his wisdom a beacon that guided her through the most perilous of journeys. Together, they faced countless challenges and overcame seemingly insurmountable obstacles, all the while unraveling the mystery of the realm's imbalance. As Aria's journey progressed, she discovered that a dark force had infiltrated Silvara, poisoning the land and sowing discord among its inhabitants. A cunning and malevolent sorcerer, driven by an insatiable lust for power, had disrupted the ancient rites that maintained the realm's harmony, unleashing chaos and turmoil in his wake. Her heart heavy with the weight of this revelation, Aria resolved to confront the sorcerer and restore the realm to its former glory. With the guidance of her newfound friends and the strength of her own convictions, she ventured into the shadowy depths of the sorcerer's obsidian citadel, a fortress of darkness that loomed like a blight upon the land. In a climactic confrontation deep within the citadel, Aria and her friends faced their greatest test. The sorcerer, cloaked in shadows and malice, wielded dark magic that threatened to consume the very essence of the realm. Yet, Aria stood resolute, her heart a beacon of light in the encroaching darkness. Wielding the knowledge she had gained and the magic of the wellspring, she was able to banish the sorcerer's darkness and restore the equilibrium that had been shattered. The battle was fierce, a clash of light and shadow that echoed through the corridors of the citadel. But Aria's resolve was unyielding, her connection to the natural world a force that could not be broken. As the sorcerer's malign influence dissipated, the realm of Silvara blossomed with renewed vitality. The once withered trees regained their verdant splendor, the crystal waters ran clear and pure, and the very air seemed to hum with the harmonious melodies of nature. Aria emerged from her quest a changed young woman, her heart overflowing with wisdom, courage, and a profound reverence for the delicate balance of life. She had not only saved the realm of Silvara, but had also discovered the true depths of her own strength and resilience. As she bid farewell to her newfound friends, Lyra pulled her aside, her ethereal form shimmering in the golden light of the setting sun. "You have proven yourself worthy, Aria," the guardian whispered, her voice a gentle caress. "The gift you have been granted is not merely access to our realm, but a sacred trust, to be a voice for the natural world, a guardian of balance and harmony." With tears of joy and gratitude, Aria embraced her destiny, knowing that her journey had only just begun. From that day forward, she became a protector of the woodlands, a bridge between the human world and the hidden realms of magic that thrived all around them. And whenever she opened the wooden box, she was reminded of the wondrous lessons she had learned and the unbreakable bonds of friendship that had been forged in the extraordinary realm of Silvara. The box remained a testament to her journey, a symbol of the magic and wonder that lay beyond the veil of the ordinary, waiting to be discovered by those with the courage to seek it. Years passed, and Aria grew into a wise young woman. The village thrived under her guardianship, and the tales of her adventures in Silvara became legends told around the hearth. Children would gather eagerly, their eyes wide with wonder, as Aria recounted the stories of her magical journey, each word painting a vivid picture of the realm she had come to love. One evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon, casting a golden glow over the village, Aria stood at the edge of the forest, her heart full of gratitude for the life she had been given. The gentle rustle of leaves whispered secrets only she could understand, and the distant call of a nightingale echoed through the twilight. It was then that she realized her journey was far from over. As the keeper of the wooden box, she held a promise to protect not just the village, but all the realms connected by the invisible threads of magic and nature. Her destiny was to be a guardian, a bridge between worlds, ensuring that the harmony she had fought so hard to restore would endure for generations to come. With a deep breath, Aria stepped into the forest, the promise of new adventures whispering through the trees. The path before her was unknown, but her heart was a compass, guiding her toward the mysteries yet to be uncovered, and the magic waiting just beyond the horizon. As she ventured deeper into the heart of the forest, Aria stumbled upon an ancient stone circle she had never seen before. The air around it was charged with a palpable energy, as if the stones themselves thrummed with life. She stepped closer, feeling the gentle pull of the stone's magic, and placed a hand on the cool, weathered surface of the nearest one. As she did, the world around her seemed to slow, and the whispers of the forest grew louder, filling her mind with visions of distant lands and forgotten histories. In that moment, Aria understood that her role as a guardian would extend beyond the borders of her village and the realm of Silvara. The stones revealed to her a network of magical gateways, each leading to a different realm, each in need of its own guardian. She saw worlds of endless deserts, where the wind sang through the dunes, worlds of towering mountains where ancient creatures roamed, and worlds of shimmering seas, where the depths held secrets untold. Empowered by this revelation, Aria knew that her journey was just beginning. With the wooden box as her guide and the wisdom of the stones as her map, she stepped back into the forest, ready to embrace the challenges and wonders that lay ahead. The magic of the realms called to her, and she answered with an open heart, ready to weave her story into the tapestry of the universe. The path ahead was mysterious and daunting, yet Aria's spirit was unbroken. She returned to her village one final time to gather provisions, her heart brimming with both excitement and a tinge of melancholy. She shared quiet moments with her family, understanding that while she would often be away, her heart would always be anchored in the village she called home. As she prepared to leave, the villagers gathered to offer their blessings, a testament to the bonds she had forged. "Go with the strength of the forest, Aria," her grandmother whispered, pressing a small pouch of herbs into her hand. "And remember, you are never alone." With those words echoing in her heart, Aria set out on her new journey. As she stepped through the first gateway, the world shimmered and shifted, revealing a land unlike any she had imagined. The adventure that lay ahead was vast and unknown, but Aria was ready, her heart a compass guiding her toward the endless horizons and the promise of new stories waiting to be told. As Aria traversed the realms, she encountered a myriad of cultures and landscapes, each with its own unique challenges and mysteries. In a realm where the sky was perpetually painted in hues of twilight, she learned the delicate art of weaving starlight into fabric, a skill that allowed her to mend torn skies and patch the holes left by shooting stars. In another realm, where frost and fire coexisted in a delicate dance, she befriended creatures forged from both elements, who taught her the importance of balance and compromise. One particularly moving encounter occurred in a realm of floating isles, where the inhabitants lived on clouds and the air was filled with the scent of sweet, ethereal blossoms. Here, Aria met a wise, elderly woman who shared stories of the realm's ancient past and its once broken harmony. Listening to the woman's gentle voice, Aria realized that her journey was not merely about restoring balance, but also about understanding the interwoven stories of past, present, and future. Aria's travels were not without their challenges. She faced trials that tested her resolve, moments of doubt where the weight of her responsibilities felt overwhelming. Yet with each realm she visited, she left behind a part of herself, a legacy of kindness and understanding that bridged divides and healed old wounds. Through her adventures, Aria came to understand that her gift was not just a tool for communication, but a means of forging connections between people, between realms, and between the disparate elements of nature itself. Her heart, once solely tethered to the forest she called home, now spanned the breadth of the universe, a testament to her growth and the transformative power of her journey. As the years passed, Aria's legend grew, stories of her deeds spreading like the seeds of a dandelion caught in the wind. And though her travels often took her far from her village, she always returned, her spirit renewed by the love and warmth of her home. For Aria had learned that while the realms held endless wonders, the true magic lay in the connections she forged and the enduring bonds of friendship she cherished. In the end, Aria's journey became a tapestry of tales, woven with the threads of courage, wisdom, and love. Her story, a bridge between worlds, continued to inspire those who heard it, a reminder of the magic that lay within and the endless possibilities that awaited those with the courage to step beyond the known and into the realm of dreams. Story 2. In the heart of an ancient forest, where the shadows of towering oaks and whispering pines danced across the forest floor, there lay a hidden world of wonder. This forest was not just a tapestry of green and brown, but a living, breathing entity that held the secrets of time itself. Here, the air was sweet with the scent of pine needles and damp earth, while a gentle breeze carried the soft symphony of rustling leaves and distant bird songs. Sunlight filtered through the dense canopy, creating a dappled pattern on the ground, a mosaic of light and shadow that seemed to shift and pulse with the heartbeat of the forest itself. In this enchanted realm, creatures of all kinds lived in harmony, guided by the ancient magic that ebbed and flowed with the seasons. Among these creatures was a wise old tortoise named Balthazar, whose shell bore the marks of centuries past. With eyes that twinkled like the stars in the night sky, Balthazar was known far and wide as the keeper of stories and the guardian of wisdom. His shell, worn with time, was a mosaic of moss and lichen, each mark a testament to the countless seasons he had witnessed. His steps were slow, deliberate, a reminder that wisdom often comes to those who take the time to listen and observe. The forest was a place where each season brought its own magical phenomena. As winter gave way to spring, the forest awoke in a burst of color and sound. Delicate snowdrops peeked through the melting snow, while the songs of frogs echoed through the warming air. It was during this time of rebirth that the creatures of the forest gathered to celebrate the festival of the first thaw, a time-honored tradition passed down through generations. The festival was a kaleidoscope of colors, with flowers in every hue imaginable carpeting the forest floor, and the air filled with the heady scent of blooming flora. The sounds of joyful chatter and laughter mixed with the melodies of songbirds, creating a harmony that resonated through the trees. As the festival approached, Balthazar set about preparing his story, one that would remind the younger creatures of the importance of balance and harmony with nature. He ambled slowly through the forest, his path lit by shafts of golden sunlight filtering through the canopy. Along his journey, he met with his dear friend, Seraphina the songbird, whose feathers shimmered with the iridescence of the dawn. Her song was a melody of hope, each note a reminder of the beauty that lay in simplicity and unity. Seraphina, with her bright eyes and inquisitive nature, was known for her boundless curiosity and enthusiasm, often flitting from one creature to another, gathering tales and wisdom. "Good morning, Balthazar," chirped Seraphina, her voice as sweet as honey, piercing the morning mist with its clarity. "Are you ready for the festival?" "Ah, indeed, Seraphina," Balthazar replied, his voice a deep, soothing rumble that resonated like distant thunder. "This year's story will be about the Harmony Stone, an ancient relic that embodies the balance of our world." Intrigued, Seraphina flitted to Balthazar's side, eager to hear more. "What is the Harmony Stone, Balthazar?" With a knowing smile, Balthazar began his tale. "Long ago, when our world was young, the seasons were wild and unpredictable. Winter would linger too long, and summer would scorch the land. The creatures of the forest were in despair, for their world was out of balance." Balthazar paused, allowing the gentle rustling of the leaves to fill the silence. It was then that the great spirit of the forest, an ancient and benevolent force, created the Harmony Stone. This stone, infused with the magic of all four seasons, was placed at the heart of the forest to maintain the delicate balance of nature. Seraphina listened intently, her eyes wide with wonder. "But what happened to the stone, Balthazar?" Balthazar continued, his gaze distant as if he could see the past unfolding before him. "The Harmony Stone was entrusted to the caretakers, a group of wise creatures chosen to protect it. For many generations, they maintained the balance, ensuring that each season came and went in harmony." A soft sigh escaped Balthazar's lips. But as time passed, the caretakers became complacent. They began to squabble and bicker, forgetting their purpose. The balance faltered, and the forest began to suffer once more. "But how did they restore the balance?" Seraphina asked, leaning closer. It was a young hare, curious and kind-hearted, who reminded them of their duty. Balthazar said, his voice filled with admiration. "She gathered the caretakers and spoke of the importance of unity and friendship. Together, they cleansed the Harmony Stone with their renewed commitment to the forest, restoring balance once more." As Balthazar finished his tale, a soft breeze rustled through the leaves, carrying with it the warmth of spring. Seraphina gazed at him with newfound understanding. "I see, Balthazar. The Harmony Stone is not just a relic, but a reminder that we must always work together to protect our home." Balthazar nodded, a gentle smile playing on his lips. "Indeed, Seraphina, and it is up to us to pass this wisdom on to those who come after us." With the festival drawing near, the creatures of the forest gathered in a sun-dappled clearing, where vibrant wildflowers swayed gently in the breeze. The air was filled with laughter and song as they celebrated the arrival of spring, each creature adding their voice to the joyous chorus. A group of young squirrels, their fur still fluffy from their winter coats, chased each other around the roots of an ancient oak, embodying the playful spirit of the season. As the sun dipped below the horizon, casting the forest in a warm golden glow, Balthazar took his place at the center of the gathering. The creatures fell silent, their eyes fixed on the wise old tortoise. "In this forest we find our home," Balthazar began, his voice carrying over the crowd like the gentle roll of distant thunder. Through the changing seasons, we are reminded of the beauty and fragility of life. Let us cherish this harmony, for it is a gift beyond measure. The creatures listened, their hearts swelling with pride and gratitude for the world they shared. As the festival continued into the night, the stars above twinkled like a million tiny lanterns, casting their gentle light upon the forest below. The elder creatures, who had seen many festivals come and go, shared stories of past celebrations, weaving a tapestry of memory and tradition that bound the community together. In the days that followed, the story of the Harmony Stone spread throughout the forest, carried by the winds and whispered by the trees. It became a part of the very fabric of the land, a timeless reminder of the power of friendship and the importance of living in harmony with nature. The tale was etched into the barks of trees by diligent woodpeckers, ensuring that it would never be forgotten. And so the ancient forest thrived, a testament to the wisdom and unity of its inhabitants. As the seasons came and went, the creatures continued to gather each year, celebrating the balance of their world and honoring the legacy of those who had come before. The forest, in its silence, echoed with the unspoken promise of its denizens to uphold the lessons of the past. In the quiet moments, when the forest was still and the only sound was the gentle rustle of leaves, Balthazar would sit beneath the stars, content in the knowledge that the wisdom of the Harmony Stone would endure, guiding future generations in their journey through the world. He often found himself in conversation with the great spirit of the forest, feeling a connection that transcended time and space, a reminder of the eternal guardianship he held. And as the last ember of the festival's fire flickered and faded, casting a warm glow across the faces of the creatures gathered there, the forest settled into a peaceful slumber, cradled by the gentle embrace of the night. The moon, a silent sentinel, watched over the sleeping forest, bathing it in silver light, a promise of protection and peace. In the weeks that followed the festival, Balthazar embarked on a new journey, guided by the whispers of the forest that spoke of a forgotten grove. This grove, said to be the sanctuary of the Great Spirit, had been lost to time, hidden behind a veil of mist and memory. Balthazar felt a pull towards it, an unexplainable urge to seek out this sacred place. As he moved through the forest, the landscape began to change. The trees grew taller and denser, their trunks wrapped in vines that glowed faintly in the dim light. The air became cooler, filled with the earthy aroma of ancient wood and the soft hum of unseen creatures. The forest floor was a carpet of soft moss, cushioning Balthazar's steps and muffling the sounds of the world around him. One evening, as the sun dipped low, Balthazar found himself at the edge of a shimmering pond, its surface reflecting the colors of the sunset. As he gazed into the water, he saw not just his own reflection, but also the ghostly outline of the Great Spirit, a majestic figure woven from the very essence of the forest. "Welcome, Balthazar," the spirit's voice echoed softly in his mind, a melody of wind through leaves. "You have come seeking answers." Balthazar nodded, feeling a deep sense of peace wash over him. "I wish to understand more about the Harmony Stone and its true power." The spirit's form shimmered, blending with the twilight. "The Harmony Stone is more than a relic, dear tortoise. It is a living bond between all creatures of the forest. Its power lies in the unity and love shared by those who dwell here." As the spirit's words settled in Balthazar's heart, he realized that the stone's true magic was not just in maintaining balance, but in nurturing the connections that bound all creatures together. With this newfound understanding, Balthazar returned to the heart of the forest, carrying the spirit's wisdom within him. Upon his return, Balthazar found that the forest was bustling with an energy he had never felt before. The creatures seemed more connected, their interactions more harmonious. He shared the revelation with the creatures, enriching the story of the Harmony Stone with the spirit's insight. The forest, ever vibrant and alive, listened and embraced this deeper truth, each creature feeling the unbreakable bonds that linked them to one another. A new scene unfolded during one particularly vibrant sunset. Seraphina, inspired by Balthazar's journey and the spirit's wisdom, organized a gathering by the old oak tree. Creatures of all sizes and shapes came together, their eyes filled with curiosity and hope. The air was filled with an electric anticipation, the kind that speaks of change and promise. During the gathering, Serafina, with her melodious voice, led the creatures in a song of unity. Each note seemed to weave itself into the fabric of the forest, echoing through the trees and reaching the farthest corners of the woods. It was a song of hope, of connection, and as it rose and fell, it seemed to awaken something ancient within the forest itself. As the song ended, Balthazar stood, his heart full of gratitude for the community that surrounded him. "The Harmony Stone," he said, "is a reflection of what we are together. It is not just a symbol, but a living testament to the love and unity that binds us all." And so, the forest continued to thrive, its heart beating in time with the rhythm of the seasons, guided by the shared love and unity of its inhabitants. The Harmony Stone, a symbol of their collective spirit, became more than just a story. It became the living soul of the forest itself, a beacon of hope and harmony for all who called the ancient woods their home. As the years passed, the forest saw new generations of creatures, each born into the legacy of the Harmony Stone. Young ones grew up listening to the tales of Balthazar and Serafina, their imaginations colored by the vibrant stories of unity and wisdom. One particularly bright spring morning, a young fox named Liora approached Balthazar with wide, eager eyes. Her fur was as red as the setting sun, and her spirit was as boundless as the sky. "Balthazar," she began, her voice a mix of wonder and determination, "can you teach me how to be a keeper of stories like you?" Balthazar looked at Liora, his heart warmed by her earnestness. "Ah, Liora," he said, his voice a gentle caress, "being a keeper of stories is more than knowing the tales. It's about understanding the heart of the forest and the bonds we share." Liora nodded, her eyes reflecting the depths of her commitment. "I want to learn, Balthazar. I want to help keep the forest spirit alive." And so, under the gentle guidance of Balthazar, Liora began her journey of learning. She spent her days exploring the forest, listening to the whisper of the leaves and the songs of the birds. She learned to see the stories etched in the bark of trees and to feel the pulse of life that connected every creature. In the evenings, she would sit by Balthazar's side, sharing the day's discoveries and weaving new tales from the threads of her experiences. With each story, she found her voice, a unique melody that resonated with the forest's timeless rhythm. As Liora grew, so did her understanding of the Harmony Stone's true essence. She realized that the stone was not just a relic of the past, but a living testament to the power of unity and love. It was a reminder that every creature, no matter how small, played a vital role in the tapestry of life. With Balthazar's guidance, Liora became a new guardian of the forest stories, a beacon for future generations. She shared the lessons of the Harmony Stone with all who would listen, ensuring that the legacy of harmony and unity would endure through the ages. And so the ancient forest continued to thrive, its heart beating in time with the rhythm of the seasons, guided by the shared love and unity of its inhabitants. The Harmony Stone, a symbol of their collective spirit, became more than just a story. It became the living soul of the forest itself, a beacon of hope and harmony for all who called the ancient woods their home. Story 3. Nestled at the edge of a quaint village, embraced by an emerald forest where the trees stood like silent sentinels, lived a young woman named Liora. Her cottage, snug and humble, bore the loving embrace of creeping ivy on its stone walls, while her garden, a riot of colors each spring, sang with the fragrance of lilacs and sunflowers. The flowers swayed gently in the breeze, their petals whispering secrets of ancient tales. Yet inside her heart, Liora often felt a dissonance, a yearning as if she were a tree with roots tangled in the wrong soil. Liora's days followed a familiar rhythm. She tended to her vibrant garden with hands that knew every plant's need, wove baskets with the dexterity of generations before her, and cared for her loyal sheepdog, Juno, whose soft fur was her daily comfort. Juno would often accompany her, his tail wagging in rhythm with her footsteps, as if to reassure her that she was not alone. Despite the comforting routine, a restlessness tugged at her heart, a yearning like a butterfly trapped in its chrysalis, unable to unfurl its wings. In the village, Liora was known for her kindness and gentle spirit, always ready to lend a helping hand or a listening ear. Yet, beneath her serene exterior lay a restless soul, yearning for something more. Her eyes, the color of the first spring leaves, often gazed toward the horizon, as if searching for answers in the distance. The villagers saw her as a mystery, a part of their world, yet somehow apart from it. One tranquil evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky in strokes of lavender and gold, Liora ventured into the forest. The air was thick with the earthy scent of pine and moss, while the light danced through the leaves, casting playful shadows on her path. Birds sang their twilight songs, a melody of longing and hope. As Liora walked, her mind was a whirl of thoughts, a cacophony of doubt and longing, until she stumbled upon a clearing she had never seen before. In the heart of the clearing stood an ancient oak tree, its gnarled trunk twisted with age, branches stretching towards the heavens in eternal supplication. Nestled in its roots was a small, shimmering pond, its surface a mirror reflecting the twilight sky. Liora felt drawn to it, a magnetic pull she couldn't resist. Kneeling beside the pond, she noticed tiny, luminescent creatures like fireflies, but with delicate wings of gossamer, dancing above the water. Their glow was gentle, casting a serene light over the clearing. As Liora watched, one of the creatures flitted closer, hovering just above her outstretched hand. It seemed to peer at her with an understanding far beyond its size. Hesitantly, Liora reached out, and the creature alighted on her palm. In that moment, warmth spread through her, a comforting presence that whispered of change, of growth, of transformation. Overwhelmed by the sensation, Liora closed her eyes. When she opened them again, the creature was gone, but she felt a shift within her, a seed of courage planted deep in her heart. With newfound calm, she returned home, the path through the forest now illuminated by the gentle glow of the moon. In the days that followed, Liora found herself drawn back to the clearing, each visit unveiling new wonders. The magical creatures, whom she came to call the Light Keepers, guided her gently, teaching her to listen to the whispers of the forest and the songs of the stream. They showed her how to weave her baskets with intention, each strand a testament to her patience and care. Through these gentle lessons, Liora began to understand that change was not to be feared but embraced as a part of the natural rhythm of life. Her newfound understanding began to reflect in her interactions with others. One bright morning, she joined the village children in their games, her laughter echoing through the cobblestone streets. Her friends noticed the change in her, especially Rowan, a kind-hearted blacksmith with a heart as warm as his forge. "Liora, you seem to have found a new song within you. What has changed?" he asked one evening, amidst the glow of his workshop. Liora smiled, a soft, secret smile. "I think I've begun to listen, Rowan, to the world around me and to the world within. There is beauty in the unknown, in the becoming." As Liora spent more time in the forest, she discovered an old path hidden beneath the fallen leaves, leading her deeper into the woods. The path was lined with wildflowers and ancient ferns, their vibrant colors a testament to the untouched beauty of the forest. As she walked, she felt a connection to the land, a sense of belonging she had never felt before. One day, as Liora sat by the pond, she noticed the Light Keepers gathering in an unusual formation, creating a gentle hum that resonated with her heart. She realized they were inviting her to join them in a deeper journey. With a sense of anticipation, Liora followed their path, leading her to a hidden grove deeper in the forest. There she discovered an ancient circle of stones, each one etched with symbols that spoke of stories long forgotten. The air was thick with magic, and Liora felt a profound connection to the land and its history. In the center of the stone circle, she found an old journal, its pages worn and filled with sketches and notes from a traveler of old, a person who had once walked the same path of self-discovery. The journal spoke of a harmony between the villagers and the forest, a unity that had been lost over time. Inspired, Liora understood her role in rekindling this bond, to become a bridge between the world of men and the realm of the forest. Encouraged by her own transformation, Liora began to help others in the village embrace their own changes. She guided her neighbor, old Mrs. Fennel, in planting a new herb garden, and taught young Pippa, the baker's daughter, the art of basket weaving. With each act of kindness, Liora's heart grew lighter, her spirit more free, like the wings of a butterfly emerging from its cocoon. The seasons turned, and the village flourished with Liora's newfound energy. Gardens bloomed brighter, the air seemed sweeter, and harmony settled over the land. Liora realized that change, like the seasons, was a cycle of life, a dance of endings and beginnings, of letting go and becoming. As autumn's golden hues painted the forest, Liora found herself at the heart of the community, organizing a festival to celebrate the bond between village and forest. The air was filled with the sounds of music and laughter, as villagers danced beneath the canopy of stars, their faces lit by flickering lanterns. Liora watched as the children chased fireflies, their eyes wide with wonder, and felt a deep sense of fulfillment, knowing she had helped rekindle this connection. One evening, as the first stars appeared in the velvet sky, Liora returned to the clearing. The lightkeepers danced in joy, their glow a celebration of her journey. She knelt by the pond, her reflection a testament to her growth. In the quiet of the forest, she understood that her heart, once so restless, had found its true home within herself. As she rose to leave, a gentle breeze whispered through the trees, carrying the scent of wildflowers and the promise of new beginnings. And in that moment, Liora knew she was ready for whatever changes life would bring. She walked back to her cottage, the night air cool against her skin, a soft smile playing on her lips. As the village settled into the rhythm of winter, Liora's story spread beyond the forest's edge, reaching travelers and merchants who passed through. One such traveler, a wise old woman named Ilara, visited Liora, drawn by the tales of transformation. Ilara shared stories of distant lands where similar bridges between people and nature had been built, offering Liora a glimpse of a world much larger than her village. Together, they discussed the potential of expanding Liora's mission, of sharing her learnings with neighboring villages. Under Ilara's guidance, Liora began to document her journey, creating a guide of sorts, filled with sketches, stories, and lessons learned from the Lightkeepers. This guide, she hoped, would inspire others to find harmony within themselves and their surroundings. To further cement her role as a bridge, Liora decided to hold open gatherings in the clearing, inviting villagers to experience the magic of the forest firsthand. These gatherings became a place where stories were shared, skills exchanged, and bonds strengthened. Liora watched as people began to see the forest not just as a backdrop to their lives, but as a living, breathing entity that held wisdom and wonder. The village, once a quaint and quiet place, became a beacon of hope and transformation. Visitors from afar came to learn from Liora, to witness the miracle of her garden, and to feel the magic of the forest. The Lightkeepers, once hidden, became guardians and guides for all who sought to understand the delicate balance of nature and humanity. And so, under the watchful gaze of the stars, Liora, the girl who once feared change, embraced her own transformation, a testament to the beauty and strength found in the journey of personal growth. As she drifted into sleep, the world around her settled into a peaceful lullaby, cradling her dreams in the gentle arms of the night. Story 4. In the heart of the ancient Elder Grove forest, where towering trees reached skyward and the air hung heavy with the scent of pine and moss, there lived a hidden community of creatures. This forest was not just a place of tranquil beauty, but a realm where the boundaries between reality and magic blurred like the morning mist that clung to the earth, curling around the trunks like wisps of smoke. The creatures of Elder Grove were known as the Verdant Kin, a diverse assembly of beings that included everything from wise old owls to gentle deer with eyes like pools of moonlit water. In this enchanted forest, a rhythm as old as time itself governed their lives, a harmony that bound them as intimately as the roots of the great oaks intertwined beneath the soil. The forest floor was a tapestry of fallen leaves, their crisp crunch underfoot a reminder of the cycle of life. Each season brought its own unique magic to Elder Grove. Winter shrouded the forest in a blanket of silent snow, the trees standing like sentinels draped in sparkling white. Spring breathed life into every corner, as flowers unfurled their vibrant petals and birds filled the air with their joyous chorus. Summer's warmth coaxed the trees to stretch their leafy arms wide, casting cool, dappled shadows on the forest floor. And autumn painted the canopy in hues of amber and gold, a last fiery display before the year's end. The air was alive with the scent of ripe berries and the earthy aroma of damp soil. The verdant kin lived by the lessons whispered through the rustling leaves and the babbling brooks. Their guardian and sage was an ancient tortoise named Thornwhistle, whose shell was etched with the stories of ages past. Thornwhistle was as old as the tallest oak and twice as wise. He moved with deliberate grace, his eyes a deep, knowing green that seemed to hold the secrets of the earth itself. His presence was a comforting constant, a living archive of the forest's history. One crisp autumn morning, as the forest was bathed in the golden glow of dawn, a gentle breeze carried a soft, melodious hum through the trees. This was the Song of Seasons, a magical phenomenon that only appeared when the balance of nature was threatened. It was said that the song was the voice of the forest itself, calling for help. Holly, a spirited young squirrel with fur the color of autumn leaves, was the first to hear it. Her heart quickened with both excitement and a tinge of worry. She knew that the song was not just beautiful, but urgent. With a flick of her bushy tail, she scampered through the branches, her tiny paws barely making a sound. Her keen eyes took in every detail, from the flicker of sunlight on leaves to the darting movements of her fellow creatures. Holly's closest friend, a gentle fawn named Linden, was grazing in a sun-dappled glade when Holly arrived, breathless and eyes wide with the news. "Linden," she called softly, her voice like the rustle of leaves, "the Song of Seasons has begun. The forest needs us." Linden lifted his head, his ears twitching at the mention of the song. His gaze met Holly's, filled with a calm resolve that belied his youth. His coat shimmered in the morning light, each spot a constellation on the fawn's gentle form. "Then we must see Thornwhistle," he said, his voice as steady as the earth beneath their feet. Together they made their way to Thornwhistle's glen, where the old tortoise basked in a pool of sunlight, his eyes half closed in serene contemplation. The glen was a sanctuary, the air thick with the heady perfume of ancient trees and the whisper of time. As they approached, Thornwhistle opened his eyes, their green depths reflecting the vibrant foliage around him. "Holly Linden," he greeted them with a slow nod. "What brings you here on this fine morning?" "The Song of Seasons, Thornwhistle," Holly replied, her voice a whisper of urgency. "We heard it, and we fear the balance of the forest is in peril." Thornwhistle regarded them thoughtfully, the lines of his face deepening with concern. His shell caught the sun's light, the carvings upon it glowing like embers in dim light. "Indeed, the song does not sound without reason," he said, his voice like the rumble of distant thunder. "We must uncover what ails our home." The wise tortoise led them to the Heartwood clearing, a sacred place where the oldest trees stood like ancient guardians. Here, the air was thick with magic, and the whispers of the forest were almost audible. The clearing was a mosaic of sunlight and shadow, a place where time seemed to stand still. Thornwhistle closed his eyes, reaching out with his senses, attuned to the pulse of the forest. After a moment he spoke, his words as gentle as a breeze. "The balance is threatened by a shadow, a creeping darkness that seeks to disrupt the harmony of our world." Holly and Linden exchanged a worried glance, their hearts heavy with the weight of their task. "What can we do?" Linden asked, his voice filled with quiet determination. "You must seek the Guardian of Seasons," Thornwhistle instructed, "an ancient spirit who dwells in the hidden grove where the 4 seasons meet. The Guardian holds the wisdom to restore balance, but you must journey together, for only through unity and friendship can this challenge be overcome." With Thornwhistle's blessing, Holly and Linden set off on their journey. The path to the hidden grove was not marked on any map, known only to those who listened with their hearts. As they traveled, the forest around them seemed to hold its breath, the usual chatter of birds and rustle of leaves subdued, as if the entire realm awaited the outcome of their quest. The journey took them through landscapes both familiar and strange. They waded through a brook whose water shimmered like liquid crystal, crossed a meadow where wildflowers bloomed in a riot of colors, and listened to the harmonious symphony of 1,000 tiny insects that thrummed through the air like a living heartbeat. Each step echoed with purpose, the forest guiding them with its timeless wisdom. As they ventured deeper into the forest, the trees grew taller and the light dimmer, until they arrived at a place where the seasons converged in a breathtaking display. In this hidden grove, the air was cool and crisp, with the tang of autumn mingling with the promise of spring. Snowflakes danced alongside falling leaves, and the scent of fresh rain mingled with the warmth of summer sun. In the center of the grove stood the guardian of seasons, an ethereal figure whose form seemed to shift and shimmer with the colors of the forest. Her presence was a serene force, her every movement graceful as the wind itself. Her voice was like the murmur of the wind through the trees. "Welcome, brave ones," she greeted them, her eyes bright with ancient wisdom. "You seek to restore the balance, and for that I commend you." Holly and Linden bowed their heads respectfully, their hearts filled with awe. "We wish to learn how we might help," Holly said, her voice steady. The guardian regarded them with a gentle smile. "The shadow that threatens your forest is born of disharmony," she explained. "It thrives on division and discord, yet the power to dispel it lies within you, in the unity and friendship you share." Linden nodded, understanding dawning in his eyes. "We must work together, as the forest does, each playing our part in harmony." The guardian nodded, the colors of her form swirling in agreement. "Indeed, you must remind the creatures of Eldergrove of their interconnectedness, of the strength that comes from working as one." With the guardian's guidance, Holly and Linden returned to Eldergrove, their hearts buoyed by hope. They spread the message to every corner of the forest, gathering creatures of all kinds. The verdant kin assembled, united by a common purpose. Together, they worked to restore the balance. The birds sang songs of peace, their melodies weaving through the branches. The deer and squirrels worked side by side, tending to the forest floor, spreading seeds and nurturing new growth. Even the smallest insects played their part, aerating the soil and pollinating flowers. As the days passed, the shadow that had threatened Eldergrove began to recede, driven back by the light of unity and friendship. The forest breathed a collective sigh of relief, its harmony restored. Thornwhistle watched with pride as the creatures of Eldergrove embraced the lesson of the guardian. "You have done well," he told Holly and Linden, his voice filled with warmth. "The balance of our forest is safe once more, thanks to your courage and the strength of your bond." Holly and Linden smiled, their hearts full of gratitude and peace. They knew that the lessons of the forest would guide them always, just as the changing seasons would continue to weave their magic through Eldergrove. As twilight deepened, Holly and Linden found themselves in a quiet moment of reflection. They sat at the edge of a gently flowing stream, the water whispering tales of distant lands. "This journey has changed us, hasn't it?" Holly mused aloud, her voice soft as the twilight breeze. Linden nodded, his eyes following the path of a leaf drifting downstream. "It has shown us the strength of our bond and the power that arises when we harmonize with the world around us." Their conversation was a quiet testament to their growth, a shared realization of their place within the grand tapestry of Eldergrove. As the sun set over the ancient forest, casting a golden glow over the trees, the verdant kin celebrated under the starlit sky, their laughter and songs echoing through the night. The forest was alive with joy, a testament to the power of harmony and the enduring wisdom of nature. As the gentle night folded its arms around the forest, Holly and Linden lay beneath the canopy, the leaves whispering lullabies above them. They drifted into a restful sleep, cradled by the comforting embrace of their beloved Eldergrove, knowing that come what may, they would always be part of its timeless dance. As dawn broke the next day, a new scene unfolded. Holly awoke to the sound of distant drumming, a low rhythmic beat that resonated through the forest like a heartbeat. It was the call of the Great Council, a rare gathering of the forest's leaders convened only in times of great import. Holly's heart fluttered with curiosity and a sense of purpose. "Linden," she nudged her friend gently, "it's the Great Council. We must go." Together, they made their way through the awakening forest, the air crisp with the promise of a new day. The council assembled in the Eldergrove's heart, where an ancient stone circle stood, etched with runes that glowed faintly with the light of the rising sun. Thornwhistle presided over the gathering, his presence a pillar of wisdom. Around him stood the leaders of the verdant kin, the wise owl of the night sky, the fleet-footed fox, and the regal stag of the eastern glade. Each brought their own wisdom and perspective, a testament to the diverse unity that defined Eldergrove. "We gather here," Thornwhistle began, his voice carrying over the assembly, to celebrate the restoration of our home and to ensure its continued harmony. The owl of the night sky spoke next, her voice a soothing melody. Let us remember the lessons learned. The strength of our community lies in our unity, in the harmony we nurture among us. The fleet-footed fox added, we must remain vigilant, for threats may come again, but together we are a force that no darkness can overcome. Finally, the stag of the eastern glade, his antlers a crown of branches, stepped forward. Let us pledge to protect our home and each other, to uphold the balance of our beloved forest. As the council concluded and the creatures dispersed, Holly and Linden lingered, their hearts swelling with pride and a renewed sense of belonging. They understood now that their journey was but a single thread in the tapestry of Eldergrove's story, a story woven from countless acts of courage, friendship, and unity. As they returned to their favorite perch high in the trees, Holly and Linden gazed out over the forest, now vibrant and full of life. They knew they would continue to play their part in its timeless dance, bound by the unbreakable bond they had forged in their quest. In the heart of Eldergrove, where magic and reality danced together like mist and sunlight, the verdant kin thrived, their harmony a beacon of hope in a world where the line between shadow and light was ever shifting. And as the forest whispered its ancient secrets, Holly and Linden knew they were forever part of its eternal song. In the days that followed, Eldergrove settled into a new rhythm. The forest seemed to hum with a renewed energy, as if grateful for the restoration of its balance. Holly and Linden found themselves taking on new roles, becoming ambassadors of unity for the verdant kin. One evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon, casting long shadows through the trees, Holly and Linden were approached by a group of young creatures. A curious fox cub, a timid hedgehog, and a pair of chatty sparrows gathered around them, eyes wide with admiration and curiosity. Tell us about the journey, the fox cub implored, his tail wagging with eager anticipation. Holly chuckled softly, her eyes meeting Linden's. It was a journey of discovery, she began, her voice carrying the warmth of the setting sun. We learned that the strength of our forest lies in our unity, in the way we support and care for one another. Linden nodded, adding, and we discovered that even the smallest creature plays a vital role in maintaining the balance. Every voice matters, every action counts. As the young ones listened, their eyes bright with wonder, Holly and Linden shared the tales of their quest, the challenges they faced, and the friendships they forged. The forest around them seemed to lean in, as if eager to hear the stories anew. The fox cub piped up again, his voice filled with determination. I want to help the forest too. I want to be a part of the harmony. Holly's heart swelled with pride as she looked at the eager faces gathered before her. You already are, she assured them. Every day, in every small act of kindness and care, you contribute to the harmony of Eldergrove. The sparrows chirped in agreement, their wings fluttering with excitement. The hedgehog nodded shyly, his quills bristling with newfound confidence. As the stars began to twinkle above, Holly and Linden watched the young ones scamper off into the night, their hearts light with the knowledge that the future of Eldergrove was in capable hands. The bonds they had nurtured were seeds of hope, ready to grow and flourish in the fertile soil of their beloved forest. In the heart of Eldergrove, where magic and reality intertwined, the verdant kin continued to thrive. The lessons of unity and friendship echoed through the trees, weaving a tapestry of harmony that would endure for generations to come. And as the forest sang its eternal song, Holly and Linden knew they were an integral part of its timeless dance, forever connected to the vibrant life that pulsed through the heart of the ancient wood. As the seasons turned, a new challenge arose. A fierce storm, unlike any the forest had witnessed in decades, threatened to uproot the harmony that had been so lovingly restored. The sky darkened with swirling clouds, and the wind howled through the trees, bending their ancient trunks. Rain fell in torrents, turning the earth to mud and swelling the streams beyond their banks. Holly, Linden, and the verdant kin sprang into action. Thornwhistle called upon the wisdom of the ages, rallying the creatures to secure nests, dens, and burrows. The birds took to the sky, a flurry of wings and feathers, warning the creatures of the impending storm. The deer and foxes worked tirelessly to guide the young and vulnerable to safety, while the owls perched high in the trees kept watch over the forest's boundaries. Amidst the chaos, Holly and Linden found strength in each other and in the community they had helped to unify. Together they coordinated efforts to fortify the forest against the storm, their bond a beacon of hope in the tempest. As the rain lashed down and the wind roared, they stood firm, a testament to the enduring spirit of Elder Grove. When the storm finally passed, the forest lay battered but resilient. The sun broke through the clouds, casting a warm glow over the land, and the creatures emerged from their shelters to survey the damage. Though many branches lay broken and the forest floor was littered with debris, there was also a renewed sense of purpose and unity. Holly and Linden, their fur damp but spirits unbroken, looked around at the determined faces of their fellow creatures. They knew that together they had weathered the storm, and together they would heal and rebuild. In the aftermath of the storm, the verdant kin gathered once more in the heart of Eldergrove. Thornwhistle looked upon them with a proud, gentle gaze. "We have faced yet another trial," he said, "and once more our unity has seen us through." The forest, in its infinite wisdom, had shown them that even in the face of adversity, harmony could prevail. Holly and Linden understood that the trials they had faced were not just tests of their strength, but opportunities to deepen their bonds and renew their commitment to the harmony that defined their beloved home. And so, as the forest healed and life flourished anew, the verdant kin continued their timeless dance, a testament to the enduring power of unity and friendship, in a world where magic and reality intertwined like the roots of the ancient oaks. Story 5. In the heart of the whispering woods, where the trees hummed soft lullabies with the breeze, there lay a quaint little village named Elderglen. It was a place where magic mingled with everyday life like sugar dissolving in warm tea. The cobblestone paths were lined with cottages adorned with flowering vines, while lanterns glowed gently with the light of captured stardust. The air was filled with the sweet scent of wildflowers and the distant, comforting fragrance of hearth fires, intertwining to create an aroma that was uniquely Elderglen. Elderglen was a tapestry of colors and sounds, where the laughter of children mingled with the gentle chirping of birds, creating a symphony that resonated with the rhythm of life. The villagers, a close-knit community, shared their joys and sorrows with one another, their bonds as strong as the ancient trees that surrounded them. Each morning, the baker would fill the air with the aroma of freshly baked bread, while the blacksmith's hammer rang out a steady melody, marking the passage of time. Every evening, as the sun dipped behind the gentle hills, painting the sky in hues of amber and rose, the villagers gathered around the great oak at the center of Elderglen. The oak, ancient and wise, spread its vast branches like a guardian over the village. It was here that stories were shared, and laughter flowed as freely as the babbling brook that wound its way through the village, its waters sparkling like liquid silver in the twilight. One particular evening, a peculiar hush fell over the gathering. The villagers were whispering about strange happenings that had begun to stir curiosity and just a hint of concern. For several nights, the moon had cast an unusual glow, shifting colors like a prism, and the once familiar sounds of the forest seemed to carry an unfamiliar melody. The usual symphony of crickets and nightingales was now interspersed with eerie melodic notes that tugged at the edges of dreams. Among the villagers was a thoughtful young girl named Aria. With eyes that sparkled like the morning dew, she had a knack for noticing things that others might overlook. Her long dark hair, often woven with small flowers from the meadow, caught the light of the lanterns, making her seem a part of the very magic she loved. Aria loved the woods dearly, and she often wandered through them, accompanied by her loyal companion, a wise old owl named Oliver. Oliver's feathers were a tapestry of browns and creams, and his eyes held the wisdom of ages, reflecting the moonlight with a knowing glow. Aria's curiosity was insatiable. She spent many afternoons at the village's small library, a cozy nook filled with scrolls and books that told tales of magic and adventure. The librarian, an elderly woman named Lyra, often shared stories of her own adventures, fueling Aria's imagination and desire to explore the mysteries of the world around her. As the whispers grew, Aria decided to uncover the mystery behind these strange occurrences. She was certain that the answer lay somewhere in the heart of the forest. With Oliver perched on her shoulder, she set out on a moonlit adventure, determined to unravel the enigma. The path before her was dappled with moonlight, and the rustling leaves whispered secrets in a language only the heart could understand. The forest was a world of its own at night. The air was crisp and carried the earthy scent of moss and pine. As Aria and Oliver journeyed deeper, the familiar path gave way to one less traveled, where the trees stood tall and silent like ancient guardians. The moon hung like a beacon, casting its soft glow upon their path, while the shadows danced in a gentle rhythm with the breeze. As they ventured further, Aria began to recall the stories Lyra had shared about the forest's ancient magic. Legends spoke of hidden groves where time flowed differently, and creatures of myth roamed freely. It was said that those who entered with a pure heart would be granted a glimpse of the forest's secrets. Suddenly, a soft rustling caught their attention. From behind a cluster of ferns emerged a creature unlike any Aria had seen before. It was a diminutive figure, with wings that glimmered like the surface of a tranquil lake under the moonlight. Its eyes were large and kind, twinkling with a hint of mischief, and its laughter was like the tinkling of tiny bells carried on the wind. "Greetings, young one," the creature chimed in a voice as gentle as the rustle of leaves. "I am Lyra, a keeper of the forest's secrets." Aria smiled, her curiosity piqued. "Hello, Lyra. We've come to find out why the forest has been behaving so strangely." Lyra nodded knowingly and beckoned them to follow. "All will be revealed," she promised, leading them through a thicket that opened into a hidden glade. The glade was bathed in a magical light, and in its center stood an ancient stone circle, aglow with the ethereal colors of the moon. The stones, worn smooth by time, seemed to hum with a life of their own, resonating with the pulse of the earth. "This," began Lyra, "is the Moonstone Circle. It is a place of great magic, where the threads of time and nature weave together. Lately, it has been disturbed, and it cries out for balance." Aria listened intently, feeling the wisdom of the forest seep into her bones. "How can we help restore the balance?" she asked earnestly, her voice echoing softly in the sacred space. Lyra fluttered closer, her wings shimmering. "The stones must be realigned," she explained. "Each one corresponds to a different element: earth, air, fire, and water. They must be placed in harmony with their surroundings." Understanding dawned on Aria. With Oliver's guidance and Lyra's knowledge, they set to work. Aria carefully moved each stone, sensing the subtle energy beneath her fingertips. As she worked, she could feel the elements whispering to her, their energies twining like vines around her heart. Oliver hooted softly, offering his wisdom, while Lyra's wings danced in encouragement. As the final stone clicked into place, a gentle hum filled the air, resonating through the trees and into the sky. The moon's colors settled into a soft, silvery glow, and the forest's melody returned to its familiar tune, a lullaby that soothed the heart. "You've done it," Lyra said, her eyes shining with gratitude. "The balance is restored, thanks to your courage and insight." Aria beamed with joy, her heart light and full. "We couldn't have done it without your help, Lyra, and Oliver's wisdom." As they returned to Elderglen, the forest seemed to embrace them, the trees swaying gently in a silent song of thanks. However, before reaching the village, Aria suggested a detour to a secluded part of the woods known as the Whispering Glade. The villagers rarely spoke of it, but Lyra had once whispered tales of its enchanted beauty, a place where the veil between worlds was thin. Upon arriving, Aria was captivated by the glade's ethereal charm. Moonlight filtered through a canopy of leaves, casting a tapestry of intricate patterns on the forest floor. The air was alive with the soft hum of magic, and the ground was carpeted with luminescent flowers that glowed like stars fallen from the sky. As Aria stood in silent awe, Oliver hooted softly, drawing her attention to a delicate, silver stream winding through the glade. The water glistened like liquid crystal, and Aria couldn't resist kneeling beside it, her reflection merging with the shimmering surface. In that moment, she felt an overwhelming sense of peace, as if the glade was whispering secrets of the universe into her heart. Lyra hovered nearby, her eyes reflecting the light of the flowers. "This place holds the memories of the forest," she said softly, her voice almost a part of the gentle breeze. It remembers the laughter, the tears, and the dreams of those who have walked these woods. Aria closed her eyes, letting the tranquility wash over her. She realized that the forest was not just a place of magic, but a living entity that thrived on the emotions and stories of its inhabitants. It was a reminder of the interconnectedness of all things, a lesson she vowed to carry with her. When they finally returned to Elderglen, the villagers gathered eagerly to hear of their adventure. Aria shared the tale of the Moonstone Circle, the wise Lyra, and the harmony restored to the forest. As her story unfolded, the villagers sighed with relief, their hearts warmed by the knowledge that their home was safe and sound once more. The great oak seemed to nod in approval, its leaves whispering tales of bravery and friendship. That night, as Aria tucked herself into bed, she gazed out at the moon shining gently through her window. She felt a comforting sense of peace, knowing that the magic of the Whispering Woods would continue to cradle their village in its gentle embrace. The stars twinkled like tiny beacons of hope, their light weaving a tapestry of dreams. And so, with a heart full of wonder and dreams woven from stardust, Aria drifted into a deep, restful sleep, the soft hoot of an owl echoing softly through the night. Oliver watched over her, a silent guardian, as the village of Elderglen slumbered under the watchful gaze of the magical moon. As dawn broke, painting the sky with strokes of lavender and gold, Aria awoke with the resolve to explore the newfound connection she felt with the forest. She realized that her journey had only just begun. The forest, with its secrets and wisdom, had more to share, and she was ready to listen, to learn, and to grow. The next morning, she visited Liora, eager to recount her adventure and soak in more of the librarian's wisdom. Liora listened with a twinkle in her eye, nodding as Aria described the magic of the Moonstone Circle and the ethereal beauty of the Whispering Glade. The old woman leaned closer, her voice a conspiratorial whisper. "There is one more place you must see, a place where the dreams of the forest dwell." Intrigued, Aria listened as Liora spoke of the Dreaming Meadows, a hidden expanse where the dreams of the forest manifested in a kaleidoscope of colors and shapes. It was said that those who ventured there could glimpse not only the forest's dreams, but their own as well. With Oliver and Lyra by her side, Aria set off once more, her heart filled with anticipation. The path to the Dreaming Meadows was winding and overgrown, but Aria moved with purpose, guided by a sense of belonging to this world of magic and wonder. When they arrived, Aria was greeted by a breathtaking sight. The meadows stretched endlessly, carpeted with flowers of every hue imaginable, their petals shimmering as if kissed by morning dew. The air was alive with the scent of blooming jasmine and lavender, a fragrance that seemed to wrap around her like a comforting embrace. In the center of the meadow, a gentle breeze swirled, carrying with it a cascade of iridescent lights that danced and twirled in the air. Aria watched in awe as the lights formed shapes, dreams of the forest, dreams of Elderglen, and dreams of her own heart. As she stood there, surrounded by the dreams of the universe, Aria felt a profound sense of connection to everything around her. She realized that her journey was not just about uncovering mysteries, but about understanding her place in this magical tapestry of life. Gently, she reached out, her fingers brushing against the lights. In that moment, she saw visions of her future, adventures yet to come, friendships yet to be made, and the endless possibilities that lay before her. With a heart full of gratitude, Aria returned to Elderglen, her spirit renewed and her dreams ablaze with the magic of the Whispering Woods. She knew that the forest would always be a part of her, a guiding light in the ever-unfolding journey of her life. And so, Aria embraced her newfound role as a guardian of the forest's secrets, her heart intertwined with the magic of Elderglen. As the sun set once more, casting a golden glow over the village, Aria looked to the future with hope and wonder, ready to weave her own story into the fabric of the Whispering Woods. 6. In the heart of the Whispering Woods, where towering trees embraced the sky and the air shimmered with the glow of fireflies, there lived a community of creatures whose lives danced to the rhythm of nature's symphony. These woods, older than memory, were a sanctuary where the boundary between the ordinary and the extraordinary was as thin as a spider's silk. As dawn painted the horizon with hues of lavender and gold, the forest awoke with a gentle rustling. The leaves whispered secrets carried by the wind, each a note in a melody that spoke of harmony and balance. A sunbeam pierced through the canopy, dappling the forest floor where mosses and ferns unfurled in the morning light. Among the woodland dwellers was a wise old tortoise named Thaddeus, whose shell was etched with the stories of the ages. With a slow, deliberate pace, Thaddeus moved through the forest, his eyes twinkling with the warmth of understanding. He was the keeper of wisdom, a guardian of the tales passed down through countless generations. One crisp autumn morning, as the forest prepared for the slumber of winter, a young squirrel named Pippin scampered to Thaddeus with a heart full of questions. Pippin's fur was as soft as the downy feathers of a fledgling bird, and his bright eyes mirrored the curiosity that bubbled within him. He had noticed a strange pattern emerging in the forest, where the leaves fell in spirals, and the streams sang in a voice unfamiliar. "Thaddeus," Pippin chirped, his voice a gentle ripple in the stillness. "Something is different this year. The leaves fall like they're dancing in gratitude, and the air feels thick with magic. Do you know why?" Thaddeus chuckled softly, his voice like the low hum of the earth. "Ah, young Pippin, you've noticed the Whispering Wood's secret. Every 50 years, the forest celebrates the turning of the seasons, a time when nature itself performs a dance to ensure balance and harmony for the years to come." Pippin's eyes widened with wonder. "A dance? How does the forest dance?" "Not with feet, dear Pippin, but with the soul," Thaddeus explained, his words as smooth as the river stones. "The trees sway with the wind's guidance, the streams murmur their ancient songs, and even the creatures partake in this sacred celebration. It is a time when magic seeps into every root and branch, reminding us of the delicate balance we must maintain." The young squirrel pondered this revelation, feeling a soft breeze rustle through his fur, as if nature itself was acknowledging his newfound understanding. "But why now, Thaddeus? Why does this happen only once in 50 years? Thaddeus smiled, his eyes reflecting the golden light filtering through the leaves. "Because, dear Pippin, nature's wisdom is patient. It teaches us to cherish each moment, to understand the cycles that govern our world. 50 years is but a blink for the forest, yet it ensures each generation learns to respect and protect the harmony we are part of." As the days passed, Pippin watched in awe as the forest prepared for the turning of the seasons. Birds flew in synchronized patterns, their wings whispering secrets to the wind. The streams glittered like liquid silver under the moonlight, their songs mingling with the rustle of leaves in a timeless melody. One evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky with strokes of crimson and violet, the creatures gathered around a clearing where moonlight pooled like liquid gold. Thaddeus stood at the center, his presence as comforting as a grandfather's embrace. "Tonight, we celebrate the turning of the seasons," he announced, his voice a gentle murmur that echoed through the clearing. "Let us honor the balance that sustains us and carry forward the wisdom of the Whispering Woods." As if on cue, the forest came alive. Fireflies danced in spirals, their luminescence weaving patterns against the darkening sky. The trees swayed with a rhythm that seemed to pulse from the earth itself, and the streams sang their ancient lullabies. Pippin joined in, his heart beating in time with the forest's pulse, feeling a deep connection to the earth beneath his paws. In that moment, surrounded by the symphony of nature, Pippin understood the true meaning of balance. It was not just about survival, but about thriving in harmony with the world around him. He felt a sense of peace and purpose fill his heart, knowing he was part of something far greater than himself. As the celebration waned and the first light of dawn kissed the forest, the creatures slowly dispersed, each carrying the essence of the turning of the seasons within them. Thaddeus, with a gentle nod to Pippin, retreated to his favorite spot beneath an ancient oak, content in the knowledge that the wisdom of the woods would continue to flow through the generations. Pippin returned to his nest, the warmth of the forest's embrace still lingering in his fur. As he curled up, the soft murmur of the forest lulled him to sleep, whispering tales of balance and harmony into his dreams. And so, in the heart of the Whispering Woods, the cycle of wisdom and wonder continued, a timeless dance that would forever guide those who listened. And with that, the forest settled into a serene silence, the air filled with the promise of new beginnings, as gentle as a lullaby carried on the wings of the autumn breeze. Story 7. Once upon a time, in a quaint village nestled among rolling hills, there lived a young girl named Willow. She was a curious and imaginative child, but struggled with the changes that seemed to swirl all around her. As Willow grew older, she found herself feeling more and more out of place. The world seemed to be moving at a dizzying pace, leaving her feeling lost and unsure. Her friends were embracing new interests and making new connections, while Willow clung tightly to the familiar comforts of her childhood. One crisp autumn evening, as Willow sat alone in her favorite spot by the old willow tree, she noticed a peculiar sight. A tiny glowing orb, no bigger than a firefly, danced before her eyes. Willow watched in wonder as the orb pulsed and flickered, its light seeming to beckon her closer. Overcome by curiosity, Willow reached out her hand, and the orb landed gently in her palm. In an instant, a warm, tingling sensation spread through her body, and she felt a sudden rush of energy and clarity. From that moment on, Willow's world began to transform in the most extraordinary way. Whenever she felt uncertain or afraid, the orb would appear, its gentle light guiding her forward. She soon realized that the orb was a manifestation of her own inner strength and resilience, helping her navigate the challenges of growth and change. As time passed, Willow met two extraordinary friends who would become her constant companions on this journey of self-discovery. First, there was Luna, a wise old owl with eyes that shone like the moon itself. Luna's soothing hoots and gentle wisdom helped Willow understand that change was not something to fear, but rather an opportunity for growth and renewal. Then there was Zephyr, a playful and mischievous wind sprite who delighted in whisking Willow away on unexpected adventures. Zephyr taught her to embrace the unpredictable and to find joy in the present moment, no matter how turbulent the winds of change might be. Together, Willow, Luna, and Zephyr embarked on countless magical escapades, each one revealing a new lesson about the beauty and necessity of personal growth. They soared over breathtaking landscapes, explored enchanted forests, and even danced among the stars, all the while strengthening the bonds of their friendship. Through her adventures, Willow learned to let go of her fears and embrace the unknown. She discovered that true growth often comes from stepping outside of our comfort zones and embracing new experiences with an open heart and mind. As she blossomed into a confident and resilient young woman, the orb's light grew brighter and more vibrant, reflecting the radiance of her newfound inner strength. Willow realized that the magic she had sought was not something external, but rather the power within herself to navigate life's ever-changing currents with grace and wisdom. And so, with Luna's gentle guidance, Zephyr's playful spirit, and the unwavering light of her own inner strength, Willow embarked on a lifelong journey of personal growth and magical transformation, forever embracing the beauty and wonder of life's endless possibilities. Story 8. In the heart of the whispering woods, where the trees hummed soft lullabies with every breeze, there lay a quaint village called Willowbrook. Nestled amidst blooming wildflowers and the gentle laughter of babbling brooks, Willowbrook was a place where time seemed to slow, and the world's worries melted away like morning mist. Every evening, as the sun dipped beneath the horizon, painting the sky in hues of lavender and rose, the villagers would gather around the great old oak in the village square. It was here that stories were shared, laughter echoed, and the bonds of community grew ever stronger. One such evening, as the villagers settled beneath the oak's sprawling branches, a peculiar thing happened. A series of soft, shimmering lights began to dance above them, weaving intricate patterns in the air. At first, they thought it might be fireflies, but these lights were different, more vibrant, more alive. Among the villagers was a gentle soul named Mira. With her chestnut curls and warm hazel eyes, Mira was known for her kindness and her curiosity. She watched the lights with fascination, noticing how they flickered and swirled as if they were trying to communicate something. Intrigued by the mysterious display, Mira decided to investigate. The next morning, she set out into the woods, where the lights seemed to have originated. The air was crisp and carried the scent of pine and earth. Birds sang cheerful tunes as she walked along the winding paths, their melodies mingling with the rustling leaves. As Mira wandered deeper into the forest, she stumbled upon a clearing she had never seen before. In the center stood a small, shimmering pond, its surface glistening like 1,000 diamonds in the sunlight. Surrounding the pond were delicate lilac flowers that swayed gently, as if dancing to a silent song. "Hello, young seeker," came a soft voice, as warm and inviting as a summer breeze. Startled, Mira turned to see a creature unlike any she had encountered. It was a luminal, a rare and magical being with wings that sparkled like the night sky. Its eyes were deep pools of wisdom, and its presence exuded a comforting aura. "I am Selwyn," the luminal introduced itself, its voice a gentle melody. "I see you are curious about the lights." Mira nodded, her curiosity piqued. "Yes, they were beautiful and unlike anything I've seen. Do you know what they are?" Selwyn nodded, its expression serene. "The lights are the whispers of the forest, messages from the heart of nature. They are meant to guide and protect, but lately they have been restless." "Why are they restless?" Mira asked, her brow furrowed with concern. "There is a disturbance in the balance of the woods," Selwyn explained, "a hidden sadness that needs healing. The lights seek someone with a pure heart to help restore harmony." Mira's eyes widened with determination. "I want to help. How can I do that?" Selwyn fluttered its wings gently, the air shimmering with stardust. "You must listen to the forest, feel its rhythm, and uncover the source of its sorrow. Trust in your heart, and you will find the way." Buoyed by Selwyn's words, Mira closed her eyes and allowed herself to attune to the forest around her. She listened to the rustle of leaves, the whisper of the wind, and the distant call of a lone owl. Slowly, a pattern emerged, a gentle thrum beneath the surface, a melody of life interwoven with a single discordant note. Following this faint trail of unease, Mira journeyed deeper into the woods, her footsteps guided by the forest's subtle cues. Along the way, she encountered various creatures, a family of rabbits who shared their burrow's warmth, an old tortoise who nodded sagely as she passed, and a mischievous squirrel who offered her an acorn as a token of friendship. Each encounter reinforced the sense of community and mutual care that thrived within the whispering woods. It was a reminder that even the smallest gesture of kindness could ripple outwards, touching lives in ways unseen. At last, Mira arrived at a thicket where the air felt heavy with a quiet sadness. Peering through the intertwined branches, she discovered a small grove where the trees stood tall and proud, yet their leaves drooped as if burdened by unseen weight. In the center of the grove lay a young fawn, its eyes wide with fear and confusion. The source of the forest's sorrow was clear, a creature lost and alone, seeking the warmth of companionship. Approaching slowly so as not to startle the fawn, Mira spoke softly, her voice a soothing balm. "Hello, little one. You're not alone anymore. I'm here to help." The fawn blinked, its ears twitching as it listened to Mira's kind words. Gradually it relaxed, sensing the genuine care in her tone. With gentle hands, Mira guided the fawn out of the thicket and back towards the heart of the forest. As they walked, the trees seemed to sigh with relief, their leaves lifting as the weight of sadness began to dissipate. Selwyn appeared once more, its eyes alight with gratitude. "You have done well, Mira. The forest thanks you for your kindness and courage." Mira smiled, feeling a warmth spread through her chest. "I only did what felt right. The forest is a magical place, full of life and wonder. I'm grateful to be part of it." Under the luminal's watchful gaze, the shimmering lights returned, dancing joyfully through the trees. They twirled around Mira and the fawn, a celebration of restored harmony and newfound friendship. As the sun began to set, casting golden rays across the forest floor, Mira made her way back to Willowbrook, the fawn trotting happily by her side. The villagers welcomed them with open arms, their hearts touched by the tale of the gentle mystery that had unfolded in their beloved woods. That night, as the stars twinkled above and the village settled into peaceful slumber, Mira lay beneath the great old oak, the fawn nestled beside her. She closed her eyes, her dreams filled with shimmering lights and the whisper of a forest at peace. And so, in the heart of the whispering woods, where the trees hummed soft lullabies with every breeze, the village of Willowbrook continued to thrive, its people bound by tales of wonder and the gentle magic that surrounded them. Here, under the watchful gaze of the luminal and the twinkling stars, harmony reigned, and the world felt just a little bit brighter. Story 9. In a distant corner of the galaxy, where stars twinkled like a million tiny lanterns in the velvet sky, two very different worlds orbited an ancient sun. One world, known as Xyranth, was a planet of lush emerald jungles and cascading sapphire waterfalls where the gentle Zyra made their home. These creatures, with their iridescent wings and soft, luminescent skin, lived in harmony with the vibrant flora and fauna of their verdant realm. The other world, Arkan, was a planet of vast, crystalline deserts and towering obsidian mountains. Its inhabitants, the Arcani, were robust beings with skin that shimmered like polished stone and eyes that held the wisdom of centuries. They thrived in their harsh landscape, drawing strength and sustenance from the minerals that lay beneath the surface. Though the two planets were sisters in their orbit, the Zira and the Arcani had never met. Their worlds were separated by a swirling sea of cosmic dust, which deterred all but the most determined explorers. This tale begins with one such explorer, a curious Zira named Lyra, whose heart was as open and bright as the wide Xyranth sky. Lyra had always been enchanted by the stars. Each night she would sit atop the tallest tree in her village, her wings folded around her like a cloak of shimmering light, and gaze at the celestial dance above. Her favorite sight was the distant glow of Arkan, which flickered like a beacon in the night. Lyra's heart yearned to know what lay beyond the dust, to see the world that twinkled across the void. One day, with the blessing of her elders and a heart full of courage, Lyra set out in a small, sleek vessel crafted from the strongest vines and the lightest leaves. As she flew past the edge of Xyranth, the cosmic dust swirled around her like a gentle mist. With each passing moment, the glow of Arkan grew brighter, guiding her through the vastness of space. Upon reaching Arkan, Lyra's vessel landed softly on the crystalline sands. She stepped out, her luminous wings casting a soft glow in the twilight of the desert. As she marveled at the alien beauty around her, she noticed an Arcani watching from a nearby ridge. His name was Kor, a seeker of knowledge with a heart as steadfast as the mountains of his home. Kor had never seen a being like Lyra before. To him, she appeared as a delicate creature of light, and he was both intrigued and cautious. With a deep, resonant voice, he called out, "Who are you, visitor from the stars, and what brings you to Arkan?" Lyra, her voice as gentle as a summer breeze, replied, "I am Lyra, from the world of Xyranth. I have come seeking friendship and to learn of your beautiful world." A misunderstanding occurred as Kor, misunderstanding her intentions, thought she might be a scout sent to claim their resources. He approached her with wary eyes, his stance guarded. "Why should we trust you, creature of light, when you come unbidden to our land?" Lyra, sensing his hesitation, unfurled her wings and let their light dance across the sands, painting it in soft, soothing hues. "I mean no harm, only to learn and to share," she said, her voice a melody that carried on the warm desert air. As the days turned into nights, Lyra and Kor began to understand one another, their initial misunderstanding melting away like morning dew. They embarked on a journey across Arkan, where Lyra discovered the beauty in the crystalline caves that sang with the wind, and Kor found wonder in the way she brought life to the barren sands with her light. Together, they faced challenges that tested their newfound friendship. A fierce sandstorm once threatened to separate them, its winds howling with the force of 1,000 voices. In the midst of the storm, Lyra's wings shielded Kor from the biting sands, her light guiding them to safety. In turn, Kor used his strength to create a shelter from the swirling crystals, his knowledge of the desert keeping them warm through the cold night. In their shared moments of vulnerability, a deep bond formed. Kor learned that strength could be gentle, and Lyra discovered that light could reveal hidden depths. Their friendship taught them that differences were not barriers but bridges, and that there was strength in understanding and compassion. As their time together drew to a close, Lyra prepared to return to Xyranth, her heart full with the beauty of Arkan and the friendship she had found. Kor, with the wisdom of his people and the warmth of their kinship, stood by her vessel, his eyes reflecting the dawn. "Though our worlds are far apart, our hearts are now forever linked," Lyra said, her wings shimmering with the light of 1,000 stars. Kor nodded, his voice a gentle rumble. May your journey be safe, and may the stars guide your way always. Know that you have a friend among the Arcani. With a final embrace, Lyra took to the skies, her vessel soaring into the starlit expanse. As she flew over the crystalline deserts and the obsidian mountains, the glow of Arkan faded into the distance, but the warmth of friendship stayed with her, a beacon of light in her heart. Back on Xyranth, Lyra shared her tales of Arkan, of the beauty she had seen and the friendship she had forged. Her journey became a story of hope and understanding, a reminder that even across the vastness of space, hearts could find each other, and that true friendship could bridge any distance. And so, under the watchful stars that twinkled like diamonds in the night sky, the worlds of Xyranth and Arkan spun in their eternal dance, forever connected by the light of friendship and the promise of new beginnings. Story 10. Title: The Whispering Woods and the Moonlit Mirror. In the quaint village of Everwill, nestled between lush emerald hills and a murmuring brook, life moved at a gentle pace. The villagers cherished their evenings, gathering around flickering hearths, where tales of old were passed down like treasured heirlooms. But beyond the familiar comfort of their homes lay the Whispering Woods, a mysterious forest said to be alive with secrets. One starry night, as the moon cast a silver glow over the village, a young girl named Liora sat by her window, her auburn hair catching the soft light. Liora was known for her curious spirit and a heart as warm as the summer sun. Her days were filled with stories of adventure and wonder, but it was the tales of the Whispering Woods that captivated her the most. Legends spoke of an ancient mirror hidden deep within, a mirror that granted visions of one's true self. As the clock struck midnight, a gentle breeze carried through her window, rustling the leaves outside and whispering her name as if beckoning her to uncover its mysteries. Unable to resist the call, Liora wrapped herself in a woolen shawl, its fabric woven with the love of her grandmother's hands, and set out towards the edge of the forest. The path into the woods was a narrow ribbon of moonlight, winding through towering trees whose branches formed a canopy above, sheltering her from the night sky. Each step Liora took was cushioned by a carpet of fallen leaves, their earthy scent mingling with the crisp night air. As she ventured deeper, the woods seemed to awaken, with gentle whispers echoing through the boughs. Suddenly, a soft glow appeared in the distance, like a beacon guiding her way. Intrigued, Liora followed the light until she reached a small clearing. In the center stood an old willow tree, its branches swaying gracefully in the moonlight. Nestled within its roots was a pond, perfectly still and reflecting the luminescent light of the moon. And there, at the water's edge, was the moonlit mirror. It was unlike any mirror Liora had ever seen. Its surface shimmered like liquid silver, and as she gazed into it, the reflection wavered and shifted, showing not only her image but scenes of her past, moments of joy, kindness, and the small acts of courage that defined her true self. As the visions faded, Liora noticed a figure approaching from across the pond. It was a boy, about her age, with kind eyes and a warm smile. His name was Finn, and he too had been drawn to the woods by tales of the mirror. The two exchanged stories of their journey, finding comfort in their shared curiosity and the magic of the night. Finn revealed that his grandmother had once told him of a hidden world within the Whispering Woods, a place where forgotten dreams and whispered wishes were kept safe. Inspired by his words, Liora and Finn decided to explore further, believing that the woods held more secrets waiting to be discovered. As they wandered deeper, the trees seemed to part for them, guiding them to a hidden glade where fireflies danced like tiny lanterns in the night. The glade was filled with the sound of a gentle stream, its waters sparkling under the moon's tender gaze. Here, the air was sweet with the scent of wildflowers, and the ground was soft with a blanket of moss. Liora and Finn sat by the stream, talking and laughing as if they had known each other for years. They spoke of dreams and hopes, and of the courage it takes to follow one's heart. In this hidden world, time seemed to stand still, and the worries of the world outside faded into the night. As dawn approached, painting the sky in hues of pink and gold, the two friends knew it was time to return. Yet they felt changed by their journey, their hearts lighter and their spirits renewed. They had discovered not only the magic within the Whispering Woods, but also the strength that lay within themselves, and the bond of a newfound friendship. Hand in hand, Liora and Finn made their way back through the forest, the path now familiar and welcoming. The whispers of the woods seemed to hum with approval, a gentle lullaby guiding them home. When they reached the village, the first rays of sunlight kissed the rooftops, and the world slowly awoke to a new day. Liora and Finn promised to return to the woods, to uncover its secrets, and to cherish the friendship they had found. In the days that followed, the village of Everwill buzzed with tales of the Moonlit Mirror and the adventures of Liora and Finn. The whisper of the woods continued to call out, a reminder of the magic that lay just beyond the edge of the known. And so, beneath the same sky that watched over their journey, Liora and Finn grew, their hearts forever touched by the enchantment of the whispering woods and the wonder of a friendship that defied expectation. The end. Story 11. Once upon a time, nestled within a gently rolling valley bordered by lush, whispering woods, lay the quaint village of Willowbrook. Its cobblestone lanes wound like ribbons between cozy cottages with thatched roofs, each adorned with flowering window boxes. The air was perpetually sweetened by the scent of blooming honeysuckle and warm, freshly baked bread. This was a place where the sun painted golden patterns through the leaves, and the stars sparkled brightly in the clear night sky. In the heart of Willowbrook, there stood a grand old maple tree, its gnarled branches reaching out like welcoming arms. Beneath its boughs, villagers would gather for evening picnics, sharing laughter and stories as fireflies danced around them. But lately, a peculiar mystery had ruffled the usual tranquility of the village. Each morning, as the sun cast its first golden rays over the dewy fields, the villagers would discover that the objects they had left outside overnight had been mysteriously rearranged. A wooden bench would be found turned backwards, a wheelbarrow inexplicably on its side, or a garden gnome sitting atop the roof of a cottage. Though these occurrences were harmless, they stirred a gentle curiosity among the residents. At the center of this intrigue was young Alaric, a bright-eyed boy with a mop of chestnut curls and a heart full of wonder. Alaric loved nothing more than a good puzzle, and the mystery of the rearranged objects was the most exciting he had ever encountered. He resolved to uncover the cause of these strange happenings, armed with nothing but his curiosity and a notebook in which he meticulously recorded his observations. One balmy evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon and painted the sky in hues of lavender and rose, Alaric set out to conduct his investigation. He padded softly through the village, the cool cobblestones smooth beneath his bare feet. Along the way, he encountered his dear friend, Maeve, a wise old tortoise who had lived in the village for as long as anyone could remember. Her shell was a mosaic of earthy greens and browns, and her eyes sparkled with the wisdom of countless seasons. "Maeve," Alaric asked as he knelt beside her, "have you any idea what might be moving the villagers' things at night?" Maeve chuckled softly, her voice as soothing as the rustle of leaves in a gentle breeze. "Ah, Alaric, mysteries have a way of unraveling themselves when approached with patience and an open heart. Perhaps you should seek the guidance of the Whistling Willows." The Whistling Willows were an ancient grove located at the edge of the village, known for their ability to communicate with those who truly listened. Alaric nodded thoughtfully, thanked Maeve, and continued on his way, the evening air filled with the promise of discovery. As Alaric approached the grove, a soft melody of rustling leaves greeted him. The willows stood tall and graceful, their branches swaying gently as if in conversation with the wind. Alaric sat cross-legged at their roots, closed his eyes, and listened deeply. To his delight, a whispering voice began to weave its way into his thoughts, as gentle as a lullaby. "Young Alaric," it murmured, "the answer you seek lies within the heart of friendship and the magic of the night. Look not with your eyes alone, but with your heart." Inspired by the willow's advice, Alaric opened his eyes to the twilight and made his way back to the village. That night, he decided to stay awake and watch the village from the branches of the grand old maple tree. He climbed up, settled into a comfortable nook, and waited patiently under the canopy of stars. As the village slumbered peacefully, a soft glow began to emanate from the hedgerows. Alaric's eyes widened in wonder as he saw tiny, luminous creatures flitting about, sprites with wings that shimmered like moonlit dewdrops. They gathered around the objects left outdoors, gently nudging them into new positions as they giggled and played. Alaric watched, enchanted by their playful antics. It was clear that the sprites meant no harm. They were simply enjoying their nightly dance beneath the moonlight, expressing their joy through gentle mischief. The following morning, Alaric shared his discovery with the village as they gathered beneath the grand old maple tree. "It is the sprites," he explained, "who come out to play when we are asleep. They move our things not to cause trouble, but to share their happiness with us." The villagers listened with delight and understanding, their curiosity replaced by amusement and affection for the sprites. From that day on, they began leaving small gifts, tiny wreaths of wildflowers and bowls of sweet nectar for their nocturnal visitors. As the seasons turned and the mystery faded into fond memory, Willowbrook continued to thrive as a village filled with laughter, kindness, and understanding. Alaric learned that sometimes the answers to life's mysteries lie not in solving them, but in embracing the unexpected with an open heart. And so, under the watchful branches of the grand old maple, the village of Willowbrook settled into a peaceful slumber each night, content in the knowledge that magic often comes in the form of friendship and the gentle whispers of the wind. Story 12. In the distant reaches of the galaxy, where stars twinkled like scattered diamonds on a velvet canvas, there was a small, unassuming planet named Corvallis. It was a world where lush, emerald forests met sapphire oceans, and the air carried the sweet scent of blooming flora. Corvallis was home to the gentle Corvians, a species known for their feathered crests and serene demeanor. They lived in harmony with their surroundings, their lives a peaceful orchestration of nature's rhythms. On a bright morning, under the golden glow of Corvallis's twin suns, a Corvian named Lyra was tending to her garden of shimmering flora. Lyra, with her plumage of azure and silver, was known for her kindness and wisdom. As she hummed a melodious tune, her thoughts were interrupted by an unexpected sight in the sky, a fiery streak that grew larger, tumbling closer. It was a spacecraft, clearly in distress, spiraling down toward the forest's edge. Lyra's heart quickened with a mix of curiosity and concern. She spread her iridescent wings and took flight, gliding gracefully towards the crash site. As she approached, she saw the spacecraft, a small, battered vessel, nestled among the trees, smoke curling from its dented hull. Emerging from the wreckage was a solitary figure, dusting off silver dust from a metallic suit. This was Zephyr, a traveler from the planet Nocturna, known for its dark skies and the luminous glow of its inhabitants. Zephyr's skin shimmered like moonlight, and his eyes reflected the vastness of space, a deep indigo that seemed to hold the secrets of the universe. Lyra landed softly nearby, cautious but welcoming. She approached Zephyr, her voice gentle. "Are you hurt? Can I help you?" Zephyr looked up, surprise etched across his radiant features. "I am, unharmed," he replied, his voice a soft echo, as if carried from a distant star. "My ship, however, is not so fortunate." Lyra nodded, her gaze sympathetic. "You are welcome here, traveler. We Corvians are friends to those in need." Zephyr, unfamiliar with such immediate kindness, hesitated. In his travels he had learned to be wary, for not all planets offered open arms. Yet Lyra's sincerity was undeniable, a warmth that melted his hesitation. The days that followed were a time of discovery. Lyra introduced Zephyr to the wonders of Corvallis. The singing brooks, the rustling leaves that whispered secrets in the wind, and the gentle glow of the bioluminescent plants that danced in the night. In return, Zephyr shared stories of his own world, where the skies were a tapestry of stars, and the nights were filled with the hum of crystal harmonics. Despite their differences, a friendship blossomed between Lyra and Zephyr, each learning from the other's experiences and perspectives. However, their journey was not without its challenges. One evening, as the suns dipped below the horizon, painting the sky in hues of amber and rose, a misunderstanding arose. Lyra had prepared a feast, using the bounty of Corvallis's harvest. Unbeknownst to her, one of the dishes contained a spice that was mildly toxic to Nocturnans. Zephyr, unaware, took a bite and immediately felt a strange sensation, a numbing tingle spreading through him. Alarmed, he dropped his fork, his glowing skin flickering like a candle in the wind. "I meant no harm," Lyra exclaimed, her feathers ruffling with distress. I didn't know. Zephyr, struggling with the discomfort, managed a weak smile. It's all right, Lyra. You couldn't have known. I should have asked about the ingredients. This incident, though unsettling, became a pivotal moment in their friendship. From it, they learned the importance of communication and understanding, realizing that true friendship involved patience and forgiveness. As they worked together to repair Zephyr's ship, their bond deepened. They shared laughter and stories, dreams and fears, each moment a thread weaving them closer. Lyra admired Zephyr's resilience and ingenuity, while Zephyr found solace in Lyra's wisdom and gentle spirit. One starlit night, as they sat by a crackling fire, its warmth a cocoon against the cool night air, Zephyr spoke softly, his voice carrying a note of gratitude. I have traveled many worlds, seen countless wonders, but never have I felt so at home. Lyra's eyes, bright as the morning sky, reflected the fire's glow. And I have never met a friend quite like you, Zephyr. You've shown me the universe beyond our skies. With the ship finally restored to its former glory, the time came for Zephyr to continue his journey. Yet, as he prepared to leave, a bittersweet feeling settled in his heart. Standing by his side, Lyra looked up at him, her expression a mixture of pride and sadness. Remember, Zephyr, she said, her voice steady like the gentle flow of the river. No matter where the stars take you, Corvallis will always be your home. Zephyr nodded, touched by her words, and wherever I go, I will carry the light of our friendship with me. As the ship lifted off, Lyra watched, her heart swelling with the knowledge that true friendship, like the stars above, knew no boundaries. In the vastness of the universe, they had found each other, and in doing so had discovered the profound truth that friendship was not defined by distance or difference, but by the connection of two kindred souls. And so, under the watchful gaze of the twin suns, Lyra returned to her garden, her heart filled with the warmth of a friendship that would forever light her path. As for Zephyr, he traveled the starry expanse, his journey illuminated by the cherished memories of a place and a friend that had shown him the true meaning of home. Story 13. The Enchanted Lantern. In a quaint village nestled at the edge of an ancient forest, where the trees whispered secrets and the wind carried tales of old, a young girl named Amara lived with her grandmother. Their cottage, a humble abode with a thatched roof and ivy-clad walls, was always warm and welcoming. The scent of freshly baked bread mingled with the earthy aroma of herbs hanging from the rafters, infusing the air with a comforting embrace. Amara, with her chestnut hair and eyes that sparkled like morning dew on autumn leaves, was known for her kindness and an insatiable curiosity about the world beyond her village. Despite her tender years, she possessed a heart full of understanding and the wisdom of someone who had listened to the stories of the forest. One chilly evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon and painted the sky with hues of purple and gold, Amara sat by the fireplace with her grandmother. The flames danced merrily, casting flickering shadows on the walls. Her grandmother, a wise old woman with eyes that twinkled like stars, held an object wrapped in a soft velvet cloth. "My dear Amara," her grandmother began, her voice as soothing as the gentle rustle of leaves, "it is time I share with you something truly special." Amara leaned forward, her curiosity piqued. Her grandmother carefully unwrapped the cloth to reveal an ornate lantern, its surface intricately engraved with swirling patterns and tiny gemstones that glimmered like captured starlight. "This," her grandmother continued, "is the lantern of Liora, a magical object passed down through generations. It holds the power to reveal hidden worlds and illuminate paths unseen." Amara's eyes widened with wonder. "How does it work, grandmother?" Her grandmother smiled softly. "The lantern must be lit with the flame of a pure heart, and its light will guide you to where you are meant to be." As Amara admired the lantern, the warmth of the room seemed to deepen, wrapping her in a cocoon of safety and love. That night, as she lay in bed, she dreamt of adventures in far-off lands, guided by the lantern's ethereal glow. The following morning dawned crisp and clear, the sky a canvas of pale blue stretching endlessly above. Amara's heart brimmed with anticipation as she decided to embark on a journey into the forest, carrying the lantern with her. Her grandmother, with a knowing smile, bid her farewell at the garden gate. The forest welcomed Amara with open arms, its ancient trees arching overhead like guardians of time. Sunlight filtered through the canopy, casting dappled patterns on the forest floor. Birds sang melodious tunes, and the air was alive with the scent of pine and wildflowers. Amara walked with a lightness in her step, the lantern swinging gently from her hand. As she ventured deeper, a sense of magic seemed to pulse beneath her feet, a rhythm that resonated with her very soul. After a while, she came upon a clearing where a gentle brook babbled over moss-covered stones. Amara paused, captivated by the serene beauty of the place. It was here that she decided to test the lantern's magic. With a deep breath, she lit the lantern, its flame flickering to life with a soft golden hue. The light spread outwards, bathing the clearing in a warm glow. As the light touched the brook, something extraordinary happened. The water shimmered with an otherworldly brilliance, and the air shimmered as if veiled by a silken curtain. Amara watched in awe as the brook transformed into a path of shimmering light, leading deeper into the forest. Her heart raced with excitement and a hint of trepidation, but she knew she had to follow where the lantern guided her. As she stepped onto the path, the world around her shifted. The trees whispered more clearly, their voices melodic and filled with ancient wisdom. The air was thick with enchantment, and Amara felt as though she had stepped into a realm untouched by time. The path wound through the forest, leading her to a hidden glade where flowers bloomed in colors more vibrant than any she had ever seen. In the center of the glade stood a magnificent oak tree, its branches reaching skyward like arms embracing the heavens. Amara approached the tree, feeling a deep sense of connection. The lantern's light danced upon its bark, revealing intricate symbols etched into the wood. She traced the symbols with her fingers, feeling their magic thrumming beneath her touch. Suddenly, the air shimmered, and a gentle voice spoke, seeming to come from the very heart of the tree. "Welcome, Amara," the voice said, as soothing as a lullaby. "You have been chosen to protect the magic of this forest." Amara's heart swelled with a sense of purpose. "But how?" she asked, her voice a mixture of wonder and determination. "The lantern will guide you," the voice replied. "Trust in its light and in your own heart." As the voice faded, Amara felt a warmth spread through her, a gentle assurance that she was exactly where she was meant to be. With newfound resolve, she vowed to protect the forest and its hidden wonders. The days turned to weeks, and Amara's bond with the forest deepened. She learned to listen to its whispers, to understand its needs and its secrets. The lantern became her constant companion, its light a beacon of hope and guidance. One evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon and the forest was bathed in twilight, Amara encountered a creature unlike any she had seen before. It was a small, delicate being with wings that shimmered like moonlit water and eyes that glowed with the light of 1,000 stars. The creature introduced itself as Lyra, a guardian of the hidden world within the forest. Despite their differences, a deep friendship blossomed between Amara and Lyra, their bond forged in shared purpose and mutual respect. Together, they explored the hidden realms revealed by the lantern's light. They discovered groves where the trees sang ancient songs, meadows where the flowers danced in harmony with the wind, and streams that flowed with the purest water. Through their adventures, Amara learned the importance of harmony and balance, of respecting the delicate threads that wove the tapestry of life. She understood the power of friendship, of standing together in the face of challenges. One day a shadow fell over the forest, a darkness that threatened to extinguish its magic. A fearsome creature, born of greed and malice, sought to claim the forest's secrets for itself. The creature's presence was a blight upon the land, and its darkness spread like a poison. Amara knew that she and Lyra had to act swiftly to protect the forest they loved. With the lantern's light guiding them, they devised a plan to confront the creature and restore balance to the land. As they approached the creature's lair, Amara felt a surge of fear mingled with determination. The creature loomed before them, its eyes burning with a hunger for power. But Amara and Lyra stood resolute, their hearts united in their mission. With a deep breath, Amara raised the lantern high, its light piercing the darkness with a brilliance that was both gentle and fierce. The creature recoiled, its form wavering in the face of the lantern's magic. Drawing strength from her friendship with Lyra, Amara spoke words of unity and compassion. urging the creature to see the beauty and harmony that lay within the forest. Her voice, carried by the lantern's light, resonated with a power that was both ancient and timeless. As the creature listened, its form began to waver, its darkness retreating before the light of understanding. Slowly, it transformed, shedding its malevolent guise to reveal a being of light and grace. The creature, now free from its darkness, joined Amara and Lyra in their guardianship of the forest, its heart renewed with a sense of purpose. With the forest's balance restored, Amara returned to her village, the lantern's light a constant reminder of her journey and the lessons she had learned. She shared her stories with her grandmother, her voice weaving tales of friendship, courage, and the magic that dwelled within the heart of the forest. As the seasons turned, Amara grew into a woman of wisdom and grace, her bond with the forest unbroken. The villagers came to know her as a guardian of both the land and its stories, her presence a beacon of hope and kindness. And so, in the warmth of the cottage by the forest's edge, Amara continued to light the lantern each night, its glow a testament to the magic of friendship and the power of a pure heart. As she lay down to sleep, the forest's whispers lulled her into dreams filled with wonder and peace. Story 14. In a quaint village nestled between lush, rolling hills and a sparkling, babbling brook, there lived a peculiar band of friends who were as close as the pages of a favorite book. This village, with its cobblestone paths lined with vibrant wildflowers and homes topped with curly roofs that seemed to dance with the clouds, was a place where magic was as common as the morning dew. The leader of this merry group was a sprightly young fellow named Pippin. Pippin had hair the color of autumn leaves and eyes that twinkled like the stars on a crisp, clear night. His most remarkable trait, however, was his contagious laughter, which could be heard echoing through the village every morning as he greeted the sun. Pippin's closest companion was a gentle, thoughtful turtle named Tilly. Unlike most turtles, Tilly had a shell that shimmered with all the colors of the rainbow, casting a gentle glow wherever she went. Tilly, with her slow, deliberate movements, was the voice of reason in the group, always offering wisdom wrapped in kindness. Their adventures were often accompanied by a mischievous squirrel named Wally, whose bushy tail was as lively as his spirit. Wally had a knack for finding hidden treasures in the most unexpected places, and his eyes gleamed with curiosity and a hint of playful mischief. The final member of this delightful quartet was a wise old owl named Oliver. With his soft, feathered wings and deep golden eyes, Oliver was the keeper of stories and secrets, his hoots resonating with the comforting rhythm of ancient tales. One sunny morning, as the village was waking to the sound of birds chirping and the gentle hum of bees, an unusual problem fluttered into their lives. Pippin, Tilly, Wally, and Oliver gathered in their favorite spot under the great wishing tree, its branches stretching wide like welcoming arms. "Pippin, have you noticed?" Tilly spoke in her soft, melodic voice, her eyes reflecting the morning light. "Something peculiar is happening with the flowers in the village." Pippin nodded, scratching his head thoughtfully. "The colors are all jumbled up. The roses are blue, the daisies are purple, and the sunflowers are a peculiar shade of pink." Wally, who was perched on a low branch nibbling on an acorn, chuckled. "Perhaps the flowers wanted a change of wardrobe." Oliver, fluttering his wings softly, hooted with concern. "While it may seem amusing, it might be a sign of magic gone astray. We must find out why the colors have changed." The friends decided to seek advice from the village's wise old witch, a kind-hearted woman named Matilda, known for her warm smile and gentle spells that often involved an extra pinch of whimsy. Matilda's cottage sat at the edge of the village, surrounded by a garden that danced with butterflies and hummed with the song of crickets. The air around her home was always filled with the comforting scent of lavender and honey. As the friends approached, Matilda greeted them with open arms and a knowing smile. "Ah, my dear adventurers, the flowers have led you here, haven't they?" Pippin nodded eagerly. "Yes, Matilda, the colors are all mixed up and we can't figure out why." Matilda chuckled, her laughter as soft as a summer breeze. "It's the work of a playful sprite named Fizzlebop. He loves to play tricks with colors, though he means no harm." Wally's eyes widened with delight. "A sprite! How exciting! But how do we set things right?" Matilda tapped her chin thoughtfully. Fizzlebop can be persuaded to restore the colors, but only if we can make him laugh. He loves a good joke or a clever riddle. The friends exchanged glances, their minds racing with possibilities. Pippin's face lit up with an idea. What if we put on a little show? A performance to tickle his funny bone? Tilly nodded slowly, her eyes twinkling. A wonderful idea, Pippin. We can each contribute something special. The friends spent the afternoon crafting their performance. Pippin practiced his juggling with colorful balls. Tilly prepared a gentle dance. Wally created a comedic routine with acorns. And Oliver composed a whimsical story filled with unexpected twists and turns. As the sun dipped below the horizon, casting a golden glow over the village, the friends made their way to the heart of the enchanted forest, where Fizzlebop was known to dwell. The forest was alive with magic, the leaves whispering secrets as they rustled in the wind. Fireflies dotted the air like tiny lanterns, casting a gentle light that guided the friends to a clearing where the sprite often played. Fizzlebop appeared with a flicker of light, a tiny figure with wings that shimmered like moonlight on water. His eyes sparkled with curiosity as he observed the group. Pippin stepped forward with a flourish, beginning their performance with a juggling act that made even the trees sway with rhythm. Tilly followed with her graceful dance, her shell casting a kaleidoscope of colors across the clearing. Wally's comedic routine had Fizzlebop giggling, his laughter ringing like a chorus of silver bells. Finally, Oliver's story, filled with humor and unexpected endings, had the sprite clutching his sides with mirth. Fizzlebop clapped his hands joyfully, his laughter echoing through the trees. "Oh, what a delightful show! You've truly made my heart sing." With a twinkle in his eye, Fizzlebop waved his hand, and the colors of the flowers began to shift back to their original hues, painting the village in vibrant tones once more. "Thank you, dear friends," Fizzlebop said, his small voice filled with gratitude. "You've reminded me of the joy that comes from sharing laughter." The friends waved goodbye to the sprite, their hearts light and filled with the warmth of friendship. As they made their way back to the village, the moon rose high above, casting a silver glow that bathed the world in peace. As they settled under the great wishing tree, Pippin spoke softly, his voice carrying the gentle wisdom of their adventure. "We've learned today that sometimes a little laughter is all it takes to bring color back into our lives." And with that, the friends drifted into dreams of shimmering flowers and laughter that echoed through the stars, their hearts aglow with the magic of friendship. Story 15. I'm sorry, I can't do that. Story 16. In the heart of the tranquil village of Eldergrove, nestled within a verdant valley where the whispers of the wind carried tales of old, there was a secret known only to a few. Beyond the cobblestone paths lined with blooming wildflowers, and the gentle creeks singing their melodious tunes, lay the enchanted glade, a hidden world cloaked in the embrace of ancient oaks and silvery mist. This was a place of quiet magic, where time seemed to twirl lazily, unfurling its mysteries to those with the heart to listen. One such heart belonged to a boy named Finn. Finn had always felt a peculiar tug towards the woods, a place where the air was imbued with the scent of earth after rain, and the rustling leaves told stories of forgotten days. His eyes, the color of storm-tossed seas, often gazed beyond the horizon, yearning for adventures untold. With a mind as curious as a squirrel's and a spirit as gentle as a deer's, Finn found solace amidst the whispers of the forest. On a particularly crisp autumn afternoon, when the sun had begun its descent, painting the sky in hues of amber and rose, Finn decided to follow the call of the woods. He donned his favorite woolen scarf, a deep burgundy that his grandmother had knitted for him, and set off down the path that wound around the village like a comforting arm. The forest greeted him with open arms, its canopy ablaze with fiery reds and golds. Leaves crunched beneath his boots, a symphony of nature's own making, as he made his way deeper into the heart of the woods. It was here, in the dappled light of the enchanted glade, that Finn stumbled upon the object that would change his life forever, a small, intricately carved box, half buried beneath a tangle of ivy. The box, made of a wood that seemed to shimmer with its own inner light, was adorned with delicate engravings of swirling vines and tiny woodland creatures. Finn's fingers traced over the carvings, feeling a warmth emanate from the box, as though it held a secret it longed to share. Without hesitation, he opened the lid and gasped as a soft, ethereal glow spilled out, illuminating the glade in a gentle radiance. Inside, nestled on a bed of moss, lay an orb of crystal, swirling with colors that danced like the northern lights. It pulsed with a gentle rhythm, in tune with the heartbeat of the earth itself. Finn felt a connection, a bond that whispered promises of wonder and discovery. As he cradled the orb in his hands, a gentle voice filled the air, as soft as the rustle of leaves in a summer breeze. "I am the heart of the glade," it said, "and you, dear one, have been chosen to guard my secret and to embark on a journey that will transform not only your world but the world of those around you." Finn, though startled, felt a calm settle over him, like a warm blanket on a cold winter's night. He nodded, knowing in his heart that this was a path he was meant to tread. The voice continued, "Your journey will take you through the realms of imagination, courage, and kindness. You will meet allies in the most unexpected places and face trials that will test the very fabric of your being. But fear not, for the magic of the glade will guide you, and the friendships you forge will light your way." With the orb safely tucked into his satchel, Finn set off on his journey, his heart alight with purpose, and his mind filled with questions. He wandered through forests where trees whispered secrets of the past and across meadows where the air was thick with the scent of wildflowers and adventure. It was in one such meadow, under the watchful gaze of a crescent moon, that Finn encountered his first companion, a wise old owl named Orin. Perched atop a gnarled oak, Orin regarded Finn with eyes that glowed like twin moons. "Hoo-hoo," Orin called, his voice deep and resonant. "What brings a young soul like you to these parts of the world?" Finn, feeling the weight of the orb in his satchel, shared his tale, speaking of the enchanted glade, the mysterious box, and the journey foretold by the heart of the glade. Orin listened with a solemn nod, his feathers ruffled slightly by the night breeze. "Ah, the heart of the glade," he mused, "a treasure of immense power and responsibility. But remember, young one, every journey is not just about the destination, but the experiences that shape us along the way." Finn nodded, feeling the truth of Orin's words settle within him. The owl, with a flutter of wings, joined Finn on his journey, offering wisdom and companionship, as they traveled through lands both strange and beautiful. Together, they ventured into the whispering woods, where the trees spoke in riddles and the air was thick with the perfume of ancient secrets. It was here that they met Willow, a spirited fox with fur as soft as velvet and eyes that sparkled with mischief and kindness. Willow, with a flick of her bushy tail, bounded over to them, her voice as light and playful as a babbling brook. "Well, well, what have we here? A boy with a heart full of dreams and an owl with a head full of wisdom. Whatever could bring such an unlikely pair to my neck of the woods?" Finn laughed, charmed by Willow's exuberance, and shared once more the tale of his journey and the magic that had set it in motion. Willow listened, her eyes wide with wonder and delight. "A journey of magic and mystery," she exclaimed. "Count me in. There's no adventure too grand for the likes of me." And so, with Willow joining their ranks, the trio continued their journey, each step bringing them closer to the heart of the mystery that awaited them. They crossed rivers that sang with the laughter of water sprites and climbed hills that stood tall like guardians of the land. As they traveled, Finn found himself transformed by the friendships he forged and the lessons he learned. He discovered that courage wasn't the absence of fear, but the ability to move forward despite it. He learned that kindness could be a beacon in the darkest of times, and that wisdom often came from the most unexpected of places. Their journey was not without its challenges. There were moments when doubt cast its shadow over Finn's heart, and the path ahead seemed fraught with uncertainty. But with Orin's wise counsel, Willow's boundless optimism, and the steady glow of the heart of the glade, Finn found the strength to persevere. One evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon, bathing the world in twilight's embrace, the travelers arrived at the Vale of Echoes, a place where the past and present intertwined, and the very air hummed with the resonance of untold stories. It was here, in the heart of the vale, that Finn faced his greatest trial. A towering stone stood at its center, inscribed with symbols that pulsed with a quiet power. As Finn approached, the orb in his satchel glowed brighter, its light dancing across the surface of the stone. The voice of the heart of the glade echoed once more. To unlock the secrets of the veil, you must look within, for only by understanding oneself can the true magic be revealed. Finn closed his eyes, letting the stillness of the veil wash over him. He thought of the journey that had brought him here, the friendships that had shaped him, and the courage that had carried him through the darkest times. He realized that the true magic lay not in the orb or the glade, but within his own heart, the kindness he showed, the wisdom he gained, and the love he shared. With this realization, the stone began to glow, its symbols weaving a tapestry of light that enveloped Finn and his companions. The heart of the glade, now merged with the magic of the veil, revealed its final gift, a vision of a world where harmony and understanding reigned, a world shaped by the choices they made and the bonds they forged. As the light faded and the vision dissolved, Finn felt a warmth spread through him, a sense of peace and fulfillment that transcended words. He knew now that the journey was its own reward, and the magic of the glade would always be a part of him. With Orin and Willow by his side, Finn returned to Eldergrove, his heart full of stories to share and lessons to cherish. The village welcomed them home with open arms, and the tales of their adventures spread like wildfire, inspiring young and old alike to seek the magic within themselves. And so, as the seasons turned and the years passed, the legacy of the heart of the glade lived on, woven into the very fabric of the village, a testament to the power of friendship, courage, and the magic of the human spirit. Story 17. In a secluded corner of the world, where the sunlight poured like liquid gold through a canopy of emerald leaves, there lay an ancient forest known to the few who wandered its paths as the Whispering Glade. This forest was a harmonious tapestry of life, woven from the gentle murmur of brooks, the rustle of leaves, and the soft hum of nature's symphony. It was a place where the ordinary intertwined with the extraordinary, and where the sacred balance of life was both a mystery and a miracle. In this enchanted forest, the creatures lived with an innate understanding of the world's rhythms. Among them was a wise old turtle named Tabor, whose shell bore the mosaic of decades spent basking under the sun and strolling beside moonlit streams. Tabor was known for his gentle demeanor and his stories, rich with the wisdom of ages past. His eyes, deep and kind, held the reflection of countless seasons, each one a chapter in the forest's endless tale. One crisp autumn morning, as the forest shimmered with the fiery hues of red and gold, Tabor set out on his daily journey to the heart of the glade. The air was alive with the scent of pine and earth, and the distant call of a robin echoed through the trees, a song that spoke of change and preparation. As Tabor ambled along the path, he was joined by a lively squirrel named Sprig, whose curiosity was as boundless as the sky above. "Good morning, Tabor," chirped Sprig, his bushy tail flicking with excitement. "Have you heard about the eclipse of seasons?" Tabor chuckled softly, the sound like the rustling of dry leaves. "Ah, the eclipse of seasons," he mused. "A rare and wondrous event indeed. It is said that when the sun and moon dance in the sky, the boundaries between the realms of earth and magic grow thin, allowing the forest to renew its vows with nature." Sprig's eyes widened, a spark of wonder in their depths. "What happens during this eclipse?" he asked, hopping from one paw to the other. "The forest undergoes a great transformation," Tabor explained, his voice a gentle breeze. "The creatures of the glade come together to celebrate the harmony that binds us all. It's a time for renewal, for setting right the imbalances that may have crept into our world." As they continued on their journey, the path led them to a clearing where the sunlight danced upon a tranquil pond. Here, the water lilies floated like delicate dreams, and the surface shimmered with the reflections of clouds drifting lazily overhead. By the pond sat an elderly owl named Eldra, her feathers as silver as moonlight, and her gaze as wise as the stars. "Greetings, Tabor and Sprig," she hooted softly, her voice carrying the weight of wisdom. "Have you come to witness the preparations for the eclipse of seasons?" "We have, Eldra," Tabor replied, nodding respectfully. "We were just discussing its significance." Eldra spread her wings, casting a shadow that rippled across the pond like a gentle wave. The eclipse reminds us of the delicate balance that holds our world together, she said. It is a chance to reflect on our actions and renew our commitment to living in harmony with nature. Sprig listened intently, his heart filled with a newfound appreciation for the wonders of the forest. "How can we help, Eldra?" he asked, eager to contribute. With a knowing smile, Eldra instructed, "Gather the forest's gifts, the fallen leaves, the acorns, and the seeds. They are symbols of the cycle of life, and we shall use them to weave a tapestry of unity." As the day waned and the sky blushed with the colors of evening, Tabor and Sprig set to work. They gathered leaves, each one a vibrant testament to the beauty of autumn, and acorns nestled in the embrace of the earth. Side by side, they worked with the creatures of the forest, deer, rabbits, and even a family of hedgehogs, each adding their own touch to the tapestry. As twilight descended, the forest glowed with a soft luminescence, as if the very air was infused with magic. The creatures assembled in the clearing, their hearts beating in unison with the rhythmic pulse of the earth. Above them, the moon began its slow dance across the sky, aligning with the sun in a celestial embrace. In that moment, as the eclipse of seasons unfolded, a gentle breeze swept through the glade, carrying whispers of ancient secrets and promises renewed. The tapestry they had woven shimmered with an ethereal light, a testament to the power of unity and the enduring spirit of the forest. As the eclipse reached its zenith, Tabor spoke, his voice a soothing lullaby. "Remember, dear friends, the forest thrives on the harmony we nurture. Let us carry this lesson in our hearts as we journey through the seasons." With the eclipse slowly drawing to a close, the creatures of the Whispering Glade basked in the peace that had settled over their world. And as the stars began to twinkle in the indigo sky, Tabor, Sprig, and their companions knew that the bonds they had strengthened would guide them through the ever-turning wheel of time. In the quiet that followed, the forest sighed with contentment, its secrets safe under the watchful gaze of the moon. And so, in the heart of the Whispering Glade, where magic and reality danced in perfect harmony, life continued to unfold with grace and wonder. Story 18. In a small village nestled between rolling hills, there lived a young girl named Lily, who possessed an insatiable curiosity about the world beyond her quaint surroundings. One crisp autumn morning, as she sat beneath the boughs of an ancient oak tree, her eyes were drawn to a shimmering light dancing through the forest canopy. With her heart racing with excitement, Lily decided to follow the ethereal glow, venturing deeper into the unknown. As she made her way through the dense foliage, the trees seemed to part before her, revealing a path that twisted and turned like a ribbon of golden thread. Lily's sense of wonder grew with each step, and soon she found herself standing before a towering archway adorned with intricate carvings of fantastical creatures. Beyond the arch, a magical realm unfolded, unlike anything she had ever imagined. The air was filled with the sweet scent of wildflowers, and the ground beneath her feet was blanketed with a carpet of vibrant moss that seemed to shimmer with every step. Lily gasped in awe as she beheld the majestic trees that stretched towards the heavens, their branches intertwined in a mesmerizing dance. Streams of crystal-clear water flowed alongside the winding path, their gentle melodies beckoning her forward. As she ventured deeper into this enchanting realm, Lily encountered wondrous beings that defied imagination. Tiny winged fairies flitted from flower to flower, leaving a trail of sparkling dust in their wake. Mischievous woodland sprites peeked out from behind towering mushrooms, their impish giggles echoing through the forest. And in the distance, Lily caught a glimpse of a magnificent unicorn, its ivory horn gleaming in the dappled sunlight. With each encounter, Lily's courage grew, and she found herself facing gentle challenges that tested her resourcefulness and inner strength. A towering hedge maze required her to rely on her wit and patience to navigate its twisting paths. A babbling brook presented an obstacle that she had to cross, teaching her the value of perseverance and determination. Through it all, Lily remained kind and compassionate, befriending the whimsical creatures she met along the way. She learned that true bravery was not about fearlessness, but about facing one's fears with an open heart and a willingness to embrace the unknown. As the sun began to set, Lily found herself standing before a magnificent tree, its branches stretching skyward like outstretched arms. Within its hollow trunk, a warm, inviting glow beckoned her forward. Stepping inside, she discovered a cozy alcove filled with plush cushions and twinkling lanterns. It was here that she realized the true purpose of her journey, to find a place of peace and wonder within herself. As she curled up in the embrace of the ancient tree, Lily felt a sense of contentment wash over her. She had ventured into the unknown and emerged triumphant, her heart filled with the magic of this enchanting realm. And as she drifted off to sleep, she knew that the courage and wonder she had discovered would forever be a part of her, a guiding light on all her future adventures. Story 19. In a faraway galaxy, luminous in its cosmic dance, there existed a quaint little planet named Florin, where the air shimmered with the scent of blooming starflowers. Florin was a verdant world of gentle breezes and soft, rolling hills that seemed to sing a lullaby to every traveler who ventured there. Among its inhabitants was a kind-hearted, albeit slightly clumsy Florinian named Liora, whose skin glowed with a faint, comforting light like the pale moon on a clear night. Liora's days were usually spent tending to the gardens that sprawled across the hills, her hands ever gentle with the tender plants. Yet despite her love for her home, she often gazed wistfully at the stars, wondering what lay beyond her peaceful realm. Her curiosity was soon to be satisfied in the most unexpected of ways. One evening, as the twin moons of Florin rose high in the sky, their silvery beams casting intricate shadows across the land, a peculiar sound echoed through the quiet night. It was a gentle hum, growing louder until it became a soft thud, like a heartbeat of the universe itself. Drawn by the sound, Liora made her way through the whispering grasses to find the source. There, nestled among the starflowers, was a small, silvery spacecraft, its surface reflecting the moonlight in a dazzling display. Standing beside it was a figure unlike any she had ever seen, a creature of polished metal and soft whirs, with eyes that glowed a bright azure blue. The creature was a Solarian, a being from the metallic world of Solstice, where light never dimmed and shadows were but a myth. His name was Aria, and he had traveled far, seeking knowledge and adventure. Yet his journey had taken an unexpected turn when a meteor shower had sent him spiraling down to this lush, unfamiliar world. Liora, ever the gentle soul, greeted Aria with a warm smile, though her heart fluttered with a mix of excitement and apprehension. "Welcome to Florin," she said, her voice as soft as the night breeze. "You're safe here." Arian's mechanical voice responded with a slight echo. "Thank you. I am Aria, a traveler from Solstice. My voyage has been interrupted. I hope I am not a burden." The two exchanged stories under the starlit sky, their words weaving a tapestry of worlds as different as night and day. Liora spoke of the gardens and the gentle creatures of Florin, while Aria described the endless light and soaring towers of Solstice, where every surface gleamed like polished diamonds. Despite their differences, a bond began to form between them, as delicate and beautiful as a spider's web spun with morning dew. Yet, misunderstandings were inevitable. Liora, accustomed to the soft touch of Florinian life, sometimes found Arian's precise, logical manner somewhat cold. Conversely, Aria, used to the precise order of his metallic world, was often bewildered by Liora's whimsical nature and her tendency to let her heart lead the way. One day, as they wandered through a glade awash with the golden glow of twilight, a misunderstanding arose. Liora, in her eagerness to share the beauty of her world, had led Aria to a patch of delicate starflowers. "Aren't they lovely?" she asked, her eyes shining with delight. Aria, attempting to catalog this new discovery, inadvertently stepped on a fragile bloom, crushing it beneath his metallic foot. Liora gasped, her heart aching for the lost beauty. "Oh, Aria, you must be careful," she exclaimed, her voice tinged with sorrow. Aria, feeling the warmth of embarrassment rise within his circuits, apologized. "I did not mean to cause harm. In Solstice, nothing is so fragile. I am still learning the ways of your world." The incident, though small, taught them both a valuable lesson. Liora learned to be patient, understanding that Arian's actions were not born of malice but of unfamiliarity with her world. Aria, in turn, came to appreciate the gentle touch required to navigate a life full of fragile beauty. As the days passed, they faced other challenges together. An unexpected storm that threatened to uproot the gardens, a mischievous band of moon sprites causing havoc among the flowers, and the repair of Aaron's spacecraft, which required parts that were as rare as shooting stars. Each trial brought them closer, their friendship growing stronger with every shared moment. In the quiet hours of the night, when the world seemed to pause in its eternal spin, Liora would often find herself gazing at the stars, Aaron by her side. They spoke of dreams and hopes, their voices mingling with the gentle rustle of leaves. One such night, as they sat under the vast tapestry of the cosmos, Aaron turned to Liora, his eyes reflecting the starlight. "You have shown me the true beauty of your world, Liora. More than that, you have shown me the beauty of friendship." Liora smiled, her heart full as she replied, "And you, Aaron, have taught me to see beyond what is visible. You have shown me the strength and resilience that lies within." Finally, the day came when Aaron's spacecraft was ready for departure. As he prepared to leave, a bittersweet feeling enveloped them both. Liora gifted Aaron a small pot of starflowers, carefully grown and tended, a piece of florin to take with him on his journey. Aaron, in return, gave Liora a small polished stone from Solstice, its surface catching the light in a way that made it seem almost alive. "May this remind you of our friendship and the adventures yet to come," he said. With a final embrace, filled with promises to meet again among the stars, Aaron boarded his ship. Liora watched as it rose into the sky, a silver comet streaking towards the horizon, until it disappeared among the twinkling stars. Though miles and worlds would soon separate them, Liora and Aaron knew that true friendship, like the stars themselves, transcended distance and time. Their hearts, bound by shared experiences and mutual understanding, would forever remain connected in the vast, beautiful tapestry of the universe. And so, under the watchful gaze of the twin moons, Liora returned to her gardens, her spirit aglow with the warmth of newfound friendship, a light that would never fade. Story 20. In a quaint little village surrounded by rolling meadows and whispering woods, there lived a curious young girl named Amara. Her heart was as bright as the morning sun, and her eyes sparkled with the wonder of 1,000 stars. Amara was known for her insatiable curiosity and her love for the tales spun by the village elder, who often spoke of the Enchanted Glade, a place of mystery and magic, hidden deep within the heart of the forest. One crisp autumn morning, as the golden leaves danced upon the gentle breeze, Amara decided it was time to discover the Enchanted Glade for herself. She packed a small satchel with a few essentials, a loaf of bread, a jar of honey, and a worn but beloved storybook, and set out on her adventure. The path into the forest was lined with tall, ancient trees whose branches intertwined overhead, creating a canopy of rustling leaves that whispered secrets to the wind. Sunlight filtered through in dappled patches, painting the forest floor with spots of light and shadow. As Amara ventured deeper, the air grew sweet with the scent of pine and earth, and the melodic song of birds accompanied her journey. After walking for some time, Amara arrived at a clearing bathed in an ethereal glow. The air here was different, alive with a soft hum that seemed to pulse with the heartbeat of the earth. At the center of the clearing stood a shimmering pool, its surface as smooth and clear as glass. Surrounding it were flowers of every imaginable hue, their petals glistening with dew like tiny jewels in the morning light. As she knelt beside the pool to take a closer look, Amara noticed something extraordinary. Reflected in its depths were not only the trees and sky above, but also the image of creatures she had never seen before. Suddenly, a gentle ripple spread across the water, and from its depths emerged a small, luminescent creature with wings as delicate as gossamer. It floated towards her, leaving a trail of shimmering light in its wake. "Welcome, brave traveler," the creature chimed in a voice like tinkling bells. "I am Lyra, guardian of the Enchanted Glade. Few have ventured here, and fewer still have the heart to see its wonders." Amara smiled, her heart alight with the joy of discovery. "I have always dreamed of this place," she replied softly. "It is more beautiful than I ever imagined." Lyra fluttered closer, her wings casting rainbow prisms on the ground. "The glade is a place of dreams and courage," she explained. "Those who come seeking its mysteries often find more than they expect." With Lyra as her guide, Amara explored the glade further. She met creatures of whimsy and wonder, a family of tiny singing sprites that danced upon the breeze, a wise old tortoise who spoke in riddles, and a pair of mischievous foxes whose laughter echoed like a playful breeze through the trees. Each encounter brought with it a gentle challenge. The singing sprites taught Amara the song of the forest, a melody that harmonized her heart with the natural world. The tortoise, with his riddles, encouraged her to think deeply and to trust in her own wisdom. The foxes, with their playful antics, reminded her of the joy found in spontaneity and laughter. As the sun began its descent, casting the glade in shades of gold and amber, Lyra led Amara back to the edge of the clearing. "You have shown great courage and kindness," Lyra said, her voice as soft as a lullaby. "The glade will always welcome you, and its magic will stay with you wherever you go." Amara felt a warmth spread through her, a sense of belonging and peace. She bid farewell to her new friends, promising to return one day. As she made her way back through the forest, the path seemed to glow with a light all its own, guiding her home. When Amara finally emerged from the woods, the village was bathed in the soft glow of twilight. Her heart was full, her spirit light, and the world seemed a little more wondrous than before. She knew that the courage to explore and the kindness shared with others were gifts she would carry with her always. And so, with the stars twinkling above and the gentle night breeze whispering tales of adventures yet to come, Amara drifted into a peaceful sleep, dreaming of the magic that lived just beyond the edge of the known world, waiting for those brave enough to seek it. Story 21. Title: The Whispering Woods. In a quaint village nestled between rolling hills and dense forests, there lived a young girl named Lyra. Her days were spent exploring the lush meadows and the edge of the mysterious Whispering Woods, a place that was both feared and revered by the villagers. It was said that within the heart of the woods lay secrets that could change one's life forever. Lyra's grandmother, with her silver hair and gentle smile, often told tales of the woods, her voice a soothing lullaby by the fire. "The Whispering Woods," she would say, "holds the echoes of dreams yet to be realized, and the wisdom of those who dare to listen." Lyra's curiosity about the woods was as boundless as the sky at dusk, painted in hues of lavender and gold. One crisp autumn afternoon, as the leaves danced to the ground in shades of amber and scarlet, Lyra set out with her trusty satchel. Inside it, she packed a small loaf of bread, a flask of warm cider, and a worn leather journal, its pages filled with sketches and musings of her adventures. She was determined to step beyond the familiar paths and venture deeper into the woods than ever before. The air within the forest was cool and fragrant, carrying the earthy scent of moss and pine. Sunlight filtered gently through the canopy, casting dappled patterns on the forest floor. As Lyra walked, the soft rustle of leaves underfoot was accompanied by the distant murmur of a brook that wound its way through the trees. As she ventured further, Lyra noticed something unusual. The air seemed to hum with an energy she couldn't quite place. It was as if the forest itself was alive, whispering secrets just beyond the edge of her hearing. Intrigued, she followed the sound, her heart beating with a mix of excitement and trepidation. Her journey led her to a clearing where an ancient oak tree stood, its gnarled branches stretching toward the sky. Beneath its boughs, the ground was carpeted with soft, verdant moss. Lyra approached, her eyes drawn to a peculiar sight, a small, shimmering pool at the base of the tree. The water was impossibly clear, reflecting the brilliant autumn sky above. As Lyra knelt beside the pool, a gentle breeze rustled the leaves, and she heard a voice, soft and melodic, carried on the wind. "Seek the heart of the forest, where the old and the new embrace, and there you shall find what you seek." Startled, Lyra looked around, but saw no one. The voice seemed to resonate from the very air itself, a whisper woven into the fabric of the woods. She pondered its words, the mystery of the forest deepening. What was it that she sought? Adventure, perhaps? Or answers to questions she had yet to ask? Determined to unravel the enigma, Lyra continued her journey, guided by the whispers of the forest. As she walked, the trees seemed to lean closer, their branches forming an archway that led her deeper into their embrace. The path was winding, and at times she felt the weight of the ancient woods watching her, a presence both daunting and comforting. As twilight descended, painting the sky in deep blues and purples, Lyra came upon a glade bathed in the soft glow of moonlight. In the center stood a circle of standing stones, each one etched with runes that pulsed with a gentle luminescence. It was a place of power, steeped in magic and mystery. Drawn to the stones, Lyra reached out to touch one. As her fingers brushed the cool surface, a warmth spread through her, and images filled her mind. Visions of the forest in ages past, its history unfolding in a tapestry of light and shadow. She saw glimpses of people long gone, their lives intertwined with the woods, their dreams and fears echoing through time. Amid the visions, Lyra heard the voice again, clearer this time. To understand the present, one must embrace the past. The journey is not just of the feet, but of the heart. As the images faded, Lyra sat back, the weight of the experience settling over her. The forest was more than just a place. It was a keeper of stories, a guardian of dreams. She realized that her journey was not merely about exploring the physical realm, but also about delving into the depths of her own heart. With renewed purpose, Lyra set off once more, the whispers guiding her through the night. As she walked, she reflected on the tales her grandmother had told, finding new meanings within them. She understood now that the Whispering Woods was a place of transformation, where one could find clarity and strength. The path led her to a hidden grove, where a gentle stream meandered through the trees. The water sparkled under the moonlight, casting a silvery glow across the clearing. Beside the stream sat a figure, cloaked in shadows, yet radiating a warmth that drew Lyra closer. As she approached, the figure turned, revealing a face lined with wisdom and kindness. "Welcome, traveler," the figure said, their voice like the soft rustle of leaves in a gentle breeze. "I am the keeper of this forest, a friend to those who seek its truths." Lyra felt a sense of familiarity, as if she had known this figure all her life. "I've come to understand the whispers," she said, her voice barely above a whisper itself. "To find what I seek, though I'm not sure what that is." The keeper nodded, their eyes twinkling with a knowing light. "The forest speaks to those who listen. It reveals what is hidden, not just in the world, but within ourselves. What is it that your heart desires?" Lyra thought for a moment, the answer slowly unfurling within her. "I want to belong, to understand my place in the world, and to weave my own stories, like the ones my grandmother told." The keeper smiled, their expression gentle and wise. "Belonging is found not in the place, but in the heart. The stories we weave are threads of our journey, connecting us to all who have come before and those yet to come." As the night deepened, Lyra and the keeper spoke of many things, of dreams and fears, of past and future. The forest around them listened, the whispers a comforting presence. Lyra felt the weight of her questions lift, replaced by a sense of peace and understanding. When dawn broke, painting the sky with the colors of a new day, Lyra knew it was time to return. She bid farewell to the keeper, her heart full of gratitude and newfound wisdom. The path back seemed different, the trees welcoming her with open arms, their whispers a gentle song. As she stepped out of the forest and into the warm embrace of the morning sun, Lyra looked back at the woods, a smile playing on her lips. She knew she would return, for the Whispering Woods was now a part of her, a place of magic and mystery, of stories yet to be told. And so she walked back to her village, her heart light and her spirit renewed, ready to share her tales by the fireside, where dreams and whispers danced together in the flickering light. Story 22. Once upon a time, in the vast tapestry of the universe, where stars twinkled like scattered jewels on a velvet cloak, there was a little planet named Luminara. Luminara was known for its shimmering lakes and skies that danced with hues of amethyst and gold. Among its many inhabitants was a young dreamwalker named Liora. Liora had the gift of weaving dreams into reality, and her heart was as bright as the twin moons that watched over her every night. Liora's days were spent helping her fellow Luminarians nurture their dreams, guiding them with gentle whispers and songs sung to the rhythm of the cosmos. But despite her cherished role, Liora felt a whisper of longing in her heart, a yearning for a connection that reached beyond the familiar shores of her world. Far across the galaxy, on the rugged planet of Tecton, lived a creature named Tharn. Tharn was a stone beast, a sturdy being composed of rock and minerals, with eyes that shone like molten lava. Life on Tecton was harsh, with craggy landscapes and fierce storms that sculpted the mountains. Tharn had a heart as steadfast as the mountains themselves, yet he too felt a stirring inside him, a desire to explore the unknown and find a friend who saw beyond his rocky exterior. As fate would have it, one fateful day, a cosmic wind carried Liora's song across the stars, reaching the ears of Tharn as he stood in contemplation by a rumbling volcano. The melody was like nothing he had ever heard, soft and hopeful, yet powerful enough to stir the very core of his being. Intrigued and compelled, Tharn set out on a journey through the galaxy, guided by the echoes of Liora's song. Their paths crossed in the vibrant swirl of Nebula Cygni, a celestial cloud that held mysteries and magic within its colorful embrace. At first, their meeting was fraught with misunderstanding. Liora, used to the gentle grace of her fellow dreamwalkers, was startled by Tharn's formidable appearance. Tharn, on the other hand, was bewildered by Liora's ethereal form, as delicate as a wisp of stardust. Their initial exchanges were clumsy, marred by miscommunication. Liora's attempts to understand Tharn's gruff exterior were met with silence, while Tharn struggled to decipher the nuances of Liora's dreamlike language. But slowly, through shared experiences and challenges, they began to see each other for who they truly were. One day, as they traveled through a storm-ridden asteroid field, their ship was caught in a swirling vortex. Panic gripped them both, but it was Liora's calming presence and Tharn's unyielding strength that saw them through. With Liora guiding the ship with intuitive precision, and Tharn using his immense strength to stabilize their course, they escaped the storm's clutches, landing safely on a serene moonlit meadow. It was here, under a sky sprinkled with stars, that Liora and Tharn discovered the true meaning of friendship. As they rested, Liora spoke of her world, of the dreams she nurtured, and the longing for connection that had called to her. Tharn listened, his usually stony gaze softening as he shared stories of Tecton's rugged beauty and his desire to find a friend among the stars. In that moment, they realized that despite their differences, they shared a common thread, a longing to be understood and cherished for who they truly were. They laughed at their initial misunderstandings, now seeing them as stepping stones to a deeper bond. Liora's gentle wisdom and Tharn's steadfast loyalty formed the perfect harmony, much like the celestial music that had brought them together. As their journey continued, they faced challenges that tested their courage and strengthened their bond. They navigated treacherous star paths, discovered hidden worlds, and shared moments of wonder and awe. Each challenge was met with mutual support, their friendship becoming a beacon of light that illuminated their path through the darkest corners of the universe. In time, Liora and Tharn returned to their respective worlds, but their connection remained unbroken. Liora's dreams were now filled with the warmth of Tharn's laughter, and Tharn's landscapes were softened by the gentle glow of Liora's light. They had discovered that true friendship transcends distance and difference, a bond that bridges the vastness of space and time. And so, under the benevolent gaze of the universe, Liora and Tharn's story became a timeless legend, a testament to the power of understanding and the magic of friendship. As they continued to weave dreams and explore new horizons, they knew that they would always carry each other's light in their hearts, a guiding star in their journey through the cosmos. Story 23. In a snug little village nestled between rolling emerald hills and a murmuring brook, there lived a young girl named Lyra. The village was known for its quaint cobblestone paths and cottages that seemed to hum with stories of old. Each evening, the sky draped itself in a blanket of twinkling stars, casting a gentle glow over the land. But for several nights now, something peculiar had been happening. Lyra had first noticed it on one of her evening walks with her tabby cat, Whiskers. Just as the sun dipped below the horizon, a soft, melodic humming floated on the evening breeze. It was a sound both unfamiliar and comforting, as if the air itself were singing a lullaby. Intrigued, Lyra decided to follow the sound, Whiskers padding silently by her side. As they meandered past the thatched roofs and gardens bursting with lavender, the humming grew louder. It seemed to be coming from the heart of the village, where the great oak stood, its branches sprawling like a giant's arms embracing the sky. The villagers often gathered beneath its canopy for storytelling and songs, but tonight the square was empty. Lyra approached the tree cautiously, her feet whispering against the grass. She touched the rough bark, feeling a gentle warmth pulse beneath her fingers. "What do you think, Whiskers?" she whispered, but the cat simply blinked slowly, as if urging her to listen closely. Determined to unravel the mystery, Lyra decided to seek advice from her grandmother, who was known for her wisdom and tales of magic. Her cottage, filled with the scent of freshly baked bread and herbs, was a place of comfort and warmth. Lyra found her grandmother knitting by the fire, her silver hair shimmering like moonlight. "Grandmother," Lyra began, settling into a chair by the hearth, "have you heard the strange humming in the evenings?" Her grandmother paused, her eyes twinkling with curiosity. "Ah, the song of the great oak," she murmured, her voice soft as the crackling fire. "It is said that the tree sings when it is trying to communicate something important." "But what could it be saying?" Lyra asked, her brow furrowing in thought. Her grandmother chuckled, her laughter like a gentle breeze rustling through leaves. "The great oak has been here for centuries, dear one. It has seen many things. Perhaps it is trying to remind us of something forgotten." Lyra pondered this as she sipped the warm tea her grandmother had poured. The next day she decided to enlist the help of her best friend Finn, a boy with bright eyes and a knack for solving puzzles. Together, they ventured into the woods, hoping to discover more about the tree's mysterious song. The air was crisp, carrying the earthy scent of pine and moss. As they approached the tree once more, the humming began, soft and rhythmic. They circled the great oak, searching for clues in its gnarled roots and sprawling branches. "Look here," Finn said, pointing to a small hidden hollow in the trunk. Inside, nestled among the leaves, lay a tiny, glowing orb. It pulsed with light, in time with the tree's song. "What is it?" Lyra breathed, reaching out to touch the orb. It was warm, and as her fingers brushed against it, the humming grew louder, more insistent. "I think it's a memory," Finn suggested, his voice filled with wonder. A memory of the tree itself. Gently, they lifted the orb from the hollow, and as they did, a vision unfolded before them. They saw the village as it once was, a small settlement surrounded by vast forests. They saw villagers gathered around the great oak, planting seeds, sharing stories, and laughing together. The tree had witnessed generations of joy and community, and it longed to remind the villagers of their shared history. With newfound understanding, Lyra and Finn returned to the village and shared what they had discovered. The villagers gathered beneath the great oak once more, each bringing a seed to plant in the earth. As they worked together, the humming transformed into a joyous melody, filling the air with harmony and hope. The great oak's song had reminded them of the importance of unity, of cherishing their roots while growing towards the future. And so, with hearts full of gratitude, Lyra and her friends continued to nurture their village, ensuring that the stories of the past would never be forgotten. As the stars began to twinkle once more, Lyra sat beneath the tree with Whiskers curled up beside her. The night air was cool, and the village was filled with the soft murmur of happy voices. The great oak stood tall and proud, its branches swaying gently in the breeze. And from that night on, the tree's song was no longer a mystery, but a comforting reminder of the enduring bond between the villagers and the land they called home. Story 24. In the heart of an ancient forest, where the whispering leaves spun tales older than memory, lay a place known only to those who listened with their hearts rather than their ears. This was the Glimmering Grove, a sanctuary where the boundaries between the seen and the unseen danced in a perpetual waltz. Here, the natural world and magic wove together in a tapestry of life, harmony, and balance. The early morning mist, as soft as spun silk, hovered over the forest floor, wrapping the world in a gentle embrace. Sunlight, golden and warm, pierced through the canopy in slender beams, creating pools of light that glimmered like liquid gold. The air was rich with the scent of earth and pine, a fragrance as old as the world itself. In this grove lived creatures who were both ordinary and extraordinary. There was Bramble, the elderly badger, whose coat was a patchwork of silver and charcoal. His eyes, deep and wise, had seen many seasons come and go. As the unofficial elder of the grove, Bramble was the keeper of stories and the guardian of wisdom passed down through generations. Then there was Lyra, a young doe with a coat as russet as autumn leaves and eyes that mirrored the gentle streams flowing through the forest. Lyra had a curiosity as boundless as the sky, and a heart as open as the meadows in springtime. She often wandered the grove, eager to learn the secrets it held. And there was Nimbus, a small cloud rabbit, whose fur was as fluffy as the clouds that drifted lazily across the sky. Nimbus had a knack for sensing changes in the weather, his fluffy ears twitching with the slightest shift in the breeze. He could feel the heartbeat of the forest, his spirit attuned to the rhythms of nature. The grove itself was a symphony of life. The trees, tall and stately, stood as sentinels of time, their branches swaying gently in the breeze like ancient storytellers sharing secrets with the wind. The brook, which wound its way through the forest, sang a lullaby of water and stone, its melody soothing and eternal. One day, as the first hints of autumn painted the leaves in vibrant hues of crimson and gold, Bramble gathered the creatures of the grove. His voice, deep and resonant, carried through the clearing like the gentle roll of distant thunder. "My friends," Bramble began, his gaze sweeping over the assembled creatures. "As the seasons turn, we must remember the balance that keeps our home thriving. Each of us has a part in this delicate dance, and it is through harmony that we find our strength." Lyra stepped forward, her eyes bright with questions. "But how do we maintain this balance, Bramble? The forest is vast, and its needs are many." Bramble smiled, a twinkle of wisdom in his eyes. "Balance is found in understanding and respect, dear Lyra. We must listen to the whispers of the trees, the songs of the streams, and the calls of the wind. Nature speaks in many voices, and it is through these voices that we learn." As the days passed, the creatures of the grove took Bramble's words to heart. Lyra spent her mornings wandering the forest, listening to the rustle of leaves and the chatter of birds. She learned the language of the forest, her spirit growing in tune with its rhythms. Nimbus, with his gift of weather sense, became the guardian of the skies. He watched the clouds, deciphering their moods and movements, sharing his insights with the grove. On days when storms brewed on the horizon, Nimbus would gather the creatures, guiding them to shelter beneath the protective embrace of the ancient oaks. The grove was a place of peace and prosperity, where each creature played a role in the dance of life. But as the chill of winter approached, the balance was threatened. A fierce storm, darker and more powerful than any before, loomed on the horizon, its presence a shadow over the grove. Nimbus felt the storm's approach long before it arrived, his ears twitching with unease. He bounded to Bramble's den, his heart thudding with urgency. "Bramble," Nimbus said, his voice a breathless whisper, "a great storm is coming. It is unlike any I've felt before, and it threatens to upset the harmony we've worked so hard to maintain." Bramble listened, his expression grave but calm. "Then we must act swiftly. Gather the creatures, Nimbus. We will face this challenge together, as we always have." As the storm clouds gathered, the grove united in purpose. Lyra led the younger creatures to safety, her calm presence a beacon of reassurance. Nimbus guided Bramble and the others in reinforcing their shelters, using his knowledge of the skies to predict the storm's path. The storm arrived with a fury, wind and rain lashing the forest in a relentless tempest. But the creatures of the grove, bound by friendship and wisdom, stood firm. They huddled together, their spirits intertwined like the roots of the great trees that surrounded them. Through the howling winds and torrential rain, Bramble's voice rose above the chaos, steady and unwavering. "Remember, my friends, the strength of the grove lies not in its trees or streams, but in our unity. Together we are the forest. Together we are strong." As the storm raged on, the creatures of the grove held fast, their hearts beating in unison with the rhythm of the earth. And when the storm finally passed, the forest emerged renewed, the air crisp and clean, the ground rich with the promise of new life. Sunlight broke through the clouds, casting the grove in a radiant glow. The creatures emerged from their shelters, their eyes bright with relief and gratitude. Lyra nuzzled Nimbus, her heart full of warmth. "We did it, Nimbus. We faced the storm and emerged stronger for it." Bramble, watching the scene with a gentle smile, nodded in agreement. "Indeed, dear Lyra, the storm was a reminder that balance is not simply given, but earned through understanding, respect, and unity." And so, the glimmering grove continued to thrive, a sanctuary of harmony and magic, where the creatures lived in peace, their lives intertwined with the ancient rhythms of nature. Here, in this enchanted forest, the lessons of the past guided the present, and the whispers of the leaves sang of a future filled with hope and possibility. And as the sun set behind the horizon, casting the world in a soft twilight, the creatures of the grove settled into a peaceful slumber, knowing that in their hearts they carried the true magic of the forest, the magic of friendship, wisdom, and balance. Story 25. In the heart of the whispering woods, where the trees sang soft lullabies with the rustling of their leaves, there lay a quaint little village named Elderglow. The village was nestled amidst rolling hills blanketed with wildflowers that swayed gently in the breeze, and the air was always sweet with the scent of honey and lavender. Elderglow was a place where magic hummed quietly in the background, a soft undercurrent that made life there both wondrous and serene. In this peaceful village, there lived a young girl named Lyra. Lyra had hair the color of chestnuts and eyes that sparkled like sunlight on a brook. She loved to explore the woods surrounding her village, her heart always open to the whispers of the wind and the secrets it might carry. Lyra was known for her curiosity and her knack for solving puzzles, aided by her trusty friend, a clever fox named Jasper. One evening, as the sky blushed into shades of pink and orange, Lyra noticed something peculiar. The fireflies that usually danced around the village at dusk were missing. This was odd, for their twinkling lights had always been as reliable as the stars themselves. The villagers murmured about the strange absence, their voices tinged with a gentle worry. Without the fireflies, the paths through the woods seemed unfamiliar, and the night felt a little less magical. Sensing the unease, Lyra decided to investigate. She and Jasper set off into the woods, the fox trotting beside her with his bushy tail waving behind him. The forest was hushed, save for the soft crunch of leaves underfoot and the occasional call of an owl. The air was cool and carried the earthy scent of moss and pine. As they walked, Lyra observed her surroundings with keen eyes. She noticed that the mushrooms, which usually glowed softly at night, were dimmer than usual. "Something is amiss, Jasper," she murmured, stroking the fox's fur. Jasper nodded, his eyes bright with understanding. They continued deeper into the forest, guided by the slivers of moonlight that filtered through the canopy. Eventually, they came upon an ancient oak tree, its gnarled branches stretching skyward like giant arms. At its base sat a wise old owl named Orion. Orion was known throughout Elderglow for his knowledge and kindly nature. Perched on a low branch, he regarded Lyra and Jasper with a thoughtful gaze. "Good evening, Orion," Lyra greeted, her voice respectful and warm. "We've come to ask if you've noticed anything unusual. The fireflies have disappeared, and the woods feel different." Orion hooted softly, a sound like the gentle tolling of a distant bell. "Ah, young Lyra," he said, his voice resonant and soothing. "I have indeed observed a change. The magic that flows through these woods has become unsettled, and the fireflies, sensitive as they are, have retreated." Lyra listened intently, her mind turning over the owl's words. "Do you know why this has happened?" she asked. The old owl blinked slowly, his eyes like twin moons. "There is a disturbance in the heart of the forest, near the enchanted glade, a new presence, unfamiliar and perhaps in need of guidance." Thanking Orion for his wisdom, Lyra and Jasper made their way towards the enchanted glade. The path wound through the forest, lined with ferns that whispered secrets to one another. As they approached the glade, they could feel the air grow warmer, tinged with a golden light. There, in the center of the glade, they found the source of the disturbance, a young sprite, shimmering with a light all her own. Her wings fluttered anxiously, casting flickering shadows on the ground. She was trying, unsuccessfully, to gather the light of the moon into a small crystal vial. Lyra approached slowly, careful not to startle the sprite. "Hello," she called softly. "My name is Lyra, and this is Jasper. We live in the village nearby. Can we help you?" The sprite looked at them with eyes wide like saucers, her expression a mix of hope and uncertainty. "I am Luna," she replied in a voice that chimed like silver bells. "I am trying to collect moonlight to renew the magic of the forest, but I fear I cannot gather enough on my own." Understanding dawned on Lyra. The sprite's efforts to harness the moonlight had inadvertently disrupted the natural balance, causing the fireflies to retreat. She felt a surge of empathy for Luna, who was only trying to help. "Perhaps we can work together," Lila suggested gently. "The fireflies are drawn to light. If we can reassure them, they might return and help us spread the moonlight throughout the forest." Luna's face lit up with relief and gratitude. She nodded eagerly, and together they devised a plan. Jasper, with his keen nose and quick wit, would find the fireflies, while Lila and Luna prepared the glade to welcome them. As the moon climbed higher in the sky, casting its silver glow over the world, Jasper scampered off into the woods. He returned shortly, leading a shimmering cloud of fireflies, their tiny lights flickering like stars come to earth. Lila and Luna stood in the center of the glade, their hands outstretched. The fireflies swirled around them, drawn to the gentle glow of the sprite and the warmth of Lila's spirit. Together, they formed a circle of light, the moonlight mingling with the fireflies' glow to create a radiant tapestry that enveloped the forest. As the light spread, the magic of the woods harmonized once more, and the gentle hum of life returned. The mushrooms began to glow softly again, and the path through the woods was illuminated by the fireflies' dance. Luna smiled, her wings fluttering with joy. "Thank you, Lila and Jasper. You have helped me restore the magic and balance of the forest." Lila smiled back, feeling a warm glow of contentment. "We were happy to help, Luna, and now, with the fireflies returned, the village will feel the magic of the night once more." With their task complete, Lila and Jasper bid farewell to Luna and made their way back to Elderglow. The villagers greeted them with smiles and laughter, their hearts lightened by the return of the fireflies. That night, as Lila lay in her bed, the soft glow of fireflies at her window, she felt a deep sense of peace. She knew that the magic of the Whispering Woods would continue to weave its gentle spell, watched over by wise creatures and kind hearts. And so, with the mystery resolved and the village aglow with light and warmth, Lila drifted into a restful sleep, her dreams filled with the enchanting dance of fireflies and the soft whispers of the woods. Story 26. Once upon a time in the sun-dappled hills of the Whimsy woodlands, where the trees giggled with the wind and the brooks sang in sweet, tinkling notes, there lived a group of delightfully peculiar friends. This merry band included a diminutive, fluffy rabbit named Thistle, who had the unique ability to change the colors of his fur with a simple twitch of his nose. His best friend was a plucky little hedgehog named Prickle, who wore an oversized pair of spectacles that made his eyes look as large as tea saucers. He could read the whispers of the wind, a talent that often led to grand adventures. One day, as the sun painted golden streaks across the morning sky, Thistle and Prickle set out on one of their usual jaunts to visit their friend, a gentle turtle named Myrtle. Myrtle was known for her slow, deliberate speech and her shell, which was a mosaic of the most vibrant blues and greens, shimmering like the surface of a secret lagoon. She lived beside a sparkling pond, where dragonflies danced like tiny jewels in the air. As they arrived, they found Myrtle in quite a fluster, which was unusual for a turtle of her calm demeanor. Her home, usually a picture of serene beauty, was in disarray. The pond had turned a peculiar shade of pink, and bubbles of various sizes were popping and frothing at its surface. Oh dear, Myrtle exclaimed, her eyes wide with concern. "The pond has caught a case of the giggles." Thistle twitched his nose, turning a thoughtful shade of lilac, while Prickle adjusted his spectacles. "Giggles, you say?" Prickle mused, listening intently to the rustling of the leaves. "It seems there's a hint of mischief in the air." The trio sat by the pond, contemplating the bubbly conundrum. It was then they were joined by another friend, a jovial squirrel named Nibbles, whose tail was as bushy as a pom-pom and who had an uncanny knack for juggling acorns. Nibbles was always up for a bit of fun, and upon seeing the frothy spectacle, he burst into a fit of laughter. "Why, it's a bubble party!" Nibbles chortled, tossing acorns into the air. But Myrtle wasn't laughing. "We need to find out what's causing this," she insisted, her voice as steady as ever, despite the chaos. Just then a faint tune, like that of a tiny flute, drifted through the air, carried by the breeze. It was a melody unlike any other, light and whimsical, tickling their ears with its magic. Following the sound, they discovered a tiny, shimmering creature perched on a lily pad, a water sprite named Ripple, with wings as delicate as gossamer. Ripple was playing a flute made from a reed, and with every note, the bubbles danced higher into the sky. "Oh, hello," Ripple said with a twinkle in his eyes. "I didn't mean to cause such a stir. I was just practicing a new tune." The friends chuckled at the misunderstanding. "We thought the pond had taken ill," Thistle said, his fur now a cheerful yellow. "I'm terribly sorry," Ripple apologized, his wings fluttering with sincerity. "I didn't realize my music had such an effect. Would you like me to play a different song?" Prickle, with his insightful eyes, suggested, "Perhaps a tune to soothe the pond back to its usual calm?" Ripple nodded eagerly. And as he began to play a gentle lullaby, the bubbles subsided, and the pond gradually returned to its natural, clear blue hue. The dragonflies resumed their dance, and all was right in the whimsy woodlands once more. To celebrate the return of tranquility, the friends decided to have a spontaneous picnic by the pond. Myrtle, in her wise and steady way, shared stories of old, while Nibbles demonstrated his acorn juggling skills, much to the delight of everyone. Thistle entertained them with a rainbow display of his ever-changing fur, and Prickle recited poetry inspired by the whispers of the wind. As the sun set, painting the sky in shades of peach and pink, Ripple's flute filled the air with a soft, serene melody. The friends lay back on the grass, their hearts light with laughter and the joy of friendship. And so, under a canopy of twinkling stars, the whimsy woodlands settled into a peaceful slumber, with dreams as colorful and delightful as the day they had shared. And their story, much like the bubbles that had once danced upon the pond, floated gently into the night, carrying with it a sense of wonder and the comforting promise of tomorrow. Story 27. Title: The Whispering Grove. In the heart of a small, sleepy village, nestled between emerald hills and sapphire lakes, there lay a forest known as the Whispering Grove. The people of the village spoke of the grove in hushed tones, for it was said to hold secrets as old as time itself. Within its depths, where sunlight danced upon leaves like patches of golden lace, there existed a world unseen to most, a realm where magic breathed with the wind and sang with the streams. In this village lived a gentle-hearted boy named Finn, whose curiosity was as boundless as the skies above. He had straw-colored hair that caught the sun like spun gold, and eyes the color of the very lakes that cradled his home. Finn's days were filled with wonder as he explored the world around him, but none of his adventures compared to those he imagined within the Whispering Grove. One crisp autumn morning, when the air was filled with the scent of wood smoke and fallen leaves, Finn set out on a journey that would change his life forever. He had heard tales of a magical stone hidden within the grove, a stone said to grant the gift of understanding the language of nature itself. This enchanted stone had long been sought by many, yet found by none, and it was said to lie where the heart of the forest beat strongest. Finn's path wound through the village, past cottages with thatched roofs and gardens bursting with late-season blooms. As he reached the edge of the grove, the world around him seemed to hold its breath. The trees stood tall and silent, their branches weaving together like a tapestry of green and gold. With a heart full of hope and a pack full of provisions, Finn stepped into the forest. As he ventured deeper, the forest enveloped him in a symphony of whispers and rustles. The leaves spoke in voices that only those who truly listened could hear, sharing secrets of ages past and futures yet to come. The air was cool and refreshing, carrying with it the scent of damp earth and the promise of adventure. Finn walked for hours, his senses alive to the beauty around him. He marveled at the toadstools that glowed like lanterns in the dim light, and watched as squirrels darted through the branches above, their bushy tails trailing like pennants. He followed the sound of a bubbling brook, its waters as clear as crystal and as cold as winter's breath. It was by this brook that Finn paused to rest, his reflection dancing on the water's surface. As he sat, he noticed a peculiar stone nestled among the pebbles at the water's edge. It was smooth and round, its surface shimmering with a faint, ethereal light. Finn's heart quickened, for he knew at once that this was the stone he sought. With reverence, he picked up the stone, feeling its warmth seep into his fingers. As he held it, a gentle voice filled his mind, like the softest of breezes. "Welcome, seeker of truths," it whispered. "You have found the heart of the Whispering Grove." Finn's eyes widened with wonder, for the voice was not his own. It was the voice of the grove itself, ancient and wise. "What do you wish to learn?" the voice asked, its tone as soothing as a lullaby. Finn thought of all the questions he had ever pondered, of the mysteries of the world that filled him with awe. But most of all, he thought of the grove, of its beauty and its secrets. "I wish to understand the language of the forest," he replied softly, "to hear its stories and learn its wisdom." The stone pulsed gently in his hand, and Finn felt a warmth spread through him, as if he were being embraced by the forest itself. "Then listen well, young one," the voice said, "for the forest speaks in many tongues, and its stories are woven from the threads of time." As Finn held the stone, the world around him seemed to shift and change. The brook sang a melody of joy, its waters dancing with the laughter of fairies. The leaves whispered tales of the wind's journey across the world, from the highest mountains to the deepest valleys. The earth hummed a song of life, of roots that reached deep and branches that soared high. With each moment, Finn's understanding grew, and with it a profound sense of connection to the world around him. He listened to the stories of the trees, tales of seasons past, and the dreams they held in their leaves. He learned the songs of the birds, melodies of freedom and flight. He heard the whispers of the wind, secrets carried from distant lands and whispered in his ear. Days passed like moments, and Finn lost himself in the magic of the grove. He learned to speak with the animals, to understand their needs and fears. He discovered the healing properties of plants, their leaves and petals offering comfort and cure. He felt the pulse of the earth beneath his feet, a rhythm that echoed the beat of his own heart. With each new discovery, Finn's love for the grove deepened, and he realized that he had found not just a place, but a home. He vowed to protect the forest and its secrets, to cherish its beauty and share its wisdom with others. As the sun set on his final day in the grove, painting the sky in hues of pink and gold, Finn knew it was time to return to the village. But he would not leave empty-handed. With the stone in his pocket and the grove's stories in his heart, he made his way back through the forest, his steps light and his spirit renewed. When Finn emerged from the whispering grove, the village lay before him, bathed in the soft glow of twilight. He was greeted by the sight of familiar faces, friends and family who had missed him during his absence. They listened in awe as he shared his tale, the wonder of the grove captured in his words. The villagers marveled at the change in Finn, for he had returned not just older, but wiser. He spoke with a newfound confidence, his eyes alight with knowledge and understanding. He taught them the language of the forest, sharing its lessons of harmony and balance, of respect and gratitude. In time, the Whispering Grove became a place of pilgrimage, where villagers and travelers alike came to seek its wisdom and find solace in its beauty. Finn's story spread far and wide, a tale of friendship with the natural world and the transformative power of understanding. And so, the grove continued to whisper its secrets, its magic woven into the very fabric of life. Under the watchful eyes of the trees, Finn lived a life of peace and purpose, his heart forever bound to the forest that had changed him. As the years passed, the village flourished, its people living in harmony with the world around them. And though Finn grew older, the spirit of the boy who had once listened to the whispers of the grove remained with him, a reminder of the journey that had shaped his soul. In the heart of the Whispering Grove, where the stone lay nestled among the roots of an ancient oak, the forest continued to sing its songs and tell its stories, a testament to the enduring power of friendship and the beauty of the world in which we live. And in the quiet moments of twilight, when the world was bathed in a gentle, golden light, Finn would often return to the grove, his heart as open and curious as it had been on the day his journey began. For the Whispering Grove was more than just a place. It was a living, breathing tapestry of life and magic, where every leaf and stone held a story waiting to be told. And Finn, with his heart full of wonder and his spirit attuned to the language of the forest, was its most devoted guardian, listening to its whispers and sharing its wisdom with all who would hear. And so, as the stars twinkled above like diamonds scattered across a velvet sky, the village nestled by the Whispering Grove slept peacefully, its dreams filled with the magic of the forest and the gentle, timeless stories of friendship, understanding, and love. Story 28. Once upon a time, in a small village nestled between the whispering pines and the gentle curves of rolling hills, there lived a young woman named Liora. The village was a tapestry of colors, with thatched cottages painted in shades of clay and ochre, surrounded by gardens that hummed with the life of bees and the soft rustle of leaves in the wind. Above it all, the sky stretched like a vast quilt, stitched with constellations and the silvery glow of the moon. Liora had always felt a quiet yearning, a gentle tug at her heart that seemed to call her towards something ancient and profound. Her grandmother, an elder in the village, often spoke of the family's rich heritage, a legacy woven with stories of old, of magic and wisdom passed down through generations. Yet, these stories seemed like distant echoes to Liora, as intangible as the mist that clung to the hills each morning. One crisp autumn afternoon, as the leaves turned to fiery hues and the air was perfumed with the scent of wood smoke and apples, Liora found herself wandering along a path less traveled. It led her to the edge of the forest, where the trees stood like silent sentinels guarding their secrets. There, nestled among the roots of an ancient oak, she discovered a small, weathered chest. Its surface was etched with intricate patterns, swirling vines and symbols that seemed to dance in the dappled light. Curiosity piqued, Liora carefully opened the chest. Inside, she found an array of artifacts wrapped in velvet cloths. A silver pendant shaped like a crescent moon, a small journal filled with delicate script, and a piece of parchment so old it crinkled like the autumn leaves beneath her feet. As she touched each item, a warmth spread through her fingers, as if the objects themselves were alive with the stories they held. That evening, as Liora sat by the hearth in her grandmother's cozy cottage, she shared her discovery. Her grandmother's eyes, wise and gentle, sparkled with a knowing light. "These," she said, her voice as soft as the flutter of a moth's wings, "are the treasures of our ancestors. Each one is a piece of the puzzle that is our past, a past that speaks to who we are and where we come from." The silver pendant, her grandmother explained, was a symbol of protection and guidance, worn by the women of their family during times of change and uncertainty. The journal was a collection of thoughts and reflections, penned by an ancestor whose wisdom had guided the family through both joy and sorrow. And the parchment? It was a map, not of places, but of the heart, a reminder that the journey one takes within is as important as the path taken through the world. As the days turned into weeks, Liora delved deeper into the legacy of her lineage. She wore the pendant, feeling its cool weight against her skin like a gentle reminder of the strength within her. She read the journal, each word a whisper of encouragement, urging her to trust in the wisdom that lay within her own heart. And the map. Oh, how it fascinated her. Its symbols and lines seemed to shift and change, revealing new paths and insights each time she looked at it. Through this journey of discovery, Liora began to understand the lessons of her ancestors. She learned that true strength lies not in the absence of fear, but in the courage to face it. That wisdom is not a destination, but a journey, ever unfolding and expanding. And that belonging is not about fitting into a mold, but about embracing one's unique place in the tapestry of life. The village, with its chimneys puffing gentle plumes of smoke and its fields kissed by the sun, became not just a home, but a living testament to these truths. Liora found herself more connected to the land, to the people, and to the stories that had shaped her and her family. She felt a peace settle within her, like the calm of a still lake reflecting the stars. One evening, as the first snows began to blanket the village in a soft white hush, Liora sat with her grandmother by the fire. The flames danced, casting flickering shadows on the walls, and the room was filled with the comforting aroma of cinnamon and cedarwood. "Thank you," Liora whispered, her voice barely louder than the crackling of the logs. Her grandmother smiled, a gentle curve of her lips that spoke of love and pride. "The past is a gift," she said softly, "but it is the present that we live in. Cherish both, and you will always find your way." And so, with the warmth of the fire beside her and the legacy of her ancestors within her heart, Liora drifted into a deep and restful sleep. Her dreams were filled with the colors of the forest, the laughter of her ancestors, and the knowledge that she was exactly where she was meant to be, part of a legacy that was as timeless as the stars above. As the night wrapped the village in its gentle embrace, Liora knew that the journey of understanding and belonging was one she would walk for the rest of her days, guided by the whispers of the past and the promise of the future. Story 30. In the heart of an ancient forest, where the whispers of the wind carried secrets older than time itself, there thrived a hidden world of natural creatures. This forest, with its towering trees that seemed to touch the sky, was a sanctuary of balance and harmony, where each leaf and creature played a part in an intricate dance of life. As dawn's gentle fingers of light began to weave through the thick canopy, the forest stirred to life. The air was crisp and sweet, perfumed with the earthy scent of dew-kissed ferns and the fresh aroma of pine. It was here, under the watchful eyes of the ancient oaks and whispering willows, that a young squirrel named Finn awoke from his nest high in the branches. Finn was a gentle soul, with fur the color of autumn leaves, and eyes that sparkled with curiosity. He stretched his tiny limbs and peered out at the world below, where a carpet of wildflowers painted the forest floor in hues of lavender and gold. It was the time of the spring fete, a celebration of renewal and the harmonious cycle of seasons. The forest was abuzz with excitement. Birds flitted from branch to branch, their songs weaving a melodious tapestry that filled the air with joy. Rabbits darted through the underbrush, their fluffy tails bobbing as they gathered blossoms for the celebration. Even the wise old owl, perched in the shadows, gave a nod of approval, his golden eyes gleaming with the wisdom of countless moons. Finn scampered down the tree, eager to join his friends. As he reached the forest floor, he was greeted by Luna, a graceful deer with a coat as soft as the morning mist. Luna's eyes, deep and kind, met Finn's with a knowing smile. "Good morning, Finn," she said, her voice as soothing as a lullaby. "Are you ready for the spring fete?" "Absolutely, Luna," Finn chirped, his bushy tail twitching with excitement. "I can't wait to see what surprises the forest has in store for us today." Together, they meandered through the forest, their footsteps a gentle rustle on the leaf-strewn path. The sunlight filtered through the leaves, casting dappled shadows that danced around them like playful spirits. As they walked, the forest revealed its wonders, a brook babbling over smooth stones, the sweet fragrance of honeysuckle carried on a soft breeze, and the distant call of a woodpecker echoing through the trees. At the heart of the forest lay a glen, where the spring fete would unfold. Creatures of all shapes and sizes had gathered, their eyes alight with anticipation. A grand tapestry of nature lay before them, a feast of berries and nuts, carefully arranged by the diligent ants, and a stage of moss and flowers where the festivities would begin. As the sun reached its zenith, casting a golden glow over the glen, the first act of the fete commenced. A troop of fireflies, their tiny bodies aglow, began a dance that mimicked the twinkling stars. Their light flickered in rhythm, a gentle reminder of the magic that pulsed through the forest. Amidst the celebrations, Finn noticed a somber figure at the edge of the glen. It was Elder Moss, the venerable tortoise, whose shell bore the markings of centuries. He was known for his stories, tales woven with the threads of history and wisdom. Curiosity piqued, Finn approached the elder with Luna by his side. "Elder Moss," Finn began, his voice soft with respect, "why do we celebrate the spring fete?" The tortoise turned his wise eyes upon the young squirrel and deer, his voice a deep rumble like distant thunder. "Ah, young ones, the spring fete is more than a celebration. It is a reminder of the balance we must maintain with the world around us." He paused, letting the weight of his words settle like the gentle fall of leaves. Each season brings its own magic, its own challenges. Spring is the time of renewal, a chance to restore harmony and start anew. The fete is our way of honoring this gift and the delicate balance we share with the earth. Finn and Luna listened intently, the meaning of the fete dawning upon them like the first light of morning. They realized that the festival was not just about joy, but also about gratitude and respect for the natural world that sustained them. As the day turned to dusk, the forest was painted in shades of amber and rose. The creatures gathered once more to bid farewell to the sun and welcome the moon, whose silver light bathed the glen in a tranquil glow. The festivities drew to a close with a gentle song, a melody carried by the wind, sung by the nightingale perched high above. It was a song of unity, of the promise that as long as they cared for their home, the forest would continue to thrive in harmony. With hearts full of warmth and understanding, Finn and Luna returned to their nests, the lessons of the day cradled in their thoughts. As they drifted into slumber, the forest whispered a lullaby, its ancient voice a soothing balm that wrapped around them like a cozy blanket. And so, under the watchful gaze of the moon and stars, the ancient forest continued its timeless dance, a testament to the beauty and wisdom that flourished in the balance of nature. Story 31. Once upon a time, in a land where the whispers of the forest mingled with the secrets of the stars, there existed a quaint village named Elderglen, cradled in the gentle embrace of the verdant valley. This village, with its cobblestone paths meandering through fields of wildflowers, was a place where the air was perpetually sweet with the scent of honeysuckle and the soft hum of bees. At the heart of Elderglen stood an ancient oak, its gnarled branches stretching skyward as if to converse with the heavens. Beneath its mighty canopy, the village gathered for festivals and tales spun by the elder storytellers. It was said that the tree was as old as time itself, a silent witness to the turning of countless seasons. In this village lived a young girl named Aria, whose curious spirit was as boundless as the horizon that stretched beyond the hills. With hair like spun gold and eyes as bright as the summer skies, Aria possessed a heart as tender as a robin's song. She was known to wander the woods beyond Elderglen, where the world was a tapestry of emerald shades and dappled sunlight. One crisp autumn morning, as the leaves blazed in hues of amber and crimson, Aria set out on one of her usual rambles. Her feet carried her to the edge of the whispering woods, a place where shadows played tricks and the air was thick with the scent of earth and mystery. Here, the trees leaned in close, their branches woven together like the fingers of old friends. As Aria ventured deeper, she came upon a glade bathed in a golden glow, where the world seemed to hold its breath. In the center of this glade lay a peculiar object, a mirror framed in vines that twisted and turned as if alive. Its surface shimmered like a pool of liquid silver, reflecting not only the world around it, but something more, something deeper. Drawn by an irresistible pull, Aria knelt before the mirror. As her fingers brushed its cool surface, the world transformed. The air shimmered, and the glade gave way to a realm both familiar and strange. Trees towered like ancient sentinels, their bark etched with runes that pulsed with a gentle light. The sky above was a deep cerulean, where silver clouds drifted lazily. In this enchanted realm, Aria found herself not alone. A soft rustle announced the presence of another, a fox, its fur a fiery blaze against the verdant backdrop. It regarded her with eyes that twinkled with intelligence and mischief. "Welcome, traveler," the fox spoke, its voice a melodious lilt that danced on the breeze. "You have found the Mirror of Echoes, a gateway to the hidden world." Aria's heart fluttered with a mix of wonder and trepidation. "The hidden world?" she echoed, her voice barely a whisper. The fox nodded, its tail curling elegantly around its paws. "A place where the unseen becomes seen, where the heart's truest desires and fears are laid bare. But fear not, for I am here to guide you." With a nod of encouragement from the fox, Aria stepped forward, her curiosity outweighing her fear. As they walked, the landscape unfolded before them, a land of vibrant colors and gentle sounds where the very earth seemed to hum with life. The journey was one of discovery, each step revealing wonders anew. They crossed fields of flowers that sang soft lullabies and streams where the water laughed like a child at play. Creatures both fantastical and familiar watched their passage with eyes full of wisdom and welcome. As the sun dipped low, painting the sky in shades of rose and gold, they arrived at a clearing where a grand stone stood, its surface etched with stories of old. Here the fox paused, turning to Aria with a look of gentle seriousness. "This is the stone of truth," it said. "To pass beyond, you must face what lies within your heart. The mirror has brought you here for a reason, dear traveler. It is time to learn what it has to teach." Aria felt a tremor of uncertainty, but knew she could not turn back. With a deep breath, she stepped toward the stone. As her fingers traced the cool surface, images bloomed in her mind, memories and dreams, fears and hopes, all swirling together in a kaleidoscope of emotion. She saw herself as a child, her heart aching with the loneliness of being misunderstood. She saw her dreams of adventure, of finding a place where she belonged. A tear slipped down her cheek as she realized the truth, that what she sought lay not in distant lands, but within herself. The fox watched with eyes full of understanding. You carry within you the power to change your world, Aria. The hidden world reflects not only what is, but what could be. In that moment, Aria understood. The journey had been one of self-discovery, of recognizing her own strength and potential. She turned to the fox, gratitude shining in her eyes. "Thank you," she said, her voice steady with newfound resolve. The fox bowed its head, a smile playing on its lips. "Go forth and let your heart guide you." With those parting words, the world shimmered once more, the mirror's surface rippling like water. Aria found herself back in the glade, the air filled with the scent of autumn leaves. The mirror lay still, its magic spent, but its lesson remained. As she made her way back to Elderglen, the village seemed to glow with a warmth she had never noticed before. The people she passed greeted her with smiles, their faces familiar and dear. The ancient oak at the village center stood tall, its branches whispering secrets of the ages. Aria knew now that the world was as magical as she allowed it to be. Her journey had shown her that the greatest adventure was not in distant lands, but in the depths of her own heart. And so, with a lightness in her step and a song in her heart, Aria returned to her village, forever changed by the journey through the hidden world. Her days were filled with the joy of discovery, her nights with dreams of wonder, and beneath the ancient oak she would often sit, sharing her tales with those who would listen, weaving stories of magic and friendship, of courage and self-belief. In the quiet of the night, as the stars twinkled like scattered diamonds above, Elderglen would slumber peacefully, wrapped in the gentle embrace of dreams. And in the hearts of its people, the magic of the hidden world lived on, a testament to the power of dreams and the beauty of self-discovery. Story 32. Once upon a time, nestled between the flourishing hills of a quaint little village called Willowbrook, there lay an ancient forest known as the Whispering Woods. This forest was unlike any other, where the trees whispered secrets of old, and the air was always tinged with the scent of pine and jasmine. On a clear spring night, when the moon hung low and full, the forest seemed alive with a gentle, magical hum that called to those who dared to venture within its depths. In the heart of this village lived a young boy named Thomas. He was a curious soul, with eyes as bright as the morning sun and a heart as wide as the open sky. Thomas was known for his insatiable curiosity, always seeking answers to the wonders that surrounded him. His dearest friend was a girl named Lucy, whose laughter could light up the darkest of nights. Together, they were inseparable, sharing every secret and every adventure. One warm afternoon, as the sun bathed the village in a golden glow, Thomas and Lucy set off on one of their usual escapades. Today, they decided to explore the outskirts of the Whispering Woods, where the village elders claimed magic still lingered. As they wandered further from the village, the air grew cooler, and the whispers of the forest grew louder, almost as if the trees themselves were speaking directly to them. "Do you feel that, Lucy?" Thomas asked, his voice barely above a whisper. "It's as if the forest is trying to tell us something." Lucy nodded, her eyes wide with wonder. "I do, Thomas. It's like the forest is alive with stories waiting to be discovered." As they ventured deeper into the woods, they stumbled upon a peculiar sight, a clearing bathed in the soft glow of moonlight, even though the sun still shone brightly in the sky. In the center of the clearing stood a magnificent oak tree, its branches stretching wide as if embracing the entire forest. At its base lay a small, intricately carved wooden box, adorned with symbols neither of them could recognize. Thomas and Lucy exchanged a glance, their curiosity piqued. "Do you think it's safe?" Lucy asked hesitantly. Thomas nodded, his adventurous spirit taking the lead. "I think it's meant for us to find." With gentle hands, Thomas lifted the box from the ground. As he did, a soft, warm light emanated from within, casting the clearing in a gentle glow. Slowly he opened the box, revealing a small crystal orb nestled inside. The orb shimmered with a kaleidoscope of colors, swirling and dancing as if alive. "What is it, Thomas?" Lucy asked, her voice filled with awe. "I'm not sure. Thomas replied, his eyes fixed on the enchanting orb, but I think it might be magical. As they stood mesmerized by the orb, a soft voice filled the clearing, melodic and soothing. You have found the heart of the woods, it sang, a gift from the forest to those with pure hearts. Startled, Thomas and Lucy looked around, but there was no one else in sight. The voice seemed to come from the very air around them. Who are you? Thomas called out, his voice trembling with excitement and a hint of fear. I am the spirit of the whispering woods, the voice replied, as gentle as a summer breeze. The heart of the woods has chosen you, children, for a great journey lies ahead. Lucy clutched Thomas's hand, her heart racing. What kind of journey? A journey of discovery and transformation, the voice answered. With the heart of the woods, you will see the world in ways you never imagined. But remember, true magic lies not in the object, but in the heart. Thomas and Lucy exchanged another glance, their hearts filled with a mix of anticipation and trepidation. What should we do? Lucy asked. Embrace the journey, the voice replied softly, and trust in each other. With that, the light from the orb grew brighter, enveloping them in a warm, comforting glow. The world around them seemed to shift and change, and before they knew it, they found themselves in a place that felt both familiar and wondrously new. The forest was still around them, but everything seemed more vibrant, more alive. The colors of the leaves were richer, the scent of flowers more intoxicating, and the air hummed with a palpable energy. It was as if they had stepped into a hidden world within their own. Thomas held the orb close, feeling its warmth seep into his very being. This is incredible, he whispered, his eyes wide with wonder. Lucy nodded, her gaze fixed on the myriad of colors dancing within the orb. I feel like we're seeing the true heart of the forest. As they stood, taking in the beauty around them, a gentle rustling caught their attention. From the underbrush emerged a small creature, unlike any they had seen before. It resembled a fox, with soft, iridescent fur that shimmered like the orb itself, and eyes that sparkled with intelligence and kindness. Welcome, young ones, the creature said, its voice as gentle as the rustling leaves. I am Lumi, the guardian of this hidden realm. Thomas and Lucy knelt down, their hearts filled with awe and gratitude. Thank you for allowing us to be here, Thomas said, his voice filled with sincerity. Lumi nodded, his eyes twinkling with warmth. The heart of the woods has chosen you for a reason, he explained. It is rare for humans to see our world, but you have been deemed worthy. Lucy smiled, her heart swelling with a sense of belonging. What should we do here, Lumi? Explore, learn, and grow, Lumi replied. This realm holds many wonders and secrets. Trust in your friendship and the wisdom of your hearts. With those words, Lumi led them deeper into the forest, showing them sights that defied belief. They saw trees that whispered ancient songs, streams that sparkled with the laughter of water sprites, and flowers that bloomed in colors not found in their own world. Each step they took filled them with a sense of joy and wonder, as if they were discovering the world anew. Days passed, though time seemed to flow differently in this magical realm. Thomas and Lucy learned from the creatures of the forest, each with their own stories and wisdom to share. They discovered that the heart of the forest was not just a place, but a living, breathing entity, filled with life and magic. One day, while resting by a shimmering pond, Lucy turned to Thomas, her eyes filled with a thoughtful light. Thomas, do you think we'll ever go back to our world? Thomas looked at the orb in his hands, feeling its warmth and the connection it had forged between them and the forest. I think we will, when the time is right, but I also think we'll carry a piece of this world with us, forever. Lucy smiled, her heart filled with a sense of peace. This journey has changed us, hasn't it? Thomas nodded, his gaze meeting hers. Yes, it has. We've learned so much about the world, about ourselves, and about each other. As they sat by the pond, a gentle breeze rustled the leaves, carrying with it the soothing voice of the forest. You have grown, young ones, it sang. Your hearts are filled with the magic of the forest. It is time to return to your world and share what you have learned. Thomas and Lucy exchanged a look, their hearts both heavy and light. They knew their journey in this hidden realm had come to an end, but they also knew it was just the beginning of a new chapter in their lives. With Lumi by their side, they made their way back to the clearing, where it all began. The orb in Thomas's hands glowed softly, as if bidding them farewell. "Thank you, Lumi," Thomas said, his voice filled with gratitude. "For everything." Lumi bowed his head, his eyes shining with warmth. "Thank you, Thomas. Thank you, Lucy. May the magic of the forest always guide you." With those words, the light of the orb enveloped them once more, and in an instant they found themselves back at the edge of the whispering woods. The sun was setting, casting the village in a warm, golden glow. Thomas and Lucy exchanged a smile, their hearts filled with a sense of fulfillment and peace. They knew they had changed, their bond stronger, and their understanding of the world deeper. As they made their way back to the village, hand in hand, they carried with them the lessons and magic of the Whispering Woods, a reminder that the true magic of the world lies not in objects or places, but in the hearts of those who choose to see it. And so, in the embrace of a gentle evening breeze, the two friends walked into the twilight, forever changed by their journey, their hearts aglow with the magic of friendship and the wonders of the world. Their story, a testament to the power of curiosity, kindness, and the unbreakable bond of friendship, echoed through the Whispering Woods, inspiring all who heard it to seek the magic within themselves. The gentle hum of the forest, now a familiar friend, accompanied them as they walked. It was as if the Whispering Woods were bidding them a fond farewell, yet assuring them that its magic would always be with them. The village of Willowbrook welcomed them back with open arms, unaware of the extraordinary adventure their beloved children had undertaken. As Thomas and Lucy settled back into their daily lives, they found that the world seemed a little brighter, a little more filled with possibilities. The lessons they had learned in the hidden realm of the forest seeped into their everyday interactions. They were kinder, more patient, and more attuned to the magic that lies in simple, everyday moments. One evening, as they sat by the fireplace in Thomas's cozy home, the warmth of the flames casting a soothing glow around the room, Lucy spoke softly. "Do you think we'll ever go back to the Whispering Woods?" Thomas smiled, his eyes reflecting the flickering firelight. "I hope so, Lucy. But even if we don't, I believe the magic of the forest will always be with us." Lucy nodded, her heart filled with a profound sense of gratitude. "Yes, I feel it too. It's like the forest gave us a gift, a new way of seeing the world." As the fire crackled gently, enveloping them in its warm embrace, they fell into a comfortable silence, each lost in their own thoughts. The journey through the hidden world had indeed changed them, but it had also deepened their friendship, forging a bond that would last a lifetime. Their adventure had taught them that true magic lies not in the supernatural, but in the connections we make with the world and with each other. It had shown them that kindness, curiosity, and an open heart could lead to extraordinary places, and that the greatest journeys are often those that bring us closer to ourselves and those we love. As the night deepened and the stars twinkled overhead, Thomas and Lucy knew that their story was just one of many in the vast tapestry of the world. But it was their story, and it was filled with the kind of magic that endures, a magic born of friendship, discovery, and the unyielding belief in the wonders of the world. And so, with hearts full of hope and the warmth of the fire lulling them into a peaceful slumber, they drifted into dreams of moonlit forests and shimmering streams, knowing that the Whispering Woods would always be a part of them. In the days that followed, Thomas and Lucy shared their newfound wisdom with the people of Willowbrook, spreading the gentle magic of the Whispering Woods through acts of kindness and tales of wonder. Their story became a cherished legend in the village, a reminder to all that the world is filled with enchantment, waiting to be discovered by those who dare to seek it. And so, the Whispering Woods continued to hum softly, its secrets whispered on the wind, waiting patiently for the next curious soul to answer its call. For in the heart of the forest, as in the hearts of Thomas and Lucy, the magic of the world lived on, a beacon of light and hope in the tapestry of life. Story 33. In the far reaches of the Andromeda Galaxy, where shimmering stardust painted the cosmos with glimmers of silver and azure, lay the small, vibrant world of Luminara, known for its floating crystal gardens and the gentle hum of its harmonizing winds. Here resided Luna, a delicate being with skin that shimmered like moonlit water, her eyes reflecting the swirling nebulae above. Her people, the Luminaris, were known for their deep connection to the music of the cosmos, their very lives intertwined with the celestial symphony. One day, while Luna wandered through the crystal groves, her heart attuned to the gentle melody of her world, a sudden, discordant note pierced the air. It was a sound foreign to Luminara, a clatter of metal and a rush of displaced air. Intrigued and a little wary, Luna followed the disturbance to its source. There, in a clearing surrounded by the luminous crystals, lay a peculiar machine, an interstellar craft, battered and smoking. Emerging from the wreck was a figure unlike any Luna had seen before. They were tall and composed of a curious mix of metal and organic material, their forms sleek and shimmering with a soft amber glow. Their eyes, a deep, molten gold, darted around with a mix of anxiety and determination. "Greetings," Luna said softly, her voice like the whisper of the wind through the crystal chimes. "I am Luna of Luminara. Are you in need of assistance?" The figure turned, their gaze narrowing slightly as they processed her words. "I am Kyo, from the planet Phyrexia," they replied, their voice resonating with a metallic timbre. "My craft malfunctioned as I traversed the nebula. I seek repairs and perhaps guidance." Luna nodded, sensing the unease beneath Kyo's composed exterior. "Come, our crystal gardens may offer the resources you need," she offered, gesturing toward the sparkling expanse beyond. As the days passed, Luna and Kyo sought the materials needed to mend the craft, venturing deeper into Luminara's crystalline heart. Though they hailed from worlds apart, their shared journey began to weave a tapestry of understanding and friendship. However, it wasn't always serene. One afternoon, while exploring a particularly dense grove, Kyo inadvertently shattered a delicate crystal bloom, its shards scattering like fallen stars. Luna gasped, the music of the grove disrupted by the sharp crack. "I'm sorry," Kyo stammered, their usual confidence faltering. "I did not mean to harm your world." Luna took a breath, her initial sorrow tempered by the warmth of Kyo's sincerity. "These crystals are resilient, much like our friendship," she said gently. "We learn from such moments, growing stronger." Kyo nodded, a new note of appreciation in their eyes. "Your world teaches patience and harmony," they observed, qualities not often found on Phyrexia. Together they repaired the damaged bloom, their hands working in tandem, the act mending more than just the crystal. As their journey continued, challenges arose that required their combined ingenuity. A sudden storm, rare yet fierce, swept through the garden, threatening to scatter the crystals to the winds. Luna, though attuned to the rhythms of her world, struggled against the tempest's force. Kyo, understanding the mechanical nature of the storm's fury, crafted a device from spare parts and crystalline fragments. Together they calmed the storm, the device amplifying Luna's harmonizing song until the winds subsided, leaving the air a gentle lullaby once more. In the quiet aftermath, they sat side by side, Luna's hand resting on Kyo's metallic arm. "You brought calm where there was chaos," Luna said softly, "and you found harmony in discord," Kyo replied, their voice carrying a warmth that belied their metallic nature. Through their time together, Luna and Kyo discovered the true meaning of friendship, a bond forged in understanding, patience, and the willingness to learn from one another. The differences that had once seemed vast now felt like the threads of a rich tapestry, each unique yet essential. When at last Kyo's craft was repaired, and the day came for their departure, Luna stood at the edge of the crystal garden, her heart a symphony of bittersweet notes. "You will always have a place in Luminara," she said, her voice steady yet tender. "And you in my heart," Kyo replied, their gaze meeting hers with a warmth that transcended the stars. As Kyo's craft lifted into the cosmos, a trail of shimmering stardust in its wake, Luna watched until it was a mere glimmer in the vast expanse. Her world, though unchanged in its beauty, now held the echoes of a friendship that had forever altered its song. And so, under the watchful gaze of 1,000 twinkling stars, Luna and Kyo's story became a cherished melody, a reminder that true friendship knows no bounds, not of distance, nor of form, but only of the heart. Story 34. In the heart of the whispering woods, where the trees bent their ancient branches to share secrets with the wind, there lay a quaint village called Lumen Hollow. The village was known for its warm hearths and even warmer hearts. The cobblestone paths were lined with cottages that twinkled with lantern light, and chimneys puffed out tendrils of smoke scented with cinnamon and pine. One crisp autumn evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky in hues of amber and rose, the villagers gathered in the common hall for their weekly storytelling circle. It was a cherished tradition where tales of old were spun and laughter echoed against the timbered walls. But that evening, an air of curiosity and concern whispered among them, for something peculiar had been happening in Lumen Hollow. Each morning, the villagers awoke to find their gardens in disarray. Tomatoes had been swapped for pumpkins, sunflowers bloomed in the rose beds, and the cabbages wore lacy caps of morning glories. It was as if the gardens had decided to play a game of musical chairs under the moonlight. The villagers, though puzzled, were not upset. They were a kind folk, more curious than concerned, and their gardens had always been a source of joy rather than necessity. Still, the mystery tickled their minds like a feather on the nose. In the center of the circle sat the village's beloved sage, Granthea, who had seen more seasons than anyone could count. Her eyes twinkled with the wisdom of ages, and her voice was as soothing as a lullaby. "Perhaps," she said, "there is a lesson or a message in this playful mischief. Let us seek to understand it." Among the listeners was a young girl named Marin, her cheeks flushed with curiosity. She had a heart as bright as the morning sun and a mind that loved puzzles. Inspired by Granthea's words, she decided to explore the mystery with the help of her best friend, a gentle fox named Finley. Finley was no ordinary fox. His fur shimmered with a silvery sheen, and his eyes held the depth of 1,000 stories. As the stars blinked awake in the velvet sky, Marin and Finley set out, lantern in hand, to unravel the garden mystery. They walked the quiet paths, the cool night breeze weaving through their hair and fur. The forest around them was alive with the soft rustle of leaves and the distant call of an owl, creating a symphony of nature's nocturne. Their first stop was the garden of old Mr. Thistle, a kindly man who always had a pocket full of sweets for the village children. His garden was the most affected, with vegetables and flowers that seemed to dance in unlikely pairs. Marin knelt down and examined the ground closely. She noticed tiny footprints, much too small for any villager, leading from one plant to another. "Look, Finley," she whispered, pointing to the prints. "These are not made by human feet." Finley sniffed the air, his sensitive nose detecting a faint, sweet scent lingering in the soil. "I smell honey and dew," he said, his voice soft and thoughtful. "Could it be the work of the meadow sprites?" Meadow sprites were known to be playful creatures, as elusive as the morning mist and as gentle as a summer breeze. They were seldom seen, but their presence was often felt in the mischief and beauty they left behind. Intrigued by the possibility, Marin and Finley decided to seek the counsel of Eldra, the wise owl who roosted in the ancient oak at the edge of the village. Eldra was a revered figure in Lumen Hollow, her knowledge vast and her guidance sought by all. As they reached the oak, Eldra greeted them with a warm hoot, her eyes gleaming like polished amber in the moonlight. "Ah, young seekers," she said in her melodic tone. "What brings you to my branch this fine evening?" Marin explained the mystery of the gardens and their suspicion about the meadow sprites. Eldra listened intently, nodding her head in understanding. "The sprites are indeed fond of rearranging things to express their joy and creativity," she said. "But they mean no harm. Perhaps they wish to share something with you." Eldra suggested they visit the meadow at dawn, when the sprites were most active. Thanking Eldra for her wisdom, Marin and Finley returned home, eager for the morning light. As the first rays of sun kissed the horizon, painting the village in a golden glow, Marin and Finley made their way to the open meadow beyond the woods. The air was cool and crisp, and the grass sparkled with dew like a field of diamonds. There, in the heart of the meadow, they found the sprites, tiny beings no taller than a blade of grass, with wings that shimmered like the petals of daisies. They danced and twirled, their laughter a tinkling melody that floated on the breeze. One sprite, adorned with a crown of forget-me-nots, flitted towards Marin and Finley. "Greetings, kind ones," she chimed in a voice as light as a whisper. "We mean no trouble. We wished only to share with you the joy of our dance." Marin smiled, her heart warmed by their sincerity. "Your dance is delightful," she said, "but we were curious why you chose our gardens." The sprite giggled, a sound like a babbling brook. Your gardens are a canvas, a place where we can weave our dreams into the waking world. We hope to bring a little magic into your lives. Understanding dawned on Marin. The sprites had not intended to disrupt, but to bring a touch of wonder to the everyday. She thanked them for their gift and promised to share their joy with the villagers. With hearts light and spirits lifted, Marin and Finley returned to Lumen Hollow. They gathered the villagers in the common hall and shared the tale of the meadow sprites and their magical dance. The villagers listened, their eyes wide with wonder, and soon the hall was filled with laughter and delight. From that day on, the gardens of Lumen Hollow were seen in a new light. The villagers embraced the changes, seeing them as the playful artistry of their new friends, the meadow sprites. They learned to appreciate the beauty in the unexpected and to find joy in the little surprises life offered. And so, as the seasons turned and the years passed, the mystery of the gardens became a cherished story, told and retold by the fireside, reminding all of the magic that could be found in friendship and understanding. Thus, beneath the watchful stars and the whispering trees, Lumen Hollow continued to be a place where hearts were warm and magic danced freely, weaving its gentle threads through the tapestry of everyday life. Story 35. In the heart of a lush, emerald forest, where the trees whispered secrets and the rivers hummed their ancient tunes, lay the quaint village of Verdant Hollow. This village, nestled between rolling hills and shimmering streams, was known for its warm-hearted folk and the peculiar glow that seemed to hang in the air, as if the sun had chosen to linger just a bit longer here than anywhere else. Among the villagers was a young girl named Mira, with eyes like two bright stars and hair that tumbled down her back in waves of chestnut. Mira was known for her gentle spirit and her knack for discovering hidden wonders in the forest. Her best friend, a kind-hearted squirrel named Thistle, shared her love for exploration. Together they spent countless afternoons beneath the canopies, weaving stories from the rustle of leaves and the dance of shadows. One crisp autumn morning, when the world was painted with shades of amber and gold, Mira and Thistle set out on a new adventure. They had heard tales of an ancient oak tree that stood deep within the forest, a tree said to hold a secret known only to those with pure hearts. The legend spoke of a magical object hidden under its roots, an object that could reveal the hidden world within the natural environment. As Mira and Thistle made their way through the forest, the air was filled with the sweet scent of pine and the gentle chirping of birds. The path was soft underfoot, a carpet of fallen leaves that crunched pleasantly with each step. Sunlight filtered through the branches, casting dappled patterns on the forest floor, and the wind whispered encouragement in their ears. After a morning of wandering, they reached a clearing where the ancient oak stood, its massive trunk twisted and gnarled with age. Its branches stretched out like welcoming arms, and the bark was adorned with delicate patterns that seemed to shimmer in the light. Mira approached the tree with a sense of awe, feeling the weight of its history. As she knelt beside the roots, she noticed a peculiar stone, smooth and round, nestled amongst them. It glimmered with an otherworldly light, a soft glow that seemed to pulse gently. Mira carefully lifted the stone, feeling a warmth spread through her fingers. Thistle watched with wide eyes, his whiskers twitching with excitement. "Do you think this is it?" Mira asked, her voice barely above a whisper. Thistle nodded, his tiny paws clasped together. "It must be. The legend spoke of a stone that could reveal the hidden world. But how do we use it?" Mira pondered this, turning the stone over in her hands. Suddenly she felt a gentle tug at her heart, a sensation that urged her to close her eyes and listen. She did so, and the world around her began to change. The forest sounds faded, replaced by a soft, melodic hum. When Mira opened her eyes, she found herself standing in a world that felt both familiar and entirely new. The trees were taller, their leaves shimmering with iridescent colors. Flowers bloomed in vibrant hues, their petals whispering secrets to one another. The air was alive with the gentle song of unseen creatures. Thistle, now perched on Mira's shoulder, looked around in wonder. "This is incredible. It's like a whole new world, hidden right beneath our noses." Mira nodded, her heart swelling with awe and curiosity. "We have to explore," she said with a smile, feeling a sense of belonging in this enchanted realm. As they ventured deeper into this hidden world, they encountered creatures they had only dreamed of. There were luminescent butterflies that painted the air with trails of light, and tiny sprites that flitted among the flowers, their laughter like the tinkling of bells. The duo also stumbled upon a gentle giant, a bear with fur as soft as clouds, who guided them through the forest with a knowing smile. Along the way, Mira and Thistle discovered a mystery that unfolded with each step. They learned of a struggle within this world, a disharmony that had arisen from neglect and misunderstanding. The creatures of the hidden realm had slowly drifted apart, forgetting the importance of unity and friendship. The stone, it seemed, held the power to remind them of their connection, to heal the rift and restore balance. Determined to help, Mira and Thistle sought the advice of the wise owl, Eldrin, who was said to know the secrets of the forest. Eldrin's feathers were a patchwork of silver and gold, and his eyes gleamed with ancient wisdom. He listened patiently as Mira explained their mission. "The stone you carry," Eldrin said in a voice as deep as the night, "is indeed a gift, but it cannot solve the problem alone. It is only a guide, a beacon to light the way. The true power lies in understanding and friendship." Mira nodded, feeling the weight of Eldrin's words settle in her heart. "How can we bring everyone together?" she asked. Eldrin ruffled his feathers thoughtfully. "You must remind them of the beauty in their differences, the magic that comes from joining strengths. Organize a gathering, a celebration of unity. Let them see that they are stronger together." Inspired by Eldrin's advice, Mira and Thistle set to work. They traveled throughout the hidden realm, inviting every creature they met to a grand gathering beneath the ancient oak. Word spread quickly, and soon the forest buzzed with anticipation. On the day of the celebration, the clearing was transformed into a vibrant tapestry of life. Creatures large and small gathered beneath the oak, sharing stories and laughter. The air was filled with the sweet scent of wildflowers, and the sky overhead shimmered with the colors of twilight. Mira stood before the gathering, the stone glowing gently in her hand. "We are all part of this magical world," she said, her voice strong and clear. "Each of us brings something unique and beautiful. Together, we can create a harmony that sings across the forest." As her words resonated through the clearing, the stone's glow intensified, casting a warm, golden light over the crowd. One by one, the creatures began to hum, a melody that rose and fell like a gentle wave. It was a song of unity, of friendship, and as it filled the air, the rift that had divided them slowly mended. Mira felt a sense of peace settle over the gathering, a feeling of completeness that warmed her heart. She looked at Thistle, who grinned back at her, his eyes twinkling with joy. They had succeeded in their mission, not through magic alone, but through the power of understanding and friendship. As the celebration continued into the night, Mira found herself reflecting on the journey. She had discovered a hidden world, yes, but more importantly, she had learned the true magic that lay within each of them. The magic of connection, of seeing and valuing one another for who they truly were. When the moon rose high above the trees, casting its silvery glow over the forest, the gathering slowly dispersed. Mira and Thistle lingered for a moment beneath the ancient oak, the stone still warm in Mira's hand. "Do you think we'll come back here?" Thistle asked, his voice soft with wonder. Mira smiled, tucking the stone safely away. "I think this place will always be with us, in our hearts. And who knows, maybe we'll find other hidden worlds on our adventures." With that, they turned and began the journey home, the forest around them alive with the gentle chorus of crickets and the soft rustle of leaves. As they walked, Mira felt a deep sense of contentment, knowing that she and Thistle had made a difference, that they had helped to weave a new story of friendship and unity. And so, as the stars twinkled in the velvet sky and the world settled into a peaceful slumber, Mira and Thistle continued their journey, their hearts light with the promise of new adventures and the enduring magic of friendship. Back in Verdant Hollow, the village was nestled in its own peaceful dreams, unaware of the hidden world that had been revealed and the harmony that had been restored. But Mira knew, and that knowledge was a gentle comfort, a reminder of the possibilities that lay in every rustling leaf and every whispering breeze. As they reached the edge of the village, The first light of dawn began to paint the horizon with hues of pink and gold. Mira paused, taking a deep breath of the crisp morning air, feeling the warmth of the rising sun on her face. It was a new day, full of promise and adventure, and she was ready to embrace it with open arms. Turning to Thistle, who was perched on her shoulder, Mira grinned. "What do you say, Thistle? Ready for more adventures?" Thistle chattered happily, his tail twitching with excitement. "Always ready, Mira. Let's see what wonders the day holds." With hearts full of joy and a spirit eager for exploration, Mira and Thistle set off into the dawn, their laughter echoing through the trees, a melody of hope and friendship that lingered long after they had disappeared into the forest. And so, in the quiet stillness of the morning, the village of Verdant Hollow lay nestled in its valley, surrounded by the gentle embrace of the forest. It was a place where magic and reality intertwined, where the bonds of friendship wove a tapestry of wonder and possibility. And though the villagers may not have known of the hidden world that lay just beyond their doorstep, they felt its presence in the vibrant colors of the flowers, in the rustle of leaves and the songs of birds. As the sun climbed higher in the sky, the village began to stir. Children laughed and played in the fields, their voices carrying on the breeze. Farmers tended to their crops, sharing stories and laughter. The world was alive with the gentle hum of life, a symphony of nature and humanity in perfect harmony. Mira and Thistle's journey had come full circle, bringing with it a deeper understanding of the magic that lay in the simple moments, in the connections forged through kindness and understanding. They had discovered a hidden world, yes, but more importantly, they had discovered the hidden world within themselves, a place of endless wonder and possibility. And so, as the day unfolded in a tapestry of light and shadow, of laughter and song, the story of Mira and Thistle's adventure lived on, a gentle reminder of the power of friendship and the magic that lies within each of us. In the heart of the forest, beneath the ancient oak, the stone lay nestled among the roots, its glow a soft, steady beacon. It was a reminder of the journey, of the hidden world, and the harmony that had been restored. It was a symbol of the enduring magic that binds us all, a magic that shines brightest when shared with those we love. And so, as the stars danced in the night sky and the world settled into slumber once more, the village of Verdant Hollow dreamed of adventures yet to come, of hidden wonders waiting to be discovered. For in this enchanted place, where the lines between magic and reality blurred, anything was possible, and the story was only just beginning. Story 36. In the shimmering expanse of the galaxy, where stars twinkled like scattered diamonds upon a velvet tapestry, lay a planet known as Lumina. It was a world bathed in perpetual twilight, its skies awash with hues of lavender and deep blue. Here, in the heart of Lumina, lived a gentle being named Tali. Tali was a Luminan, a creature of light and shadow, whose skin glowed softly like the moonlit seas that kissed the shores of her home. Tali spent her days tending to the bioluminescent gardens that bloomed with flowers of every imaginable color. She was content in her quiet life, accompanied by the soothing whispers of the wind through the crystalline trees. Yet her heart yearned for something she couldn't quite name, a distant echo of companionship that seemed to elude her. One day, as Tali wandered along the glimmering coastline, she spotted an unfamiliar shape washed ashore. It was an escape pod, battered and worn, its metallic surface glinting dully under the soft glow of the twin moons. Curiosity sparked within her, and she approached cautiously, her luminescent fingers tracing the outlines of the vessel. Suddenly, a hatch popped open with a hiss, and out tumbled a figure unlike any Tali had seen before. It was a young traveler named Zephyr, from the distant planet of Eridex, a desert world where the sun blazed relentlessly and the sands whispered secrets of ancient times. Zephyr's skin was the color of burnished copper, his eyes a vivid emerald, and his hair a tousled mane of silver. Startled but unafraid, Tali offered a hand, her glowing touch calming Zephyr's initial alarm. "Welcome to Lumina," she said softly, her voice carrying the warmth of 1,000 sunsets. Zephyr, still catching his breath, nodded in gratitude. "Thank you. My ship was caught in a meteor storm. I barely managed to escape." As they sat together on the moonlit beach, Zephyr recounted tales of his travels, of star systems and nebulae that danced in the cosmic ballet. Tali listened with rapt attention, her heart swelling with a new feeling of kinship. Here was a soul as adventurous as the stars themselves, yet as lost as she had once felt. In the days that followed, Tali and Zephyr found themselves entwined in a series of small, delightful misunderstandings. Zephyr marveled at the bioluminescent flora, mistaking their glow for signs of sentient life. Tali giggled, explaining the simple beauty of Lumina's ecosystem. In turn, Tali struggled to understand Zephyr's love for the harsh, sun-scorched lands of Aradex, where water was more precious than gold. Their differences, rather than driving them apart, became the very bridge that connected them. Each misunderstanding was an opportunity to learn, to grow, and to see the universe through the other's eyes. Tali taught Zephyr to listen to the whispers of the crystalline trees, while Zephyr showed Tali how to read the shifting sands of his homeland. As the cycles of Lumina's moons passed, a deeper challenge loomed. A rare celestial event, the Dance of the Shadows, was approaching. It was a time when the planet's energy shifted, causing great storms that swept across the land, threatening to disrupt the delicate balance of the ecosystem. Together, Tali and Zephyr set out to prepare for the coming storm. They worked side by side, fortifying the gardens and gathering supplies. In those moments of shared labor, their bond deepened, rooted in mutual respect and an unspoken understanding that transcended words. When the storm finally arrived, it was a tempest of light and darkness, a symphony of roaring winds and cascading colors. Tali and Zephyr took shelter in a secluded grotto, its walls adorned with luminescent fungi that glowed like stars in the night. There, they huddled close, drawing strength from one another. In the heart of the storm, Zephyr confessed his fears. "I don't know if I'll ever find my way back to Aradex," he admitted, his voice barely audible over the clamor outside. Tali squeezed his hand gently, her own heart aching with the thought of losing her newfound friend. "You have found a place here, with me," she whispered, her words a balm against the uncertainty that loomed like a shadow. As the storm raged on, the two companions shared stories of their hopes and dreams, their laughter weaving a tapestry of warmth that shielded them from the cold. In that quiet grotto, amidst the chaos of the storm, they discovered the true meaning of friendship, a bond forged not by similarity, but by the courage to embrace their differences. When the tempest finally subsided, Lumina emerged renewed, its gardens radiant with fresh blossoms, the air rich with the scent of possibility. Tali and Zephyr stepped out into the dawn, the world around them alive with vibrant color and the promise of new beginnings. Zephyr, with a newfound sense of purpose, decided to remain on Lumina, at least for a time. Together with Tali, he explored the planet's wonders, his heart no longer burdened by the weight of solitude. In the end, Tali realized that the companionship she had yearned for had been with her all along, waiting to be discovered in the most unexpected of places. And as for Zephyr, he found that the universe was vast and filled with wonders, but none as precious as the friendship he had found on the twilight shores of Lumina. And so, under the gentle glow of the twin moons, Tali and Zephyr walked hand in hand, their hearts intertwined like the threads of a cosmic tapestry, forever bound by the light of friendship that shone brighter than the stars themselves. Story 37. In a quaint village, nestled between the whispering woods and the gentle slopes of the Bluebell Mountains, there lived a young weaver named Marin. The village was known for its vibrant tapestries, each telling tales of ancient lore and daily life, spun with threads that shimmered in the sun and whispered secrets in the moonlight. Marin, with her nimble fingers and keen eye for color, had a gift for creating the most enchanting patterns. Yet despite her talent, she struggled with one particular aspect of her craft: change. Marin felt uneasy about altering the familiar designs she had perfected over the years. The idea of venturing beyond her comfort zone filled her with a quiet dread, like the shadows that crept into the corners of her workshop at dusk. One crisp autumn evening, as the leaves whispered stories of transformation in their fiery hues, Marin sat by the fireplace, her thoughts tangled like the skeins of yarn beside her. She gazed into the dancing flames, seeking warmth and answers. As tendrils of smoke curled upward, she noticed something peculiar, a tiny spark that flickered and then gracefully floated down to rest on a half-finished tapestry. To Marin's astonishment, The spark did not extinguish. Instead, it spread across the fabric, weaving itself into an intricate pattern of stars and swirling mist. It was as if the tapestry had come alive, telling a story she had yet to learn. With a gentle gasp, Marin realized she was witnessing magic, a gift from the hearth, a whisper from the world beyond. The next morning, with the first light of dawn painting the sky in soft pinks and golds, Marin set off to visit the wise woman of the village, a gentle soul named Seraphine, who lived in a cozy cottage at the edge of the woods. Seraphine was known for her wisdom and her ability to see beyond the ordinary. As Marin recounted the previous night's wonder, Seraphine listened with a serene smile, her eyes twinkling like the morning dew. "Change is the thread of life, dear Marin," she said in her soothing voice. "Much like your tapestries, our lives are woven with patterns of growth and transformation. Sometimes the magic of change is what reveals the most beautiful stories." Encouraged by Seraphine's words, Marin returned to her loom with a newfound determination. She decided to embrace the mystery of the spark and let it guide her hand. Each day, as she worked, she found herself becoming braver, experimenting with colors and designs she had never dared to try before. Her tapestries began to tell new stories, of the stars that danced in the night sky, of the rivers that sang to the stones, and of the dreams that floated on the breeze. As Marin's tapestries evolved, so did she. She found herself more open to the world around her, noticing the subtle shifts in the seasons, the gentle wisdom in the rustle of leaves, and the kindness in the smiles of her fellow villagers. Her heart, once hesitant, now bloomed with curiosity and courage. Her journey was not one she took alone. Friends and neighbors, inspired by her courage, began to weave their own tales of transformation. There was Rowan, the baker, who ventured beyond his usual recipes to create pastries filled with the flavors of far-off lands. And Lydia, the gardener, who planted seeds from distant shores, her garden blossoming into a riot of unexpected colors and scents. Through these shared adventures, Marin discovered the true magic of change. It was not just in the beauty of the tapestries she created, but in the connections she formed, the laughter shared, and the harmony found in the dance of differences. She learned that change, while daunting, was a gentle teacher, guiding her toward the fullest expression of herself. As the village gathered for the annual Harvest Moon Festival, Marin's latest masterpiece was unveiled, a grand tapestry that captured the essence of her journey. It shimmered with the light of stars, the warmth of hearth fires, and the gentle embrace of the earth. It was a tapestry of transformation, a testament to the beauty of embracing the unknown. As the villagers admired her work, Marin felt a sense of peace and fulfillment. She knew now that change was not something to be feared, but a friend to be welcomed with open arms. And as she stood there, surrounded by the warmth of community and the glow of the harvest moon, she realized that the greatest magic of all was the transformation within. And so, in the heart of the village, cradled by the mountains and the woods, Marin continued to weave her stories, each thread a journey, each tapestry a celebration of life's ever-unfolding wonder. The fire crackled softly in the hearth, and the night wrapped around the village like a comforting quilt, whispering promises of new beginnings and the gentle dance of change. Story 38. Once upon a time, in a realm where magic whispered through every breeze, there lived a young fox named Ruby. Her fur shone like burnished copper, and her eyes sparkled with curiosity. Ruby made her home in the heart of the wildwood, a forest filled with ancient trees and shimmering streams. One crisp autumn morning, Ruby awoke to find something quite peculiar. All around her cozy den, mushrooms had sprouted overnight in the most unusual patterns. Twisting rings and swirling shapes adorned the forest floor, as if some unseen artist had been at work. Ruby's nose twitched with bewilderment. "How strange!" she exclaimed. "I must investigate this mystery." Setting off into the wildwood, Ruby discovered that the peculiar mushroom designs extended far beyond her den. They wound through the undergrowth, climbing over fallen logs and encircling the bases of towering oaks. Some patterns resembled intricate lace, while others formed spiraling galaxies of fungi. As Ruby wandered deeper into the forest, she came across her dear friend Willow, a wise old owl perched upon a gnarled branch. "Good morning, Ruby," hooted Willow. "I see you've noticed the unusual mushroom designs." Ruby nodded. Indeed I have. Do you know what could have caused such an extraordinary sight? Willow ruffled her feathers thoughtfully. Ah, my dear, this is the work of the spore sprites, mischievous little beings who delight in arranging mushrooms into fanciful patterns overnight. It's a rare occurrence, and one that brings much joy to the forest. Ruby's eyes widened with wonder. Spore sprites? How magical! But why have they chosen to grace the wildwood with their artistry this year? Willow let out a soft hoot of laughter. That I cannot say for certain. Perhaps they sensed the forest was in need of a little extra enchantment. Or maybe they simply felt inspired by the changing seasons. Intrigued, Ruby spent the day exploring the mushroom designs, marveling at their intricate beauty. She followed the patterns as they wound through sun-dappled glades and across babbling brooks, her paws leaving delicate prints in the dew-kissed grass. As dusk fell, painting the sky in hues of amber and rose, Ruby returned to her den, her heart filled with wonder. Just as she was settling down to sleep, she heard a faint giggling sound, like tinkling bells carried on the breeze. Peering out into the twilight, Ruby caught a glimpse of tiny, glowing figures darting among the mushrooms. They moved with graceful swirls and twists, rearranging the fungal formations with nimble gestures. Ruby watched in hushed amazement as the spore sprites worked their magic, transforming the patterns into new, even more dazzling designs. With a contented sigh, Ruby curled up in her den, lulled to sleep by the gentle laughter of the spore sprites. From that night on, the wildwood was graced with ever-changing mushroom artworks, each one more enchanting than the last. And whenever Ruby felt the world growing a little too ordinary, she need only step outside and bask in the whimsical beauty of the spore sprites' creations, reminding her that magic was all around, if one simply opened their eyes to the wonders of nature. Story 39. In the heart of the whispering woods, where the trees swayed like gentle dancers in the moonlight, there lay a small village known as Willowbrook. The village was nestled between rolling hills and emerald meadows, and it was famous for its harmonious blend of nature and magic. In Willowbrook, the air always carried the sweet scent of honeysuckle, and the breeze whispered secrets of old. The villagers were a cheerful lot, always eager to lend a helping hand. Among them was a clever young girl named Lyra, who had eyes as bright as the morning sun and a heart full of curiosity. Lyra loved to explore the woods, accompanied by her faithful companion, a small wise owl named Hoot. One evening, as twilight painted the sky in hues of lavender and rose, Lyra noticed something peculiar. The village's beloved fountain, which usually sang a soft melody as water cascaded over its stones, was silent. The water had ceased to flow, and a hush had fallen over the village square. Puzzled, Lyra approached the fountain, her footsteps quiet on the cobblestone path. Hoot fluttered to her shoulder, his feathers ruffled with concern. "This is strange indeed," Hoot hooted softly, his round eyes reflecting the fading light. As Lyra examined the fountain, she noticed a faint shimmer around its base. It was as if a gentle mist had settled, glimmering like 1,000 tiny stars. Intrigued, she reached out to touch it, but just as her fingers brushed the surface, the shimmer vanished, leaving only the cool stone beneath her touch. Determined to solve the mystery, Lyra decided to seek the advice of the village's wisest resident, Old Marlowe, the keeper of the Willowbrook Library. The library was a grand ancient tree whose branches reached high into the sky, and inside its walls were lined with books that chronicled the village's history and lore. Old Marlowe was a kindly figure, with a long beard that seemed to flow like a waterfall of silver. His eyes twinkled like stars as he greeted Lyra and Hoot. "What brings you here, my dear?" he asked in a voice as warm as a summer breeze. Lyra explained the strange silence of the fountain and the shimmering mist she had seen. Old Marlowe listened intently, nodding thoughtfully. "Ah, the fountain of harmony," he mused, stroking his beard. "It has been the heart of our village for generations. If it has fallen silent, then something must be amiss." He led Lyra and Hoot to a dusty tome nestled among the shelves. As he opened it, the pages rustled like leaves in the wind. "There is a tale," he began, "of a guardian spirit that watches over the fountain. It is said that when the spirit is troubled, the fountain's song falters." Lyra's brow furrowed with determination. "How can we help the spirit?" she asked. Old Marlowe smiled gently. It is believed that the spirit responds to acts of kindness and harmony. Perhaps there is something in the village that has disrupted this balance. Thanking old Marlowe, Lila and Hoot set out to discover what might have disturbed the spirit. They wandered through the village, observing the daily life of its inhabitants. As they passed by the bakery, the smell of freshly baked bread wafted through the air, mingling with the laughter of children playing nearby. But as they continued their walk, they noticed something unusual. A group of villagers were gathered around the edge of the whispering woods, their voices low and anxious. Curious, Lila approached them. "What's happening?" she asked, her voice gentle. A villager, a kindly woman with soft eyes and a warm smile, explained, "We have noticed that some of the woodland creatures have gone missing. It's as if they've vanished into thin air." Hoot hooted softly, his eyes wide with concern. Lila felt a pang of worry. The woods were home to many magical creatures, each playing a vital role in the harmony of their world. Determined to uncover the truth, Lila and Hoot ventured into the woods. The path was dappled with moonlight, and the trees whispered secrets as they passed. It was serene, yet alive with a sense of mystery. As they walked deeper into the forest, they came across a clearing bathed in the soft glow of fireflies. In the center stood a gentle creature, a moonlit deer with antlers that shimmered like silver. It was the guardian spirit of the woods. The deer gazed at Lila with wise, gentle eyes. "I sense your kindness, young one," the creature spoke, its voice a melody of the night. "The balance has been disturbed, yet the solution lies within your heart." Lila felt a warmth spread through her chest, and she realized what needed to be done. She turned to Hoot, her voice filled with resolve. "We must show the spirit that harmony can be restored." With Hoot's help, Lila organized a gathering in the village square. The villagers came together, bringing music, laughter, and stories to share. They sang songs of unity and peace, their voices weaving a tapestry of joy that echoed through the night. The moonlit deer appeared at the edge of the gathering, drawn by the harmony that now filled the air. As the villagers sang, the shimmer returned to the fountain, and the water began to flow once more, its melody a sweet, gentle lullaby. The missing creatures returned to the woods, drawn by the renewed balance and the spirit's contentment. The villagers rejoiced, their hearts light with the knowledge that their unity had restored the magic of their home. As the night deepened and the stars twinkled above, Lila and Hoot sat by the fountain, their hearts full of gratitude. The gentle murmur of the water was a soothing reminder of the harmony they had helped to restore. And so, in the cozy village of Willowbrook, peace and magic reigned once more, a testament to the power of kindness and the strength of community. As Lila drifted into a peaceful slumber, she knew in her heart that the whispering woods would always hold a special place for those who cherished harmony and friendship. With the gentle crackling of the fireplace nearby, the village settled into a peaceful night, wrapped in the comforting embrace of the magical world they called home. Story 40. In the heart of the ancient sylvanwood forest, where the whisper of leaves carried secrets older than time, and the air was sweet with the scent of moss and wildflowers, lived creatures as wondrous as the stories told about them. Among the ferns and beneath the towering oaks, life thrived in a symphony of harmony, each being playing its part in the grand orchestra of nature. As the first blush of dawn crept over the horizon, painting the sky in hues of pink and gold, the forest awoke. A gentle breeze danced through the trees, rustling the leaves with a soft, melodic murmur. In a cozy burrow beneath a sprawling oak, nestled in a bed of leaves and lined with downy feathers, lived a family of dormice. The eldest of them, a wise and gentle dormouse named Bramble, often regaled the younger ones with tales of the forest and its many wonders. Bramble, with his fur as soft as meadow grass and eyes twinkling with the wisdom of ages, was a beloved storyteller. This morning, as the forest basked in the golden light, he gathered the young dormice around him. They nestled close, their tiny eyes wide with anticipation, eager for another adventure spun from Bramble's imagination. "Listen closely, my dear ones," Bramble began, his voice as soothing as the rustle of leaves. "Today I shall tell you about the great balance and the magical dance of the seasons." The young dormice leaned in, their whiskers twitching with excitement. Bramble continued, painting a vivid picture with his words. Long ago, when the world was still young and the forest was but a sapling, the great spirit of nature wove a tapestry of life so intricate that each thread was a season, each color a weather, and each pattern a creature. This tapestry, my dear ones, is the great balance. As Bramble spoke, the forest seemed to come alive with his story. The sun filtered through the canopy, casting dappled shadows that danced on the forest floor. Birds sang a chorus from their perches, their melodies blending with Bramble's gentle voice. In every season, Bramble continued, there is a magic that guides the rhythm of life. Spring, with its blossoms and gentle rain, awakens the earth from its slumber. Summer, with its warm embrace and vibrant colors, fills the forest with laughter and song. Autumn, with its golden leaves and whispering winds, teaches us about change and letting go. And winter, with its quiet beauty and blanket of snow, reminds us of the peace found in stillness. The young dormice listened intently, their imaginations painting scenes of blooming meadows, sunlit glades, and snow-covered trees. Bramble's words were like a gentle lullaby, filling their hearts with wonder and tranquility. But, Bramble said, his tone growing softly serious, the great balance is delicate. It is our duty, as children of the forest, to protect it. For every creature, no matter how small, has a role to play in this grand tapestry. The young dormice nodded, understanding the weight of Bramble's words. They knew that even a tiny dormouse could make a difference in the world. Let me tell you about a time, Bramble said, when the great balance was threatened, and how friendship and wisdom saved our home. The forest hushed, leaning in to listen, as if it too was eager to hear Bramble's tale. It was many seasons ago, he began, when the winters grew longer and harsher and the summers shorter and drier. The forest struggled and the great balance wavered. The creatures of Sylvanwood gathered, worried for their home. Bramble described the council of creatures, a gathering of wise owls, playful squirrels, curious rabbits, and gentle deer. At their head was Elder Willow, an ancient owl with feathers as silver as moonlight and eyes as deep as the night sky. Elder Willow, Bramble said, was revered for her wisdom. She spoke of an ancient magic, a ritual that could restore the great balance, but it required the cooperation of all creatures, great and small. The young dormice could almost see Elder Willow, perched high on a branch, her voice carrying through the forest like a song. To perform the ritual, Bramble continued, each creature had to offer something unique, a melody, a dance, a color, or a scent. But more importantly, they had to offer kindness and understanding, for magic is woven with the threads of friendship and love. The creatures of Sylvanwood set to work, each contributing their gifts. The birds composed a melody that soared through the trees, the squirrels performed a dance of joy, the flowers released their sweetest fragrance, and the deer shared their grace and serenity. But there was one creature, Bramble said, who felt he had nothing to offer, a little hedgehog named Thistle. The young dormice listened, their hearts going out to Thistle. Bramble described him as a shy, timid creature, his quills bristling with uncertainty. Thistle watched from afar, unsure of his place in the ritual, Bramble said. But Elder Willow, wise and kind, noticed him. She invited Thistle to sit beside her, and with gentle words she helped him see that every creature has something to offer. With Elder Willow's encouragement, Thistle found his courage. He offered a story, a tale of courage and friendship, of overcoming fears and embracing one's true self. As he spoke, the forest listened, and the magic in his words wove through the air, binding the creatures together in a tapestry of unity. The ritual was a success, Bramble said, his voice filled with warmth. The great balance was restored, and the forest thrived once more. And Thistle, the little hedgehog, learned that even the smallest voice can make a big difference. The young dormice sighed with contentment, their hearts filled with the magic of Bramble's story. They knew that, like Thistle, they too could find their place in the world, their voices adding to the song of the forest. As the sun began its descent, casting long shadows across the forest floor, Bramble's voice grew softer, the story winding to a close. Remember, my dear ones, he said, the strength of the forest lies in its diversity, in the kindness and wisdom shared among its creatures. Protect the great balance, and it will protect you. With those words, Bramble fell silent, and the young dormice snuggled closer, lulled by the gentle rhythm of the forest and the warmth of Bramble's presence. The air was sweet with the scent of pine and earth, and the soft murmur of the wind cradled them in a tender embrace. As twilight descended, painting the world in shades of blue and silver, the forest settled into a peaceful slumber. The stories of the forest, woven with magic and wisdom, lingered in the air, a reminder of the beauty and harmony of the natural world. And so, in the heart of Sylvanwood, beneath the ancient trees and the star-strewn sky, the creatures of the forest dreamed of the great balance, their hearts guided by the gentle wisdom of a dormouse named Bramble. Story 41. Once upon a time, in the heart of a lush and vibrant forest, where the sunlight danced through the leaves like a million tiny fairies, there existed a quaint little village known as Whimsy Hollow. This village was unlike any other, for it was home to the most peculiar and endearing creatures you could ever imagine. Their houses were made from hollowed-out trees and mushroom caps, and the cobblestone streets shimmered with an iridescent glow, as if sprinkled with the dust of dreams. In this delightful village lived a fluffy, azure-blue creature named Tittlepot. Tittlepot was as round as a blueberry and just as sweet. His large, expressive eyes were always filled with wonder, and he had a tendency to bounce instead of walk, which made him immensely popular among the village children. Tittlepot's best friend was a tiny winged fox named Flicker. Flicker had fur that sparkled like golden sunlight and wings that resembled the delicate petals of a daffodil. Together they were inseparable, a duo known for their playful antics and their knack for finding adventure in the most unexpected places. One sunny morning, as the dew glistened on the leaves like diamonds, Tittlepot and Flicker were playing a game of hide-and-seek among the towering sunflowers. Suddenly, Flicker noticed something peculiar at the edge of the village. It was a shimmering, swirling portal, hovering just above the ground, emitting a soft, melodious hum that seemed to beckon them closer. "Tittlepot, look at this!" Flicker exclaimed, her wings fluttering with excitement. Tittlepot bounced over, his eyes wide with curiosity. "Oh, what a wondrous sight! Do you think it's safe?" Flicker tilted her head, her eyes twinkling mischievously. "There's only one way to find out." With hearts filled with both excitement and a touch of trepidation, they stepped through the portal. Instantly, they found themselves in a world that was both strange and beautiful. The sky was a soft lavender, and the sun hung low, casting a gentle golden glow over the landscape. Trees with trunks as white as milk and leaves like shimmering emeralds swayed gracefully in the breeze, and flowers with petals made of glass chimed melodiously as they passed by. The two friends wandered through this magical land, marveling at its wonders, until they stumbled upon a peculiar sight, a gigantic teapot made of porcelain perched atop a hill. Surrounding the teapot were dozens of teacups, each the size of a small house, arranged in a perfect circle. It was a teapot village. As they approached, they were greeted by the teapot keeper, a tall, slender creature with a teacup for a hat and a handle for an ear. "Welcome, travelers. I am Steeply, the keeper of this enchanted place. What brings you to our land?" Tittlepot and Flicker explained how they had found the portal and couldn't resist exploring what lay beyond. Steeply nodded knowingly. "Ah, the portal. It's been acting up lately, causing all sorts of magical mischief. You see, our village teapot has a slight problem. It seems to have lost its steam." "Lost its steam?" Flicker echoed, her eyes widening. "Indeed," Steeply sighed. "Without steam, our teapot cannot brew the magical tea that keeps our village vibrant and alive." Tittlepot and Flicker exchanged glances, their sense of adventure tingling at the thought of a new challenge. "How can we help?" Tittlepot asked eagerly. Steeply smiled warmly. "You have kind hearts, my friends. To restore the steam, we must find the source of the magical spring that feeds the teapot. It lies deep within the Forest of Whispers, guarded by the wise old owl, Professor Hoot." With a mission in mind, Tittlepot and Flicker set off towards the Forest of Whispers. The path was lined with trees that leaned in close, their leaves whispering secrets of the forest to one another. Every now and then, the pair would catch snippets of these whispered tales, stories of long-lost treasures and forgotten spells. As they ventured deeper, the forest grew darker, but instead of fear, they felt a sense of calm, as if the forest were welcoming them into its heart. Finally, they reached a clearing bathed in soft moonlight, where sat Professor Hoot, perched on a branch, his feathers as white as the moon itself. "Ah, visitors!" Professor Hoot hooted, his voice deep and soothing. "What brings you to my domain?" Tittlepot explained their quest to restore the steam to the village teapot. Professor Hoot listened intently, nodding his head in understanding. "To find the magical spring, one must solve the riddle of the forest," he said cryptically, his eyes twinkling with wisdom. "What is the riddle?" Flicker asked eagerly. Professor Hoot spread his wings wide, as if to embrace the whole forest. "I am not seen, but I am there. I can be full, yet remain bare. I am a friend to those who play, and yet I vanish with the day." Tittlepot and Flicker pondered the riddle, their minds working in tandem. Tittlepot's eyes suddenly lit up with realization. "Could it be a shadow?" he asked breathlessly. Professor Hoot hooted with delight. "Precisely. You are indeed wise, young one. Follow the shadows, and they will lead you to the spring." With renewed determination, Tittlepot and Flicker followed the shifting shadows cast by the moonlight until they came upon a hidden glade. There, bubbling from beneath a ring of luminescent stones, was the magical spring. Its waters shimmered with a brilliant azure light, and the moment they touched the surface, the forest seemed to come alive with color and sound. Carefully, they filled a small flask with the spring water and hurried back to the teapot village. Steeply was overjoyed to see them return, and together they poured the water into the village teapot. Instantly, the teapot began to rumble and shake, and a gentle plume of steam rose from its spout, filling the air with the sweet, fragrant aroma of magical tea. The villagers cheered, and to show their gratitude, they organized a grand tea party in honor of Tittlepot and Flicker. The tables were laden with cakes and pastries, and the air was filled with laughter and music. Flicker and Tittlepot danced and played until the stars twinkled overhead, their hearts full of joy and friendship. As the night drew to a close, Steeply presented them with a small, shimmering key. "This is the key to the portal," he explained. "Whenever you wish to return to our world, simply hold it in your heart, and it will guide you." Tittlepot and Flicker thanked Steeply and the villagers, promising to visit again. With hearts full of adventure and friendship, they stepped back through the portal, returning to their beloved Whimsy Hollow. And so, under the gentle glow of the moon, Tittlepot and Flicker drifted off to sleep, dreaming of new adventures and the magical world that awaited them just beyond the portal, where every day was filled with whimsy, wonder, and the joy of friendship. Story 42. Story 43. Story 44. Story 45. Story 46. Story 47. Story 48. Story 49. Story 50. Story 51. Title: The Whispering Woods. In the quaint village of Elderwood, nestled at the foot of the sprawling Misty Mountains, there existed a legend as old as the oaks that towered over the village. It spoke of a hidden realm, a world tucked away within the heart of the Whispering Woods, where magic flowed like the streams that sang their way through the tangled roots and fallen leaves. This world, they said, could only be revealed to those who carried a pure heart and the courage to seek it. The sun was setting over Elderwood, leaving a trail of pink and gold across the sky as young Finn sat on the stone steps of his grandmother's cottage. The air was sweet with the scent of honeysuckle, and the gentle rustle of leaves in the evening breeze was like a lullaby that carried with it secrets of long ago. Finn's grandmother, a wise woman with eyes that twinkled like stars, had often regaled him with tales of the Whispering Woods, her voice weaving magic into the air as she spoke. "Tonight feels different, doesn't it, Gran?" Finn mused, gazing up at the sky that was slowly deepening to a sapphire blue. His grandmother nodded, her knitting needles clicking softly as she worked on yet another scarf for the coming winter. "Aye, it does, my dear. The woods are alive tonight. Can you hear their whispers?" she replied, her voice as soothing as the warm mug of cocoa she had prepared for him. Finn closed his eyes, letting the soft murmurs of the forest wash over him. It was as if the trees were speaking, their voices mingling with the cool night air, inviting him to join their ancient dance. He opened his eyes and looked at his grandmother, a question forming on his lips. Do you think, do you think I could find the hidden world? He asked, his voice barely more than a whisper. His grandmother paused her knitting, her gaze turning thoughtful. Perhaps, if you listen closely, the woods hold many secrets, and sometimes they choose to share them with those who listen with their hearts. Encouraged by her words, Finn felt a spark of curiosity igniting within him, a desire to explore the stories that had always fascinated him. That night, after everyone else in the village had drifted into dreams, Finn set out toward the edge of the woods, the moon guiding his path with its gentle light. The entrance to the Whispering Woods was marked by 2 ancient oak trees, their branches intertwined like old friends holding hands. As Finn stepped beneath them, he felt a shiver of anticipation run through him, as if the trees themselves were aware of his presence. The path before him was dappled with moonlight, and the air was filled with the earthy scent of moss and pine. As he ventured deeper into the forest, the whispers grew louder, a melodious symphony of rustling leaves and the soft chirping of crickets. Finn's heart beat in time with the forest's rhythm, his senses heightened by the magic that seemed to pulse through the very air around him. He walked on, guided by an unseen force, until he reached a small clearing bathed in moonlight. In the center of the clearing stood a peculiar stone pedestal, upon which rested a shimmering crystal orb. The orb glowed with an ethereal light, casting a kaleidoscope of colors that danced across the trees and the forest floor. Finn approached it cautiously, his eyes wide with wonder. "This must be it," he whispered to himself, reaching out to touch the orb. As his fingers brushed its smooth surface, a wave of warmth spread through him, and he felt a connection to the forest that was deeper than he could have ever imagined. Suddenly, the ground beneath him trembled ever so slightly, and the trees began to sway as if moved by an invisible hand. The whispers grew louder, swirling around him like a gentle breeze, carrying with them words that he could almost understand. Finn closed his eyes, allowing the magic to envelop him, and when he opened them again, he found himself standing in a world that was both familiar and strange. The forest was alive with vibrant colors and shimmering light, each tree and flower pulsating with its own unique glow. The air was thick with the scent of wildflowers and fresh rain, and the sounds of laughter and song echoed through the trees. Creatures of all shapes and sizes flitted about, their wings catching the light like tiny prisms, creating rainbows in their wake. Finn's heart swelled with awe as he took in the beauty of the hidden world, his senses overwhelmed by the magic that surrounded him. He felt a sense of belonging here, as if he had been searching for this place his entire life without even knowing it. As he wandered through the ethereal landscape, he encountered a group of forest folk gathered around a bubbling spring. They were small, elf-like beings with skin that shimmered like moonlight and hair woven with leaves and flowers. Their eyes were bright with curiosity and kindness, and they welcomed Finn with open arms and joyous laughter. "Welcome, young traveler," one of them said, her voice as melodious as the forest's song. "We've been waiting for you." Finn was taken aback, his mind racing with questions. "Waiting for me? But how did you know I would come?" The forest folk exchanged knowing smiles, their eyes twinkling with a secret they were eager to share. "The forest called to you, and you answered with an open heart. You are here because you are meant to be." Finn felt a warmth spread through him at their words, as if the forest itself was wrapping him in a gentle embrace. He spent the rest of the night in their company, learning about the wonders of the hidden world and the magic that sustained it. The forest folk shared their stories and songs, their laughter ringing through the trees like a joyful chorus, and Finn felt a sense of peace settle over him like a soft blanket. As dawn began to break, painting the sky with hues of pink and gold, Finn knew it was time to return to the world he knew. The forest folk bid him farewell, their eyes filled with warmth and understanding, and Finn promised to return one day. The journey back through the Whispering Woods was a blur of color and sound, the magic of the hidden world lingering in his heart like the memory of a dream. As he emerged from the trees, the village of Elderwood lay before him, bathed in the soft light of morning. Finn made his way back to his grandmother's cottage, his mind still buzzing with all he had seen and learned. As he stepped inside, he found his grandmother waiting for him, her eyes twinkling with the wisdom of the ages. "You found it, didn't you?" she asked, her voice filled with gentle pride. Finn nodded, a smile spreading across his face. "I did, Gran. It was more beautiful than I ever imagined." His grandmother reached out to hug him, her embrace warm and comforting. "I knew you would. The forest chose well." As Finn settled into the familiar comfort of his home, he realized that the journey had changed him in ways he was only beginning to understand. The hidden world had opened his eyes to the magic that existed all around him, and he carried its light within him like a beacon. In the days that followed, Finn often returned to the Whispering Woods, finding solace and wonder in its depths. He became a bridge between the two worlds, sharing the stories and wisdom of the forest folk with his village, and bringing the warmth and kindness of Elderwood to the hidden realm. Through his journeys, Finn learned that the true magic lay not in the hidden world itself, but in the connections he forged and the love that flowed between them. It was a lesson he carried with him for the rest of his days, a reminder that even in the darkest of times, the light of friendship and understanding could illuminate the path ahead. And so, with each step he took, Finn wove a tapestry of stories and songs, a legacy that would be passed down through generations, reminding all who heard it that the world was filled with wonders waiting to be discovered by those with the courage to seek them. The end. Story 52. Story 53. Story 54. Story 55. Once upon a time, in the heart of a lush emerald valley cradled by misty mountains, there was a quaint village where time seemed to pause and embrace the gentle rhythm of nature. The village was woven from the threads of tradition and whispers of the past, and among its cobblestone paths and flower-laden meadows lived a young girl named Mara. Mara had always felt a peculiar tug at her heart, as if the breeze itself carried secrets meant only for her. She was known for her curious spirit and a heart open to the enchantments of the world around her. One autumn evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky in hues of amber and rose, Mara's grandmother, the village elder, called her to the warmth of their cottage. Inside, the air was perfumed with the scent of lavender and chamomile, a calming embrace that seemed to hold stories of its own. The fireplace crackled softly, casting a golden glow upon the walls lined with old wooden shelves. There, among the countless volumes and relics of days long past, was a peculiar chest, its surface etched with intricate patterns of vines and stars. "Mara, my dear," her grandmother began with a voice as soothing as a lullaby, "it is time you learn of our true heritage, a legacy that flows within your veins like the rivers that carve our beloved valley." Intrigued, Mara drew closer as her grandmother unlatched the chest, revealing an ancient tapestry folded with care. The fabric was rich and heavy, its deep indigo hues woven with threads of silver and gold that twinkled like starlight. "This," her grandmother explained, "is the tapestry of the ancients. It is a living map of our family's journey, a keeper of our stories, and a guide for those who seek to understand." Mara gently traced her fingers over the tapestry, feeling the warmth of its history seep into her skin. Her grandmother continued, "Long ago, our ancestors were known as the guardians of the veil, protectors of the harmony between our world and the realms unseen. They were entrusted with the Orb of Echoes, a magical artifact that resonates with the whispers of the past." With eyes wide, Mara listened as her grandmother spoke of the orb, a crystal sphere said to hold the wisdom of generations, its light a beacon for those lost in the shadows of uncertainty. "To find the orb and truly understand your heritage," her grandmother said, "you must follow the path woven into this tapestry. It will guide you through the heart of our land, where the mountains meet the sky." Filled with a sense of purpose and wonder, Mara set out the very next morning, the tapestry carefully folded in her satchel. The valley was alive with the dawn chorus of birds and the gentle rustle of leaves, a symphony orchestrated by the hands of nature itself. As Mara ventured deeper into the valley, she marveled at the vibrant tapestry of life around her. The air was crisp and sweet, carrying the scent of pine and wildflowers. Streams danced over pebbles, their laughter a melody that harmonized with the rustling branches of ancient trees. Following the tapestry's map, Mara arrived at the foot of the great oak, a towering sentinel that had watched over the valley for centuries. Its gnarled branches stretched toward the heavens, and nestled within its roots was an entrance to a hidden cavern, aglow with a soft, ethereal light. Inside the cavern, the air was cool and filled with the delicate fragrance of moss and earth. The walls shimmered with veins of quartz, casting rainbows that danced with each flicker of light. At the heart of the cavern, resting upon a pedestal of stone, was the Orb of Echoes. Mara approached with reverence, her heart beating in time with the gentle hum that filled the air. As she reached out and cradled the orb in her hands, a warmth spread through her, and the cavern was filled with the soft murmur of voices, like leaves rustling in a gentle breeze. The voices spoke of courage and kindness, of the strength found in unity, and the beauty of embracing one's roots. They whispered tales of Mara's ancestors, their triumphs and their wisdom, and as she listened, Mara felt the threads of her own story weaving into the tapestry of her lineage. With the orb in her possession, Mara returned to the village, where the warmth of home awaited her. The villagers gathered to hear of her journey, their faces illuminated by the glow of the fireplace, eyes sparkling with pride and joy. As Mara shared the lessons she had learned, a profound sense of belonging settled within her heart. She understood now that her heritage was not just a series of events from the past, but a living legacy of love, wisdom, and strength that would guide her and those who came after. And so, under the starlit sky, surrounded by the embrace of family and friends, Mara knew she had found her place in the world. The valley held its secrets, and she, like the guardians before her, would cherish and protect them for generations to come. With the Orb of Echoes resting safely by her side and the tapestry's stories forever etched in her heart, Mara drifted into a peaceful sleep, her dreams woven with the magic of her ancestors and the promise of a bright tomorrow. Story 56. Story 50. Story 58. Story 59. In the heart of a lush, whispering forest, where the trees stood tall and wise, there existed a forgotten glade bathed in perpetual twilight. This place was known only to the creatures of the forest, and a few rare souls who dared to venture beyond the well-trodden paths. The air here was imbued with the scent of pine and earth, carrying the gentle rustling of leaves like a soft lullaby. It was a realm where magic lingered, hiding in plain sight among the shadows and the light. Elliot, a curious young boy with a heart as open as the sky, discovered this hidden world one golden afternoon. His hair, tousled by the wind, glimmered like autumn leaves in the sun. He had been wandering through the forest, drawn by a deep-seated yearning for something he could not name. Elliot loved the forest. Its secrets whispered to him, and its beauty filled him with a profound sense of belonging. As he walked, each step cushioned by a carpet of moss and fallen leaves, he stumbled upon an ancient oak with a hollow that seemed to beckon him closer. Within this hollow, nestled among roots as thick as his arm, lay a peculiar object, a small, intricately carved wooden box. Its surface was smooth, worn by time, and etched with symbols that seemed to pulse with a gentle glow. Elliot's fingers brushed over the box, and a warmth spread through him, as if the object were alive. He hesitated for a moment, then carefully lifted it from its resting place. As he did, a soft sighing sound filled the air, and the forest seemed to hold its breath. With the box cradled in his hands, Elliot sat beneath the oak, leaning against its sturdy trunk. The world around him faded into a serene silence, leaving only the gentle hum of nature. He turned the box over, examining it from every angle before finally deciding to open it. Inside, resting on a bed of velvet as dark as midnight, was a small, crystalline orb. It shimmered with an inner light, casting tiny rainbows that danced around Elliot like playful spirits. Mesmerized, Elliot reached out to touch it, and as his fingertips brushed the surface, a tingling sensation raced up his arm. Suddenly, the orb began to glow more brightly, and a soft voice, warm and melodic, filled the air. "Welcome, Seeker," it said, resonating with a kindness that wrapped around Elliot like a comforting embrace. "You have found the heart of the forest, a gift of magic and mystery." Elliot blinked, his eyes wide with wonder. "Who are you?" he asked, his voice barely a whisper. "I am the guardian of this glade," the voice replied, "and you, dear child, have been chosen to carry the heart and listen to its song." The orb pulsed gently, and with each pulse, Elliot felt a connection forming, a bond with the forest and its secrets. "What do I do with it?" he asked, curiosity mingling with a sense of responsibility. "Listen," the voice advised. "Learn. The heart will guide you, reveal hidden truths, and teach you the language of the world around you. But remember, true power comes from understanding, not control." Elliot nodded, his mind awhirl with possibilities. He closed the box, feeling the weight of the orb settle within it, and tucked it safely into his satchel. As he rose to his feet, the forest seemed to awaken, the trees whispering encouragement, the leaves rustling with approval. Over the following days, Elliot returned to the glade, drawn to its serenity and the promise of discovery. He spent hours sitting beneath the ancient oak, listening to the heart's gentle murmur and learning the subtle language of the forest. Each day brought new revelations, a hidden path, a secret grove, the laughter of a brook that meandered through sun-dappled glens. One crisp morning, as the first rays of the sun painted the forest in shades of gold, Elliot encountered an unexpected visitor. A fox, its fur as red as flames, emerged from the underbrush. Its eyes, sharp and intelligent, regarded Elliot with curiosity. "Hello there," Elliot said softly, extending a hand in greeting. The fox approached cautiously, its nose twitching as it sniffed the air between them. Sensing no threat, it sat back on its haunches and regarded Elliot with a look of expectation. Elliot remembered the heart and its promise of connection. He retrieved the box from his satchel and opened it, letting the fox see the shimmering orb. The fox tilted its head, eyes reflecting the orb's light, and for a moment, Elliot felt as if he were gazing into a deep well of ancient wisdom. The fox blinked slowly, then trotted forward, brushing against Elliot's leg in a gesture of trust. Elliot smiled, a warmth spreading through him. Here was a friend, unexpected and wondrous, brought to him by the magic of the forest. From that day on, Elliot and the fox were inseparable. They explored the forest together, the fox leading Elliot to hidden places he never would have found on his own. In return, Elliot shared his discoveries and the knowledge imparted by the heart. As the seasons changed, Elliot grew in wisdom and understanding. The forest, once a place of mystery, became a living tapestry of stories and songs. He learned to read the language of the wind, to interpret the dance of the leaves, and to find beauty in the smallest details. But as Elliot's connection with the forest deepened, so too did his awareness of its fragility. He noticed signs of change, trees that stood bare in the wrong season, streams that ran dry, and animals that seemed restless, out of sync with the natural rhythm. One evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky in hues of crimson and violet, Elliot sat with the fox by his side, pondering the forest's plight. The heart glowed softly in his lap, its light casting gentle shadows. "What can we do?" Elliot asked aloud, his voice tinged with worry. The fox looked at him, its gaze steady and calm. Elliot felt the heart pulse in response, a silent reassurance that they were not alone. "Together we must find the source of this imbalance." The voice of the guardian spoke, its tone gentle yet resolute. "The forest has chosen you, Elliot, to be its champion. Trust in your bond with the heart and your friendship with the fox. They will guide you." Determined and hopeful, Elliot set out the next morning with the fox at his side. They traveled deeper into the forest than ever before, following signs and whispers that only they could perceive. The journey was long and arduous, but Elliot's heart was buoyed by a sense of purpose and the unwavering companionship of his fox friend. As they ventured onward, the forest revealed more of its wonders. A hidden waterfall that sang with the voices of 1,000 dreams, a glen where flowers bloomed in colors more vibrant than any rainbow. Yet alongside these marvels, Elliot also saw the signs of distress, trees that wept sap like tears, birds that called mournfully to the empty sky. One evening, as they rested beneath a canopy of stars, Elliot felt a shift in the air, a subtle change that sent a shiver down his spine. The fox, ever perceptive, rose to its feet, ears pricked and alert. "We're close," Elliot murmured, sensing that the source of the forest's imbalance lay just ahead. Together they pressed on, their path illuminated by the silvery light of the moon. Finally, they arrived at a clearing unlike any other. Here, in the center, stood a tree of immense size and age, its branches stretching wide like the arms of a guardian embracing the world. But this tree, once the heart of the forest, was withering. Its bark was cracked, its leaves brittle and lifeless. Approaching the tree, Elliot felt the heart in his satchel grow warm, its light pulsing in harmony with the tree's faint heartbeat. He understood then that the heart and the tree were connected, two halves of a greater whole. Elliot knelt before the tree, placing the heart upon the earth at its roots. He closed his eyes, reaching out with his mind and spirit to the guardian voice within the orb. "Please," he whispered, "show me how to help." In response, the heart flared with light, and Elliot found himself enveloped in a vision. He saw the forest as it once was, vibrant and alive, its creatures thriving in harmony. But then a shadow fell over the land, a darkness born of neglect and imbalance, threatening to unravel the delicate weave of life. The vision shifted, and Elliot saw himself, the fox by his side, standing as a beacon of hope. He saw the heart, its light spreading across the forest, mending the fractures and restoring balance. Elliot understood. The heart's power was not his to wield, but to share. To heal the forest, he needed to awaken the magic within every living thing, to remind them of their place in the grand tapestry. With newfound clarity, Elliot rose and turned to the fox, his faithful companion. Together they began to circle the great tree, the heart's light guiding their steps. As they moved, Elliot spoke, his voice carrying the ancient words of the forest, words of renewal and rebirth. The fox joined in, its voice a melody that wove through Elliot's words, binding them with the rhythm of nature. Around them the air shimmered, and the forest seemed to sigh in relief, the shadows retreating as light spread like a healing balm. They continued until the first light of dawn touched the clearing, bathing it in gold. The great tree, once withered, now stood tall and proud, its branches laden with leaves that sang with the wind. The balance had been restored, the forest's heartbeat strong and steady. Elliot felt a deep peace settle within him, a warmth that mirrored the light of the heart. He turned to the fox, gratitude shining in his eyes. "Thank you," he said simply, knowing that their friendship had been the key to unlocking the forest's magic. The fox yipped softly, its eyes reflecting the dawn's light, and nuzzled Elliot's hand, a bond unspoken yet deeply felt. Elliot knew that his journey was only beginning. There were more mysteries to uncover, more stories to learn. But he was ready, for the heart of the forest was with him, and the friendship he had forged with the fox was a strength that would guide him through any challenge. As they left the clearing, the forest seemed to embrace them, its song a gentle promise of adventure and discovery. Elliot walked with a light heart, the fox by his side, knowing that together they would keep the magic of the forest alive. And so, beneath the canopy of leaves that whispered secrets only they could hear, Elliot and his fox friend ventured forth, guardians of the hidden world, champions of the magic that danced in the spaces between shadow and light. Together they embraced the mysteries of the forest, finding joy in every step and wonder in every breath. And as the sun rose higher in the sky, painting the world in vibrant hues, they knew that they had found their place in the ever-spinning tapestry of life. Story 60. 61. Story 62. Story 63. Story 64. Story 65. Once upon a time, nestled in the heart of an ancient forest, there lay a little village named Willow Glen. The village was surrounded by trees so tall that their tops seemed to brush the clouds, and every morning the air was filled with the sweet scent of pine and the gentle rustle of leaves whispering secrets to the wind. The villagers were kind-hearted folk, living in harmony with nature and each other, in cottages that seemed to have sprouted from the earth itself. In this peaceful hamlet lived a young girl named Lyra. Lyra was known for her curiosity and her penchant for adventure. Her hair was like spun gold, catching the sunlight in a halo around her head, and her eyes sparkled like the clear blue lake that lay on the village's outskirts. Lyra's best friend was a gentle, wise old tortoise named Thistle. Thistle had a shell that glistened like polished stone, and he carried with him the wisdom of the ages, speaking in a slow, deliberate manner that always seemed to calm the winds and hush the forest creatures. One crisp autumn morning, as the leaves turned to hues of amber and gold, Lyra and Thistle set out on their usual walk along the forest path. The air was cool and invigorating, filled with the earthy scent of fallen leaves. Lyra loved this time of year, when the world seemed to be painted in shades of warmth, and the forest was alive with the songs of migrating birds preparing for their long journey south. As they walked, Lyra noticed something unusual. A faint glimmer caught her eye from beneath a pile of leaves. Curiosity piqued. She knelt down and brushed the leaves aside, revealing a small, intricately carved wooden box. It was adorned with patterns of swirling vines and flowers, and at its center was an emblem of a tree with deep roots and flourishing branches. "Thistle, look at this!" Lyra exclaimed, her voice tinged with wonder. "What do you think it is?" Thistle regarded the box with his wise old eyes, blinking slowly. "It seems to be a very special box, Lyra. Perhaps it holds a secret waiting to be discovered." With trembling fingers, Lyra opened the lid, and inside she found a delicate silver key, its bow shaped like a tiny, intricate tree. The key gleamed in the dappled sunlight, and Lyra felt a strange warmth spreading through her as she held it. She sensed that this key was no ordinary object. It was imbued with magic. "What do you suppose it unlocks?" Lyra mused aloud, her imagination already conjuring images of hidden doors and secret worlds. "There is only one way to find out," Thistle replied, ever the voice of calm reason. "We must search and see what lies ahead." And so began their journey, a quest to uncover the mystery of the silver key. Lyra and Thistle wandered through the forest, following paths both familiar and new. The trees whispered encouragement as they passed, and the forest seemed to guide them with a gentle hand. As the afternoon sun dipped lower in the sky, casting long shadows across their path, they reached a part of the forest that Lyra had never seen before. It was a grove of ancient oaks, their trunks thick and gnarled, their branches twisting and reaching toward the heavens like the arms of giants. In the center of the grove stood a massive tree, larger than any Lyra had ever encountered. Its bark was a deep, rich brown, and it exuded a sense of timelessness and majesty. Lyra approached the tree, drawn by an invisible force. As she laid her hand on its trunk, she felt a gentle thrumming beneath her fingers, as if the tree had a heartbeat of its own. "Do you feel that, Thistle?" Lyra whispered, her voice filled with awe. Thistle nodded slowly. "This tree is ancient and wise, Lyra. It holds many secrets within its bark." Just then, Lyra noticed something extraordinary. Set into the trunk of the tree was a small, ornate lock, crafted in the same style as the key she held. Her heart raced with excitement as she inserted the key and turned it. There was a soft click, and the lock fell away, revealing a hidden door. With bated breath, Lyra pushed the door open, and she and Thistle stepped inside. They found themselves in a hidden world, a place of wonder and magic. The air was filled with the scent of wildflowers and the gentle hum of bees. Sunlight filtered through the canopy above, casting patterns of light and shadow on the forest floor. Before them lay a path lined with flowers of every color imaginable, their petals glistening like jewels. The path wound its way through the trees, leading deeper into this enchanted realm. As they walked, Lyra marveled at the beauty around her. She saw butterflies with wings that shimmered like rainbows, and birds whose songs were as sweet as the finest melodies. The forest creatures here were unlike any she had seen before, gentle and curious, coming close to greet her and Thistle with friendly eyes. "It's as if this place is waiting for us," Lyra said, her voice filled with wonder. "Yes, Lyra," Thistle agreed. "I believe this world has been hidden away, waiting for someone who possesses both the key and the heart to appreciate its wonders." The path led them to a clearing where a crystal-clear spring bubbled forth from the earth. The water sparkled in the sunlight, and as Lyra and Thistle approached, they saw their reflections gazing back at them, smiling and serene. "This place is magical, Thistle. I feel different here," Lyra said, her voice soft with emotion. "Perhaps it is the magic of the forest, or perhaps it is the magic within you that is awakening," Thistle replied with a knowing smile. They spent the afternoon exploring this hidden world, discovering its secrets and marveling at its beauty. As the sun began to set, painting the sky with hues of pink and gold, Lyra and Thistle made their way back to the door in the ancient tree. "Do you think we can return here?" Lyra asked, a note of longing in her voice. "I believe so, Lyra," Thistle said. "As long as you hold the key and the desire in your heart, this place will remain open to you." With a final glance at the enchanted forest, Lyra and Thistle stepped through the door and back into their own world. The door closed softly behind them, the lock once again hidden from view. As they walked home, the stars began to twinkle in the night sky, and Lyra felt a deep sense of peace and contentment. She knew that she had discovered something truly special, a place where magic and wonder flourished, a hidden world that had awakened something within her. From that day on, Lyra and Thistle often returned to the enchanted forest, each visit bringing new discoveries and deepening their friendship. The hidden world became a place of refuge and joy, a reminder of the magic that lay within the natural world and within themselves. And as the years passed, Lyra grew into a wise and compassionate young woman, her heart forever touched by the magic of the forest and the gentle wisdom of her dear friend Thistle. She learned that the greatest treasures were not always those that could be seen or touched, but those that lay within the heart, waiting to be discovered. And so, in the quiet village of Willow Glen, beneath the ancient trees and the starry sky, Lyra found her own kind of magic, a magic that would stay with her always, as warm and comforting as a crackling fire on a cold winter's night. Story 66. Story 67. Story 68. Story 69. Story 70. Story 71. Story 72. Story 73. Story 74. Story 75. Story 76. The Whispering Woods and the Lantern of Truth. Once upon a time, nestled in the heart of the lush and rolling hills of Oakshire, lay a small, quaint village known as Willowbrook. This village was surrounded by an ancient forest, known to all as the Whispering Woods. The woods were a place of mystery and enchantment, where the trees seemed to murmur secrets to the wind, and the leaves danced in the gentle breeze like 1,000 tiny fairies. In Willowbrook, there lived a young girl named Anwen. With her auburn hair and bright green eyes, she resembled the very woods she loved to wander. Anwen was known for her kind heart and boundless curiosity. She often spent her days exploring the edges of the forest, collecting wildflowers and listening to the gentle symphony of nature. One crisp autumn morning, as the sun painted the sky with strokes of gold and crimson, Anwen set out on a journey deeper into the Whispering Woods than she had ever ventured before. She had heard tales of a hidden world within the forest, a place where magic thrived and the ordinary transformed into the extraordinary. As Anwen walked, the soft crunch of fallen leaves under her feet echoed through the woods. The air was cool and fresh, carrying the earthy scent of moss and the sweetness of ripened berries. Sunlight filtered through the canopy, casting playful shadows that danced around her like old friends. After wandering for what seemed like hours, Anwen stumbled upon a clearing she had never seen. In the center stood a magnificent tree, its trunk wide and gnarled, its branches stretching towards the heavens like the arms of a gentle giant. This tree was unlike any other. Its bark shimmered with a silvery hue, and its leaves glowed with an emerald light. As she approached, Anwen noticed something unusual at the base of the tree, a small, ornate lantern, crafted from bronze and adorned with intricate carvings of stars and moons. The lantern emitted a soft, warm glow, as if harboring a tiny piece of the sun within its confines. Curious, Anwen reached out and touched the lantern. Instantly, she felt a surge of warmth spread through her fingertips and into her heart. The forest around her seemed to hold its breath, as if waiting for something wondrous to unfold. In that moment, the lantern spoke, its voice as gentle as a whisper, yet as profound as a distant echo. "Anwen," it said, "you have found the lantern of truth. With it comes the power to see into the hearts of others and unveil the truths hidden within their souls. But tread carefully, for truth can be both a blessing and a burden." Anwen, though taken aback, was not afraid. She felt a sense of purpose and a quiet determination growing within her. She knew that with great power came great responsibility, and she vowed to use the lantern's gift wisely. As Anwen journeyed back to Willowbrook, the woods seemed to come alive with a newfound energy. Birds sang with greater fervor, and the wind rustled the leaves in a melodious chorus. Anwen felt as if she were part of a grander story, one that was just beginning to unfold. In the days that followed, Anwen learned to wield the lantern of truth with care and compassion. She discovered that truth had the power to heal, to mend broken relationships, and to bring understanding where there was once confusion. With each revelation, Anwen's heart swelled with empathy and wisdom. But as time went on, Anwen also learned that truth could be painful. It could reveal hidden wounds and unearth memories long buried. She realized that not everyone was ready to embrace the truths the lantern unveiled, and she had to learn the delicate art of patience and timing. One evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon and the village was bathed in the soft glow of twilight, Anwen found herself by the village pond. The water was as smooth as glass, reflecting the myriad stars that began to pepper the sky. As she sat there, the lantern of truth by her side, Anwen noticed a figure approaching. It was Rowan, a boy from the village who was known for his quiet demeanor and gentle nature. Rowan and Anwen often shared stories by the pond, their friendship blossoming like the wildflowers that grew along its banks. Tonight, however, Rowan seemed troubled. His brow was furrowed, and his usually bright eyes were clouded with worry. Anwen sensed that something weighed heavily on his heart. "Rowan," she said softly, "what troubles you so?" Rowan hesitated, his gaze fixed on the rippling water. "Anwen," he began, his voice barely a whisper, "there are things I have kept hidden, things I fear might change the way you see me." Anwen reached for the lantern, its comforting glow casting a gentle light between them. "Rowan, the truth is like the stars in the night sky. It is always there, even when hidden behind clouds. Trust that it will guide us, just as it guides the travelers who follow its light." With a deep breath, Rowan spoke of his fears and insecurities, the burdens he had carried in silence. As he spoke, the lantern's light seemed to envelop them both, wrapping them in a cocoon of warmth and understanding. In that moment, Anwen realized that the lantern's true power lay not in revealing truth, but in creating a space where truth could be shared without fear. It was a power that fostered connection, empathy, and healing. As the night wore on, Anwen and Rowan talked until the stars began to fade and the first light of dawn kissed the horizon. They spoke of dreams and fears, of hopes and past regrets, their hearts growing lighter with each word shared. From that day forward, Anwen used the lantern of truth not as a tool, but as a bridge, connecting hearts, mending rifts, and fostering friendships that transcended the boundaries of expectation. The villagers came to see the lantern not as a relic of power, but as a beacon of hope and understanding. As the seasons turned and the years passed, Anwen's story became legend in Willowbrook. The whispering woods continued to hold their secrets, the leaves dancing to the wind's eternal song. And in the heart of the forest, the ancient tree stood as a reminder of the magic that lay within, and the truth that could transform the world. And so, as the fireside crackles and the shadows lengthen, we find ourselves at the end of our tale. But remember, dear listener, that truth is not just a lantern to be found in enchanted woods. It is a light within us all, waiting to illuminate the paths we walk and the stories we share. With a gentle sigh, the tale comes to a close, leaving behind the warmth of friendship and the glow of understanding. Sleep now, with dreams as bright and boundless as the stars that guide us home. Story 77. Story 78. Story 79. Story 80. Story 81. Story 82. Story 83. Story 84. Story 85. Story 86. Story 87. Story 88. Story 89. Story 90. In the heart of the whispering woods, where the gentle rustling of leaves sang lullabies to the moon, there was a small, unassuming glade that the villagers of Elderglen rarely traversed. It was a place of serene beauty, where the air was perpetually sweet with the scent of honeysuckle, and the ground was carpeted with soft moss that glimmered like emerald velvet under the sunlight. This glade was the gateway to a hidden world, known only to those with the purest of hearts and sharpest of eyes. One such heart belonged to a young girl named Liora. With hair that tumbled like cascades of sunlight and eyes as bright and curious as a robin's, Liora was the kind of child who saw magic in the mundane. She lived with her grandmother, a wise woman who spun tales of wonder by the fireside, her voice weaving threads of enchantment that captivated young Liora's imagination. It was from these tales that Liora learned of the Enchanted Glade, a place her grandmother described as a realm of endless possibilities, where the boundaries between reality and dreams blurred like the morning mist. One crisp autumn morning, when the world was painted in hues of amber and gold, Liora set off into the woods with a heart full of adventure. She followed the winding path, her feet crunching through a carpet of fallen leaves, until she reached the glade. There, the air was different, thicker, almost palpable, with the promise of secrets waiting to be unveiled. As she stepped into the clearing, the glade seemed to sigh, welcoming her into its embrace. In the center of the glade stood an ancient oak tree, its gnarled branches stretching toward the sky like the arms of an old guardian. Nestled in its roots was a peculiar object, a small, intricately carved wooden box. Liora felt an irresistible pull toward it, as if the box itself was whispering her name. She knelt beside it, tracing the elaborate patterns with her fingertips. The wood was warm and alive under her touch, humming with a gentle energy that resonated with her very soul. With a soft click, the box opened, revealing a shimmering stone, no larger than a robin's egg. It pulsated with a faint, ethereal glow, casting delicate patterns of light across Liora's face. As she held it in her palm, she felt a rush of warmth and a sense of profound peace. It was as though the stone was a conduit, connecting her to the very heart of the forest. Liora knew, instinctively, that this was no ordinary stone. It was the heart of the woods, a fabled treasure her grandmother had often spoken of, a stone said to hold the power to bridge worlds and bring forth the hidden wonders of nature. Yet with such power came responsibility, for the heart was also a guardian of balance, a keeper of harmony between the seen and unseen. As Liora held the heart, the world around her shifted subtly. The glade seemed to come alive, the leaves whispered secrets, the flowers turned their faces toward her, and the very air vibrated with anticipation. She realized that she was now a part of something greater, a guardian of the glade, entrusted with the care of its mysteries. Her first challenge came in the form of a shadow that crept into the forest, a blight that threatened to suffocate the vibrant life within. The trees began to wither, their leaves turning to ash, and the air grew heavy with sorrow. Liora, with the heart clutched to her chest, felt the forest's pain as if it were her own. Determined to save her beloved woods, Liora embarked on a journey to seek the source of the shadow. Guided by the whispers of the heart, she ventured deeper into the forest than ever before. The path was fraught with obstacles, tangled underbrush that snagged her clothes, murky bogs that threatened to swallow her whole. But Liora pressed on, her resolve as unyielding as the ancient trees. Along her journey, she encountered a curious creature, a fox with fur as silver as moonlight and eyes that twinkled with mischief. His name was Reuven, and though he appeared sly, there was a kindness in his gaze that put Liora at ease. Reuven offered his aid, his nimble paws guiding her through the treacherous terrain. Together they formed an unlikely friendship, one forged in shared purpose and mutual respect. As they journeyed deeper into the heart of the forest, Liora learned to listen, not just with her ears, but with her heart. She discovered the language of the woods, the songs of the streams, and the stories etched into the bark of ancient trees. The heart revealed to her the interconnectedness of all things, the delicate web of life that bound every creature to the land they called home. It was this wisdom that led them to the source of the shadow, a dark, twisted entity born of imbalance and greed. It sought to consume the heart, to wield its power for its own ends, and in doing so threatened the very fabric of the forest. Liora understood then that true strength lay not in power, but in harmony. With Reuven by her side, she faced the entity, her heart filled with the light of the heart. She spoke not with words, but with the essence of the forest itself, extending a hand not in conflict, but in understanding. The shadow hesitated, its dark tendrils quivering in uncertainty. In that moment, Liora saw the truth. It was not a creature of malice, but of sorrow, born from the neglect and forgotten dreams of those who had once cherished the woods. She reached out with compassion, offering the shadow a place within the balance of the forest. Slowly the shadow began to dissolve, its darkness giving way to light. Where once there was despair, there was now hope, a new beginning woven into the tapestry of the glade. The forest breathed a sigh of relief, its life force restored, its harmony renewed. With the threat vanquished, Liora and Reuven returned to the glade, where the ancient oak stood proud and strong. The heart of the woods glowed warmly in Leora's hand, a testament to her courage and compassion. She knew that she was not just a guardian of the glade, but a part of its eternal story, a story of friendship that defied expectations, of wisdom that overcame adversity, and of a journey that transformed a young girl into a true caretaker of the earth. As the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky in shades of twilight, Liora nestled the heart back into its wooden box, returning it to the roots of the oak. She understood now that the heart was not hers to keep, but to protect and cherish, just as she cherished the friendships and lessons she had gained. With a heart full of gratitude, Liora and Reuven bid farewell to the glade, their bond stronger than ever. As they walked back through the whispering woods, the forest seemed to hum with contentment, its leaves whispering a gentle song of thanks. And so, under the watchful gaze of the moon, Liora returned home to her grandmother, who welcomed her with open arms and a knowing smile. Together, they sat by the crackling fire, the warmth enveloping them like a tender embrace. As Liora recounted her adventure, her grandmother listened with eyes that sparkled with pride and love. In the quiet of the night, as the stars twinkled like diamonds in the velvet sky, Liora drifted into a peaceful sleep, her dreams filled with the magic of the woods and the promise of new adventures yet to come. For she knew that as long as there were stories to tell and hearts to guide, the world would always hold a place for those who dared to see beyond the ordinary into the extraordinary realms of wonder and possibility. Story 91. Story 92. Story 93. In a secluded corner of the world, nestled between the roots of towering oaks and the whispering winds of the ancient forest, lay the village of the Glen. This was no ordinary village. It existed in harmony with the forest's enchanting magic, where the boundaries between the real and the mystical were as thin as morning mist. The air in the village of the Glen was perpetually tinged with the earthy scent of pine needles and the sweet aroma of wild honeysuckle. Streams of sunlight filtered through the dense canopy, dappling the ground with golden patches that shifted with the breeze. The villagers, a gentle folk, shared their home with creatures of the forest, both ordinary and enchanted, living in a symphony of coexistence. Among them was a gentle-hearted woodcarver named Finn, known for his kind eyes and the warmth of his spirit. His hands, roughened by years of work, could transform simple pieces of wood into the most intricate carvings. Finn lived in a cozy cottage at the edge of the forest, where the whispering leaves and the song of the brook played a constant melody. One crisp morning, as the first light of dawn painted the sky in hues of lavender and rose, Finn awoke to an unusual sight. A delicate creature perched on his windowsill, its wings shimmering like spun silver in the early light. It was a sylph, a rare and ethereal being of the forest, known to appear only when the balance of nature was in peril. "Finn," the sylph whispered, her voice as soft as a breeze through the reeds. "The harmony of our forest is threatened. The seasons have begun to falter, and the creatures are losing their song." Finn listened with a heart full of understanding. He knew the tales of old, passed down through generations, stories of the forest's magic, intertwined with the cycles of the moon and the dance of the seasons. He had heard of times when nature's balance was disturbed, and how it was always restored through wisdom and unity. "What must be done?" Finn asked, his voice steady with resolve. "You must seek the heart of the forest," the sylph replied, her eyes gleaming with ancient knowledge. "There, you will find the source of the imbalance and the guidance to restore it." Without hesitation, Finn prepared for his journey. He packed a small bundle with essentials: a loaf of fresh bread, a flask of cool spring water, and a woolen cloak to ward off the forest's chill. As he set off, the villagers gathered to wish him well, their voices mingling with the rustle of leaves in a chorus of support. The path to the heart of the forest was not marked on any map, for it was a journey of intuition and connection with the natural world. Finn walked beneath the arching boughs, his senses attuned to the subtle signs that would guide him. The air was alive with the chatter of squirrels and the distant hoot of an owl settling to sleep. their presence a comforting reminder of the forest's life. As Finn ventured deeper, the forest seemed to awaken around him. The air grew cooler, and the scent of moss thickened, mingling with the crisp scent of autumn leaves underfoot. He walked for hours, pausing only to listen to the stories the wind carried, a tale of shifting seasons and restless earth. Eventually, Finn arrived at a clearing bathed in a serene silver light. At its center stood an ancient oak, its branches reaching skyward in a timeless embrace. This was the heart of the forest, a place where the magic of nature converged, pulsing with life and wisdom. Finn approached the oak, his heart open to its silent teachings. As he rested his hand against the rough bark, a gentle warmth spread through him, and he felt the presence of countless generations whispering their secrets. In the stillness, the voice of the forest spoke to him, a soft hum that resonated deep within his soul. It was a melody of seasons, of rain and sunshine, of growth and rest. Finn understood then that the balance had shifted because the forest's natural rhythm had been disrupted. The winter had lingered too long, and the spring was hesitant to begin its dance. The solution was simple, yet profound. Finn needed to rekindle the dance of the seasons. With the guidance of the forest's wisdom, he crafted a small wooden flute, its surface adorned with carvings of leaves and spirals. As he played a tune, the notes wove through the air like tendrils of mist, carrying with them the promise of change. The forest responded. The air shimmered with anticipation, and the trees seemed to sway in rhythm with the melody. Gradually, the chill of winter lifted, replaced by the gentle warmth of spring. Buds unfurled on branches, and the symphony of birdsong resumed its joyful chorus. Finn returned to the village of the glen, where the villagers greeted him with open arms and grateful hearts. The sylph appeared once more, her smile as radiant as the spring sun. "You have restored the harmony," she said, her voice a caress of gratitude. The village celebrated with a feast, sharing tales and laughter beneath the starlit sky. Finn, seated by the crackling fire, felt the comforting weight of the sylph's gift, a small silver leaf that glimmered with magic. It was a reminder of the bond between humans and nature, a testament to the power of wisdom and friendship. And so the village of the glen continued to thrive, nestled in the embrace of the ancient forest. The seasons turned in their gentle cycle, each one a reminder of the delicate balance and the enduring magic that lay within the heart of the world. As the fires burned low and the village settled into peaceful slumber, the forest hummed its lullaby, a song of harmony and hope, carried on the wings of the night. Story 94. Story 95. Story 96. Story 97. In the heart of the tranquil vale of Luminara, where the air always carried a hint of lavender and the streams sang lullabies, lay the quaint village of Mosswood. The villagers often spoke of how the sun seemed to linger a little longer over their fields, painting the skies in hues of golden honey as it set each evening. Nestled between whispering woods and rolling meadows, Mosswood was a place where magical creatures and humans lived harmoniously, sharing tales and laughter by the fireside. One gentle spring evening, as the village was basking in the soft glow of twilight, something peculiar began to unfold. Each night for a fortnight, faint chimes echoed through the village, as if 1,000 tiny bells were ringing in the distance. The sound was soothing, yet its source remained a mystery. The villagers, though intrigued, were never alarmed, for they trusted the land and its enchantments. In a cozy cottage at the edge of the village lived a wise old owl named Headland and a young girl named Liora. Liora was known for her curiosity and kindness, her auburn hair always tucked under a sun hat, and her pockets often brimming with acorns and wildflowers. She had a knack for noticing things others might overlook, and it was she who first decided to uncover the mystery of the nightly chimes. One evening, as Liora sat by the hearth with Headland perched nearby, she mused, "These chimes, dear Headland, they sound like a song the stars might sing. What do you think could cause such a melody?" Headland, with his deep amber eyes twinkling in the firelight, hooted softly, "Ah, young one, the world holds many secrets, and sometimes they choose to reveal themselves only to those who seek with a gentle heart. Perhaps we might find some answers in the forest." Thus, with a promise of adventure in her heart, Liora set off the next morning with Headland fluttering above her, his wings casting fleeting shadows on the sun-dappled path. The forest welcomed them with open arms, the tall trees whispering secrets through rustling leaves, the ground carpeted with soft moss that cushioned their steps. As they ventured deeper, the chimes grew clearer, guiding them like a silken thread through the tapestry of the woods. They soon came upon an ancient oak, its branches stretching proudly towards the sky, and at its base they found a peculiar gathering. A cluster of fireflies danced in the air, their glow weaving patterns of light, and in their midst, a small gathering of woodland creatures sat in rapt attention. Rabbits, squirrels, and even a few curious foxes watched as a patch of violets seemed to sway to the rhythm of the chimes, a gentle breeze carrying the sound. "Look, Headland," Liora whispered, her eyes wide with wonder. "The flowers are singing." Headland nodded sagely. "Indeed, it appears the violets hold the secret to this melody. But how and why, I wonder?" As if in response to his musings, a delicate figure emerged from within the circle of violets. It was a sprite, her wings shimmering like dew-kissed cobwebs in the morning sun. She smiled warmly at Liora and Headland, her voice a soft melody of its own. "Greetings, seekers of mysteries. I am Lyra, guardian of the violets. The chimes you hear are a gift from the flowers to the forest, a lullaby to welcome the season of renewal." Liora, captivated by the gentle beauty of the sprite, asked, "But why now, dear Lyra? What has changed?" Lyra's eyes twinkled with the wisdom of ages. "As the world awakens from winter's embrace, the violets have chosen this year to share their song with the village, a reminder of the harmony that binds us all. Yet there is more to this tale. A wise creature has foretold of a special star descending upon Mosswood, and the flowers wish to guide it safely home." Intrigued by this revelation, Liora pondered the meaning of a descending star. "A star, you say? How do we guide it, and what does it seek?" "The star," Lyra explained, "is a spirit of kindness and joy, seeking a place where its light can be most cherished. The violet's song will guide it, but the star needs a beacon, a heart pure and open, willing to show it the way." Liora felt a warmth blossoming within her, understanding that perhaps she was meant to be that beacon. She looked at Headland, who nodded in encouragement. "Lyra, I would be honored to help guide the star." With that, Lyra presented Liora with a delicate bracelet woven from violet petals and enchanted threads. "Wear this, dear Liora. It will help you connect with the star and lead it to its new home." As night fell, Liora and Headland returned to the village, where the chimes seemed to sing with a newfound clarity. Standing under the starlit sky, Liora felt a gentle tug at her heart, a connection she could neither see nor touch, but that felt as real as the earth beneath her feet. Suddenly, from the heavens, a soft light began to descend, weaving its way through the tapestry of stars, drawn to the village like a moth to a flame. The villagers gathered, eyes wide with awe as the light approached, its glow embracing each corner of Mosswood with a warmth that rivaled the sun. Liora, her heart alight with the connection to the star, stepped forward. The star, a shimmering orb of light and joy, hovered before her, its presence a gentle caress against her skin. With a graceful nod, Liora led the star through the village, the chimes guiding them both, until they reached the ancient oak. The star settled among the violets, its light mingling with the glow of the fireflies. The chimes reached a crescendo, a symphony of gratitude and harmony, before gently fading into the night. The villagers, touched by the gentle magic of the evening, returned to their homes with hearts full of wonder and peace. Liora, her task complete, felt a deep sense of fulfillment as she and Headland made their way back to their cottage. As they settled by the hearth, Headland hooted softly, "You have done a great deed, Liora. The star has found its home, and the village its harmony." Liora smiled, her heart aglow with the warmth of friendship and purpose. "It was the violets and their song, dear Headland. They remind us that sometimes the answers to our mysteries lie in the most unexpected places." And so, as the fire crackled gently and the moon watched over Mosswood, Liora and Headland drifted into a peaceful slumber, cradled by the knowledge that the world was just a little bit brighter, thanks to the magic of friendship and the song of the violets. Story 98. In the heart of an ancient forest, where the canopy overhead swayed like a sea of emeralds, there thrived a hidden world that few humans ever glimpsed. This was a place where sunlight dripped through the leaves like golden honey, where the air was sweet with the perfume of wildflowers and the earthy scent of moss. Here, the world pulsed with the quiet rhythm of life, orchestrated by the soft whispers of the wind and the gentle rustling of creatures unseen. Among the inhabitants of this enchanted realm were the Sylvans, gentle beings as old as the forest itself. They were small, with skin that shimmered like the bark of birch trees and hair that danced in colors of autumn leaves. The Sylvans were the forest's caretakers, guardians of the delicate balance that nurtured all life within. In this haven of tranquility, the Sylvans lived in harmony with the creatures of the woods. Deer with eyes like pools of melted chocolate grazed alongside them, and birds with feathers of sapphire and emerald sang songs that wove through the branches like ribbons of melody. Each creature knew its place in the intricate web of life, guided by the wisdom passed down through countless generations. One such Sylvan was a young guardian named Liora. Her eyes reflected the deep greens of the forest, and her heart beat in tune with the ancient trees. Liora had always been fascinated by the changing seasons, each one a story written in the language of nature. Her favorite time was the gentle transition from summer to autumn, when the forest donned its cloak of fiery hues and the air was crisp with the promise of change. It was during this time of transition that a peculiar phenomenon began to occur. The wind, usually a playful presence that danced through the trees, began to carry a murmur of distress. The leaves whispered of an imbalance, a disruption in the harmony that sustained their world. The forest, once vibrant and thriving, seemed to hold its breath, waiting for something to set it right. Liora, with her deep connection to the forest, felt a stirring in her heart. She knew that the answer lay somewhere within the whispers of the wind and the rustle of the leaves. Gathering her courage, she set out to seek the wisdom of the elder oak, the oldest and wisest tree in the forest, whose roots delved deep into the earth and whose branches reached for the sky. The journey to the elder oak took Liora through paths carpeted with fallen leaves, their colors a tapestry of gold and crimson. The air was filled with the sound of crunching beneath her feet and the occasional scurry of woodland creatures. As she walked, a gentle rain began to fall, each drop a crystal note in the symphony of the forest. When Liora finally stood before the elder oak, she felt a sense of awe and reverence. The tree towered above her, its bark etched with the stories of ages past, its branches stretching wide as if to embrace the entire forest. Liora placed her hand against the rough bark, feeling the life that thrummed beneath her fingertips. "O wise elder," she whispered, "the forest is troubled. The balance has shifted, and I seek your counsel." The elder oak's response was a soft rustling, a language that Liora had learned to understand through years of listening. "The seasons are the breath of the forest," the tree seemed to say. "When one breathes too deeply, the others must adjust. The balance is delicate, like the web of a spider after rain." Liora pondered these words, letting them settle in her heart. She realized that the forest's harmony was not just a matter of nature's rhythms, but of understanding and cooperation among all its inhabitants. With newfound clarity, Liora returned to the Sylvan village. She gathered the creatures of the forest, the deer, the birds, the squirrels with their bright eyes and bushy tails. Together, they listened as Liora shared the elder oak's wisdom. "We must work together," she said, her voice as gentle as the breeze. "Each of us plays a part in maintaining the balance. The wind, the rain, the sun, and the soil, each has a role, and so do we." The creatures nodded, understanding that they were part of a greater whole. They set about their tasks, guided by Liora's gentle leadership. The birds carried seeds to new places, ensuring the forest's renewal. The deer pruned the undergrowth, allowing light to reach the forest floor. The Sylvans tended to the trees, nurturing the saplings that would one day stand as tall as the elder oak. As the days passed, the forest began to breathe easier. The murmur of distress faded, replaced by the harmonious song of life. The balance had been restored, not by force but by understanding and cooperation. And so the seasons continued their dance, each one a chapter in the forest's story. Liora, now wiser and filled with a deeper connection to her home, knew that the lessons of the elder oak would guide her and the generations to come. under the canopy of stars, as the forest settled into the embrace of night, Liora sat beneath the elder oak, feeling the warmth of the earth and the cool kiss of the breeze. She closed her eyes, letting the peace of the forest fill her soul, knowing that she was part of something beautiful and eternal. In this ancient forest, where magic and reality intertwined, the hidden lives of natural creatures thrived in harmony, their stories woven into the fabric of the world. And as the gentle night wrapped its arms around the forest, all was as it should be, balanced, peaceful, and whole. Story 99. In a hidden glen of the ancient forest, where towering trees stood like sentinels and gentle streams whispered their timeless songs, the creatures of the woodland lived in a delicate balance. Among the tall oaks and whispering willows, a tapestry of life thrived, woven together by the seasons and the gentle hands of time. Here the air was crisp with the scent of pine and earth, and the sun filtered softly through the canopy, casting dappled patterns on the forest floor. In this magical place, where the line between reality and enchantment blurred like the morning mist, lived a wise old tortoise named Bertram. Bertram was known throughout the forest for his gentle nature and profound wisdom, passed down from generation to generation. His shell, a mosaic of greens and browns, was like a living map of the forest, etched with the stories of ages past. One golden morning, as the first rays of sunlight kissed the dew-laden leaves, Bertram awoke to a soft rustling nearby. Peeking out from beneath a cluster of ferns was a young squirrel named Pippa, her fur a vibrant russet that matched the autumn leaves. Pippa was curious and spirited, always eager to learn from the world around her. "Good morning, Bertram," Pippa chirped, her eyes bright with wonder. "I heard the wind singing a different tune last night. Do you know what it means?" Bertram smiled, his eyes twinkling with the reflections of the forest. "Ah, Pippa, the wind carries the wisdom of the seasons," he replied in his soothing, gravelly voice. "When it whispers, it tells of changes to come, of balance and harmony that must be maintained." Intrigued, Pippa settled beside Bertram, her fluffy tail curling around her paws. "Tell me more," she urged, eager to soak in the knowledge like sunlight. "The forest is a living tapestry," Bertram began, "and each creature, each leaf, and each breeze plays its part. The wind you heard is the herald of winter, reminding us of the time to prepare, to gather, and to reflect." As Bertram spoke, the forest around them seemed to come alive with the essence of his words. The leaves rustled softly, adding their own gentle chorus to his tale. Pippa listened intently, her heart beating in rhythm with the world around her. "Long ago," Bertram continued, "there was a time when the balance of the forest was threatened. The river ran dry, and the trees wilted under an unrelenting sun. It was through the wisdom of the elders and the unity of the creatures that harmony was restored." Pippa's eyes widened in awe. "How did they do it?" she asked, her voice barely a whisper. "They listened to the forest," Bertram replied, his voice like a warm embrace. "They learned to understand its needs and to care for it as it cared for them. The secret lies in the harmony of give and take, in nurturing the land that nurtures us." As the morning sun climbed higher, casting a gentle warmth over the glen, Pippa felt a deep sense of peace settling within her. She looked around, seeing the forest with new eyes, each tree and creature a vital part of the whole. Bertram watched her with a gentle smile, knowing that the seeds of wisdom had taken root. "Remember, little one," he said, "the forest is our home, and we are its guardians. With wisdom and kindness, we can preserve its magic for generations to come." With that, Pippa scampered up a nearby tree, her heart full of the promise of a new day. She would share Bertram's wisdom with her friends, ensuring the harmony of the forest would continue to thrive. As the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky in hues of pink and gold, the forest settled into a tranquil hush. The creatures nestled into their homes, wrapped in the comfort of Bertram's timeless tales. And so, in the quiet heart of the ancient forest, a gentle balance was maintained, woven together by the wisdom of the past and the promise of the future. The trees stood tall, the streams sang softly, and the wind carried with it the enduring harmony of a world at peace. In the heart of an ancient forest, where towering trees whispered secrets to the skies and streams danced over smooth stones, lay a world hidden from the hurried eyes of humankind. Here, in the gentle embrace of nature, The creatures of the forest lived in harmonious balance, guided by the rhythms of the earth and the wisdom passed down through countless generations. The forest was alive with the gentle symphony of life. The air was rich with the scent of pine needles and moss, while the ground was cushioned by soft layers of fallen leaves that crunched lightly underfoot. Sunlight filtered through the thick canopy, casting dappled patterns on the forest floor and lending a golden glow to the world beneath. It was spring, the season of renewal, when the earth awakened from its winter slumber. The forest creatures were busy with the tasks of the season. Birds flitted from branch to branch, their songs weaving a melodious tapestry through the air. Squirrels chattered merrily as they gathered nuts, their bushy tails flicking with excitement. And in the sheltered glades, the deer moved gracefully, their eyes soft and watchful. Among these creatures lived an old, wise tortoise named Elder Mossback. His shell was a tapestry of lichen and moss, and his eyes held the depth of centuries. Elder Mossback was known far and wide for his stories, which he shared beneath the ancient oak that stood at the heart of the forest. Creatures of all kinds would gather there, drawn by his gentle voice and the warmth of his tales. One particular spring morning, as the mist lifted from the forest floor and the first rays of sun kissed the dew-laden leaves, Elder Mossback began to speak. The animals gathered around, their eyes wide with anticipation. Once, in a time long forgotten, the forest was threatened by a great imbalance. He began, his voice a soothing rumble that seemed to resonate with the very earth itself. The seasons had forgotten their dance, and winter lingered too long, casting a chill over the land. A shiver ran through the assembled creatures, for they knew the importance of the season's dance, each one flowing into the next, bringing with it the changes that nurtured life. In those days, continued Elder Mossback, there lived a young fox named Fern. She was clever and kind-hearted, with a coat as red as the autumn leaves and eyes that sparkled like the stars. Fern had always been a curious soul, eager to learn the secrets of the forest and her inhabitants. The animals leaned in closer, captivated by the tale of Fern, who was known to them as a figure of legend. Fern was troubled by the endless winter, Elder Mossback said, his voice dropping to a conspiratorial whisper. She saw the hardship it brought to her friends, the struggle for food and warmth. Determined to help, she sought the wisdom of the ancient beings who dwelled in the forest's hidden places. The forest seemed to hold its breath as Elder Mossback spoke of Fern's journey. She traveled to the heart of the forest, where the trees grew so tall and thick that they whispered only to the sky. There, in a grove untouched by time, lived the season's circle, ancient spirits who watched over the world. As Fern approached, the spirits appeared before her, he said, describing their forms, spirits of mist and shadow, of light and wind, each one embodying the essence of a season. Fern bowed her head respectfully, her heart full of hope and courage. The spirits listened as Fern spoke of the forest's plight, her voice steady and sincere. Winter, represented by a figure draped in frost and snow, stepped forward. We did not realize our dance had faltered, Winter said, his voice like the soft crunch of snow underfoot. We have become lost in our own rhythms. Fern, with her gentle wisdom, proposed a solution. Perhaps, she suggested, if you each share your gifts with us, the forest can remind you of your dance. The spirits considered her words, and slowly they nodded in agreement. Thus, a pact was made. Spring brought forth a rain of blossoms, new life unfurling in vibrant hues. Summer followed with warm breezes and sunlight that kissed the earth. Autumn painted the world in gold and crimson, while winter, now mindful of his place, brought the gentle hush of snow. Through Fern's courage and kindness, Elder Mossback concluded, the seasons found their balance once more, and the forest thrived in harmony. The creatures around Elder Mossback nodded, their hearts warmed by the tale. They understood the lesson woven into the story, the importance of balance, of listening and understanding, and the power of a single kind heart to make a difference. As the sun dipped below the horizon, casting a soft twilight over the forest, the animals slowly dispersed, each carrying a piece of the story with them. Elder Mossback watched them go, a gentle smile on his ancient face. In the heart of the forest, beneath the watchful eyes of the stars, life continued its timeless dance, guided by the wisdom of the past and the promise of the future. And so, the forest remained a sanctuary of harmony and peace, where the whispers of old stories lingered like a gentle breeze, reminding all who listened of the beauty of balance and the magic of the natural world. Once upon a time, nestled at the edge of a sprawling emerald-green forest known as the Whispering Woods, there was a quaint little village called Willowbrook. The village was known for its vibrant gardens and gently babbling brooks that meandered through the cobblestone streets. Its cottages, with their thatched roofs and blooming window boxes, looked as if they were painted by the hands of a gentle artist. The villagers lived in harmony, their days filled with laughter and the soft melodies of nature. In this serene village lived a young girl named Marigold. With hair the color of sunlight and eyes like the shimmering surface of the village pond, she was a curious soul, always seeking the mysteries hidden within the world around her. Marigold had a heart full of kindness, and she spent her days helping her neighbors and tending to the lush gardens that surrounded her home. One misty morning, as the dew glistened on the petals of the garden blooms, Marigold set out on her usual walk through the Whispering Woods. The forest was alive with the soft rustle of leaves and the melodic chirping of birds, creating a symphony that accompanied her steps. Each breath filled her lungs with the fresh scent of pine and earth, grounding her in the beauty of the world. As she wandered deeper into the woods, Marigold discovered a path she had never noticed before. It was a narrow, winding trail, barely visible beneath the carpet of fallen leaves. Intrigued by the promise of adventure, she decided to follow it. The path twisted and turned, leading her through a part of the forest that seemed untouched by time. The trees stood tall and proud, their branches forming a canopy that filtered the sunlight into a gentle, golden glow. Before long, Marigold came upon a clearing bathed in the soft, dappled light of the sun. In the center of the clearing, nestled among the wildflowers, was an ancient oak tree. It was the grandest tree Marigold had ever seen, its trunk wide and gnarled, telling tales of centuries past. As she approached, she noticed something unusual. Hanging from one of the lower branches was a small, intricately carved wooden box. It was adorned with delicate patterns of vines and leaves, and it seemed to emanate a gentle, inviting warmth. Marigold's heart fluttered with excitement and curiosity. What was this mysterious box? Who had left it here? Her fingers trembled slightly as she reached up to take it down. As soon as her hands closed around the box, a gentle breeze swept through the clearing, carrying with it the sweet scent of honeysuckle and a soft, whispering voice that seemed to come from the very heart of the forest. "Open it, dear child," the voice murmured, "and discover the magic within." Trusting in the kindness of the Whispering Woods, Marigold carefully opened the box. Inside, she found a small, shimmering stone that sparkled with all the colors of the rainbow. It was warm to the touch, and as she held it, she felt a sense of peace and joy wash over her. The voice spoke again, this time with a tone of gentle wisdom. "This is the Stone of Serenity. It holds the power to reveal the hidden wonders of the world and to guide those who possess it on a journey of understanding and growth." Marigold's heart swelled with wonder and gratitude. She knew that the stone was a gift, and she vowed to use it wisely. Tucking the stone safely into her pocket, she thanked the forest and promised to return soon. Over the following days, Marigold found that the stone indeed held a special magic. When she held it close, she could hear the thoughts of the animals in the forest and understand the language of the trees. She marveled at the hidden world that had always surrounded her, now unveiled by the stone's gentle glow. One sunny afternoon, as Marigold sat by the village pond, she noticed a young fox watching her from the edge of the woods. Its eyes were filled with a mix of curiosity and caution. Marigold reached for the stone, and holding it close, she called out softly to the fox. "Hello there, little friend," she said with a gentle smile. "Do not be afraid." The fox tilted its head, surprised by the sound of her voice, which seemed to resonate with understanding. Slowly it approached, its bushy tail wagging slightly. "My name is Finn," the fox said, his voice echoing in Marigold's mind. "I have never met a human who could speak the language of the forest." Marigold laughed softly, her eyes sparkling with delight. "It's a gift from the forest itself," she explained. "Would you like to be friends?" Finn hesitated for a moment. then nodded, his eyes softening with warmth. I would like that very much. From that day forward, Marigold and Finn became inseparable companions. Together they explored the hidden wonders of the Whispering Woods, guided by the magic of the Stone of Serenity. They discovered secret glades filled with rare flowers, hidden streams that sparkled like diamonds, and ancient trees that whispered stories of the past. One evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon and painted the sky in hues of pink and gold, Marigold and Finn sat together on a hill overlooking the village. The air was filled with the soothing scent of lavender, and a gentle breeze ruffled their hair and fur. "Do you ever wonder what lies beyond the woods?" Marigold asked, her voice soft and contemplative. Finn nodded, his eyes fixed on the distant mountains. "I do. There is a whole world out there, waiting to be discovered." Marigold sighed, her heart filled with a longing for adventure. "I wish to see it all," she said, "to learn and grow, and to understand the world beyond our village." Finn looked at her with admiration. "Then we shall go together," he declared, his voice firm with determination. "The Stone of Serenity will guide us on our journey." And so, with the blessing of the village and the gentle encouragement of the Whispering Woods, Marigold and Finn set out on a grand adventure. They traveled through lush meadows and across rolling hills, their hearts filled with excitement and wonder. As they journeyed, they encountered many challenges and made new friends along the way. In a bustling town nestled in a valley, they met a wise old owl named Sage, who shared with them stories of the world and taught them the importance of wisdom and patience. In a village by the sea, they befriended a playful dolphin named Calypso, who showed them the beauty of the ocean and taught them the value of kindness and cooperation. Through each encounter and challenge, Marigold and Finn grew stronger and wiser, their bond of friendship deepening with every step. And as they traveled, the Stone of Serenity continued to guide them, revealing the hidden wonders of the world and lighting their path with its gentle glow. One day, as they rested beneath the shade of a towering oak tree, Marigold turned to Finn with a smile. "Do you know what I have learned on this journey?" she asked, her eyes shining with the light of understanding. Finn tilted his head, his curiosity piqued. "What is that, Marigold?" "I have learned that the world is filled with beauty and wonder, and that true magic lies not in the stone itself, but in the kindness and friendship we share with others," she replied, her voice filled with warmth and gratitude. Finn nodded, his heart swelling with pride and love for his dear friend. "And I have learned that with you by my side, any challenge can be overcome," he said, his voice full of sincerity. Together, they continued their journey, their hearts light with the knowledge that they were never alone. For in the bonds of friendship and the magic of the world around them, they had found something truly special, a sense of belonging and a love that would guide them always. And so, as the sun set on the horizon, bathing the world in a soft, golden glow, Marigold and Finn walked hand in paw, their hearts filled with the gentle magic of the Stone of Serenity and the enduring power of friendship. And in that moment, they knew that no matter where their journey took them, they would always carry the warmth and wisdom of their adventures in their hearts. As the days turned into weeks and the weeks into months, Marigold and Finn's journey brought them to a land of towering mountains and sparkling rivers. The air was crisp and invigorating, carrying the scent of pine and mountain wildflowers. The path they followed wound through valleys and over rocky hills, each turn revealing new vistas of breathtaking beauty. One evening, as they made camp beneath a canopy of stars, Marigold gazed at the night sky, her heart filled with a sense of awe and wonder. The stars twinkled like diamonds on velvet, and the moon cast a gentle, silvery glow over the landscape. "Finn," she said softly, her voice barely louder than a whisper, "do you ever wonder what lies beyond the stars?" Finn, who had been watching the flickering flames of their campfire, looked up at the sky. His eyes reflected the starlight, and his voice was thoughtful as he replied, "I do. I imagine there are worlds out there, filled with wonders we cannot even begin to imagine." Marigold nodded, her heart swelling with a longing for discovery. "I wish we could explore them," she said, her voice tinged with both excitement and a hint of wistfulness. Finn smiled, his tail wagging gently. "Perhaps one day we shall," he said. "But for now, we have our own world to explore, and many adventures still await us." Marigold smiled back, her heart warmed by his words. "You're right, Finn," she said, "and I am grateful for every moment we share on this journey." The night passed peacefully, the gentle sounds of the forest lulling them to sleep. When morning came, the sun rose in a blaze of golden light, casting long shadows over the land and filling the air with the sweet scent of morning dew. As they continued their journey, the landscape around them began to change. The mountains gave way to rolling hills, and the air grew warmer, carrying the scent of blooming flowers and rich, fertile earth. They traveled through fields of wildflowers, their vibrant colors painting the world in hues of red, yellow, and blue. One day, as they walked along a winding river, they came upon a village nestled in a valley. The village was unlike any they had seen before, with houses built from stone and wood, their roofs covered in moss and flowering vines. The villagers welcomed them with open arms, offering them food and shelter and sharing stories of their lives. In the village, they met a young boy named Leo, who had a spirit as bright and curious as marigolds. He was fascinated by their tales of adventure and longed to join them on their journey. "I want to see the world beyond our village," Leo said, his eyes shining with excitement. "Will you take me with you?" Marigold and Finn exchanged a glance, their hearts warmed by the boy's enthusiasm. "You are welcome to join us, Leo," Marigold said, her voice gentle and kind. "But know that our journey is not without its challenges." Leo nodded, his expression determined. "I understand," he said, "and I am ready to face them as long as we are together." And so their group grew by one, and together they continued their journey, their spirits lifted by the bond of friendship that united them. As they traveled, Leo proved to be a quick learner, his youthful energy and curiosity a source of joy for Marigold and Finn. He marveled at the wonders they encountered, from the towering forests to the crystal-clear lakes, and each day brought new discoveries and new lessons. One afternoon, as they rested by a shimmering lake, they noticed a group of creatures playing in the water. They were small, with iridescent scales that glimmered in the sunlight, and their laughter was like the tinkling of bells. "What are they?" Leo asked, his voice filled with wonder. "They are water sprites," Finn explained, his eyes twinkling with amusement. Playful and mischievous, but kind-hearted. As if sensing their presence, one of the sprites swam over to them, its eyes bright with curiosity. "Hello, travelers," it said, its voice musical and light. "What brings you to our lake?" "We are on a journey," Marigold replied, her voice warm and friendly, "seeking the wonders of the world." The sprite nodded, its expression thoughtful. "Then you must visit the heart of the forest," it said. "It is a place of great beauty and magic, hidden deep within the woods." Intrigued by the sprite's words, Marigold, Finn, and Leo decided to seek out this mystical place. The sprite guided them to a path that led deeper into the forest, where the trees grew taller and the air was filled with the scent of ancient wood and earth. As they followed the path, the forest around them seemed to come alive with a vibrant energy. The leaves rustled gently in the breeze, and the sunlight filtered through the branches in a dance of light and shadow. Eventually they arrived at a clearing unlike any they had ever seen. In the center stood an enormous tree, its trunk wide and gnarled, its branches reaching skyward in a majestic canopy. The air was filled with a soft, golden light, and the ground was carpeted with delicate flowers that glowed with an inner radiance. "This is the heart of the forest," the sprite said, its voice reverent and filled with awe, "a place of peace and healing." Marigold, Finn, and Leo stood in silence, their hearts touched by the beauty and serenity of the place. They felt a deep sense of connection to the world around them, a reminder of the magic that existed in every corner of the earth. As they sat beneath the great tree, they reflected on their journey, the challenges they had faced, and the friendships they had forged. They realized that the true magic of their adventure lay not in the places they had seen, but in the love and understanding they had found along the way. And so, with hearts full of gratitude and joy, they continued their journey, knowing that the world was a place of endless wonder, and that together they could face any challenge that lay ahead. As the days turned into weeks and the weeks into months, Marigold, Finn, and Leo's journey took them to new lands and introduced them to new friends. Their adventure was filled with laughter and learning, and each day brought new discoveries and new lessons. One day, as they traveled through a lush valley, they came upon a village that was in the midst of a grand celebration. The air was filled with the sound of music and laughter, and the streets were lined with stalls selling all manner of goods. Curious about the festivities, Marigold, Finn, and Leo joined in the celebration, their hearts light with joy. They danced to the music, sampled the delicious food, and marveled at the colorful decorations that adorned the village. As they wandered through the village, they met a wise old woman named Aria, who was known for her knowledge of the world and her gift for storytelling. Aria welcomed them warmly, her eyes twinkling with kindness and wisdom. "I have heard of your journey," Aria said, her voice gentle and melodic, "and I have a story to share with you." Marigold, Finn, and Leo gathered around, eager to hear what Aria had to say. As they listened, Aria wove a tale of a magical land beyond the mountains, a place of beauty and peace, where all creatures lived in harmony. "The land is known as the Valley of Harmony," Aria said, her voice filled with reverence. "It is a place where the magic of the world is at its strongest, and where the bonds of friendship and love are cherished above all else." Marigold's heart was filled with a longing to see this mystical land, and she turned to her friends with a smile. "Shall we seek out this Valley of Harmony?" she asked, her voice filled with excitement. Finn and Leo nodded, their eyes shining with anticipation. "Yes," they said in unison, their voices filled with determination. "Let us find this land of peace and magic." And so, with Aria's blessing and guidance, Marigold, Finn, and Leo set out on the final leg of their journey. They traveled through forests and across rivers, their hearts filled with hope and wonder. As they approached the mountains, the air grew cooler, and the landscape around them changed. The trees gave way to rocky cliffs and narrow paths, and the air was filled with the scent of fresh mountain air. Finally, after many days of travel, they reached the top of a ridge, and before them lay a sight that took their breath away. The Valley of Harmony stretched out below them, a land of rolling hills and sparkling lakes, bathed in a soft, golden light. The air was filled with the gentle sound of birdsong, and the scent of blooming flowers carried on the breeze. It was a place of beauty and peace, just as Aria had described. With hearts full of joy and gratitude, Marigold, Finn, and Leo descended into the valley, their spirits lifted by the magic of the land. They knew that their journey had brought them to a place where they could find rest and renewal, and where the bonds of friendship and love would be cherished forever. And so as the sun set on the horizon, casting a warm golden glow over the valley, Marigold, Finn, and Leo knew that their journey had come to a close. But they also knew that the magic of the world and the love they shared would guide them always, lighting their path with warmth and wisdom. As they stood together hand in paw, they understood that the true magic of their adventure lay not in the places they had seen, but in the love and understanding they had found along the way. And in that moment, they knew that they were home. Once upon a time, in a quaint village nestled between rolling hills and dense forests, there existed a place where the air was perpetually sweet with the scent of blooming jasmine, and the gentle rustle of leaves whispered age-old secrets. Here in a cozy cottage with ivy-clad walls and a chimney that puffed lazy curls of smoke, lived a young girl named Lyra. Her hair was the color of chestnuts, her eyes as bright as the morning sky, and her heart as warm as the sun-drenched meadows that surrounded her home. Lyra shared her home with her grandmother, a wise woman whose stories were as captivating as the twinkling stars on a clear night. The village often said that grandmother's tales were laced with magic, and perhaps they were right. For every story she told seemed to come alive, painting pictures so vivid that they lingered in the minds of those who heard them long after the fire had died down to embers. One chilly evening, as the wind murmured through the trees and the fireplace crackled warmly, Lyra sat beside her grandmother, her head resting against the old woman's shoulder. "Tell me a story, grandmother," she whispered, her voice soft and sleepy. Grandmother smiled gently, her eyes twinkling with mischief and a touch of something older, something ancient. "Very well, my dear," she said, her voice wrapping around Lyra like a soft woolen blanket. "Tonight I shall tell you the tale of the enchanted compass." Lila settled deeper into her grandmother's embrace, the world outside fading to a mere shadow as the story began to unfold. Long ago, grandmother began, in a time when the world was young and brimming with undiscovered wonders, there was a humble toymaker named Finn. He lived at the edge of a bustling town, in a workshop filled with the scent of wood shavings and the sound of clockwork ticking. Finn was a gentle soul, his hands skilled in the art of creation, his heart rich with kindness. Among his many creations was a peculiar object, a compass that did not point north, nor in any direction known to man. Instead, it was said to guide the bearer to their heart's true desire. But it was no ordinary compass, for it could only be seen by those pure of heart and intent. As grandmother spoke, Lila imagined the toymaker's workshop, the flickering light of candles casting playful shadows on the walls, the air filled with the rich aroma of pine and cedar. She could almost hear the soft ticking of the clockwork, a gentle heartbeat in the silence. One day, continued grandmother, a traveler named Kai arrived at Finn's doorstep. He was a young man, weary from his journeys, but his eyes held a spark of determination, a yearning for something he could not name. Sensing the traveler's longing, Finn offered him the compass, its needle spinning in a dance known only to it. This, Finn said, placing the compass in Kai's hands, will lead you to what you truly seek. But be warned, the path may not be what you expect. With gratitude, Kai accepted the gift, and thus began his journey. A journey not just across lands unknown, but into the depths of his own heart. Lila could feel the pull of the compass, the weight of its promise, heavy with mystery and hope. She imagined Kai setting out at dawn, the world bathed in the soft hues of sunrise, each step carrying him further into the unknown. As Kai traveled, grandmother continued, he encountered many wonders. A forest where the trees sang with voices like wind chimes, a lake whose waters reflected not the sky, but the dreams of those who gazed into its depths. Yet the compass led him onward, its needle unwavering in its dance. Along the way, Kai met a curious creature, a small, mischievous fox with fur as white as snow and eyes as clever as a winter's night. The fox, sensing Kai's good heart, decided to accompany him, prancing by his side, offering companionship and laughter. Lila smiled at the thought of the fox, its playful antics bringing lightness to Kai's journey. She could almost hear its soft paws on the forest floor, a comforting presence amidst the vastness of the world. As the days turned to weeks, grandmother continued, her voice soft and steady, Kai began to understand that the compass was leading him not just across the land, but through the landscape of his own soul. He faced challenges that tested his courage and his kindness, teaching him the value of patience and the strength found in friendship. One evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky in shades of gold and crimson, Kai found himself at the edge of a great forest, an ancient place where time seemed to stand still. The compass, for the first time, ceased its spinning, the needle pointing steadily into the heart of the woods. Lila held her breath, her imagination weaving the scene with threads of anticipation and wonder. She could feel the forest's presence, its ancient wisdom whispering through the rustling leaves, its shadows deep and inviting. Kai entered the forest, grandmother said, her voice a gentle breeze in the quiet room, his heart steady, his mind open. The fox trotted beside him, its eyes reflecting the fading light, its spirit as bright as a star. As they ventured deeper, the forest began to change. The trees, tall and majestic, stood like silent sentinels, their bark etched with runes of a language long forgotten. The air shimmered with a gentle magic, a presence that wrapped around Kai like a familiar embrace. Lila imagined the forest alive with unseen wonders, its secrets woven into the very fabric of the earth. She could hear the soft rustle of leaves, the distant call of a nightingale, the world holding its breath in anticipation. At the heart of the forest, grandmother whispered, her voice a lullaby in the night, Kai found what he had truly been seeking, a hidden grove where a spring bubbled with water clear as crystal, its surface reflecting the stars above. Here in this sacred place, Kai realized that his journey had not been about reaching a destination, but about discovering the strength and wisdom within himself. Lila felt a warmth spread through her chest, a gentle glow of understanding and peace. She imagined Kai standing by the spring, the fox at his side, the compass now still, its purpose fulfilled. With the fox's companionship and the forest's quiet grace, grandmother concluded, Kai found his heart's desire, not a place or a treasure, but a deeper connection to the world around him and a profound understanding of his own spirit. And so, with a heart full of gratitude, Kai returned to Finn, the compass in his hand, his journey complete. The toymaker welcomed him with a smile, his eyes twinkling with the knowledge that the greatest journey is often within. As grandmother's voice faded into the soft crackling of the fire, Lila sighed contentedly, her eyes drifting closed, the story weaving its magic into her dreams. She imagined the forest, eternal and wise, the compass a silent sentinel in her hand, guiding her to her own heart's desires. And as the night deepened, the cottage nestled in its blanket of stars, Lila slept, her dreams filled with the wonders of the world, the gentle laughter of a fox, and the quiet wisdom of a journey well taken. Once upon a starry night, in a cozy village nestled deep within an enchanted forest, there lived a young girl named Luna. With her wild copper curls and eyes that sparkled like moon dust, she was a curious soul who yearned for adventure beyond the boundaries of her quaint home. One evening, as Luna wandered among the towering trees and whispering streams, she stumbled upon an ancient, hollow oak. Its gnarled bark seemed to beckon her closer, and as she peered inside, a soft, golden glow emanated from within. Reaching out with tentative fingers, Luna discovered a glimmering acorn, pulsing with an otherworldly radiance. As she cradled the acorn in her palms, a gentle voice whispered in her ear, "This is no ordinary seed, dear Luna. It holds the key to a hidden world, a realm where dreams take flight and magic dances upon the wind." Luna's heart raced with excitement and trepidation. She had always sensed that the forest harbored secrets beyond her wildest imaginings, but never could she have fathomed the extraordinary journey that lay ahead. Without a moment's hesitation, Luna clutched the acorn close to her chest and stepped into the hollow oak. The world around her blurred, and she found herself enveloped in a kaleidoscope of colors, swirling and shifting like the ever-changing patterns of a kaleidoscope. When the dizzying vortex faded, Luna found herself standing amidst a breathtaking meadow, brimming with vibrant flora she had never seen before. Flowers danced in the gentle breeze, their petals shimmering with iridescent hues that seemed to defy the laws of nature. As she wandered deeper into this wondrous realm, Luna encountered creatures straight out of her wildest dreams. Playful pixies flitted among the blossoms, their gossamer wings leaving trails of glittering stardust in their wake. Friendly fawns frolicked through the tall grass, their hooves drumming a merry rhythm upon the earth. But Luna's sense of awe soon gave way to bewilderment as she realized that this enchanted world was not as serene as it appeared. A dark, ominous cloud loomed on the horizon, casting eerie shadows across the once vibrant landscape. With bravery far beyond her years, Luna ventured forth, determined to unravel the mystery that threatened this magical haven. Her path led her through a labyrinth of twisted vines and gnarled roots, each twist and turn revealing new wonders and perils alike. It was there, deep within the heart of the forest, that Luna encountered a wise old owl perched upon a twisted branch. With eyes that seemed to hold the weight of ages, the owl greeted her. "Welcome, young one, to the realm of dreams. I am Athena, guardian of this sacred place." Luna listened, enraptured, as Athena recounted the tale of a powerful sorcerer whose jealousy and greed had unleashed a dark curse upon the realm. This malevolent force sought to extinguish the magic that flowed through every fiber of this wondrous world, leaving it barren and lifeless. "Only one with a pure heart and unwavering courage can break the curse," Athena declared, her gaze piercing through Luna's very soul. "The path ahead will be perilous, but you possess a strength greater than you know." Emboldened by Athena's words, Luna set forth on a quest to vanquish the darkness that threatened to engulf the realm of dreams. Her journey was fraught with challenges, from treacherous ravines to cunning riddles posed by enigmatic creatures. Yet with each obstacle she overcame, Luna's resolve grew stronger, and her belief in the power of dreams and magic burned ever brighter. She forged unlikely friendships with a mischievous sprite named Zephyr and a courageous young fawn named Willow, who joined her in her quest to restore the realm to its former glory. Together they faced the sorcerer's twisted minions, outwitting the devious tricksters and unraveling the intricate web of deceit woven by the malevolent force. Luna's kind heart and quick wit proved to be her greatest allies, as she navigated treacherous paths and solved ancient riddles that had baffled even the most seasoned adventurers. At last, they stood before the sorcerer's lair, a foreboding fortress of twisted stone and gnarled roots. Luna felt a flicker of fear in her heart, but it was quickly overshadowed by the unwavering faith she had gained in the magic that flowed through her veins. With Zephyr's mischievous cunning and Willow's steadfast courage at her side, Luna confronted the sorcerer in a final, epic battle. Spells crackled through the air, and ancient powers clashed in a dazzling display of light and shadow. In the climactic moment, Luna's pure heart and belief in the power of dreams proved to be the key. With a brilliant flash of light, the sorcerer's curse shattered, and the realm was bathed in a radiant, golden glow. As the darkness dissipated, Luna felt a profound transformation within herself. She had faced her fears, embraced her inner strength, and emerged as a champion of hope and resilience. The journey had not only saved the realm of dreams, but had also changed her forever. In the days that followed, Luna reveled in the beauty and wonder of the restored realm, forging unbreakable bonds with her newfound friends, Zephyr and Willow. They explored hidden glades and danced beneath starlit skies, their laughter echoing through the enchanted forest. But as the seasons turned, Luna knew that her time in the realm of dreams was drawing to a close. With a heavy heart, she bid farewell to her cherished companions, vowing to carry the lessons she had learned and the magic she had experienced forever in her heart. As she stepped back through the hollow oak, Luna emerged into her own world, forever changed by her extraordinary journey. The acorn, now drained of its mystical light, rested in her palm, a tangible reminder of the wonders she had witnessed and the courage she had discovered within herself. From that day forward, Luna approached life with a renewed sense of wonder and resilience. She embraced her dreams, cherished her friendships, and faced every challenge with the unwavering spirit of a true adventurer. And whenever she gazed up at the twinkling stars or felt the caress of the night breeze, Luna knew that the magic of the realm of dreams lived on, not just in that enchanted world, but within the depths of her own heart, guiding her through life's journey with the light of hope and the power of belief. Once upon a time, nestled between lush, rolling hills and the whispering babble of a crystal-clear brook, lay the quaint village of Meadowdown. This little village was known for its charming cobblestone streets, the scent of sweet lavender drifting from cottage gardens, and the gentle chime of bells from the old stone chapel at the village square. But beyond the common sights and sounds, Meadowdown held a secret known only to those who had the heart to discover it. In a small, ivy-clad cottage at the edge of the village lived a young girl named Clara. Clara was a kind-hearted soul, with hair the color of ripe chestnuts and eyes that sparkled like dew-kissed leaves. She was known throughout the village for her gentle nature and unwavering curiosity. Her days were filled with helping her neighbors, tending her garden, and dreaming of adventures beyond the horizon. One crisp autumn morning, as Clara wandered through the golden-hued forest that bordered Meadowdown, she stumbled upon an object unlike any she had seen before. It was a delicate, silver key, its surface intricately etched with swirling patterns that glinted in the dappled sunlight. Intrigued, Clara picked up the key, feeling a gentle warmth spread through her fingers as she held it. As she examined the key, a soft voice broke the gentle rustling of the leaves. "Ah, you have found it," the voice said, seemingly coming from nowhere and everywhere at once. Startled, Clara looked around until her eyes fell upon a small rabbit with fur as white as freshly fallen snow and eyes as blue as the summer sky. This was no ordinary rabbit, for it wore a tiny emerald-green waistcoat and a pair of spectacles perched upon its twitching nose. "Who are you?" Clara asked, her voice filled with wonder rather than fear. "My name is Thistle," the rabbit replied, adjusting his spectacles with a practiced paw. "I am the guardian of the Whispering Woods, and it seems you have found the Key of Whispers." Clara looked at the key in her hand, now understanding its significance. "What does the key unlock?" she asked, her curiosity piqued. Thistle hopped closer, his whiskers twitching with excitement. The key unlocks the door of secrets, a magical portal that reveals the hidden wonders of the forest. But beware, only those with a pure heart and a wise mind can truly benefit from its magic. With Thistle guiding her, Clara embarked on a journey deeper into the forest. The path was lined with towering trees whose branches formed a canopy of vibrant reds and oranges, and the air was filled with the earthy scent of fallen leaves. As they walked, Thistle shared stories of the forest's hidden magic, of creatures that sang to the moon and flowers that bloomed only under starlight. Their journey was not without challenges. At one point, they came upon a wide, rushing stream, its waters too deep and swift to cross easily. Clara paused, thinking deeply. Instead of attempting to force her way across, she noticed the pattern of stepping stones hidden just beneath the surface, revealed only to those who took the time to truly observe. With careful steps, Clara and Thistle made their way across the stream, their trust in each other growing with every challenge they faced. Along the way, they encountered other forest inhabitants who offered their unique wisdom. There was Luna, the wise old owl with feathers like moonlit shadows, who taught Clara the importance of patience and listening to the world around her. And there was Fern, the playful squirrel with a tail like a plume, who showed Clara the joy of laughter and the beauty of small, everyday wonders. Finally, after a journey filled with learning and laughter, they reached the door of secrets. It stood nestled between two ancient oak trees, its surface shimmering with a light all its own. Clara hesitated for a moment, feeling the weight of the key in her hand, before turning to Thistle. "Are you ready?" he asked, his eyes twinkling with encouragement. Taking a deep breath, Clara nodded and inserted the key into the lock. As she turned it, the door swung open with a gentle creak, revealing a world of breathtaking beauty. A world where the trees whispered secrets of the ages, and the air was filled with a melody only the heart could hear. Clara stepped through, feeling a sense of peace and belonging wash over her. She had embarked on this journey with a heart full of curiosity and returned with a heart full of wisdom and wonder. She realized that the true magic of the key was not in the wonders it revealed, but in the journey itself and the friendships she had forged along the way. As the sun began to set, painting the sky in hues of pink and gold, Clara and Thistle made their way back to Meadowdown. The village welcomed them with open arms, its lights twinkling like stars in the gathering dusk. Clara placed the key in a special place in her garden, knowing its magic would always be there, ready to guide those who were willing to listen and learn. And every evening, as the village settled into the comforting embrace of night, Clara would share stories of her adventures, her voice a gentle melody that lulled the village to sleep. And so in the heart of Meadowdown, where ordinary objects held extraordinary secrets, Clara's story of discovery and wonder was whispered from generation to generation, a reminder that the true magic of life lies not in the destination, but in the journey itself. Once upon a timeless eve, nestled deep within the ancient elderwood forest, a wondrous tale unfolded, a story as eternal as the towering pines and whispering streams that grace this enchanted realm. In a cozy burrow beneath the gnarled roots of an ancient oak, a family of rabbits stirred to welcome the first rays of dawn. Willow, the matriarch, nuzzled her kits awake with a gentle nudge, her soft fur glistening with dewdrops like diamonds in the morning light. "Wake up, my little ones," she cooed, her voice as soothing as the babbling brook nearby. The forest awakens, and with it, a world of magic awaits. Blinking away the remnants of sleep, the kits scampered out of their burrow, their tiny noses twitching with curiosity. The forest floor was a tapestry of emerald moss and wildflowers, each petal glistening with crystalline beads of dew. As the family ventured deeper into the woodland, the air seemed to hum with an ancient melody, the harmonious symphony of nature itself. Willow's ears twitched, and she paused, her eyes alight with wonder. "Listen closely, my kits," she whispered. "Can you hear the heartbeat of the forest?" The kits stilled, their eyes wide with awe as the gentle thrum of life pulsed around them. The rustling of leaves, the gurgle of the stream, the song of birds, all woven together in a tapestry of sound that echoed the very essence of the elderwood. Willow led her family through a maze of ferns and mushroom rings, her paws leaving no trace upon the mossy ground. As they ventured deeper, the forest seemed to come alive with magic. Glimmering sprites danced among the branches, their gossamer wings scattering stardust in their wake. A family of deer materialized from the mist, their graceful forms ethereal and otherworldly. The kits gasped in delight, their eyes sparkling with childlike wonder. "Behold the guardians of the forest," Willow murmured, her voice reverent. "They walk between the realms, ensuring the delicate balance of nature remains undisturbed." As the sun crept higher in the sky, the forest hummed with the rhythms of life. Squirrels chattered from their lofty perches, and butterflies flitted from blossom to blossom, their wings a kaleidoscope of color. In a secluded glade, a crystal-clear pool shimmered like liquid moonlight, its waters infused with the magic of the ancient wood. Willow gestured for her kits to approach, her eyes sparkling with mischief. "Watch closely, my little ones," she whispered. With a flick of her paw, she conjured a ripple upon the surface of the pool. Instantly, the water transformed into a shimmering mirror, reflecting not their physical forms, but the very essence of their spirits, glowing orbs of pure energy, pulsing with the vibrant hues of life itself. The kits gasped in wonder, their eyes wide with amazement. "How is this possible, Mother?" one kit asked, his voice tinged with awe. Willow smiled, her whiskers twitching with delight. "The magic of the elderwood is as ancient as the forest itself," she explained. "It flows through every living thing, connecting us all in a tapestry of life." As the day wore on, the family basked in the warmth of the sun's golden rays, their bellies full from a hearty feast of berries and succulent greens. Willow regaled her kits with tales of the forest's ancient wisdom, passed down through countless generations of rabbits before them. She spoke of the changing seasons, each one a symphony of transformation and renewal. The vibrant greens of spring, the fiery hues of autumn, the crystalline blanket of winter, each held its own unique magic, woven into the very fabric of the elderwood. As dusk approached, the family retreated to their burrow, their hearts full of wonder and reverence for the magic that surrounded them. Willow tucked her kits in, her eyes shining with love and pride. "Remember, my little ones," she whispered, nuzzling them tenderly. "The magic of the elderwood flows through us all. It is our sacred duty to protect and cherish this wondrous realm, for it is the very heartbeat of life itself." And as the moon rose high above the ancient canopy, the forest seemed to hum with a contented sigh, its secrets guarded by those who walked in harmony with nature's eternal dance. In the heart of a quaint little village, nestled at the edge of an ancient whispering forest, there lived a young woman named Liora. The village was a place where time seemed to slow, where the golden hues of autumn leaves lingered long into winter, and the scent of warm bread and pinewood fires filled the crisp air. Liora, with her hair like golden wheat fields and eyes the color of the summer sky, found herself standing at the threshold of change, yet hesitant to cross it. Liora had always been content with the rhythm of village life. She enjoyed the gentle rustling of the trees, the melody of the brook that wound its way through the forest, and the comforting routine of daily chores. But lately, a restlessness had begun to stir within her, like a whispering breeze urging her towards something she couldn't quite see or name. One evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon and the sky blushed with shades of lavender and rose, Liora took a walk into the forest. The path was familiar, lined with moss-covered stones and flanked by towering oaks whose branches intertwined like old friends, sharing secrets. Yet as she wandered deeper, she felt a subtle shift in the air, a tingling sensation that made her skin prickle with anticipation. It was then she stumbled upon a curious sight. In a small clearing bathed in moonlight stood an ancient tree unlike any she had seen before. Its trunk was wide and gnarled, with roots that twisted like the stories of old. But what caught her breath was its leaves, each one a shimmering crystal, catching the moon's light and casting a kaleidoscope of colors across the forest floor. Drawn by an invisible thread, Liora approached the tree, feeling a strange sense of familiarity, as if it had been waiting for her all along. As she rested her hand upon its trunk, a gentle warmth spread from her fingertips, and she felt a soft, thrumming energy beneath her palm. "Welcome, dear one," a voice like rustling leaves whispered. Startled, Liora looked around, but saw no one. It was as if the tree itself had spoken, its voice resonating within her very soul. "Who are you?" Liora asked, her voice barely above a whisper. "I am the guardian of change," the voice replied, a soft echo in the night. "I exist to guide those who seek transformation and to mirror the growth within their hearts." Liora felt a rush of emotions, curiosity, fear, and a deep yearning for something she could not yet understand. "But I fear change," she confessed. "I am not ready to leave behind what I know." The tree's leaves shimmered, casting a gentle glow. Change is not about leaving behind, but about embracing what is to come. It is a journey of discovery, a dance between what was and what will be. As Liora stood beneath the tree's protective canopy, she felt a sense of peace wash over her. It was as if the tree's wisdom seeped into her very being, whispering of courage and potential untapped. In the days that followed, Liora returned to the forest often, seeking the comfort of the guardian and the clarity that each visit brought. She spoke of her fears, her dreams, and her longing for understanding. And with each whispered word, the tree offered gentle guidance, teaching her to listen to the winds of change and to trust in the path that unfolded before her. Liora's transformation was subtle at first, like the first green shoots of spring pushing through winter's snow. She began to notice the beauty in uncertainty, the thrill of not knowing what each new day might bring. She learned to see challenges as opportunities for growth and to find strength in vulnerability. As she embraced these lessons, the magical tree responded in kind. Its crystal leaves began to change, reflecting Liora's journey. They shimmered with hues of emerald and sapphire, colors that spoke of renewal and wisdom. The forest, once a place of quiet solitude, became a vibrant tapestry of life and possibility. But Liora was not alone in her journey. Her friends, a merry band of villagers, noticed the subtle changes in her demeanor, the newfound lightness in her step. They rallied around her, offering support and encouragement. There was Tamsin, the wise herbalist whose laughter was as infectious as her healing balms were effective. Alden, the gentle blacksmith with hands as strong as his heart was kind, and little Lyra, with eyes full of wonder and questions that sparked joy in all who heard them. Together, they learned from one another, sharing stories and wisdom gleaned from the forest. They too were touched by the magic of the guardian, finding their own paths to growth and understanding. Tamsin discovered new herbs hidden within the forest's depths, their properties unknown but powerful. Alden forged tools that sang with the harmony of the elements, and Lyra's laughter seemed to weave a spell of joy that lifted the spirits of all. As the seasons turned, Liora's journey of transformation blossomed like the vibrant wildflowers that carpeted the forest floor in spring. She found herself stepping into roles she had once feared: organizer of village gatherings, a confidant for those seeking solace, a storyteller weaving tales of the forest's magic for eager listeners. And through it all, the guardian stood as a silent witness, its crystalline leaves reflecting the growth of those who sought its wisdom. It had become a beacon of hope and transformation, a reminder that change was not to be feared, but embraced with open arms. One evening, as the village gathered beneath the stars to celebrate the harvest, Liora stood before them. The bonfire crackled and danced, sending sparks into the velvet sky, and the villagers' faces glowed with warmth and anticipation. "My friends," Liora began, her voice steady and clear, "we are all like the leaves of the guardian tree, ever-changing, ever-growing. Let us not fear what lies ahead, but instead embrace it with courage and joy." The villagers erupted into applause, their hearts swelling with pride and love for the young woman who had become a beacon of strength and hope. And as the celebration continued, beneath the watchful gaze of the guardian, Liora felt a deep sense of peace settle within her. For she had learned that change, though daunting, was a gift, a chance to discover new facets of herself, to forge bonds that transcended fear, and to step into a future bright with possibility. And in that moment, as the stars twinkled above and the forest whispered secrets of its own, Liora knew she had found her true place in the world. And so the village thrived, nestled at the edge of the ancient, whispering forest. Its people, guided by the wisdom of the guardian, embraced change not as an end, but as a beautiful beginning. And in their hearts, they carried the magic of personal discovery, a flame that would never fade, even as the seasons turned and the years unfurled like a tapestry of dreams. In the heart of the whispering woods, where the trees sang ancient lullabies and the streams hummed a gentle tune, a small village lay cradled within a verdant valley. The village was called Lumen's Hollow, named after the soft, ethereal glow that seemed to hang in the air like a constant twilight, casting everything in hues of lavender and gold. It was a place of simple joys, where laughter echoed through cobblestone streets and the scent of freshly baked bread wafted from every window. The people of Lumen's Hollow lived peacefully, tending to their gardens and weaving tales by the fireside. But what made this village truly remarkable was a secret known only to a few, a hidden world within the forest, a realm where the ordinary and the extraordinary danced in harmony. It was said that deep within the woods, past the ancient oak that stood like a sentinel, lay a portal to this enchanted world, guarded by creatures of light and shadow. In this village lived a young girl named Seraphine, with hair the color of moonlight and eyes as bright as the morning star. She was known for her boundless curiosity and a heart as open as the skies above. Seraphine often wandered the woods, her feet as familiar with the forest paths as a bird is with the wind. Her grandmother, wise and kind, often shared stories of the hidden world, tales spun from dreams and whispers, of creatures who spoke in riddles and streams that sang in harmony with the stars. One evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon and the sky donned its sapphire cloak, Seraphine sat by the fireside, her grandmother's voice weaving magic into the night. The old woman spoke of the prism stone, a magical object said to reside in the hidden world, capable of revealing one's true self and granting the deepest of desires. It was a tale Seraphine had heard many times, yet it never failed to stir a yearning deep within her soul. "Remember, dear heart," her grandmother would say, "the prism stone is not just a treasure to behold, but a journey to be lived. Those who seek it must do so with an open heart and a spirit willing to embrace the unknown." That night, as the village slumbered under a blanket of stars, Seraphine lay awake, the story echoing in her mind. Her heart thrummed with a quiet determination, a longing to discover the hidden world and witness the prism stone's magic for herself. And so, with the first light of dawn, Seraphine set out on her journey, her steps guided by the soft whispers of the forest. The path through the woods was dappled with sunlight, the air sweet with the scent of wildflowers. As she walked, Seraphine felt a gentle tug, an invisible thread pulling her towards the ancient oak, its branches stretching towards the sky like arms in eternal supplication. The tree stood tall and wise, its bark etched with runes that glimmered faintly in the morning light. With a heart full of hope and a mind open to possibilities, Seraphine placed her hand upon the tree. To her amazement, the runes began to glow, a soft luminescence that spread across the bark like ripples on a pond. The air shimmered, and with a whisper of wind, a portal opened before her, revealing a world bathed in iridescent light. Stepping through the portal was like entering a dream. The hidden world was a tapestry of colors and sounds, a symphony of nature's wonders. Trees with leaves of silver and gold swayed gently, their trunks adorned with blossoms that sang with the voices of 1,000 birds. Streams of crystal-clear water wound through the landscape, their surfaces dancing with rainbows. Seraphine wandered deeper into this enchanted realm, her senses alive with the beauty around her. It wasn't long before she encountered her first companion, a creature as curious as herself. It was a fox, its fur a vibrant red that shimmered in the light, its eyes a deep, knowing amber. The fox approached with a cautious grace, its tail flicking like a brush, painting the air with curiosity. "Hello," Seraphine greeted softly, kneeling to meet the fox's gaze. "I am Seraphine. I'm searching for the prism stone." The fox tilted its head, a gesture both thoughtful and inquisitive. "The prism stone," it replied, its voice a gentle rustle like leaves in the breeze. "A treasure sought by many, found by few. Why do you seek it, young wanderer?" Seraphine pondered the fox's question, her heart speaking before her mind. "I wish to understand myself, to see the world with new eyes, and to help my village with whatever wisdom I might gain." The fox regarded her for a moment, its eyes reflecting the forest's quiet wisdom. "Very well," it said finally. "I will guide you, but remember, the journey is as important as the destination." Together they ventured further into the hidden world, the forest unfolding like a story with every step. Along the way, they met other creatures, an owl with feathers of starlight, a rabbit with eyes like pools of moonlit water, and a deer whose antlers glimmered with the essence of twilight. Each joined their journey, drawn by Seraphine's pure heart and the promise of the adventure ahead. As they traveled, the companions shared stories and songs, each revealing a piece of the world's magic. The owl spoke of the stars and their ancient wisdom, the rabbit of the earth's gentle embrace, and the deer of the balance between light and shadow. Through their tales, Seraphine began to understand the interconnectedness of all things, the delicate threads that wove the fabric of life. Days passed in a harmonious cadence, the journey a dance of discovery and friendship. Yet as they neared the heart of the hidden world, the path grew more challenging. The forest thickened, shadows deepening, as if testing Seraphine's resolve. Doubt flickered within her like a candle in a storm, but her companion's presence was a steady flame, guiding her through the darkness. One evening, as the sun dipped low, painting the sky in shades of fire and amethyst, the group arrived at a glade, its center dominated by a pool of still, glassy water. In its depths lay the prism stone, a gem of indescribable beauty, its facets catching the light and refracting it into a spectrum of color that danced across the glade like a living rainbow. Seraphine approached the pool with reverence, her heart a symphony of hope and wonder. As she gazed into the water, she saw her reflection, the girl she was and the woman she was becoming. The prism stone glimmered beneath the surface, its light merging with her own, revealing not just her face, but her essence, her dreams, her fears, her boundless potential. In that moment of clarity, Seraphine understood the true magic of the prism stone. It was not a treasure to be possessed, but a mirror of the soul, a guide to self-discovery and transformation. She realized that the journey itself had granted her the wisdom she sought, the friendships she forged, a testament to the power of kindness and understanding. With a heart full of gratitude, Seraphine turned to her companions, her voice a soft melody of joy. "Thank you," she said, her eyes shining with the light of 1,000 stars. "Thank you for guiding me, for teaching me, for being my friends." The fox, the owl, the rabbit, and the deer gathered around her, their presence a comforting embrace. "You have found what you sought, young wanderer," the fox said, its voice a gentle caress. "Remember this journey, and carry its lessons with you always." With a final lingering look at the prism stone, Seraphine turned back towards the portal, her steps light with newfound purpose. As she crossed into the familiar embrace of the whispering woods, she felt a change within her, a quiet strength, a deeper understanding of herself and the world. Returning to Lumen's Hollow, Seraphine found the village as she had left it, nestled in its valley beneath the twilight sky. Yet, everything felt different, imbued with a richness and depth she had not noticed before. She shared her journey and its lessons with the villagers, her stories weaving a tapestry of hope and possibility. The village thrived, its people united by the knowledge that magic was not confined to distant realms, but lived within every heart, every friendship, every moment of kindness and courage. And as the years passed, Seraphine's tale became a part of the village's lore, a reminder that the greatest journeys are not measured by distance, but by the heart's capacity to grow and embrace the unknown. In the quiet of the evening, as the stars blinked awake and the forest whispered its eternal song, Seraphine would often sit by her grandmother's side, sharing tales of the hidden world, of the creatures who had become her friends, and the magic of the prism stone. And though her hair turned silver with time, her eyes retained the sparkle of that young girl who once stepped into the unknown, guided by the gentle hand of wonder. And so, the story of Seraphine and the prism stone became a part of Lumen's Hollow, a testament to the power of friendship, the beauty of discovery, and the enduring magic of the heart. Under the watchful gaze of the ancient oak, the village thrived, a beacon of light and love in the heart of the whispering woods. As the village slumbered, cradled in the embrace of the forest, the hidden world remained, a secret known to those with the heart to seek it, a reminder that within every ending lies the promise of a new beginning. And in that truth, the village found peace, nestled beneath a sky that sang with the light of 1,000 stars, each a promise of dreams yet to be discovered. In the heart of an ancient forest, where sunlight filtered through a canopy of whispering leaves, a hidden world thrived in a delicate balance of harmony and magic. This was a realm where the whispers of the wind carried secrets older than time, and where the creatures, both seen and unseen, lived lives intertwined with the very soul of nature. One such creature was Neem, a gentle doe with eyes as deep and knowing as the forest itself. Her coat was the color of autumn leaves, a rich tapestry of amber and gold, blending seamlessly with the dappled sunlight that danced across the forest floor. Neem was a guardian of the forest's secrets, entrusted with the ancient wisdom passed down through generations of her kind. As the forest hummed with the vibrant energy of early autumn, the air tinged with the scent of earth and pine, Neem sensed a change. The whispers of the trees spoke of a disturbance, a ripple in the harmony that held their world together. The leaves rustled with urgency, and the brook that babbled over moss-covered stones did so with a note of concern. Curious and concerned, Neem set out to uncover the source of this disturbance. Her hooves were silent upon the soft earth, her presence a quiet whisper in the symphony of the forest. Along her path, she encountered Finbar, a wise old owl perched high in the branches of a towering oak. His feathers were the color of storm clouds, and his eyes gleamed with the light of countless moonlit nights. Neem, he called in a voice like the rustle of ancient parchment. The forest speaks of an imbalance. The clouds gather their strength, yet the rains do not fall. The rivers run low, and the creatures grow anxious. We must find the cause and restore the harmony. Neem nodded, her heart heavy with the responsibility she felt for her forest home. Together, she and Finbar set off deeper into the woods, following the subtle signs that nature left for those who knew how to read them. As they ventured further, the forest grew denser, the canopy above a quilt of green and gold. The sunlight flickered like 1,000 tiny flames, casting playful shadows on the ground. They were joined by Aisling, a rabbit with fur as soft as the morning mist, and eyes that sparkled with curiosity. She hopped alongside Neem, her nose twitching with determination. "I heard your call, Finbar," Aisling said, her voice as light as a breeze. "The forest is my family, too. I will help in any way I can." Together, the trio journeyed on, their path winding through groves of ancient trees and fields of wildflowers that swayed gently in the breeze. They listened to the songs of the birds and the rustle of the leaves, seeking clues in the patterns of nature. Finally, they reached a clearing where the earth seemed to hold its breath. Here, the magic of the forest was palpable, a shimmering presence that danced in the air. In the center of the clearing stood a great stone, worn smooth by time and weather, its surface etched with symbols that told the story of the forest. As they approached, the stone began to glow with a soft, ethereal light, and a gentle voice spoke, seeming to rise from the very heart of the earth. "Welcome, guardians of the forest," the voice intoned, resonating with the strength of the mountains and the softness of the falling rain. "The balance of this world is delicate, and it is in peril. The seasons have shifted, their rhythms disrupted by the actions of those who do not understand their power." Neem, Finbar, and Aisling listened intently, their hearts united in purpose. They knew that the balance of the forest depended on the cyclical dance of the seasons, each playing its part in the grand tapestry of life. Without the rains of autumn, the seeds could not grow, and the rivers would not flow to nourish the land. The voice continued, its tone filled with wisdom and hope. "To restore balance, you must seek the heart of the storm. There, you will find the key to unlocking the rains. But remember, the true power lies not in force, but in understanding and harmony." With renewed determination, the trio set forth once more, their path leading them ever closer to the heart of the forest. The air grew cooler, the scent of rain heavy upon the breeze. Above, the sky was a swirling mass of dark clouds, pregnant with the promise of a storm yet to be unleashed. As they neared the source of the disturbance, the forest seemed to hold its breath, as if waiting for the resolution that would either restore or unravel its delicate balance. Neem and her companions moved with purpose, their hearts guided by the wisdom of ages. Finally, they arrived at the edge of a great lake, its waters still and reflective like a mirror. In the center of the lake, a swirling vortex of clouds hovered, crackling with energy. This was the heart of the storm, the place where the balance must be restored. Niam stepped forward, her reflection shimmering in the water's surface. She closed her eyes and reached deep within herself, seeking the connection that bound her to this land. Finbar and Aisling stood beside her, lending their strength and faith to the effort. In the stillness, Niam heard the voice of the forest once more, a whisper of leaves and the gentle caress of the wind. Remember, Niam, the key is in understanding. The storm is not your enemy, but a partner in this dance of life. With this wisdom, Niam opened her eyes and spoke to the storm, not with words, but with the language of the heart. She shared her love for the forest, her respect for the cycles of nature, and her desire to restore the harmony that had been disrupted. As her message resonated through the air, the storm responded, the clouds parting to reveal a sky painted with hues of gold and pink. Raindrops began to fall, gentle and life-giving, soaking into the earth and filling the rivers once more. The forest sighed with relief, its balance restored. The creatures emerged from their hiding places, their hearts light with gratitude. Niam, Finbar, and Aisling stood together on the shore of the lake, their spirits intertwined with the magic of the moment. As the sun dipped below the horizon, casting a warm glow over the land, Niam turned to her companions with a serene smile. "We have done it, my friends. The forest will thrive once more, its harmony preserved for future generations." And so, under the sheltering canopy of the ancient forest, the hidden lives of its creatures continued in peace, their world a testament to the power of understanding and friendship. As the stars twinkled above, the forest settled into a gentle lullaby, carrying the promise of new beginnings and the enduring wisdom of the natural world. Once upon a time, in a forest brimming with secrets, there lived a curious young squirrel named Nutkin. Though small in stature, Nutkin possessed a heart filled with boundless wonder and an insatiable thirst for adventure. Deep within the heart of the ancient woodlands lay a hidden glade, where the soft light of the moon seemed to dance upon the emerald grass. It was here that Nutkin first discovered the enchanting gift that would forever change his life. As he scampered through the undergrowth, gathering acorns for the winter, a peculiar glimmer caught his eye. Nestled among the vibrant wildflowers was a radiant gemstone, its facets sparkling with a mesmerizing azure hue. Nutkin's paws trembled as he grasped the ethereal treasure, and in that instant a warmth spread through his tiny body, igniting a spark of magic within. From that day forward, Nutkin possessed the extraordinary ability to communicate with the creatures of the forest. Their voices, once muted, now sang in perfect harmony, revealing a realm of secrets hidden from ordinary eyes. Emboldened by his newfound power, Nutkin ventured deeper into the heart of the woodlands, eager to unravel the mysteries that lay beyond the familiar paths. His journey led him to encounter beings he had only heard whispers of in the tales of his elders. First, he met Willow, a gentle doe whose graceful steps left no trace upon the mossy ground. She welcomed Nutkin into her secret glen, a realm of tranquility where the trees seemed to whisper ancient melodies. Under Willow's guidance, Nutkin learned the art of patience and the importance of cherishing the simple beauties of the natural world. Next, Nutkin stumbled upon a colony of industrious ants, led by the wise and formidable Queen Formica. Though initially intimidated by their unwavering discipline, Nutkin soon discovered the value of unity and teamwork, as the ants worked tirelessly to fortify their subterranean kingdom. As the seasons turned, Nutkin's journeys took him to the deepest recesses of the forest, where he encountered beings of myth and legend. He befriended a majestic stag, whose antlers seemed to scrape the very heavens, and learned the ways of courage and resilience from the mighty beast. Yet, amidst his wondrous adventures, Nutkin never forgot the true essence of his gift, the ability to forge bonds of friendship that transcended the boundaries of species. It was this quality that led him to forge an unexpected alliance with a cunning fox named Russet. At first, their encounter was one of mistrust and suspicion, for foxes were known to prey upon creatures as small as Nutkin. However, through patient understanding and a willingness to see beyond appearances, the two formed an unbreakable bond. Together, Nutkin and Russet embarked on a quest to unravel the mystery of the enchanted gemstone that had bestowed upon the squirrel his extraordinary abilities. Their search led them to the heart of the forest, where an ancient oak stood as a silent sentinel, its branches cradling the whispers of ages past. It was here that they encountered the wise old owl, Gaia, whose piercing gaze seemed to penetrate the very depths of their souls. Gaia revealed that the gemstone was a remnant of a long-forgotten era, a time when the balance between the natural world and the realm of magic was in perfect harmony. Alas, the greed and disregard of humankind had severed this delicate equilibrium, and the gemstone's power had faded, scattered among the creatures of the forest. Nutkin's gift, Gaia explained, was a glimmer of hope, a chance to restore the balance and heal the rift between the two realms. Emboldened by this revelation, Nutkin and his companions embarked on a perilous quest, seeking out the remaining fragments of the gemstone's power. Their journey took them through treacherous terrain, from the icy peaks of the mountains to the depths of the sunless caves. Along the way, they faced formidable foes and overcame daunting challenges, their bond of friendship growing ever stronger with each obstacle they conquered. Nutkin learned the true meaning of bravery from Russet's unwavering loyalty, and the fox, in turn, discovered the beauty of compassion through the squirrel's gentle heart. At last, after a journey that tested the limits of their courage and endurance, they uncovered the final shard of the gemstone's power, hidden deep within the hollow of an ancient redwood. As the shards were reunited, a blinding radiance engulfed the forest, and the harmony between the natural and magical realms was restored. In that moment, Nutkin understood the true significance of his gift. It was a reminder that friendship, love, and understanding could transcend even the most formidable barriers. As the forest rejoiced in its newfound balance, Nutkin knew that his journey had forever transformed him, opening his eyes to the wonders that lay beyond the familiar paths. From that day forward, Nutkin became a guardian of the forest, using his ability to communicate with all creatures to foster understanding and preserve the delicate equilibrium. His tale was passed down through generations, a testament to the power of friendship, courage, and the indomitable spirit of exploration. And so as the moon casts its silvery glow upon the ancient woodlands, the whispers of Nutkin's legacy echo through the rustling leaves, reminding all who listen that true magic lies not in gemstones or enchantments, but in the bonds we forge and the journeys that shape our souls. Once upon a time, in the quaint little village of Willowbrook, nestled between gentle rolling hills and whispering woods, lived a young boy named Finn. His days were filled with the sweet simplicity of village life, gathering wildflowers with his friends, listening to the soothing lull of the babbling brook, and exploring the endless wonders of the forest that bordered his home. Willowbrook was a place where the grass was always a lush emerald, and the air carried the fragrance of honeysuckle and freshly baked bread. Each evening, the sun would cast a golden glow across the thatched rooftops, promising the village another peaceful night. One serene afternoon, as Finn wandered through the forest, his gaze fell upon something peculiar. It was a small, ornately carved box, half hidden beneath a blanket of fallen leaves. The box was crafted from a rich, dark wood and adorned with intricate patterns that seemed to shimmer in the dappled sunlight. Curiosity piqued, Finn carefully lifted the box into his hands. As he did, a gentle warmth spread through his fingers, as though the box were alive with a quiet, comforting pulse. With a soft click, the box opened to reveal a single, delicate feather inside, iridescent and gleaming with colors that danced like the northern lights. This was no ordinary feather. It whispered secrets to Finn's heart, unlocking a sense of magic he had never known. The feather granted Finn an extraordinary ability to understand the language of the forest creatures, and so began his wondrous journey of discovery and wonder. Finn's first encounter was with a wise old owl named Sage, who perched regally on a gnarled branch. Sage's eyes, deep and knowing, regarded Finn with a hint of amusement. "Ah, young one," he hooted softly, "the forest speaks to those who listen. What brings you to our sacred woods?" Finn explained his newfound gift, and Sage nodded sagely, his feathers rustling like pages of an ancient book. "There is much to learn in these woods, but remember, wisdom is the key to understanding." With Sage as his guide, Finn journeyed deeper into the heart of the forest, where sunlight wove through the canopy in threads of gold. Along the way, he met a myriad of creatures, each with a story to tell and a lesson to share. There was Willow, the gentle deer, who taught Finn the importance of patience and observation. Her eyes, soft and brown like the earth, held a serenity that calmed Finn's restless spirit. Then there was Bristle, the mischievous squirrel with a knack for finding the hidden treasures of the forest floor. Bristle's chatter was a constant reminder that joy could be found in the smallest of things, and his laughter echoed through the trees like a playful melody. As Finn's journey continued, he found himself in a secluded glade where the air was thick with the scent of pine and the ground was carpeted with soft moss. Here, he encountered a challenge, a riddle posed by the enigmatic Mist, an ethereal fox with eyes like liquid moonlight. Mist spoke in a voice that was both melody and mystery. To unlock the secret of the forest's heart, you must answer this. What is it that speaks without words, guides without force, and is felt but never seen? Finn pondered the riddle, feeling the cool breeze brush against his cheek, hearing the rustle of leaves and the distant call of a nightingale. He closed his eyes, letting the symphony of the forest fill his senses. And then, with a smile, he answered, "It is love." Mist nodded, her eyes twinkling with approval. "Indeed, young Finn, love is the language that binds us all, the unseen force that guides our hearts." With the riddle solved, the forest unveiled its deepest secret, a hidden grove where the ancient wisdom of nature was inscribed on the stones, like whispers of time. Here, Finn learned that true magic lay not in power or grand gestures, but in the kindness shared between friends, the quiet moments of understanding, and the gentle touch of love that connected all living things. As the sun dipped below the horizon, casting the forest in a soft twilight glow, Finn returned to Willowbrook, his heart forever changed. The village welcomed him home with open arms, unaware of the magical journey he had undertaken. Yet Finn carried with him the lessons of the forest, whispering them to those who would listen, weaving them into the fabric of village life. And so, under the watchful gaze of the moon and stars, Willowbrook continued to thrive, a place where ordinary objects held extraordinary secrets, and where the gentle power of love and wisdom prevailed. With a heart full of warmth and a spirit enriched by the wonders of the forest, Finn drifted into peaceful slumber, knowing that the magic of the feather and the lessons it had taught would remain with him always. And in the quiet of the night, the forest whispered its eternal lullaby, cradling Willowbrook in its timeless embrace. Title: The Whispering Grove. Once upon a time, in the heart of a vast ancient forest, nestled beyond rolling hills and babbling brooks, lay a hidden realm known only to a few. This was a place where sunlight filtered through dense canopies, dappling the forest floor in a mosaic of gold and green. The air was sweet with the fragrance of pine and earth, and the gentle rustle of leaves hummed a perpetual lullaby. This secret sanctuary was known as the Whispering Grove, a place where magic breathed life into every leaf and stone. In a quaint village at the forest's edge lived a young girl named Liora. With eyes as bright as the morning sky and hair the color of autumn leaves, Liora possessed a heart full of wonder and a spirit as free as the wind. She lived with her grandmother in a cozy cottage where the aroma of freshly baked bread and herbal teas always lingered. Her grandmother, wise and kind, was the village storyteller, weaving tales of wonder and wisdom that captivated all who listened. Every evening, Liora would sit by the fireplace, wrapped in the warmth of her grandmother's stories, her imagination soaring to places beyond the stars. Her grandmother spoke of the Whispering Grove, a magical part of the forest that was said to hold secrets long forgotten by time. Liora's eyes would widen with awe as she listened to tales of ancient trees that whispered the world's wisdom and creatures that danced in the moonlight. One crisp autumn morning, as Liora wandered through the forest collecting wildflowers for her grandmother, she stumbled upon something peculiar. Amidst the fallen leaves, glinting softly in the sunlight, lay a small, intricately carved acorn. It was unlike any she had ever seen, shimmering with a soft, ethereal glow. As she picked it up, she felt a gentle warmth spread through her fingers, and a faint whisper tickled her ears, as if the acorn was speaking in a language she was yet to understand. Curiosity piqued. Liora tucked the acorn into her pocket and hurried back home, eager to show her grandmother. As she approached the cottage, The familiar scent of cinnamon and honey greeted her. Her grandmother sat by the window, her spectacles perched on the bridge of her nose, embroidering a tapestry of vibrant colors. "Grandmother, look what I found!" Lyora exclaimed, holding out the acorn. Her grandmother's eyes twinkled with intrigue as she examined the acorn. "Ah, my dear, you have found the heart of the grove," she said softly, her voice tinged with reverence. "It is said that this acorn holds the essence of the Whispering Grove itself, a symbol of life and magic intertwined." Liora listened intently as her grandmother explained that the acorn was a rare and powerful artifact, capable of connecting its bearer to the heart of the forest. It was a gift, meant for those pure of heart and gentle of spirit. "Guard it well," her grandmother advised, "for it has chosen you, and with it you may discover wonders beyond imagination." That night, as the moon cast a silvery glow over the land, Liora lay in bed, the acorn resting beneath her pillow. Her mind danced with possibilities, her dreams woven with threads of magic and mystery. The following days unfolded like a tapestry of discovery. Each morning, Liora ventured deeper into the forest, the acorn guiding her with gentle whispers. It led her to hidden glades where flowers of every hue bloomed in harmonious symphony, and to tranquil streams where the water sang as it flowed over smooth stones. One afternoon, while exploring a particularly dense thicket, Liora stumbled upon a clearing she had never seen before. In its center stood a towering oak tree, its branches stretching towards the heavens, its bark etched with runes that pulsed with a soft golden light. Liora felt a peculiar sense of belonging, as if she had finally come home. As she approached, the runes began to glow brighter, and a soft voice resonated through the air. "Welcome, Keeper of the Heart," the voice intoned, gentle and wise. "You have found the Whispering Grove." Liora's heart swelled with wonder. "Who speaks?" she asked, her voice barely above a whisper. "I am the guardian of the grove," the voice replied. "For centuries I have watched over this sanctuary, waiting for one worthy to bear the heart. You, dear child, have been chosen." Liora's mind raced with questions, but one stood out above the rest. "Why me?" she asked earnestly. "Because you possess the purity of heart and strength of spirit needed to understand and protect the magic within," the guardian explained. "The heart has recognized your kindness and curiosity, and in return, it will reveal the secrets of this hidden world." With each visit to the grove, Liora learned more about the forest and its inhabitants. She met creatures of all kinds, gentle deer with antlers adorned in moss, mischievous sprites that flickered like fireflies, and wise old owls with eyes that held the knowledge of ages. Each encounter enriched her understanding and deepened her love for the forest. One day, as Liora sat beneath the great oak, she noticed a shadow flitting through the trees. It was a fox, its fur a blazing russet, eyes sharp and curious. The fox approached cautiously, its nose twitching as it sniffed the air. "Hello there," Liora greeted gently, extending her hand. The fox hesitated, then slowly approached, its eyes meeting hers with an intensity that spoke of intelligence and life untold. "I am Phelan," the fox introduced itself, its voice smooth and melodic. "I have watched you for some time now, Keeper." Liora smiled, feeling an instant kinship with the fox. "It's a pleasure to meet you, Phelan," she replied. "What brings you to the grove?" "I am one of its protectors, as you are now," Phelan explained. "The forest speaks to those who listen, and I have heard tales of your kindness. I wish to be your friend and guide." Thus began a friendship that would transcend time and expectation. Together, Liora and Phelan explored the farthest reaches of the forest, uncovering its mysteries and forging bonds with its denizens. They shared stories and laughter, and with each passing day, Liora's connection to the grove deepened. As the seasons turned, Liora grew not only in knowledge but in wisdom. She learned to listen to the whispers of the wind, to understand the language of the leaves, and to see through the eyes of the creatures she befriended. The forest became a part of her, and she a part of it. But as with all tales, challenges arose. One winter's eve, a harsh storm descended upon the land, its winds howling like a pack of wolves. Trees bent and swayed, their branches groaning under the strain. The forest shivered in the icy embrace, and the grove's magic flickered with unease. Liora, sensing the distress, ventured into the storm, the acorn clutched tightly in her hand. Phelan, ever loyal, stayed by her side, his sharp eyes scanning the shadows. "We must protect the grove," Liora declared, her voice resolute despite the storm's fury. Together they journeyed to the heart of the grove, where the great oak stood steadfast against the tempest. As they approached, the runes glowed with renewed vigor, casting a warm light that fought against the storm's chill. "Fear not, Keeper," the guardian's voice echoed, calm and steady. "The heart will guide you." Liora closed her eyes, focusing on the acorn's warmth. She felt its magic flow through her, a gentle current of strength and life. With a deep breath, she reached out, her heart open and her spirit unwavering. As if in response, the grove's magic surged, a radiant force that enveloped her in its embrace. The storm's fury began to wane, its winds calming, its chill retreating. The trees straightened, their branches reaching skyward in gratitude. The grove had been saved, its magic secure once more. Liora and Phelan stood together beneath the great oak, their bond fortified by the trials they had faced. In the days that followed, the forest flourished anew, its beauty undiminished by the storm's wrath. Liora continued to learn and grow, her heart forever intertwined with the whispering grove. Years passed, and the little girl who had once wandered the woods with wide-eyed wonder became a wise and gentle guardian. The village spoke of her with admiration, and her grandmother's stories carried her legacy to future generations. Liora often returned to the grove, where the great oak stood as a testament to the enduring magic of the forest. Phelan remained her loyal companion, their friendship a timeless bond that defied the passage of time. And so, the Whispering Grove thrived, a sanctuary of magic and wonder, where the whispers of the past and the dreams of the future intertwined in harmony. Liora's tale became a part of the forest's lore, a gentle reminder of the power of kindness, friendship, and the magic that resides in every heart. As the sun set behind the hills, casting a warm glow over the land, the forest whispered its eternal promise, that those who listen with an open heart will always find a place of belonging within its embrace. And somewhere, deep within the heart of the grove, the great oak stood tall and proud, its leaves rustling in a language older than time. It spoke of a girl named Liora, a keeper of the forest's secrets and a guardian of its wonders, a testament to the magic that endures in the heart of those who believe. As the moon rose high and bathed the world in silver light, the forest sang a lullaby, a melody of peace and promise, a song of life and love, and in that moment all was well, and all was as it should be. The end. In the heart of an ancient forest where the towering trees whispered secrets to the winds and the ground was carpeted with soft moss, lived a community of creatures who knew the forest as both home and teacher. This forest, dense and boundless, was a place where the realms of reality and magic gracefully intertwined, making each day a new tapestry of wonders waiting to be discovered. Among the inhabitants of this lush haven was a wise old turtle named Bramble, whose shell bore the lines of countless seasons and stories. Bramble was the keeper of the forest's lore, a role he cherished with gentle pride. His days were spent beneath the sprawling canopy of a great oak, where he would share tales of old with the younger creatures who gathered around him, their eyes wide with curiosity. One cool morning, as the first whispers of autumn began to paint the leaves with strokes of gold and crimson, a young squirrel named Nibbles approached Bramble with a question that had been nibbling at his mind like an acorn on a breezy day. "Why do the leaves change color, Bramble?" Nibbles asked, his voice a mixture of wonder and innocence. Bramble chuckled softly, the sound a gentle rumble like distant thunder. "Ah, young one," he began, his eyes twinkling with the wisdom of ages. "The changing of leaves is one of nature's most beautiful dances. It is a sign of balance and renewal, orchestrated by the magic of the seasons." As Bramble spoke, the air around them seemed to shimmer with an unseen energy. The creatures of the forest paused in their daily activities, drawn into the story like moths to a gentle flame. "Long ago," Bramble continued, "the spirit of the forest, a wise and ancient being, wove a spell into the very fabric of our world. This spell ensured that each season would pass its gifts on to the next, maintaining harmony and balance. Spring brings renewal, summer warmth, autumn change, and winter rest. The changing colors of the leaves are autumn's gift, a reminder that change can be beautiful and necessary." Nibbles listened intently, his little heart swelling with understanding and appreciation. Around them, the forest seemed to nod in agreement, the leaves rustling softly in the breeze. "But Bramble," piped up a timid voice from the back of the gathering, belonging to a young rabbit named Thistle, "what happens if the balance is disturbed?" Bramble's expression grew thoughtful, and the forest seemed to hold its breath. "Balance is delicate, dear Thistle," he explained, "but it is also resilient. When the balance is disturbed, nature finds ways to restore it. Sometimes it takes the wisdom of the creatures who dwell within the forest to help guide it back." As if on cue, a gentle rain began to fall, each drop a tiny crystal of clarity and reflection. The creatures huddled closer, a sense of unity and purpose weaving through them like the tendrils of mist that danced among the trees. In the days that followed, the forest's inhabitants took Bramble's words to heart. They worked together, ensuring that each part of their home was cared for. The beavers reinforced their dams, allowing streams to flow freely. The birds spread seeds, encouraging new growth. Even the smallest insects played their part, aerating the soil with their tiny, industrious legs. Through their collective efforts, the forest thrived, its harmony restored. As the last leaves of autumn fluttered to the ground, a sense of peace settled over the land, as tangible as the fragrant earth beneath their feet. One evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon and the forest was bathed in the soft glow of twilight, Nibbles, Thistle, and the other creatures gathered around Bramble once more. The old turtle, with a smile as warm as the summer sun, spoke words that would echo in their hearts for generations to come. "Remember, dear friends, that we are all keepers of this forest. Through wisdom, friendship, and respect for the balance of nature, we ensure the magic of our world endures." With these words, the forest sighed contentedly, as if wrapping itself in a cozy blanket of serenity. And so, beneath a sky filled with twinkling stars and the gentle hum of the night, the creatures settled into the comforting rhythm of their lives, knowing that they were part of something wondrous and timeless. And there, in the embrace of the ancient forest, they found not just a home, but a sanctuary of harmony and magic, where the boundaries between reality and wonder were as seamless as the breeze that whispered through the trees. In a secluded woodland, cradled between gently rolling hills and a silver-threaded brook, lay a world untouched by time. The air was sweetened with the scent of cedar and pine, mingling with the earthy aroma of moss-covered stones. Sunlight filtered through the canopy, dappling the forest floor with patches of golden warmth, while the whisper of leaves in the breeze sang a lullaby known only to those who listened closely. In this enchanted place, where reality and magic danced hand in hand, lived a community of creatures whose lives were woven into the very fabric of the forest. Among them was a wise old tortoise named Thistle, whose shell was a tapestry of green and brown, as if painted by the forest itself. Thistle had lived many years and had seen the seasons change countless times, each cycle teaching him the delicate balance of nature's rhythm. One crisp autumn morning, as mist clung to the edges of the brook and the world seemed wrapped in a soft, silvery light, Thistle set out on his daily walk. His path led him through a carpet of fallen leaves, their vibrant hues of amber and crimson a cheerful contrast to the muted greens of the underbrush. As he ambled along, his eyes, wise and gentle, took in the subtle shifts of the forest preparing for winter's rest. Alongside Thistle, a sprightly squirrel named Pippin hopped from branch to branch, his bushy tail flickering like a flame in the morning sun. Pippin was young and full of curiosity, his eyes wide with wonder at the world around him. He had befriended Thistle in the early days of spring, drawn to the tortoise's calm demeanor and endless stories of the forest's lore. As they journeyed together, Pippin, with an infectious enthusiasm, asked, "Thistle, how does the forest know when to change? The trees shed their leaves, the air grows cold, and the animals prepare their nests. It seems like magic." Thistle chuckled, a rich sound that rumbled like distant thunder. "Ah, young Pippin, the forest indeed holds its magic, but it is a magic born of wisdom and time. Each creature, each tree has its role, guided by the whispers of the seasons." Their walk took them to the edge of the brook, where the water's surface mirrored the sky's shifting colors, a canvas of blue and white with hints of orange and pink. Here they paused, listening to the gentle babble of the stream as it wound its way through the forest, carrying secrets from the mountains to the sea. Thistle continued, "The forest listens to the wind, to the sun, and even to the stars. It understands when the days grow shorter and the nights longer. The trees, with their deep roots, feel the change in the earth, and they speak to one another through whispers of the soil." Pippin's eyes sparkled with fascination. "Do they really speak, Thistle?" "In their own way, yes," Thistle replied. "The trees share their wisdom, passed down through generations. They tell of storms weathered and sunlight embraced, teaching resilience and patience. Just as I share stories with you, the forest shares its tales with those who choose to listen." As they spoke, a gentle breeze swept through the trees, carrying with it a hint of winter's chill. The leaves rustled, a soft symphony that joined the brook's song, and in that moment, Pippin felt the harmony of the forest, a living, breathing entity, where each part played its role in a grand, eternal dance. With a newfound understanding, Pippin scampered ahead, eager to share this wisdom with his friends. Thistle watched him go, a fond smile on his lips, knowing that the young squirrel would carry the forest's magic into the future. As the sun dipped lower in the sky, painting the world in hues of lavender and rose, Thistle turned back toward his home. The forest, now bathed in the soft glow of twilight, felt alive with possibility. For in this hidden world, where the boundaries between reality and magic blurred, the wisdom of the ages was entrusted to those who cherished and respected its secrets. And so the forest thrived, a testament to the beauty of balance and the power of friendship, where each creature, great and small, played their part in the wondrous cycle of life. As night fell, the stars emerged, twinkling in the velvet sky, their light a promise of the dreams yet to come and the stories yet to be told. In the heart of a lush, whispering forest, where the trees seemed to hum gentle lullabies with the wind, lay a quaint village known as Willowbrook. It was a place where magic danced lightly on the air, mingling with the scent of wildflowers and warm, earthy moss. The cottages, with their thatched roofs and colorful gardens, nestled snugly against the hillside, each one surrounded by a low stone wall that seemed to hug the homes gently. In this serene village lived a thoughtful young girl named Clara. She had a keen eye and a curious heart, always noticing the little things others might miss. Her days were filled with adventures and discoveries, but lately something peculiar had been happening. Each morning the villagers awoke to find their garden gates mysteriously open, tools scattered about, and sometimes even small trinkets missing. The villagers were puzzled but not alarmed, for they knew their village was a safe and gentle place. Still, they were curious, and so they turned to Clara, hoping she might unravel the mystery. With a nod and a determined glint in her eyes, Clara promised to investigate. She started her quest by visiting the gardens at dusk, just as the sun dipped below the horizon, leaving streaks of coral and lavender in the sky. The air was cool and sweet, carrying the scent of honeysuckle. Clara crouched by the hedges, her notebook in hand, and waited patiently. As the moon rose, casting silver beams across the village, Clara noticed something unusual. From the corner of her eye, she saw a soft glow weaving through the gardens. It wasn't the light of fireflies which flickered gently above her, but something more deliberate. She followed it quietly, her footsteps muffled by the soft grass. To her surprise, Clara discovered a small group of creatures, no taller than her knee, with shimmering wings and bright, curious eyes. They were busy at work, tending to the gardens with care, though their methods were a bit chaotic. Clara watched as they rearranged stones, polished leaves with tiny cloths, and gathered forgotten trinkets into neat piles. "Hello there," Clara called softly, not wanting to startle them. The creatures paused, their wings fluttering like the pages of a book caught in a breeze, and then they turned to face her. "We mean no harm," one of them spoke, its voice like the tinkling of a bell. "We are the Glimmerfolk, caretakers of the night." Clara smiled warmly, her heart filling with understanding. "But why open the gates and scatter things about?" she asked gently. The Glimmerfolk exchanged glances, their eyes twinkling in the moonlight. "We were trying to help," explained another, its voice soft and melodic. "But we did not understand the ways of your village. We thought the tools were to be used, and the gates should breathe with the gardens." Clara chuckled softly, touched by their sincerity. "Your intentions are kind," she assured them, "but perhaps we can learn from each other. I could show you how we tend our gardens, and you can teach me the ways of the night." And so began a delightful exchange of knowledge. Each evening, as the stars blossomed in the sky, Clara and the Glimmerfolk worked together. The creatures taught Clara about the secret language of plants and the songs of the earth, while Clara explained the villagers' ways, showing them how to care for the gardens in harmony with the day. As the days passed, the mystery of the open gates was resolved, and the village thrived with newfound magic. The Glimmerfolk, now understanding the balance between night and day, helped the gardens flourish in ways the villagers had never imagined. Flowers bloomed with vibrant colors, and the air was filled with a melody of nature's own making. The villagers, grateful for Clara's wisdom and the Glimmerfolk's friendship, held a small celebration under the twinkling stars. There was laughter and joy, a gentle reminder that misunderstandings could be mended with kindness and cooperation. And so, under the watchful gaze of the moon, Willowbrook continued to be a place where magic and harmony danced hand in hand, a cozy haven where mysteries were welcomed as friends and solved with the warmth of understanding. As Clara lay in bed that night, her heart full of contentment, she knew that the world was a little brighter and a little more magical, thanks to the friends she had found. And as she drifted into dreams, the village slept peacefully, cradled in the gentle arms of the forest, where the trees sang their lullabies to the stars above. In the heart of a sleepy little village, nestled between rolling hills and whispering forests, there lived a curious young soul named Finn. Finn had a spectacular imagination and a heart full of wonder, always eager to discover what lay beyond the familiar cobblestone paths and the cozy thatched roofs of his home. One crisp autumn morning, when the sun was just beginning to cast its golden light over the dew-kissed fields, Finn decided to follow the path less traveled, a narrow trail that wound its way into the dense, mysterious woodlands at the edge of the village. The villagers often spoke of this forest with hushed voices, as if it were a place of secrets and stories waiting to be unveiled. As Finn stepped into the woods, the world transformed around him. The air was cool and fragrant with the scent of pine and damp earth. Sunbeams filtered through the canopy, painting the forest floor with dappled patterns of light and shadow. The trees, ancient and wise, stood tall like silent guardians, their leaves whispering secrets to the breeze. Finn walked deeper into the forest, his eyes wide with wonder. He soon came upon a clearing where wildflowers bloomed in a riot of colors, violets, blues, and yellows, each petal glistening with morning dew like tiny jewels. In the center of the clearing stood an enormous mushroom, its cap as wide as a dinner table, with a stem that shimmered softly in the sunlight. Perched atop this magical mushroom was a peculiar little creature, no taller than a squirrel, with skin that glowed like moonlight and eyes that sparkled with mischief. "Hello there," the creature chirped, its voice as light as a summer breeze. "I am Lyra, the keeper of the forest's dreams." Finn's eyes widened with delight. "I've never seen anything like you before," he said, his voice tinged with awe. Lyra laughed, a sound like tinkling bells. "Few have, for I am the guardian of wonders unseen by most. Tell me, young traveler, what brings you to this enchanted part of the world?" Finn paused, considering his answer. "I seek adventure and new stories to tell," he replied earnestly, his heart swelling with excitement. "Then you have come to the right place," Lyra said with a knowing smile. "But be warned, this forest holds both beauty and challenge. You must be brave and kind to uncover its secrets." With that, Lyra hopped down from the mushroom and beckoned Finn to follow. They ventured deeper into the forest, where the air grew cooler and the shadows longer. Along the way, they encountered a shimmering brook that sang a gentle, soothing melody as it danced over smooth stones. Finn knelt beside it, cupping his hands to drink the crisp, refreshing water, feeling invigorated by its magic. As they continued their journey, the pair came across a peculiar sight, an ancient tree with a trunk that twisted and turned like a spiral staircase. Its bark was etched with intricate patterns that seemed to tell stories of old. Lyra explained that this was the Tree of Echoes, and if Finn listened closely, he might hear the whispers of those who had walked the forest before him. Finn pressed his ear against the cool bark and closed his eyes. Faintly at first, then clearer, he heard a chorus of voices, each one sharing tales of courage, friendship, and discovery. The stories filled him with warmth, reminding him that he was not alone on his journey. As dusk began to settle, painting the sky with hues of pink and orange, Finn and Lyra reached a glade bathed in soft, golden light. Here the forest seemed to hold its breath, as if waiting for something magical to happen. In the center of the glade stood a stone pedestal, upon which rested a crystal orb that glowed with an inner light. "This," Lyra said softly, "is the heart of the forest. It holds the dreams and hopes of all who enter these woods. It is said that those who touch it with pure intent will find the courage they seek." Finn stepped forward, his heart beating with anticipation. He reached out, his fingers brushing the cool surface of the orb. A gentle warmth spread through him, filling him with a sense of peace and strength. He realized then that true courage was not the absence of fear, but the willingness to explore the unknown with an open heart. As the stars began to twinkle overhead, Finn knew it was time to return home. He thanked Lyra for the wondrous journey and promised to share the stories of the magical forest with his village. Lyra waved goodbye, her form shimmering in the twilight as Finn retraced his steps through the woods. When Finn emerged from the forest, the village lights glowed warmly in the distance, welcoming him back. He felt a deep sense of gratitude for the adventure, for the friends he had made, and for the newfound courage that would guide him on many more journeys. And so, with the stories of the forest whispering in his heart, Finn returned home, ready to dream of new adventures beneath the starlit sky. And as he drifted off to sleep, the gentle rustle of leaves and the soft glow of moonlight filled his dreams with wonder and magic, reminding him that the world was full of enchantment, waiting to be discovered. In the heart of a serene, undulating valley, where the whispering winds carried tales of old and the stars blinked knowingly from a vast, velvety sky, lay the quaint village of Bramble Hollow. Nestled among lush emerald hills and kissed by the gentle glow of twilight, the village was a place where dreams were nurtured and stories were cherished. The villagers of Bramble Hollow were a kind and gentle folk, each with their own unique talents and quirks. But perhaps the most intriguing among them was a young girl named Lyra. Lyra had a heart as vast as the sky and an imagination that soared even higher. Her days were spent exploring the winding forest trails and her nights in the company of well-loved books and the comforting crackle of the hearth. One blustery autumn evening, as the leaves danced to an unseen melody and the air was thick with the scent of earth and spice, Lyra sat by her window, gazing out at the silvery moonlight that bathed the village. Her thoughts wandered to the tales of her grandmother, a wise woman who had once told her of hidden worlds and magical places, waiting just beyond the veil of the ordinary. It was in this moment of quiet contemplation that Lyra's eyes caught a glimmer from the corner of her room. Curiosity piqued, she turned to find a small, intricately carved wooden box she had never seen before. The box was adorned with delicate patterns of leaves and vines, and in its center lay a single, luminous opal that seemed to pulse with a gentle, otherworldly light. With a tender touch, Lyra lifted the lid, revealing a soft, shimmering fabric inside, a cloak unlike any she had ever seen. The cloak shimmered like stardust woven into a tapestry of twilight, its colors shifting and dancing with every movement. As her fingers brushed the fabric, a warmth spread through her, as if the cloak itself welcomed her touch. Determined to uncover the mystery of this magical garment, Lyra wrapped the cloak around her shoulders. In an instant, a gentle breeze swept through the room, and Lyra felt herself being drawn into a world that lay just beyond the edges of her reality. The room faded away, replaced by a vibrant forest, alive with colors and scents that defied description. The trees towered above her, their leaves whispering secrets in a language only the wind could understand. The ground beneath her feet was soft and welcoming, a carpet of moss and fallen leaves that cushioned her steps. As she ventured deeper into this enchanted realm, Lyra encountered creatures of all shapes and sizes. A family of curious foxes with eyes like liquid amber, a chorus of birds whose songs wove the very fabric of the air, and a gentle deer with antlers that glistened like frost-kissed branches. Each creature greeted her with a nod or a song, as if acknowledging her as one of their own. It was here, amidst the symphony of the forest, that Lyra met Finn, a sprightly squirrel with fur that shimmered like copper in the sun. Finn was a mischievous soul, forever darting between branches and leaves, his laughter like the tinkling of tiny bells. "Welcome, Lyra," Finn chattered, his eyes twinkling with delight. "We've been waiting for you. The forest has a task for you, if you're willing to accept." "A task?" Lyra asked, intrigued and eager to help. Finn nodded, his expression turning earnest. "The heart of our forest is in danger. Shadows have crept in, threatening to dim the light that nurtures our world. We need your help to find the source and restore the balance." Lila's heart swelled with a mix of trepidation and determination. She had always longed for an adventure, and here it was, unfolding before her, like the pages of a beloved story. With Finn as her guide, Lyra set off into the depths of the forest, the magical cloak swirling around her with each step. They journeyed through sun-dappled glades and over babbling brooks, the air rich with the scent of pine and the earthy sweetness of the forest floor. As they traveled, Finn shared tales of the forest's history, of the ancient magic that flowed through its roots and branches, binding all creatures in a delicate harmony. But the further they ventured, the more apparent it became that something was amiss. The trees grew sparse, their leaves tinged with an unnatural pallor. The air grew still, heavy with an oppressive silence that weighed upon Lila's heart. It was in this desolate part of the forest that they encountered Eldon, a wise old owl with feathers as white as snow and eyes that held the wisdom of ages. Eldon perched upon a gnarled branch, his gaze steady and kind. "You've come far, young one," Eldon hooted softly. "The shadows are strong here, but so too is the light within you. Remember, true strength lies not in might, but in understanding and compassion." Buoyed by Eldon's words, Lyra pressed onward, her resolve unwavering. She and Finn journeyed to the heart of the forest, where the darkness gathered like a storm, swirling and pulsing with a life of its own. There, in a clearing surrounded by ancient oaks, they found the source of the shadow, a once vibrant tree, now twisted and blackened, its leaves withered and brittle. It was a sorrowful sight, a stark reminder of the balance that had been upset. Lyra approached the tree, her heart aching with empathy for its plight. She laid a gentle hand upon its trunk, feeling the coldness of the shadow that had taken hold. But beneath it, she sensed a flicker of warmth, a glimmer of the tree's former vitality. With Finn by her side, Lyra closed her eyes and focused on the warmth within. She envisioned the tree as it once was, full of life and light, its branches reaching skyward in joyful abandon. She poured all her love and hope into that vision, willing the shadow to retreat. Slowly, the darkness began to lift, like mist rising from a sunlit meadow. The tree shuddered, its branches stretching as if awakening from a long slumber. Color returned to its leaves, a vibrant green that shimmered in the dappled light. As the last of the shadows faded, the forest breathed a collective sigh of relief. The air was filled with the sweet scent of blossoms, and the sound of birdsong echoed joyfully through the trees. Eldon appeared once more, his eyes twinkling with pride. "You have done well, Lyra. The forest is grateful for your courage and kindness. Remember, the light within you is a gift to be shared with the world." Lyra smiled, her heart full of warmth and gratitude. She had discovered a strength within herself she never knew existed, a strength born of empathy and love. With the forest restored, Lyra and Finn returned to the edge of the enchanted realm. As she prepared to leave, the creatures of the forest gathered to bid her farewell, their eyes filled with gratitude and affection. Finn scampered up to her shoulder, his voice filled with warmth. "Thank you, Lyra. You've made a friend in the forest, and will always be here, just a heartbeat away." Touched by their friendship, Lyra wrapped the cloak around her once more, feeling the familiar warmth envelop her. The forest faded from view, and she found herself back in her room, the wooden box resting on her lap. The cloak lay across her shoulders, its magic now a part of her own. Lyra knew that the world was full of hidden wonders, and that the strength to make a difference lay within her heart. As she settled into bed, the gentle glow of the moonlight cast comforting shadows on the walls, and the soft rustle of the leaves outside lulled her into a peaceful slumber. In her dreams, she wandered once more through the forest. her spirit forever entwined with the magic of Bramble Hollow. And so, in the quiet stillness of the night, Lila's heart swelled with the knowledge that she was never truly alone, that friendship and love could bridge the gap between worlds, and that the light of kindness could banish even the deepest shadow. The whispering ferns and the secret of the silver wood. In a village nestled at the foot of an ancient forest, where the morning mist hung like a soft veil over the dew-kissed fields, lived a young girl named Lila. She was known for her gentle heart and a curiosity that sparkled like the stars on a clear night. Her village, with its cobblestone paths and thatched roofs, was surrounded by the silver wood, a mysterious forest that beckoned with promises of secrets and wonders untold. Every evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky with hues of amber and rose, Lila would sit by the warm hearth, listening to the crackling fire and the tales spun by the village elders. They spoke of the silver wood, a place where the trees whispered ancient secrets and the ferns danced in the moonlight. Yet no one dared venture too deep, for it was said that the forest had a life of its own, a hidden world that revealed itself only to those with a pure heart and a brave spirit. One crisp autumn morning, when the air was filled with the sweet scent of fallen leaves, Lila set out on a journey. With a satchel packed with bread, cheese, and a small flask of honeyed tea, she walked towards the forest edge, her heart fluttering with excitement and a hint of trepidation. The forest canopy loomed above, its leaves shimmering like emeralds in the dappled sunlight. As she stepped into the forest, a gentle breeze rustled through the leaves, whispering a welcome that only she could hear. The path beneath her feet was soft, carpeted with pine needles and speckled with the golden light that filtered through the trees. The air was cool and fragrant, carrying the earthy scent of moss and the sweet perfume of wildflowers. Deeper into the forest she ventured, guided by an unseen hand. The trees stood tall and silent, their bark etched with the passage of time. Ferns lined her path, their fronds swaying as if in silent conversation. It was here, amidst the ferns, that Lila first sensed the magic, a gentle hum that resonated through the air, filling her with a warmth that chased away her fears. Hours passed unnoticed as Lila explored this enchanting world. She marveled at the brilliant tapestry of colors, the fiery reds and oranges of autumn leaves, the deep greens of the evergreens, and the soft blues of the sky peeking through the canopy. Each step carried her deeper into the heart of the forest, where the whispers grew louder, guiding her to a hidden glade. In the center of the glade stood an ancient oak, its gnarled branches stretching wide as if embracing the sky. At its base, nestled among the roots, lay a shimmering object, a mirror, framed with delicate silver filigree, glinting in the dappled sunlight. The mirror seemed to pulse with a life of its own, its surface smooth and inviting. Lila knelt before the mirror, her reflection gazing back at her with wide, curious eyes. As she touched its cool surface, a gentle ripple spread across the glass, transforming her reflection into a scene of breathtaking beauty, a hidden world within the silver wood. Here, the trees were alive with luminescent creatures, their wings glistening like jewels. Flowers bloomed in a kaleidoscope of colors, and streams of crystal-clear water sang as they wound their way through the forest. Entranced, Lila watched as the scene shifted, revealing a pathway lined with glowing lanterns, leading to a grand hall carved from the living rock. It was a place of gathering, where creatures of the forest came together in harmony. But the most remarkable sight was the great oak, a tree of such majesty and wisdom that its very presence seemed to command the respect of all who beheld it. As the vision faded, Lila understood that the mirror was a gateway, a bridge between her world and the hidden realm of the silver wood. But it was also a key that could unlock the secrets of the forest and reveal its wonders to those who dared to believe. Driven by a newfound sense of purpose, Lila rose to her feet, her heart aglow with the promise of adventure. She knew that her journey had only just begun, and that the challenges ahead would test her courage and resolve. Yet she also knew that she would not be alone. The forest itself would be her guide, its whispers her compass. As she turned to leave the glade, the mirror shimmered one last time, casting a soft light that enveloped her in a warm embrace. It was a promise that the forest would always be there, waiting for her return. With the sun setting behind the treetops, casting long shadows across the forest floor, Lyra retraced her steps, her heart light and her spirit renewed. The path led her back to the village, where the hearth fire glowed warmly in the gathering dusk. That night, as she lay in bed, the soft rustle of leaves outside her window lulled her to sleep. The whispers of the forest, like a gentle lullaby, promised dreams filled with wonder and the promise of new beginnings. In the days that followed, Lyra returned to the forest time and again, each visit uncovering new mysteries and deepening her bond with the hidden world. She learned to listen to the whispers, to understand their secrets, and to see the magic in the everyday. Through her journeys, she discovered that the heart of the forest lay not in its hidden treasures or ancient secrets, but in the connections she forged with its inhabitants. She befriended the creatures of the forest, learning their stories and sharing her own. Together, they wove a tapestry of friendship and understanding that transcended the boundaries of their worlds. In time, Lyra came to realize that the true magic of the silver wood was not in the mirror or the hidden realm it revealed, but in the way it transformed her, fostering a spirit of wonder and a heart open to the beauty and mystery of the world around her. And so, with each passing season, Lyra's journey continued. A journey of discovery and growth, guided by the gentle whispers of the forest and the enduring light of friendship. As the years went by, the village at the foot of the silver wood became a place of wonder and inspiration, where the stories of the forest were passed down from generation to generation, a testament to the enduring magic of the natural world. And Lyra, her hair now silvered with age, would often sit by the hearth, sharing her tales with the children gathered around her. Her eyes still sparkled with the same curiosity and kindness that had led her on that first journey into the forest, and her heart remained forever intertwined with the silver wood and the secrets it held. In the end, it was not the mirror or the hidden world that defined her story, but the journey itself, a journey of transformation, friendship, and the enduring magic of believing in the impossible. As the fire crackled softly in the hearth and the stars shimmered in the night sky, Lyra's voice would carry through the quiet of the evening, weaving tales of wonder and adventure, of hidden worlds and the bonds of friendship that transcended time and distance. And though the stories would change with each telling, one truth remained constant. The magic of the silver wood was alive in every heart that dared to dream, and every soul that dared to listen. In the quiet moments, when the world seemed to hold its breath, the whispers of the forest could still be heard, a gentle reminder that the magic of the natural world was ever present, waiting to be discovered by those with the courage to seek it. And so the story of Lyra and the silver wood lived on, a timeless tale of wonder and enchantment, forever etched in the hearts and minds of those who believed in the magic of the world around them. Once upon a time, nestled deep within the heart of a vast and ancient forest, there lay a village unlike any other. This village, known as Luminara, was a place where the air was always sweet, with the scent of blooming wildflowers, and the gentle rustle of leaves whispered secrets of old to anyone who cared to listen. Each cottage was quaintly adorned with climbing ivy and surrounded by vibrant gardens, creating a tapestry of colors that danced in the golden light of the setting sun. In this enchanting village lived a young girl named Anwen. Anwen was known for her boundless curiosity and the sparkle of wonder that never left her hazel eyes. She spent her days exploring every nook and cranny of Luminara, often accompanied by her faithful companion, a clever little squirrel named Thistle. Together, they would venture into the heart of the forest, where the sunlight filtered through the canopy like streams of liquid gold, and the ground was a plush carpet of moss and fallen leaves. One crisp autumn morning, as the world was painted in hues of amber and rust, Anwen and Thistle embarked on a journey to the farthest edge of the forest, where the trees grew tall and wise, their branches reaching out like ancient arms. It was said among the villagers that beyond those trees lay a hidden world, a place where magic was as natural as the air they breathed. Anwen's heart danced with excitement at the thought of discovering this realm. As they wandered deeper into the forest, Anwen noticed a peculiar glimmer beneath a pile of freshly fallen leaves. With a gentle brush of her hand, she uncovered an exquisite pendant, its surface shimmering with an iridescent light that seemed to pulse with a life of its own. The pendant was shaped like a teardrop, and within it swirled a myriad of colors, like the northern lights captured in a single drop of dew. "Look, Thistle," Anwen whispered, cradling the pendant in her palm. "It's beautiful." Thistle chittered softly in agreement, his small eyes reflecting the pendant's glow. Anwen felt an inexplicable pull towards the pendant, as if it held secrets waiting to be unveiled. She slipped it around her neck, feeling its warmth spread through her like a gentle summer breeze. As they continued their journey, Anwen felt a strange sensation, as though the forest itself was awakening to her presence. The leaves rustled with a language she could almost understand, and the path seemed to unfold before her, guiding her steps. It wasn't long before they reached the heart of the forest, where the trees formed a natural archway, their branches entwined like the fingers of old friends. Anwen paused at the threshold, her heart pounding with a mixture of anticipation and trepidation. "Do you think this is the entrance, Thistle?" she asked, her voice barely above a whisper. Thistle nodded, his tiny tail flicking with excitement. Together, they stepped through the archway and into a world that defied all imagination. Beyond the archway lay a realm of breathtaking beauty, where the air was filled with the sweet melody of birdsong and the faint tinkling of unseen bells. The sky was a tapestry of swirling colors, painting the world in a perpetual twilight that shimmered with magic. Here the flowers glowed with an inner light, and streams of crystal-clear water wound their way through fields of emerald grass. As Anwen and Thistle explored this hidden world, they encountered creatures that seemed to have stepped out of a dream. Gentle deer with antlers adorned with flowering vines, iridescent butterflies that danced in the air like living jewels, and wise old owls with eyes that held the wisdom of ages. It was in this magical setting that Anwen met Lyra, a kind-hearted fairy with wings that shimmered like sunlight on water. Lyra was perched upon a toadstool, her delicate wings fluttering as she watched them with a curious smile. "Welcome to the Glade of Whispers," Lyra said, her voice as soft as a breeze through the leaves. "We have been waiting for you, Anwen." Anwen blinked in surprise. "You know my name?" Lyra nodded, her eyes twinkling with a light of their own. "The forest speaks of you, young seeker. It senses your heart's desire to understand its mysteries." Anwen felt a warmth spread through her chest at Lyra's words. "I've always felt drawn to the forest," she admitted. "It's like it holds secrets just waiting to be discovered." Lyra's smile widened. "Indeed it does, and you, Anwen, have found the Pendant of Verity, a magical object that reveals the truth within all things." Anwen glanced down at the pendant, its colors swirling with a gentle luminescence. "What do you mean by reveals the truth?" "The Pendant of Verity has the power to see beyond appearances," Lyra explained, her voice like the soft rustle of leaves in the wind. "It can unveil the true nature of things, allowing you to understand the world and yourself more deeply." Anwen's heart leapt with curiosity. "How do I use it?" "By listening," Lyra replied simply. "Listen with your heart, and the pendant will guide you." Encouraged by Lyra's gentle wisdom, Anwen placed her hand over the pendant and closed her eyes, focusing on the rhythmic pulse of its light. As she listened, she felt a shift within herself, as if a door had opened to a deeper understanding. In the days that followed, Anwen and Thistle explored the Glade of Whispers, discovering its many wonders and mysteries. With each new encounter, Anwen learned to see beyond the surface, to understand the heart of the creatures and the forest itself. She discovered that the world was a tapestry of interconnected lives, each thread woven with care and purpose. Through her journey, Anwen formed a bond with Lyra, and together they shared stories and laughter beneath the starlit sky. Lyra taught Anwen the language of the forest, the songs of the wind, and the secrets of the streams. In return, Anwen shared tales of her village, of the people she loved, and the beauty of the world beyond the forest. One evening, as the twilight deepened into a velvety night, Lyra revealed to Anwen a hidden grove within the glade. There, the trees formed a circle around a shimmering pool of water, its surface reflecting the stars like 1,000 tiny lanterns. "This is the pool of reflection," Lyra said, her voice a soft song. "It holds the memories of the forest, the stories of those who have come before. With the Pendant of Verity, you can glimpse these memories and learn from them." Anwen knelt beside the pool, her heart filled with a mixture of awe and reverence. She leaned over the water, and as she gazed into its depths, the pendant began to glow with a gentle light. Images danced across the surface, scenes of joy and sorrow, of friendship and courage. Through the memories, Anwen saw the stories of those who had walked the forest paths before her. She witnessed their triumphs and challenges, their moments of kindness and bravery. Each story touched her heart, weaving a tapestry of understanding and compassion. As the final image faded, Anwen felt a profound sense of connection to the world around her. She realized that her journey was not just about discovering the magic of the forest, but about understanding the magic within herself. With this newfound wisdom, Anwen returned to Luminara, her heart forever changed by the wonders of the hidden world. She shared her experiences with the villagers, inspiring them to look beyond the surface and see the beauty and truth in all things. As the seasons turned, Anwen continued to visit the Glade of Whispers, her bond with the forest and its inhabitants growing ever stronger. The pendant remained a cherished reminder of her journey, a symbol of the wisdom she had gained and the magic that lived within her heart. And so, under the watchful gaze of the ancient trees and the twinkling stars, Anwen's story became a part of the forest's tapestry, a tale of friendship, discovery, and the transformative power of seeing the world with eyes of wonder and a heart of truth. As the years passed, Anwen's once youthful curiosity matured into a profound wisdom that was respected and cherished by the villagers of Luminara. She became known as the Story Keeper, for her ability to weave the tales of the forest into lessons that taught love, empathy, and understanding. The children of the village would gather at her feet by the warm glow of the hearth, eyes wide with wonder as she recounted the stories of her adventures in the Glade of Whispers. Each story carried with it a gentle lesson, a reminder that true magic was not found in grand gestures or spells, but in the quiet moments of connection and compassion. One winter's eve, with snowflakes cascading gently from the sky, Anwen felt a familiar tug at her heart, a call from the forest that she could not ignore. With Thistle by her side, now older and wiser, she made her way through the snow-draped trees to the familiar archway of the Glade of Whispers. Lyra awaited her there, her wings shimmering with a soft, silvery glow that mirrored the moonlight. "Welcome back, dear friend," she greeted, her voice a melody of warmth and joy. Anwen smiled, her heart swelling with the familiarity of their friendship. "It's good to be home," she replied, her voice a whisper in the stillness of the winter night. As they walked together through the glade, Lyra shared news of the forest, of new life and the changes that time had wrought. Anwen listened with a heart full of gratitude, her love for this hidden world as strong as ever. "Anwen," Lyra said softly, pausing beneath a towering oak, "the forest has a gift for you, a token of gratitude for all that you have given to us." Curious, Anwen followed Lyra to the pool of reflection, where the water lay still and silent beneath a blanket of snow. As she approached, the pendant around her neck began to glow, casting a gentle light upon the surface of the pool. With a soft murmur, the water parted, revealing a small, intricately carved box that shimmered with the iridescence of the pendant. Anwen reached out, her fingers brushing against the smooth wood, and she felt a warmth spread through her, a sense of peace and fulfillment. "This is the box of echoes," Lyra explained, her voice filled with reverence. "It holds the echoes of your heart, the memories and wisdom you have gathered on your journey. It is a reminder that your story is woven into the very fabric of the forest." Tears of gratitude filled Anwen's eyes as she accepted the box, feeling the weight of its significance. She knew that her journey had come full circle, that the magic of the forest was now a part of her, as she was a part of it. With the box in hand, Anwen returned to Luminara, her heart filled with a sense of purpose and belonging. She continued to share her stories, her wisdom growing with each passing season, her love for the village and the forest as enduring as the stars in the night sky. And so, the tale of Anwen and the Glade of Whispers became a cherished part of Luminara's history, a story passed down through generations, reminding all who heard it that magic was not just something to be found, but something to be lived, in every act of kindness, every moment of understanding. and every thread of connection that bound their hearts to the world around them. As the years turned to decades, Anwen's legacy endured, her stories becoming a source of inspiration and guidance for the villagers of Luminara. Her presence was felt in the gentle rustle of leaves, the whisper of the wind, and the songs of the forest creatures that continued to thrive in the hidden world she had discovered. The villagers often spoke of the storykeeper with fondness and admiration, recounting her tales by the fireside during long winter nights and beneath the starry sky on warm summer evenings. Anwen's stories became a bridge between generations, a reminder of the power of love, friendship, and the indomitable spirit of exploration. Children who had grown up listening to Anwen's stories would often venture into the forest themselves, guided by the lessons she had imparted. They would seek the archway to the glade of whispers, their hearts filled with the same wonder and curiosity that had once guided Anwen on her journey. Although the forest remained a place of mystery and magic, Anwen's wisdom had taught the villagers to respect and cherish its secrets, to walk its paths with reverence and gratitude. The bond between the village and the forest grew stronger with each passing year, a testament to the enduring legacy of the young girl who had once listened to the whispers of the trees. Anwen herself continued to visit the Glade of Whispers, her friendship with Lyra deepening with each encounter. Together, they would sit by the pool of reflection, sharing stories and laughter as the stars twinkled above them like 1,000 tiny lanterns. One evening, as the forest was bathed in the silver light of the moon, Lyra placed a gentle hand on Anwen's shoulder. "You have given so much to the forest, dear friend," she said, her voice filled with warmth and gratitude. "Your heart has touched the lives of all who dwell here." Anwen smiled, her eyes reflecting the stars above. "The forest has given me more than I could ever repay," she replied softly. "It has taught me to see the beauty and magic in every moment, to cherish the connections that bind us all." Lyra nodded, her wings shimmering in the moonlight. "Your story is woven into the very fabric of the forest, Anwen. It will continue to inspire and guide those who come after you." With a heart full of gratitude, Anwen returned to Luminara, her spirit forever intertwined with the magic of the forest. The pendant around her neck, the box of echoes in her hand, were cherished reminders of her journey, symbols of the wisdom and love that had shaped her life. As the years passed, Anwen grew older, her hair turning silver like the moonlit sky, her eyes still shining with the same wonder and curiosity that had defined her youth. She remained a beloved figure in the village, her stories a source of comfort and inspiration for all who heard them. Eventually, Anwen's journey came to a gentle close, her spirit at peace with the world she had come to love so deeply. Her passing was marked by a quiet reverence, a celebration of a life well lived, a story well told. The villagers of Luminara gathered by the hearth, their hearts filled with gratitude for the storykeeper who had shared her wisdom and love with them. They spoke of Anwen's legacy, of the magic and beauty she had brought into their lives, and the lessons she had imparted. As the years turned to centuries, Anwen's story continued to be told, a timeless tale of friendship, discovery, and the transformative power of seeing the world with eyes of wonder and a heart of truth. And somewhere deep within the heart of the ancient forest, the Glade of Whispers remained, a hidden world where magic was as natural as the air they breathed, a place where the spirit of Anwen lived on, in the gentle rustle of leaves, the whisper of the wind, and the songs of the forest creatures that continued to thrive in its embrace. In the heart of an ancient forest, where the canopy of towering oaks whispered secrets in the language of rustling leaves, there lay a world unseen by hurried eyes. Here the boundary between the earthly and the enchanted was as thin as a spider's silk, shimmering with the dew of dawn and the gold of setting sun. This was a realm where the natural creatures lived hidden lives, weaving tales of harmony and balance in concert with the rhythm of the seasons. As the first blush of spring unfurled across the forest, a gentle awakening stirred among its denizens. The air was laced with the sweet scent of blooming wildflowers, and the babble of brooks was a lullaby for all who dwelled within. Among them was a wise old tortoise named Berwin, whose shell was etched with the stories of centuries. Berwin moved slowly, but his mind was sharp as the breeze that danced through the budding branches. Berwin had a special bond with a young squirrel named Liora. Her fur was the color of autumn leaves, and her eyes sparkled with curiosity. Liora loved to scamper through the treetops, her heart beating in time with the flutter of new leaves. She was always eager to learn, and Berwin, with his ancient wisdom, was her favorite teacher. One bright morning, as the sun cast dappled patterns on the forest floor, Liora found Berwin near a gnarled oak, basking in the warmth. "Berwin," she chattered, her voice as lively as the songbirds, "why do the seasons change? And what makes the weather dance between sun and rain?" Berwin opened his eyes slowly, a smile creasing his leathery face. "Ah, Liora, that's a tale old as the forest itself," he began, his voice deep and soothing, like the murmur of distant thunder. "The seasons are the breath of the earth. Each one has its time and purpose, a harmony that holds the world together." He gestured with a slow movement of his head towards the sky, where clouds drifted lazily. "It is said that the winds carry whispers from the ancients, and with them the magic that changes leaf to bloom, bloom to fruit, and fruit to rest. This magic, dear Liora, is the balance we all must keep." Liora listened, her eyes wide with wonder. "But how do we keep this balance, Berwin?" "Through respect and care, my dear," Berwin replied. "Each creature, no matter how small, plays a part. The bees that dance from flower to flower, the roots that drink from the earth, and even the rain that nourishes us all. We live not just for ourselves, but for the world around us." As spring gave way to the golden hues of summer and the forest buzzed with life, Liora took Berwin's words to heart. She watched as the bees hummed their tireless song, gathering nectar with a precision that only nature could command. She marveled at the way the sun's warmth coaxed the sweet scent of pine into the air, a fragrance that mingled with the laughter of brooks and the rustle of leaves. The forest was a tapestry of life, each thread vibrant and essential. Liora learned to listen to the whispers of the wind, to feel the pulse of life beneath her paws. She understood the importance of her place within this delicate dance. As the sun began to dip lower in the sky, painting the forest in hues of amber and sienna, the whispers of change rustled through the leaves once more. The air grew crisp, and the scent of earth and wood smoke mingled, signaling the approach of autumn. One evening, as the moon hung low and round like a lantern, Liora found Berwin nestled beneath a canopy of red and gold. "Berwin, the air feels different, and the forest is changing again," she observed, her voice now tinged with the wisdom she had gathered through the seasons. Berwin nodded, his eyes reflecting the gentle glow of the moon. "Yes, Liora, the earth is preparing to rest, and soon the world will be blanketed in the quiet of winter. It is a time for reflection and renewal." Liora settled beside him, the crisp leaves crunching softly beneath her. "And when will spring return, bringing its magic and life?" "In time, dear Liora," Berwin said softly. "The world turns in its gentle rhythm, a cycle that teaches us patience and trust. We must honor the gifts of each season, for they are the heartbeats of the earth." As the stars twinkled like fireflies in the vast expanse above, Liora understood the deep truth in Berwin's words. The forest, with all its hidden lives and magical phenomena, was a testament to the power of balance and harmony. Each season brought its own gifts and lessons, a reminder that life was a wondrous journey, best traveled with kindness and wisdom. With this knowledge cradled in her heart, Liora curled up beside Berwin, their breaths mingling in the cool night air. Together they listened to the lullaby of the forest, a melody as timeless as the stars above. And so, beneath the watchful gaze of the moon, the ancient forest continued its eternal dance. A sanctuary of peace and magic, where creatures great and small lived in harmony with the world and each other. The whispering woods and the lantern of Luminara. In the small village of Amberley, nestled at the edge of the whispering woods, tales of enchantment and mystery were as old as the trees themselves. The woods were a place of wonder, where the air was thick with secrets and magic lingered in the rustling leaves. Yet it was also a place avoided by many, for deep within its heart lay a hidden world, known only to those with the courage to seek it. The village was a cozy cluster of thatched roof cottages, surrounded by fields of lavender that swayed gently in the breeze, filling the air with a soothing fragrance. The villagers were kind and simple folk, their days marked by the rhythm of the seasons and the quiet pleasures of rural life. In one such cottage lived a young girl named Liora. She had hair the color of autumn leaves and eyes that sparkled with curiosity. Liora was known for her gentle nature and the way she seemed to understand the whispers of the wind and the songs of the birds. She often spent her afternoons wandering the edges of the whispering woods, listening to the stories the forest had to tell. One cool autumn evening, as the setting sun painted the sky in hues of orange and pink, Liora sat at her window, gazing out at the woods. Her heart longed for adventure, and she felt a pull towards the trees, as though they were calling her name. "Liora," her mother called from the kitchen, "come help me with supper." Liora reluctantly tore her gaze from the window and joined her mother. As they prepared the meal, her mother spoke of the coming winter and the preparations they must make. But Liora's mind drifted back to the woods, to the stories of hidden worlds and magical beings that her grandmother used to tell. That night, as the village lay quiet under a blanket of stars, Liora lay awake in her bed, listening to the gentle rustle of the leaves outside. Unable to resist the call of adventure any longer, she quietly slipped out of bed, wrapped a warm cloak around her shoulders, and tiptoed out of the cottage. The moon cast a silvery glow over the landscape as Liora made her way towards the whispering woods. The air was crisp and carried the scent of pine and earth. As she entered the woods, the trees seemed to lean in, welcoming her into their embrace. The deeper she ventured, the more the forest came alive. The leaves whispered secrets, and the branches formed intricate patterns against the sky. Liora felt a sense of wonder and awe, as though she were stepping into a dream. After walking for what felt like hours, Liora came upon a clearing bathed in moonlight. In the center stood an ancient oak tree, its twisted branches reaching towards the heavens. Beneath the tree lay a small, flickering light, like a star fallen to earth. Curious, Liora approached the light and discovered it was a lantern, crafted from delicate glass and metal, its surface etched with intricate patterns. The lantern glowed with a soft, warm light that seemed to pulse with life. As she reached out to touch it, a voice, gentle and melodic, echoed through the clearing. "The Lantern of Luminara," it said, "a beacon for those who seek the hidden world." Liora looked around, but saw no one. "Who are you?" she asked, her voice barely a whisper. The voice replied, "I am the spirit of the forest, and I have watched over these woods for centuries. The lantern is a gift for those with pure hearts and the courage to seek the truth." Liora felt a thrill of excitement mixed with apprehension. She had heard of the Lantern of Luminara in her grandmother's tales, a magical object that could reveal the hidden world within the whispering woods. "Will you accept the lantern and embark on a journey of discovery?" the voice asked. Liora nodded, her heart pounding with anticipation. "Yes, I will." As she lifted the lantern, its light grew brighter, illuminating the clearing with a warm, golden glow. The air shimmered, and the world around her seemed to shift and change. The trees swayed gently, their leaves whispering secrets in a language she couldn't quite understand. With the lantern in hand, Liora began her journey deeper into the woods. The path before her was bathed in light, and she felt a sense of peace and purpose guiding her steps. As she walked, Liora encountered creatures she had only heard of in stories. A family of fireflies danced around her, their tiny lights twinkling like stars. A wise old owl perched on a branch, its eyes gleaming with wisdom. And a gentle deer with antlers like branches nodded in greeting as she passed. Each encounter filled her with a sense of wonder and belonging, as though she were part of a world she had always known in her heart. The forest seemed endless, a labyrinth of trees and shadows, but Liora felt no fear. The lantern's light guided her, and she trusted in its magic to lead her to the hidden world. As she journeyed deeper, the air grew cooler and the shadows longer. The forest was silent now, save for the gentle rustle of leaves. Liora felt a sense of anticipation, as though she were on the brink of discovering something extraordinary. Finally, she reached a glade where the moonlight danced upon a shimmering pool. The water was as clear as glass, reflecting the stars above. At the center of the pool stood a small island, and on it, a stone altar, ancient and weathered by time. Liora approached the water's edge, her reflection rippling in the surface. The lantern's light cast a golden glow over the pool, revealing a path of stepping stones that led to the island. With each step, Liora felt the weight of the forest's magic surrounding her, a tangible presence that filled her with awe. When she reached the altar, she placed the lantern upon it, the light casting intricate patterns over the stone. In that moment, the air shimmered, and a figure appeared before her, ethereal and radiant. It was the spirit of the forest, its form shifting like the wind through the trees. "Welcome, seeker of truth," the spirit said, its voice a melody of the earth. "You have come far, guided by the light of Luminara. What do you seek?" Liora took a deep breath, her heart filled with the courage of her journey. "I seek to understand the world hidden within these woods, to learn its secrets and share its wonders." The spirit smiled, its light flickering like the lantern. "You have shown courage and kindness, and the forest has embraced you as one of its own. The hidden world is within you, a place of wisdom and magic that can only be found by those who seek with an open heart." As the spirit spoke, Liora felt a warmth spreading through her, a connection to the forest and all its creatures. She understood now that the hidden world was not a place to be found, but a state of being, a way of seeing the world with wonder and love. "You are part of the forest, Liora," the spirit said, "and its magic will be with you always. Go forth and share its light with the world." With those words the spirit faded, leaving Liora standing by the altar, the lantern's light still glowing brightly. She returned to the village, her heart filled with the magic of the whispering woods. She knew that her journey had changed her, that she carried the hidden world within her. And so, Liora became a storyteller, sharing the tales of her adventures with the villagers. Under her guidance, they learned to see the magic in the everyday, to find wonder in the world around them. The Whispering Woods remained a place of mystery and enchantment, a source of inspiration for all who dared to listen to its whispers. And Liora, with the Lantern of Luminara as her guide, continued to explore its secrets, her heart forever open to the magic of the hidden world. In the heart of an ancient forest, where the canopy of trees weaved a tapestry of emerald and gold, the world whispered in a language older than time. This was the realm of the leaf-shade glade, a hidden sanctuary where the natural and magical worlds danced in harmonious rhythm. Nestled within the underbrush, a small, gentle hedgehog named Brindle began his day. His quills, soft and mossy, blended perfectly with the forest floor, and his eyes sparkled with the wisdom of countless generations. As the first rays of dawn filtered through the leaves, casting dappled patterns upon the earth, Brindle emerged from his burrow with a curious glint in his eye. The forest was alive with the symphony of morning. The rustling of leaves echoed like a gentle lullaby, while the songs of birds painted the air with melodies both sweet and serene. The scent of damp earth and fresh pine mingled with the crisp, clean aroma of the morning dew, creating a tapestry of fragrances that spoke of life's endless cycle. Brindle's journey this morning was to visit his dear friend, a wise old owl named Eldrin, who lived in the ancient oak known as the Sentinel. Eldrin, with feathers that shimmered like silver moonlight, was the keeper of stories and the guardian of the forest's secrets. He had seen many seasons come and go, and his heart beat in time with the land itself. As Brindle made his way through the forest, he paused to greet the other inhabitants. A family of squirrels chattered merrily as they gathered acorns, their bushy tails flicking with excitement. A pair of rabbits nibbled on clover, their noses twitching inquisitively as they watched Brindle pass by. Each creature played its part in the delicate balance of the glade, and Brindle felt a deep sense of belonging as he continued on his path. The sentinel stood tall and proud, its branches reaching skyward like ancient arms embracing the heavens. Eldrin was perched high above, his golden eyes surveying the world with a gaze that seemed to penetrate the very soul of the forest. As Brindle approached, Eldrin hooted softly, a sound that resonated with warmth and welcome. "Good morning, dear Brindle," Eldrin greeted, his voice as smooth as the gentle breeze that rustled the leaves. "What brings you to my perch today?" Brindle settled at the base of the oak, the soft moss cushioning him like a plush pillow. "Good morning, Eldrin. I've come to seek your counsel. The forest feels different today, as if the very air hums with an unfamiliar energy." Eldrin nodded, his eyes thoughtful. Ah, you sense it too. The balance of our glade is shifting. The seasons are turning, and with them comes a new magic that we must understand. Brindle listened intently, his heart beating in time with the forest's rhythm. How can we learn to embrace this change, Eldrin? The wise owl spread his wings, gesturing to the forest around them. The answer lies in the stories of our ancestors, woven into the land itself. We must walk the path of the elders, learn from their wisdom, and share it with all who call this place home. With Eldrin's words echoing in his heart, Brindle set off on a journey through the glade, guided by the ancient tales whispered by the trees. As he walked, the forest revealed its secrets, each step a chapter in a story older than memory. He traveled to the crystal stream, where the water sang with the voices of those who came before. There a wise old turtle named Myrtle shared the tale of the river's birth, a story of patience and perseverance that spoke of the power of time. Next, Brindle visited the Meadow of Whispers, where the flowers swayed like a vibrant sea under the gentle caress of the wind. A family of bees, their wings glistening like drops of sunlight, buzzed around him, sharing the story of their dance with the blossoms, a tale of cooperation and the beauty of working as one. As the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky with hues of rose and lavender, Brindle returned to the sentinel. Eldrin awaited him, his presence a beacon of tranquility in the gathering dusk. "Did you find the answers you sought, my friend?" Eldrin inquired, his voice a soft murmur against the backdrop of the settling night. Brindle nodded, his heart full with the stories of the forest. "Yes, Eldrin. The forest teaches us that every change brings new possibilities, and through unity and understanding, we can embrace the magic of every season." Eldrin hooted softly, his eyes glowing with pride. "You have learned well, Brindle. The wisdom of the forest is now part of you, and with it, you will help guide us all into the new dawn." Together they watched as the stars began to twinkle above, each one a reminder of the endless cycle of life and the magic that bound them all. The forest around them settled into a peaceful slumber, cradled in the embrace of the night. And so, in the heart of the leaf-shade glade, where the boundaries between reality and magic blurred, Brindle and Eldrin found comfort in the harmony of their world, a world where every creature, every leaf, every whisper of the wind played its part in the symphony of life. And in that harmony, they knew that no matter how the seasons turned, the forest would always find its balance, guided by the wisdom of its gentle, kind-hearted guardians. Once upon a time, in the vast expanse of the universe, where stars twinkled like a million lanterns in the velvet sky, there were two distant planets, each with its unique inhabitants. One was the lush, emerald-covered planet of Verdantia, home to the gentle Verdantians, creatures resembling elegant deer with shimmering leaf-like antlers that glowed softly in the moonlight. The other was the arid, rust-colored world of Farum, inhabited by the Ferites, sturdy beings with metallic skin and eyes that sparkled like polished gemstones. Despite the vast distance separating their worlds, a series of cosmic events had aligned to bring together two unlikely companions. From Verdantia came Lyra, a curious and kind-hearted Verdantian, whose antlers glowed with the soft light of 1,000 tiny stars. From Farum came Zeph, a resourceful and resilient Ferrite, whose metallic skin gleamed like polished copper. Their meeting was not by chance, but by the workings of an ancient interstellar tradition known as the Convergence. A rare event when the gravitational forces of their planets aligned perfectly, creating a temporary bridge of shimmering light connecting the two worlds. It was said that during the convergence, those who dared to cross the bridge would gain wisdom and insight beyond their wildest dreams. Lyra, with her adventurous spirit, and Zeph, driven by a desire to understand the universe beyond his own world, both embarked on this mystical journey. They met at the bridge's midpoint, where the air was thick with shimmering particles of stardust, and the silence was punctuated only by the gentle hum of cosmic energies. At first, their encounter was marked by misunderstanding. Lyra, with her gentle grace and ethereal presence, found Zeph's sturdy metallic form intimidating. Meanwhile, Zeph, accustomed to the harsh conditions of Farum, mistook Lyra's delicate appearance for fragility. They exchanged polite, cautious greetings, both unsure of what to make of the other. Their initial attempt to communicate was fraught with confusion. Lyra spoke in soft, melodic tones, her words like a gentle breeze rustling through leaves, while Zeph's voice had the resonance of deep, rolling thunder. Each struggled to understand the other's language, and their efforts were met with awkward silences and hesitant gestures. But the Bridge of Light was a place of magic, and its energies soon worked to bridge not just the gap between their worlds, but between their hearts. As they journeyed further across the bridge, facing the challenges of the unknown together, they began to learn each other's ways. One night, as they rested beneath a canopy of stars that shone brighter than any they had ever seen, Lyra shared the stories of her ancestors, tales of harmony and growth among the forests of Verdantia. Her antlers glowed softly, casting a gentle light that enveloped them both. Zeph listened intently, his eyes reflecting the light like mirrors, and in that moment he saw not fragility, but a strength that was gentle and enduring. In return, Zeph spoke of Farum, of the resilience required to thrive in its harsh landscapes. He described the beauty he found in the patterns of rust on ancient stones, and the way the sun set the sky ablaze with fiery hues. As he talked, Lyra began to see the world through his eyes, recognizing the strength and beauty in the starkness he described. Their bond deepened as they faced shared challenges. The bridge was not without its trials, and they encountered storms of cosmic energy that threatened to sweep them away. In those moments, they leaned on each other for support, Lyra's wisdom guiding them through the storm's chaos, and Zeph's strength anchoring them against its force. Through these trials, they found comfort in each other's presence. Lyra discovered that Zeph's solid form was a source of warmth and protection, while Zeph found solace in Lyra's gentle light, which calmed his heart and soothed his spirit. As the convergence drew to a close and the bridge began to fade, Lyra and Zeph stood at its end, looking back at the journey they had shared. They had come to understand that friendship was not about sameness, but about embracing each other's differences and finding strength in unity. With a newfound appreciation for their own worlds and each other's, they prepared to return to their planets. As they parted, they exchanged a promise to carry the lessons they had learned into their lives, ensuring that the Bridge of Light would remain, not in the sky, but in their hearts. And so, under a sky ablaze with the fading glow of the convergence, Lyra and Zeph returned to their homes, forever changed by the friendship they had forged among the stars. Though they were separated by the vastness of space, they knew that their bond would endure, shining brightly like the stars above, a testament to the power of understanding and the magic of friendship. In a quaint village nestled at the foot of the misty mountains, where the air was always sweet, with the scent of blooming wildflowers, and the gentle hum of bees filled the lazy afternoons, there lived a young girl named Miri. Miri had a heart full of dreams and eyes that sparkled with the curiosity of 100 adventures yet to be told. Her favorite pastime was to sit on the porch of her cozy little cottage, gazing at the mysterious mountains that loomed like ancient sentinels, their peaks hidden beneath a perpetual veil of mist. One golden autumn morning, when the leaves were turning to shades of amber and the cool breeze carried a hint of the coming winter, Miri decided it was the perfect day for an adventure. She packed a small satchel with her favorite honey cakes, a flask of warm tea, and her mother's old map, though she knew it by heart, and set off towards the mountains with a skip in her step. The path to the misty mountains was lined with towering oak trees whose leaves whispered secrets to the wind. As Miri walked, the world around her seemed to hold its breath in gentle anticipation, the air thick with the kind of magic that only children and dreamers could truly sense. The further she ventured, the more the familiar village faded into a distant memory, replaced by the wonders of nature's untouched beauty. After several hours of weaving through the verdant forest, Miri emerged into a clearing where the mountains stood tall and proud before her. Here the mist was thick and cool, wrapping around her like a soft, silken cloak. It was here that she first met the whimsy wisp, a curious little creature that glowed with a soft, shimmering light. It fluttered around Miri, trailing sparkles in the air like a comet tail, its laughter like the tinkling of tiny bells. "Hello there," Miri greeted, her voice gentle and welcoming. "Are you a guardian of these mountains?" The whimsy wisp giggled, swirling around her with delight. "I am a friend to explorers like you," it chimed, its voice as light as the breeze. "Follow me if you dare, for there are wonders to behold and secrets to uncover." With her heart beating with excitement and wonder, Miri followed the wisp deeper into the mountains. The path was winding and sometimes steep, but the whimsy wisp was always there, its light guiding her through the mist. Along the way, they encountered a stream that sang as it danced over stones, its melody as soothing as the lullaby of a mother to her child. Miri paused to drink from the stream, its water crisp and refreshing, invigorating her spirit. As they climbed higher, the mist began to part, revealing a hidden valley bathed in golden sunlight. The valley was unlike anything Miri had ever seen, a place where colors seemed brighter and sounds more melodious. Here, trees bore fruits of every hue imaginable, and flowers bloomed in cascading waterfalls of color and scent. In the heart of this enchanted valley stood the grand oak, a tree so old and wise that it seemed to have witnessed the birth of time itself. Beneath the grand oak's sprawling branches, Miri found a gathering of creatures, none of which she had ever seen before. There was a fuzzle, a round, fluffy creature with fur that changed colors with its mood, a trillfin, a bird with iridescent feathers that sang in harmonies that echoed through the valley, and a gentle glimmerfox whose eyes sparkled like the first stars of evening. "Welcome, brave traveler," the grand oak's deep voice resonated through the air, warm and inviting. "You have come far and shown courage in the face of the unknown. What is it that you seek in this land of wonders?" Miri thought for a moment, her heart full of the beauty and magic surrounding her. "I seek to understand the world beyond my village," she replied softly. "To learn and grow, to see with my own eyes the miracles that lie beyond the familiar." The grand oak's leaves rustled approvingly, and the creatures gathered around her with smiles and nods. "You have shown courage, young one," the oak spoke, "for it takes a brave heart to step into the unknown. Know this, the world is full of wonders, and each step you take opens a new door to discovery." As the day wore on, Miri spent her time learning from the creatures, listening to their stories, and playing in the sun-dappled meadow. The fuzzle taught her how to weave crowns from the flowers that grew abundantly, while the trillfin sang songs that told tales of ancient times and distant lands. The glimmerfox, with its gentle gaze, showed her the beauty of stillness and reflection. As the sun began to dip below the horizon, painting the sky in shades of pink and purple, Miri knew it was time to return home. She bid farewell to her newfound friends, her heart full of gratitude and joy. The whimsy wisp once again became her guide, leading her safely back through the mountains, its light a comforting presence in the growing twilight. When Miri finally emerged from the mist and saw the warm glow of her village lights in the distance, she felt a peace settle within her. She had ventured into the unknown and returned with stories and wisdom that would forever be a part of her. As she curled up in her bed that night, the soft quilt pulled up to her chin, Miri closed her eyes with a smile. She knew that the world was vast and full of wonders waiting to be discovered, and she would face them all with courage and an open heart. And so, with dreams of shimmering valleys and starry-eyed creatures, Miri drifted into a restful sleep, her spirit as light and free as the whimsy wisp that had led her to her adventure. In the serene village of Willowgrove, nestled amidst rolling green hills and surrounded by whispering woods, lived a gentle soul named Lyra. Lyra was known for her caring heart and love for nature, yet she often felt a whisper of unease deep within her, a longing for something she couldn't quite name. This feeling was like a tiny pebble in her shoe, persistent and urging her to change, though she feared the unknown. Lyra lived in a quaint, ivy-covered cottage at the edge of the forest. Her days were filled with the simple joys of tending her vibrant garden and listening to the melodies of the wind as it danced through the leaves. The villagers adored her for her kindness and often sought her wisdom, but Lyra secretly wondered if she was missing out on a greater adventure. One crisp autumn morning, as the golden sunlight poured through the canopy of trees, Lyra decided to wander deeper into the forest than ever before. She followed the path as it wound like a playful ribbon through the woods, the air rich with the scent of pine and earth. It was there she met a creature unlike any she had ever seen, a small, shimmering dragon named Finn. Finn was a curious and cheerful dragon, his scales glistening with a spectrum of colors that shifted and changed like the sky at sunset. He had been watching Lyra for a while, drawn to her gentle spirit and sensing her inner turmoil. With a voice as soft as a summer breeze, he greeted her. "Greetings, dear Lyra. I am Finn, a guardian of these woods. I sense you are seeking something, perhaps even without knowing what it is." At first, Lyra was startled by the dragon's presence, but his warm eyes and gentle demeanor quickly set her at ease. "I don't know," she admitted, her voice barely louder than a whisper. "I feel as though there's something more I should be doing, something I should become, but I don't know what it is." Finn nodded knowingly. Change can be daunting, but it is through change that we grow. Perhaps a journey of discovery is what you need. And with those words, Finn promised to accompany Lyra on a magical journey, one where she would learn not only about the world, but also about herself. Their journey began that very day. Finn led Lyra through hidden paths and enchanted glens, where the sunlight filtered through the leaves like golden rain. They visited the ancient oak with a trunk wide enough to hold secrets 1,000 years old, where Finn introduced her to the wise owls who nested there. The owls shared stories of the forest's history, tales of resilience and change, teaching Lyra the importance of embracing the unknown. As days turned into weeks, Lyra found herself growing more comfortable with the idea of change. Each new experience was like a brushstroke on the canvas of her life, adding depth and color. She learned from the playful brook that danced over stones, whispering secrets of adaptation and flow. She marveled at the caterpillars transforming into butterflies, their delicate wings a testament to the beauty of transformation. Throughout their travels, Lyra was never alone. Finn was a constant companion, always there to offer encouragement and wisdom. He taught her to see the magic in everyday moments, from the way the stars twinkled like diamonds in the night sky to the way the morning dew coated the world in a shimmering veil. One day, as they rested by a serene lake under the silver glow of the moon, Lyra turned to Finn, her voice brimming with newfound understanding. "I've learned so much, yet I feel there's still more within me waiting to grow." Finn smiled, his scales reflecting the moonlight like 1,000 tiny mirrors. "You've discovered that growth is a journey, not a destination. You've learned to trust in the process, to embrace the changes that come your way." With Finn's guidance, Lyra realized that the unease she once felt was not a burden but a gift, a call to explore, to learn, to grow. She understood that change was not something to fear, but something to welcome, for it brought with it the promise of new beginnings and endless possibilities. As their journey came to a close, Lyra returned to Willowgrove, her heart full of peace and her spirit alight with the knowledge she had gained. The village welcomed her back with open arms, and she shared her experiences with them, inspiring others to embark on their own journeys of self-discovery. Lyra's garden flourished more than ever, a testament to her inner growth. Each bloom told a story of courage and transformation, a reminder of the beauty that lies in embracing change. And though Finn returned to his home in the forest, his presence lingered in Lyra's heart, a gentle reminder of the magic of friendship and the power of personal growth. Under the starlit sky, Lyra sat by her garden, feeling the warm embrace of the universe. She had found what she was seeking, not something outside of herself, but the courage to grow, to change, and to become the best version of who she was meant to be. And so, with a heart full of gratitude and a soul full of peace, she drifted into a restful sleep, her dreams guided by the gentle whispers of the forest and the shimmering presence of her dear friend Finn. Once upon a time, in a village nestled between rolling hills and whispering forests, there lived a curious young girl named Leela. Her eyes were the color of the morning sky, and her heart was as vast as the ocean. Lila spent her days exploring the meadows and woods around her home, but her dreams were filled with places she had yet to discover. One crisp autumn morning, as the leaves danced in the gentle breeze, Lila stumbled upon an ancient map tucked inside an old book in her grandmother's attic. The map was unlike any she had seen, with swirling lines and shimmering ink that seemed to change color in the light. At its center was a place called the Enchanted Hollow, a realm rumored to be filled with wonder and magic. With a spark of excitement in her heart, Lyra decided she would find this mysterious place. She packed a small satchel with her favorite blanket, a loaf of bread, and a flask of warm tea. As she stepped outside, the morning sun painted the sky in hues of pink and gold, and she could feel the promise of adventure in the crisp air. Lyra followed the map's winding path through towering trees and across babbling brooks. The forest was alive with the rustling of leaves and the songs of birds, creating a symphony that carried her forward. As she ventured deeper, she encountered a peculiar creature, a fox with fur as white as snow and eyes that gleamed like emeralds. The fox greeted her with a nod and, sensing her quest, offered to guide her through the forest. Together, they traversed paths cloaked in mist and fields carpeted with wildflowers, their colors vivid against the earth. The fox led Lyra to a clearing where the air was sweet with the scent of honey, and a gentle stream sparkled under the sun's golden rays. Here, the fox pointed to a small, hidden trail that seemed to disappear into the earth itself. With a grateful heart, Lyra thanked her new friend and ventured down the trail. The path led into a tunnel of vines and twinkling lights, and as she walked, the air shimmered with a gentle hum, like the whisper of a lullaby. The tunnel opened into the Enchanted Hollow, a place that seemed to exist just between a dream and reality. The hollow was a world of wonders. Trees with trunks of silver leaves stretched up to the sky, their branches swaying gently in the breeze. Flowers with petals of iridescent colors glowed softly, and the ground was covered in moss that felt like the plushest carpet beneath Lyra's feet. Streams of crystal-clear water wound through the landscape, their gentle babble a soothing melody. As she explored, Lyra met creatures she had only ever dreamed of. There were butterflies with wings like stained glass windows, glowing softly in the dim light. She watched as a family of gentle deer with antlers adorned in soft ferns grazed nearby, their presence serene and calming. But the most wondrous creature she encountered was a small, luminescent being called a starling. It hovered in the air, its wings twinkling like the night sky, and spoke in a voice as soft as a summer breeze. The starling told Lyra of the heart of the hollow, a place where wishes were whispered and dreams were born. With the starling as her guide, Lyra traveled to the heart of the Enchanted Hollow. There she found a pool of water so clear and still that it reflected the world above like a perfect mirror. The starling encouraged her to look into the pool and whisper her heart's deepest wish. Lyra closed her eyes, and with a heart full of gratitude and wonder, whispered her wish for courage and the strength to explore the unknown. As her words floated into the air, the pool shimmered, and a warmth spread through her, filling her with a sense of peace and confidence. With her journey nearly complete, Lyra realized it was time to return home. She bid farewell to her new friends, each one leaving her with a token of their world, a silver leaf, a tiny fern, and a single glowing petal. As she retraced her steps through the forest, the fox rejoined her, leading her back to the edge of her village. Under the light of the setting sun, Lyra returned home, her heart brimming with stories and newfound courage. She tucked the tokens from the hollow into her satchel, reminders of her journey and the friends she had made. As she drifted off to sleep that night, the wind carried the scent of the forest through her window, and the stars outside twinkled with a familiar glow. Lyra knew that whenever she needed courage, she only had to close her eyes and remember her journey to the Enchanted Hollow, where magic and dreams lived in harmony. And so, with a heart full of wonder and the whisper of the hollow in her dreams, Lyra slept peacefully, ready for whatever adventures awaited her in the days to come.